I should have read the Eula audiobook by Kevin chapter 1 soggy tea. He buzzing of insects was constant as we made our way deeper into the Dreadmarsh. Luckily, Reven had a spell that kept the bugs from devouring us as we pushed through the mud and waist-high water. The totem staves that Vales and Hassel had left for us at Reven's hidey hole helped us probe the waters ahead, and would, from the note that accompanied them, keep the greenskins that called the marsh home from murdering us on sight. It didn't say anything about the wildlife, though, so I kept my eyes open for any of the critters I'd expect to find in a swamp. You know, snakes, crocodiles, Florida man. I glanced back over my shoulder, trying not to chuckle at the expression on Reven's face as she slogged through the water. Her formerly pristine white robes were covered with mud, and I suspected that even her cleansing spell would be hard-pressed to get it all out. She looked up at me and narrowed her eyes as she blew a random strand of hair out of her face. "See something amusing?" I chuckled and pointed to a spot on my chin. "I think you've got a little something on your—" I gestured towards her. "Everything." "Ha ha," she replied. "You're not much better off." I looked down at my mud-caked leathers and shrugged. "I've been worse. The thought of getting clean again is one of the things that helps me to keep going." "This mud would probably be very fun for that mud wrestling I read about from your world," Dara crooned inside my mind, although I'd be a little concerned about the swamp ick getting into certain places. I smiled at the image she sent of her, Lyra, and Reven rolling around in the mud, completely naked. Her mental picture of the fiery redhead was perfect. Probably best to not expose one's tender bits to the ick stew of the swamp. A large fly landed on my neck and bit me hard. Ow. "What the hell?" Reven giggled behind me. "Oops, spell must have dropped while I was busy being laughed at." "Very funny," I said and touched the lump that was already forming on my neck. With a self-satisfied smirk, she renewed the bug-repellent spell and healed me. "How the hell do people live out here?" "Yuba's children have pretty thick skin," she replied, pulling herself out of the water and onto a small stone island. "Or they're just used to it. Their entire culture is based on persevering in the face of adversity after all. This place is perfect for them." I nodded slowly and joined her on the bit of dry ground. My boots were full of fetid water, and I could feel them squishing with every move. "I can't wait till we get to the clan hold. I'm starting to be convinced that the mud of this place has some sort of magical power to bypass clothing." "I would kill for a bath," Reven said with a sigh, "or even a bucket of clean water. Anything other than this." She gestured to the dirty water all around us. "You have that cleansing spell." "I do," she said slowly, "but until we get out of the muck, there's no point. It would be nice to look out." Dara yelled a second before a creature burst out of the muck to my right. I looked up just in time to get a dentist's view of the inside of the beast's throat a second before its jaws slammed shut. With a flash, a golden shield popped into existence around me and saved me from being swallowed whole by the truck-sized lizard. The force of the blow knocked me off my feet and into the muck. Flailing, I was barely able to keep my face above the water as the creature turned towards my savior. With a quick chant, Reven blasted the creature's flank with a beam of burning light, earning even more of its attention. It hissed in pain and turned towards her, giving me a chance to get my bearings. The creature was about 10 feet long from snout to tail, and covered in scales and long spines that looked eerily like the swamp grass native to the marsh. Its head was like a cross between a snapping turtle and an alligator, and each of its 6 stubby limbs ended in claws that looked more appropriate to digging than anything else. "Juvenile marsh stalker, level 9 juvenile," I gasped. "How the hell is this thing the baby version?" Muck flew through the air as I tried to cast Daze. The sparkling magic settled around the creature's head and took hold, freezing it in place. Reven pushed her way through the muck, getting out of its line of sight while I drew my rapier. I looked at the narrow blade and then down at the creature's thick scales and shook my head. Not sure my blade's going to be of much use against that thing. Duh, Dara said from inside my mindscape, posing heroically. That's why you have me. Revan pushed through the water. We need to find solid ground. Run. I nodded and sheathed my rapier as we pushed towards a nearby hill that looked big enough for us to make a stand on. Normally 30 seconds would have been more than enough time to cross the distance, but with the added drag of the water and mud, it was a close thing. The ground underneath the muck firmed up as we got closer to the hill, and we were finally able to make progress just as my spell wore off. The marsh stalker whirled around and whipped its tail back and forth, propelling it through the water and muck like a scaled torpedo. I barely got up onto the hill before it attacked again. It launched itself out of the water, mouth spread wide in another attempt to gobble me up. But unlike that last time, I was ready. Instead of a mouthful of tasty warlock flesh, I fed it a full ration of balefire. It landed behind me and started flailing, rubbing its snout against the ground in an attempt to dull the pain. A random slap from its tail cracked against my shields and sent me sprawling close to the waterline. A bolt of holy fire burned into the damaged marsh stalker as I regained my feet and summoned my packed blade into my hand, shaping it into a long, tapered blade that I thought might be useful in getting through the creature's thick hide. The difficult part was going to be getting close enough to strike while it was flailing around like a preschool kid throwing a tantrum because they ran out of chicky nuggets. Another holy bolt from Revan was enough to overcome its fixation on its mouth pain and attract its attention. It stopped flailing and charged her with eyes full of hate. With a quick gesture, I cast Shackle and chained its rearmost leg to the ground. Its forward momentum came to a sudden stop as the magical chains reached the end of their length and held. It slammed to the ground, stunned for a second. The links of the magical chain were strained to their limit. They weren't going to hold for long, so I took the opportunity my spell had provided me and attacked, driving my blade into the somewhat softer-looking scales where its leg joined its body. My blade penetrated less than an inch before coming up short. Well, fuck. Its head turned towards me and it lashed out at me with a claw, ripping through the remains of my shielding. Long claws tore through my leather armor with ease and opened up the flesh beneath as well. I gasped in pain as warm blood started to flow down my back. Dara growled inside my mind and I felt a surge of strength flowing through our bond. With a savage grin, I drew that energy into me and activated Manifest Bond. My torn flesh started to knit as power filled my limbs, giving me the strength to push through the pain and the beast's hide. Sharp claws sprouted from my fingertips, adding another weapon to my arsenal. The pack blade sank deep into the marsh stalker's insides and started to drink its essence. The creature's leg gave out and its belly fell against the ground, dragging me with it as it tried to pull away. The chains from Shackle shattered and it whipped around, but I wasn't letting it get away that easily. I dug my claws into it and tried to hold on, but when it threw itself into some sort of psycho death roll thing, I had to let go or be crushed. It didn't get away unscathed, though. The force of its turn, plus my refusal to let go of my sword, caused the blade to rip open the wound in its side, releasing a flood of blood and other important bits that had no business being exposed to the air. I jumped back as it rolled away and scrambled towards the water in an attempt to flee. "Don't let it escape," Revan yelled. I cast Shackle and another set of chains appeared and anchored it to the hill, holding it in place as its blood and will to fight drained into the dirty water. I took pity on it and put it out of its misery with a condensed beam of balefire through the eye. Unlike in a dungeon, there was no loot bag. If we wanted its hide, we'd have to skin it. If we wanted its meat, butchering. Gesturing at the corpse, I asked, "So you can't get any essence outside of dungeons, towers, or glades?" Revan shrugged. You can, but it is nowhere near what you can get in a dungeon and requires eating the creature's heart raw. That's how natural creatures gain in strength. I checked my notification and saw I drained a total of 104 essence with my packed blade, and while a bit more would have been nice, I had no desire to chow down on giant turtle gator heart. Yeah, no thanks. The corpse was already starting to stink. We should get out of here before something smells the fresh meat and comes looking for a meal. We collected the totem staves from the water and left the corpse for the scavengers, trying to get as much distance from the scene as we could before planning our next steps. The quest we'd picked up when we found the staves left behind by Hasil and Vales had us moving through the swamp to a village of some sort before moving on to the main event. I scanned the quest text to refresh my memory. Quest received. The way of the warrior Yuba has summoned her children to a clansmoot, and you're on the guest list. Journey to Kalak Visto Gath at the heart of the Dreadmarsh and participate in the rites of war to earn a place among the clans. Success in the rites will grant status among the people. Criteria: equals travel to Kerga equals travel to Kalak Visto Gath equals participate in the rites of war equals survive the rites of war reward equals 5,000 essence equals marks appropriate to performance. The system was being very generous with the essence rewards, but it made a certain kind of sense considering its purpose. The system really didn't want the void demons to win. I wasn't sure why it didn't just stop them or something, but I guess it had to follow its own rules. Of course it has to follow its own rules, silly. Dara said. If the system started cheating, the entire multiverse would break down. With a resigned sigh, I stepped back into the water and continued onwards, hoping that eventually we'd find some sort of road. I could feel Dara's presence keeping track of things in the outside world as we continued on our way, so I let my thoughts drift. Just a few weeks ago, I'd been your typical run-of-the-mill high school student. The only real issues I had to worry about were passing my final exams and getting ready for my first year of college. Now that all seemed so trivial. Hell, even the threat of getting beaten up by my ex's psycho dad for corrupting his daughter was nothing compared to the life and death situations I'd found myself in since. Except for the getting pasted by a truck part, of course. There was a brief pressure in the back of my mind at that thought, but it disappeared as Dara's claws caressed my cheek. My new life was strange. It was both much simpler and infinitely more complex than my earthly existence. Things that had once seemed super important to me were now forgotten, and I had a whole new set of priorities. SAT scores, college placement exams, social media, those were nothing compared to the fate of the world. In my old life, I'd been slow to make friends. It had taken a lot to let someone past my walls. My new life was way different. It was surprising how fast you could learn to trust someone when your life was on the line. Those bonds forged in the heat of battle were something very new to me, but also very real. I looked back again at the elven princess following me through the swamp. I'd only met her a few days ago, but we'd literally saved each other's lives multiple times. She'd even sacrificed her own get out of jail free card to save Lyra from certain death. Normally, I wasn't one to fall for the snooty rich girls, but in our time together, I'd quickly come to realize that her royal persona was a mask. The actual girl underneath was far from the arrogant Ms. Precipant's performance she'd put on in front of the elven court. I couldn't help but smile as the memory of her lips and the feel of her skin came to mind, and I was glad I'd got to meet the real Revan, even if we were likely headed into territory where she'd be forced to put on that mask once again. The quest marker led us out of the water and onto a primitive road of packed earth and rock that allowed us to stay dry for a change. The chafing was not pleasant, but at least our healing magic was able to handle that. The road ended at a stockade made of massive logs and packed dirt. I couldn't see any movement through the open gates, which was disturbing. Why would the quest lead us to an abandoned village? Reven came up next to me and gazed through the gate. I guess no one's home, I shrugged. I guess. The markeress in the middle of the town, so maybe the quest wants us to wait there for something. Maybe. Maybe they already left for the clansmoot. My guitar was packed away to protect the instrument from the nastiness of the swamp, so I drew my rapier just in case there was something lurking within and then slowly moved forward. "Watch my back," I asked, flashing a smile at Reven. She nodded and chanted a spell, refreshing our shielding buff. The ground inside the walls was bare stone with several dome-shaped huts arranged in a large circle. At the very center was a massive altar with a statue of a powerfully built orcish woman raising a two-handed axe high above her head. Scattered at the statue's feet were piles of old armor and weapons, likely the spoils of some past raid, and I could feel an aura of power radiating from the statue. It was almost identical to the feeling I'd felt in Darkforge when D. Valinar had been God-stalking me. My train of thought was completely derailed when a jolt of adrenaline shot through my system as a spear flew past my face, inches from taking off my nose. "Watch out!" Dara shouted as my attention turned back to my surroundings. There was a shimmer in the air like the waves of a desert mirage that disappeared in an instant, revealing dozens of greenskins surrounding us. The largest of the bunch let out a laugh and said something in his own language that caused the rest of the village to laugh as well and lower their weapons. "Good reflexes for pinkskins," he said, "but you'll need to do better if you hope to survive the moot." I looked back and saw Reven's free hand was holding a ball of brilliant white flame. Her eyes were darting back and forth between the speaker and the rest of the greenskins. "What is the meaning of this?" she asked in an icy tone. The lead orc snorted and flashed her a tusky smile. "You are late, Chosen," he said with a grunt. "We should be 2 hours gone. Now we will have to fight for our normal camp when we arrive." His expression was at odds with what he was saying, almost like being late was better. Ooh, I just read about this. Yuba's people are just crazy. They compete in way too many things." "What do you mean?" "Well, first they compete to be the first ones there. So they have to do their best to be on time because being first gets them honor and the best camps. But if they get there late, they get to fight whoever got there first. And if they beat them, then that's even more honor." "Because they beat the faster group?" I asked, trying to follow along. "And they can't just try and get their slow cause, that would be dishonorable." "Exactly. So they have to try the hardest to get there first, but if there are real delays, it's better for them, but they can't intentionally sabotage themselves. So us being late is actually a good thing for them, but they are going to act pissed off because being happy they are going to be late would look bad." "You've got it." I think my brain just melted. That's Yuba for you. I looked around, seeing the orcs were all carrying their packs and ready to roll. I let out a sigh. "I guess we're not going to have time to rest up then, huh?" The orc leader scowled. "You have 1 hour and then we march." He gestured to a goblin woman nearby. "Bring them to the spring so they can clean up." The goblin led the way through the camp. She was dressed in form-fitting leather armor dyed to match the color of the mud in the swamp exactly, and I caught a glimpse of her jet-black hair underneath a hat that looked like some sort of leather bandana. The armor did nothing to hide the fact that she had, as Megan Trainor would say, all the right junk in all the right places. She stopped in front of a low stone building that turned out to be more of a bathhouse than a spring. She pointed to a small basin along one wall and spoke in broken Thurin. "Clothes clean there." She pointed to the main bath. "Body clean there." She looked between Reven and me and said something in Orcish that I didn't understand. Her face scrunched up in thought before transforming into a smile. She held up one hand with an index finger extended, and then the second forming a circle, and then slid her finger through in the classic in-out-and-out gesture. "No in bath," she said and shook her head, repeating the gesture. "No time." I did my best to keep a straight face. "Of course, no time for that." Seeing Reven's expression almost made me lose my shit. Her normally pale skin was a definite shade of pink. The goblin smiled. "Wait for Moot. Time at Moot," she said and left. Chapter 2, Hurry Up and Wait. WE didn't really need a bath to wash up. Reven's cleanse spell could get the muck off of us without an issue, but being able to unwind and soak in a hot bath was wonderful. The swamp water had done a number on my feet, so a little healing magic was needed to deal with the blisters and remove whatever the lore equivalent of swamp rot was. But after that, it was pure relaxation. There were a few moments when things probably would have progressed into more intimate activities had we the time, but neither one of us wanted to risk losing our escort, or even worse, piss them off. "What about a quickie? How do you say it?" "Wham bam, thank you ma'am," I snorted. "You've been reading too much about Earth." I caressed her cheek inside my mindscape. "Plus, I like to take my time." Her eyes closed in pleasure as she shivered. True. Once our hour was up, we set off for the whatever the hell its name was place, where the moot would take place under the watchful eye of the greenskin leader. I tried to get some more info out of the few willing to talk with us, but getting anything out of them was like pulling teeth from a starving alligator. The only thing I was able to pry loose was that Kalak Visto Gath was a sacred place where the clans would compete for the right to lead the people against the enemy. Any questions on the subject were met with silence. Having a guide and a road made getting through the marsh a million times easier, even when the water level climbed high enough to cover the stone for brief lengths. The orcs had little difficulty keeping to the path. It was a long slog, and I made sure to thank Reven at every opportunity for her bug-begone spell. Such a minor spell that became more and more important as we moved deeper and deeper into the marsh, and the bugs got bigger and bigger. The path must have been well traveled, or maybe they'd sent a hunting party ahead of the group, because there were no repeats of our earlier encounter with the local wildlife. Eventually, the road ended at the very center of the Dreadmarsh, on the banks of a large body of water that extended as far as the eye could see. Moored alongside a long stone pier were a small fleet of flat-bottomed boats that looked like they could fit a dozen or so people comfortably. The greenskins boarded the first two rafts, gathering at the center while the strongest of the bunch used long poles to push the raft out into the water. The leader of the group put us on the third raft, herding us into the center of the craft where there would be little danger of us falling in. I took it all in stride, but Reven seemed to be quite annoyed by them treating us like some sort of luggage. "They do realize that we are more than capable of taking care of ourselves, right?" she whispered in Fee-song. I shrugged. "We're guests, unwanted guests at that. Look on the bright side, at least no one's tried to kill us." I flashed her a smile. "Hopefully things'll be a bit better when we reach our destination." Reven gestured towards the horizon. "Looks like there are quite a few people there already." I squinted and tried to see what she was talking about. All I could see was a faint glow on the horizon that I'd thought was just a reflection on the water. "Huh," I said. "Who's a what now?" She rolled her eyes. I forgot how limited human eyes are. There's an island ahead with hundreds of campfires. Well, my eyes might not be so good, but we humans do have other things to balance that out. I said with a wink, earning a snort from the priestess that drew some curious looks from the surrounding greenskins. The closest raised their fingers to their lips and made shushing sounds, and pointed to the water with wide eyes. I nodded slowly, turning my attention towards what I'd assumed to be a peaceful lake. For the rest of the trip, any sign of movement out in the water had my hand twitching near the hilt of my rapier. We made it to the halfway point before something triggered the spidey senses of other passengers. Their shoulders tensed, and they loosened their weapons while keeping their eyes locked onto the water on the right side of the raft. "What's going?" I started, but a dead-eyed stare from a monster of an orc cut me off. I scanned the water, trying to find the source of their tension, but there was nothing. After a few more minutes, The tension left everyone's shoulders as whatever danger they'd sensed passed. "Remind me to find out what the hell that was about before we get out of here," I said to Dara inside my mindscape. "All we need now is to leave this place just to get jumped by that marshstalker's angry mom or some tentacle beast from the muddy depths." She laughed a little and went back to reading her latest obsession, the book detailing my trip to Japan for a martial arts seminar my junior year. I'd learned a ton that summer, and not all of it having to do with the martial arts. Those Japanese judoka girls were quite adept at multiple types of grappling, if you know what I mean. As our small flotilla moved closer to the island, I couldn't help but stare in wonder. The island was more of a natural castle than what you'd expect to find in the middle of a swamp. It reminded me of Ayers Rock from Australia, a giant mesa rising out of the water. It was ringed with stone docks, and from the lights I could see, hundreds of dwellings had been carved into the cliff face. The rafts took turns offloading their passengers. When it was our turn, we stepped off of the raft and onto the stone ledge in front of a grizzled-looking, one-eyed orc. His missing eye was covered by a black leather patch decorated with what I could only assume was the preserved eye taken from some kind of massive beast. His lips curled into a snarl, revealing a pair of broken tusks as he looked us over. His hands gripped a pair of twin hatchets hanging on his belt, and I was pretty certain that the only thing keeping us from a quick death right then and there were the totem staves we'd wisely kept front and center. "Pinkskins at the womb. The world must truly be in the shit," he spat before pointing to a small cave nearby. "Go wait there. I'll send word to the keepers that you've arrived." Revan was in full-blown princess mode and gave him a curt nod. "That will be acceptable, I suppose." The orc snorted and shooed us away as he turned to greet the orcs and goblins from our group as they stepped off the boat. As soon as we were alone, I let out a long sigh. "Well, we're here, wherever here is, but no quest update yet." Revan was watching the disembarking orcs with a distracted look. "We technically aren't inside the settlement yet. It's probably a special place inside the rock." "And I called this place the womb," I asked. "Oh yeah, the womb is where Yuba's children believe they originated." She seemed really excited about the idea and was bouncing inside my mindscape. I wasn't going to complain about the show. "So it's here." I knew it had to be somewhere in the Dreadmarsh, but I never pictured this place. "What is it then?" "You know how dungeons and towers have a core that powers the entire thing?" "Yes. And I know I've told you about Yuba's glades before. Well, normally they're temporary. They spawn whatever monsters Yuba wants and then adventurers come and destroy them." She turned to a pile of books and started rummaging through them, looking for something. After a few seconds, she pulled out a small book covered in fur and smiled. "Here we are." She flipped through the pages and then pointed to a spot that showed a picture of a huge tangle of vines and roots wrapped around a glowing seed. "So there's a jungle in the middle of this rock." "Not necessarily. Artistic license and all that. But there's something. It almost feels like there's a dungeon in there." She shivered in excitement. "But different. Cool. Maybe we'll be able to level up a bit before we get thrown into whatever your dad has planned for us next." Her only answer was a smile. "Chapter 3, Noah had it easy, S. Ebastian," Revan whispered, drawing my attention back to the physical world. A young orc wearing robes made of leather and furs with a hat made from the skull of some type of lizard was arguing with One Eye nearby. "I think our escort may be here." "Great," I said, putting on my best smile. "You wouldn't happen to have a helpful book on orc etiquette, would you?" I whispered. She snorted a laugh and glared at me before putting her princess mask back on. The newcomer finished up her conversation with a huff and walked over to our alcove. "Apologies," she said with a stiff bow to Revan and then me. "Kaga thought it would be amusing to make you wait," she growled. "I am Keeper Walla. High Keeper Orathma sent me to escort you to her immediately." Revan gave her a small nod and followed as she entered a nearby tunnel leading into the heart of the mesa. Webs of glowing fungus covered the ceiling, giving off enough light for us to see clearly as we moved deeper. We encountered a few other orcs and goblins in the tunnels, but they all quickly shifted to the side to allow us to pass, giving small nods or bows of deference to the keeper. There were so many twists and turns that I was certain that, if not for my system map, I would have been completely lost. Not like I'd be able to move through the place freely. The looks the greenskins gave me made it pretty clear that the keeper's presence was the only reason we were being tolerated. Eventually, our chance encounters became less frequent, and the lights changed from the natural fungus to something more magically delicious. Small glowing crystals were set into the walls, leading up to a large stone door carved with a massive fresco of a gigantic orc woman squatting, and yep, they'd gone there giving birth to the orc and goblin people. Their attention to detail was commendable. "Well, damn," I said, earning a serious look from Reven. The keeper seemed amused and gestured at the door. "It was carved by the first keeper, Uragna," she said with a tusk-filled grin. She had a very vivid imagination. "Talented," I said honestly. The detail work was explicit. With a soft chuckle, the keeper waved a hand in front of the door and it slowly slid open. She gestured towards the opening. "After you." Through the door was a large round chamber with a pit in the center. The pit was surrounded by 4 platforms, each with a large stone arch on the lip of the opening. There were softly glowing symbols carved into the arches, but they made no sense to me. As soon as I crossed the threshold, the awaited quest notification popped up. Quest update. The Way of the Warrior equals travel to Kalak Visto Gath heavy check mark. It was enough of a distraction that I almost didn't notice the orc woman standing near one of the arches. She was dressed in a simple gray robe that was tattered at the hem. Her hair was stark white, and her light green skin was covered in intricate black tattoos, similar in style to the one on my wrist. Based on her wrinkled skin, she must have been pretty old, but there was nothing soft about her. At first I thought she must have been some sort of servant, but when she turned around, that thought was smothered under the intensity of her gaze. She was a force of nature. Her eyes were jet black and completely clear of any signs of the cloudiness that sometimes came with age, and from her frown I was quite sure that she would have liked nothing more than to tell us both to get off her lawn. She sniffed. "So these are them, eh? Chosen of the coddlers," Walla bowed. "Yes, Elder, these are the 2 you told us to watch for." The older orc walked over to me and started poking me with a finger like I was livestock or something at the county fair. "Scrawny, this one, and weak," she spat off to the side. "Not much to work with physically." Her eyes flashed blue, green, and purple in quick succession, and her mouth split in a smile. "At least his magic is strong," but her eyes narrowed. "What is this? Why is part of your mind blocked off?" "What?" I asked. "What do you mean by a block? Nothing to worry about, love," Dara interrupted with a nervous grin. "I'm sure it will all be fine." The elder tilted her head as if listening to something and then focused her eyes on the center of my forehead. She reached out and tapped it with a claw. "I see you in there, succubus. I take it you're responsible for that nasty bit of patchwork. You haven't done your bonded any favors here. Mortal minds are meant to experience their sorrows, not lock them away." "What are you talking about?" I asked, completely confused by the exchange. The orc waved a hand, ignoring my question. "That will need to be dealt with before you may participate in the trials." I was starting to get frustrated. Reven looked at me and her eyes flashed purple as well. She must not have liked what she saw because her expression transformed into something bordering on panic for a split second before her mask snapped back into place. "Oh no," she whispered. Growling, I focused my attention inwards, trying to figure out what everyone was talking about. I could almost feel something at the edge of my mind. A sense of pressure, but as I reached toward it, Dara appeared in my way. "Please, Sebastian. I didn't mean to let it get so bad. I just didn't want to see you suffer." "I don't understand. What the hell is going on?" The air behind the succubus shimmered and transformed. revealing a massive wall of energy stretching as far as the eye could see. At one point it might have been a solid thing, but there were massive cracks all over it, covered by some sort of essence-based glue. And what is that? My hand reached towards it slowly as Dara let out a choked-off sob. I'm so sorry, my love. As my hand made contact with the wall, everything started to shake, and a new system message popped up front and center. Dara's mental partition has expired. I barely had time to read the message before the patchwork wall crumbled and the ocean of emotions that had been locked behind it flooded my mind. Chapter 4: Learning to Swim Fear. Terror. Grief. I was drowning in an endless sea of feelings, a captive of a swirling current of emotions that bashed me against the rocks of memories over and over again in an endless cycle of despair. I had died. I was dead. I was never going to see my family again. I was never going to feel the warmth of my mother's arms, never see the gleam of pride in my father's eyes at the end of a competition, never taste my grandmother's famous meatloaf. The first current lost its grip, but another came in right behind, finding a new stone to grind me against. Fantasy. Essence and memory spun a complex spiderweb, trapping me in a tangle of twisted fiction. I saw my parents at the scene of the crime, my mother weeping into my father's shoulder a few feet from a blood-stained white sheet covering the pile of what was left of me. Another twist, another rock, a new experience. Kelly and her parents sat stoically in a pew in St. Catherine's, while Father Connolly said a prayer over my casket. Mr. Jacobs approached my mother with sorrow in his heart, but received a full force slap to the face in return. Tears of regret marred his cheeks as he walked away to comfort his weeping daughter. I guess I'd meant more to her than I realized. A flash of light high overhead drew my attention for an instant before the undertow of regrets pulled me down towards darkness. When was the last time I told my parents I loved them? Why hadn't I realized Kelly saw us as more than a fling? I was never going to college, never going to get that degree and maybe change the world. The maelstrom of darkness sucked me down as more recent memories joined in with the kaleidoscope of my past. Svan, his mind shattered, charged over and over again into the maw of that bastard demon and was devoured. Poor Annabelle, her innocent-looking face melted away by the creature's gunk before she too was no more. And Uva's abandonment, leaving us to our fate. It hurt. I barely knew them, but logic and emotion are like oil and water sometimes. And in the typhoon of pent-up emotions that had been unleashed into my mind, I had no desire or ability to separate the two. My body was raw and sore, torn and bloodied by its introduction to the sharp edges of my shattered mind. And at that moment, I was ready to surrender to the flow as it dragged me deeper and deeper towards a yawning blackness far below. Estienne, the faint whisper of my name broke through the chaos, giving me a brief glimpse of light amidst the darkness. It was a small tendril of light, infinitely faint and almost smothered by the thick skeins of dark threads spinning my cocoon. A single pure note plucked free of the symphony of dissonance, the briefest touch, the memory of a single voice speaking my name with love. I grasped onto that tendril with all my heart, resisting the pull of the darkness by the smallest of measures. Like the root of a dying tree finding water, that thread of memory grew. The voice became a smile, the smile became a face, and the face became a woman. Dara. Other threads of light joined the first, following it down into the depths of my despair like a guideline. The feel of a lock of red hair against my bare chest. The sight of a white-haired head resting comfortably on my shoulder. Shared words, shared experiences, shared emotions swelled, and in that instant I was able to resist the pull downwards. With the light cast by those anchoring threads, the dark currents binding me were revealed to be much more complex than I'd ever thought. At the core of those threads of grief, I found the love on which they were built. The love of my mother, bandaging my skinned knee. That trip I'd taken with my father during spring break to experience his favorite band from when he was young. 1,000 laughs shared with my friends. 1,000,000 smiles amongst family. Without those fond memories to cling to, the darkness lost its strength and the power of the flood lessened. Flashes of memories danced through the surrounding grayness. Faces of the new friends I'd made in lore. Shepherd Albin, who'd given me my start. His wife and her generosity. The congregation of the Church of Thera. They owed me nothing, and yet still they did what they could to aid me. People I'd saved. People who still had a tomorrow because of me, even if they hated me for what I was. The water darkened as a massive tendril of doubt wrapped around my throat. How was I going to save the world? I barely knew what I was doing. Why did it have to be me? The pull of the darkness grew stronger. "Don't give up, my love." Dara's voice whispered into my mind, and I hung on. She believed in me. Her face was crystal clear in my mind. Tears were running down her cheeks in a torrent to rival that of the storm. Lyra's memory joined her in my mind, and at the edges of my awareness I heard an unfamiliar voice yelling, "Help him, girl!" The chaos shifted. A vision of a white-haired elven woman joined Dara and Lyra. Her eyes looked worried, and there was an uncertain expression on her face, but her presence gave me additional comfort. Her presence was nowhere near as strong as that of the other two, but there was something there, something building between us. A connection still in its infancy, but worth nurturing. I wasn't alone in my fight. It wasn't all on me. We were a team. I wasn't a quitter. I might not be strong enough. I might not be able to succeed in the monumental tasks put before me, but I'd be damned if I didn't give it my everything. They were depending on me. With that thought, the pressure around my neck was gone. The dark rope of despair was replaced by one of pure white, of hope, and without a second more of hesitation, I grabbed hold and pulled myself up out of the darkness. Light flashed and the darkness shattered into 1,000,000 pieces, leaving me gasping on the stone floor of the keeper's chamber. The elder was kneeling over me with her hands pressed against my chest. Her eyes were closed in concentration as the soft glow of a spell seeped into me. Reven was on the other side, gazing down on me with a worried expression on her face. I thought I caught the beginnings of a smile on her lips before I was swept back into my mindscape. Dara was a mess, curled into a ball in the middle of the ruins of my mind. She saw me appear and wrapped her tattered wings around herself as an anguished sob racked her body. "I'm so sorry," she cried. Logically, I should have been angry, but I wasn't. Not after experiencing firsthand the horror that she'd been shielding me from. Sure, if the wall had come down when it was supposed to, it wouldn't have been quite so bad, but we hadn't had much time for that kind of thing. Hard to sit back and process in the chaos that was our lives. I sat down next to her and she turned away, shaking with grief. "Dara," I said softly and rested a hand on her shoulder. "It's okay," she shuddered. "It's not okay. I almost killed you. You saved me," I said. "You gave me a way back." Really?" She sobbed and turned towards me. "Really?" I opened my arms and let my feelings flow through our bond, and before I knew it she was clinging to me, weeping into my chest with her wings wrapped around us both. Exhaustion hit me harder than the truck had, and as I sank into unconsciousness, the only thing I could think of in that moment was that sitting there with Dara in my arms, I was finally home. Chapter 5. A New Dawn. When I regained consciousness, I was alone on a hard cot in the corner of a small stone room. A single glowing crystal in the ceiling gave off just enough light to keep my dark vision from kicking on, but I could see that someone had been there earlier. My armor and weapons were stacked nearby, and a pitcher of water sat within reach. My throat was parched, so I took a long drink and let out a sigh. It was a small comfort, but it helped. Notifications scrolled by as I acknowledged them, giving me a glimpse into just how close I'd been to death. Apparently, the force of all those pent-up emotions had been enough to cause physical damage, and only the combined healing magic of Revan and the Orc Elder had kept me from another visit from a Reaper. I gave myself a quick once-over to make sure everything was in one piece. As far as I could tell, there was no lasting damage, at least physically. My mindscape, on the other hand, well, that was a bit of a mess. I turned my attention inwards and winced at the destruction. The only piece of my normal mental architecture still in one piece was the king-sized bed sitting in the middle of it all. Dara was curled up in the bed, healing from the wounds she'd suffered attempting to reach me. With a slow breath, I willed order to return to chaos and watched as reality started to reshape itself to match my design. A stab of pain hit me right between the eyes, and I had to slow things down. Apparently, things were still a bit raw in my brain, so instant changes were out of the question for the time being. A jolt of panic rushed through me at the thought of losing access to the mental library I'd received from Dawala's insight. Trying to stay calm, I abandoned my current construction and focused on pulling a single volume from the library. There was a brief delay, but after a few agonizing seconds the book materialized in my hand. I let out a relieved sigh and let the book dissipate back to wherever the library existed when not a part of my mindscape. A yawn drew my attention to the bed where Dara was waking. She looked at me and smiled. "Hello, my love." I sat down next to her and took her hand in mine. "How are you?" I asked. She stretched out with another yawn, drawing the sheets tight against her body and giving me a teasing glimpse of the curves beneath. A playful grin crossed her lips as she responded, "Feeling much better." It's amazing what a few days of sleep can do. Yeah, a good nigh. It took me a second to register what she'd said. "What do you mean a few days? I've been out for days," she nodded slowly. "You've been asleep for 3 days, my love." "Fuck," I said and opened the system clock. She was right, I'd been out for days, and it was already mid-afternoon. "Have we missed the moot? Are the others here yet?" She shrugged. "I don't know. My perception of the physical world is extremely limited when you're unconscious. I could sense that Revan spent a lot of time at your side, but we don't have the same connection with her as we do with Lyra, so I couldn't sense much more than her presence." She sat up, letting the sheets fall to the bed, revealing her naked body. She reached out and took my hands. "I'm sure everything will be okay," she said as she looked up at me through her thick eyelashes. A hungry look in her eyes. "But we need to work on healing your mind first." I felt the desire radiating from her and felt its echo well up inside myself. I'd barely gotten my mental pants off when the sound of a knocking at my door pulled me back to the physical world. Sighing, I adjusted the blankets to hide my current state of arousal and answered. "Come in." The door swung open, admitting Revan and a young goblin woman dressed in dark gray leather armor. A genuine smile slipped past the priestess' formal mask when she saw I was awake before her expression returned to royal mode. "I'm glad you are awake," she said. "We have much to discuss." The goblin looked me over with a curious expression. Her face scrunched up in thought as she spoke in broken Thurin. "Waking good, talks many waiting." She looked at Revan curiously, earning a small nod. "This is Tumanako. She's the adopted daughter of High Keeper Orathma and has been assigned to be our guide while we are here." "Volunteer," the goblin said and pointed to herself, smiling. "Help chosen." I nodded slowly, taking in our new guide. She was shorter than Revan, barely coming up to her shoulder. She had jet black hair tied back into a tight braid and dark brown eyes. Her leather armor was plain and functional, without any of the cleavage windows or other fantasy tropish things I'd come to expect in lore. The armor was form-fitting, though, showing off a curvaceous body that would have made Sir Mix-a-Lot break out into song. Apparently dat ass was a goblin racial trait. She turned to Revan again, and I got a quick glimpse of a hilt poking out of her armor at the small of her back. "Time go?" she asked, gesturing towards the door with a frustrated expression that told me she was a bit frustrated with the language barrier. "Do you have any spells that can translate?" I asked. Revan shook her head. "Unfortunately not. Plus, the keeper wants her to work on her Thurin. Thurin need work. Tumanako growled. Visit mother now. Sure, I replied, waiting patiently for them to leave. Revan turned towards the door, but the goblin stood there watching me impatiently. I looked down at the blanket that was the only thing covering my naked body and then back to the goblin. Can you, Revan? The priestess turned around and noticed my state of undress. We'll wait in the hall, she said, and ushered the clueless goblin out of the room. Dara pouted. Should have had them take off their clothes instead. I've never tasted a goblin girl before. I've heard wonderful things about them. I let out a long sigh and shook my head. Love, you are insatiable, but we've got more important things to focus on right now than sex. I know, but I saw you admiring those curves. I shook my head and focused on getting dressed, consciously ignoring the mental pictures Dara sent my way. I wasn't sure exactly where we were going or what we'd be doing when we got there, so I used Tumanako as an example. She was fully armed and armored, so I pulled on my leather armor, strapped on my rapier, and slung my guitar case across my back. Glancing at my spatial bag, which still held the 10,000 essence from the Argent Spire quest reward, I wondered if I'd have a chance to use it before I got sucked up into whatever the next insanity tornado was heading my way. So, I said, looking over to Revan as Tumanako led the way, what I miss? Has Lyra and the rest of the team arrived? She frowned. No. I raised an eyebrow and she continued, there have been complications. I hoped they'd be close at least. Her frown transformed into a frustrated scowl. It seems my uncle's influence was more widespread than anticipated and they were unable to leave Haven when planned. I stopped short. What? They had booked passage on the skyship Cloudstrider, but the captain revoked their passage at the last moment, stranding them at the docks. Fuck. Can we kill her uncle? A small setback, but it means they will not make it here in time for the moot. So what do we do then? I instructed them to remain in the city, until we contact them. Then they can meet us en route to wherever we go from here. Why not just get here late? That's not how it works. Once the moot begins, no one is allowed into or out of the womb. I stopped again and screamed, "Fu-woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-wook," earning a startled look from Tumanako. Dara wrapped herself around me in my mindscape. It'll be okay, my love. Fuck, Tumanako said with a curious look on her face. What is word? The humor of the situation completely shattered my growing frustration, and before I knew it, I was laughing as Revan tried to answer the goblin's question with a straight face. It's well, she glared at me. I caught my breath and, borrowing from the goblin who'd been our guide to the baths in the village, extended a finger and slid it through a circle made by the thumb and finger on my opposite hand. She looked confused for a second and frowned, but then a light went on in her eyes and she smiled. Fuck, is good word. Revan rolled her eyes and sighed. The goblin shook her head. No time for fuck now, must meet mother. Lead on, I said. Chapter 6. That's one way to do it. I spent the rest of the trek through the tunnels in silence. Externally, at least. Dara was very amused by the whole fuck discussion, and Revan was deep in thought, so I decided not to intrude. Tumanako led us through the twists and turns of the complex with the ease of one who'd made the trip countless times. I thought we might have been heading to the same chamber where we'd first met the keeper, but instead she led us to a large cavern filled with an arena that would have made the creators of the Roman Colosseum jealous. The place was full of people of all types, maybe if you were in Mordor. Orcs, goblins, trolls, ogres, and a few other races that I couldn't identify off the top of my head. The whole thing reminded me of the parking lot of a pro football stadium, sans the tailgating party and team jerseys. Tumanako moved through the crowd with ease, nimbly dodging the larger orcs of the crowd. I had a much harder time, and was happy to get through with only a few bruises. Revan didn't seem to have the same issue. applying a bit of her royal aura to part the green sea. We bypassed the main gate, taking a small staircase guarded at the base by a pair of orcs that were more ripped than the CGI Hulk from the Ed Norton version. The stairs led to a small balcony high above the arena floor, where the High Keeper was seated next to a scarred orc with gray in his hair and beard. She whispered something into his ear and he snorted, looking at us skeptically. Tumanako received a warm welcome from the Keeper and then took the seat next to her. "Took you long enough," the Keeper said with a glare in my direction. "You almost missed the beginning of the moot." She gestured to the arena far below where a familiar group was forming up on one side of the arena. Arrayed against them was another clan, armed with weapons that seemed to be of much higher quality. "Now sit and watch," she growled and pointed towards a pair of seats in the row in front of them. With a shrug, I followed Revan to our assigned seats, doing my best to avoid the looks of hostility from the folks in the cheap seats below. Any further thoughts were derailed when the crowd went completely silent as the leaders of the two factions moved to the center of the arena. All eyes were focused on the leader of the Kerga as he roared, "Agata to gata vi gata vaya," stomping in time with his words. His entire force burst into action, answering his cry, "Gata to gata," and stomped their feet while thrusting their jaws forward to show off their tusks. The entire thing reminded me of the time I'd watched a rugby game on late-night cable and saw the All Blacks performing a haka before their game. Unlike the haka, though, the opposite team answered immediately, raising their weapons to the sky and letting out a howl and slapping the ground with their open hands to the beat while chanting, "Vaz go! Vaz Vaz daga toba ho." I leaned over to Revan and whispered in her ear, "I really need to learn their language." "It is a traditional challenge," the Keeper said flatly, "and the answer to that challenge, now be silent." My limited experience with fighting orcs did not prepare me for the insanity that followed. Based on equipment, my bets were on the defending team, but for some reason everyone started stripping off their equipment and piling at the edge of the arena. "What the?" I said, earning a kick to the back from the Keeper. "Oh, this should be fun." Once both clans were disarmed, it was on like Donkey Kong. Take 2 parts WWE, mix in a healthy dose of UFK, and then finish with a dash of the crazy stuff from all those bullshito videos from the internet, and you had quite a show. Boom magic. The orcs beat the living shit out of each other with giant smiles on their faces the entire time. I expected the goblins to get taken out early, but those bastards were slippery, bobbing and weaving with the best of them. They didn't hit as hard as the orcs, and couldn't take a hit worth a damn, but they put in a good performance. Vince McMahon would have given his left nut for the rights to put that shit on pay-per-view. In the end, the fight boiled down to the two chiefs who had been slugging it out mano a well, orco a orco the entire time. Both chiefs were bruised and bloodied, but neither showed any sign of giving up. Eventually, the Kerga chief slipped up and took an elbow to the chin that dropped him to the ground in a heap. He tried to regain his feet, and his opponent let him try, but his arms gave out. The standing chief raised his fists into the air and roared "Vaz ho," marking the end of the combat. Immediately he reached down and helped his opponent to his feet and clapped him on the back. The scene was repeated throughout the arena as the winners and losers helped each other up, and healers were dispatched to help those who were too hurt to leave the arena under their own power. "Well, that was something," I said. Revan flashed me a smile, brutal yet elegant in its efficiency. How so? They were able to give it their all, yet still preserve the strength of the whole for the conflict to come. "The power games of our own peoples are far less forgiving," she said. "Yuba's children are almost unique among the blessed peoples of lore. For any of their people to take another's life, it would take a very serious issue," Dara said. Not at all what the blaring of horns filled the air, drowning out my words. The thunder of drums followed. The vibrations from the drums shook the very earth, and I could feel the beat in my bones. I sensed the keeper rising to her feet behind me and shifted to watch. She raised her arms to the sky and then dropped them suddenly. The drums stopped instantly. The last vibrations faded, leaving the world in perfect silence. Slowly, she spoke to the crowd, her voice carried by some sort of magic to everyone present. I had no idea what she was saying, but her tone carried a weight I'd seldom heard before. All those gathered stood taller as she continued, bolstered by whatever she was saying, and when she was done, the entire population let out a cry of defiance that made the drums from earlier seem tame. Then the drums started again, and Yuba's children started filing out of the arena. "Come," the keeper said, and headed down the stairs. The older warrior gave us a dismissive look and grunted, following close behind with our goblin guide waving for us to follow. Chapter 7, Fire of 1,000 Suns T. He keeper led us back into the heart of the mesa. Our roundabout path made me think that she was intentionally sticking to the out-of-the-way passages, but I wasn't going to complain. The older orc broke off part way through the trek after a short discussion with the keeper. Eventually, we entered a small dining room with a feast laid out. As soon as I saw the food, my stomach growled loud enough for everyone to hear, earning an amused snort from the keeper. "Eat, chosen. Your body will need the fuel after your ordeal." She didn't have to tell me twice. I dug into the food with abandon, grabbing what looked like a massive turkey leg and going to town. The keeper barked out a laugh. His choice of weapons may be poor, but at least he eats like an orc. I ripped off a chunk of meat and flashed her a grin as I savored the flavor. It was somewhere between chicken and turkey, with a healthy helping of some kind of spice that at first was delicious. Then it hit my sinuses in a wave of fire. My eyes started watering up as the heat really kicked in. I dropped the meat back onto the table and started searching for water or bread or something to kill the spice. The keeper started laughing while Reven rushed over. "What's wrong?" she said. "Water," I gasped, picking up a pitcher of something liquid and raised it to my mouth for a healthy chug. A second later I was spitting the foul liquid onto the floor. Some of it even came out of my nose. Whatever it was so bitter that it was all I could do to not vomit up the small bit I'd managed to swallow. The one good thing about the liquid was that it completely killed the burning and my sense of taste. Reven grabbed a bottle of water from somewhere and handed it to me. "Are you okay?" I held up finger and took a deep breath. "I think so." I blinked away the remaining tears and looked down at the drumstick of betrayal. "You did not like the Kazi chosen," the keeper said with a grin. "Holy Spice Batman," I said and coughed. I felt like my brain was melting. "What the hell did you put on that? Essence of fire? That was intense." "I kind of liked it," Dara said inside my mind. "Savor the memory," I replied. "That's the last time I eat something without checking it first." I looked over at the keeper and switched to my outside voice. "You couldn't have warned me." "Warn you about what?" she replied. "Kazi is one of our most common foods. How was I to know that your species has such a weak stomach?" Reven carved a small chunk from a drum stick and took a bite. She blinked after a second but was able to keep her expression neutral. "An interesting blend of spices. Are all the dishes prepared with the same level of seasoning?" The keeper gestured towards a large bowl filled with what looked like dinner rolls. "The jaw might fit the warlock's tastes. It's meant to be dipped and eaten with the other dishes, but it will fill his belly." Reven handed me a loaf and I broke off a small piece to taste. It was just as bland as promised. I picked up the pitcher that I'd spilled earlier and set it back on the table. Sorry I spilled your whatever this was," the keeper laughed. "That wasn't a drink, boy, that was the galish." How to translate, yes, the blood gravy." I decided to selectively ignore the implications of the name and focused on filling my stomach with as much bread as possible. It was at that moment that I gave thanks to the system for providing the create food and water spell. I had a feeling I was going to need it. Revan and the Keeper picked from a variety of the available foods, eating them with no signs of discomfort. Orcs having food that kicked your mouth's ass made perfect sense. They were all about fighting and trudging through pain, but I didn't expect elves to have a similar palate, unless she had a spell or something to dull the burn. The Keeper tore the last shreds of meat from her kazi and turned her gaze towards me. "We must discuss your place amongst the people." I swallowed my mouthful of bread and shrugged. "My main goal is to track down any corrupted towers, dungeons, or glades and purify them so the demons lose their footholds, but the system and our gods' middle management wanted us to come here." Revan nodded. "We have a quest to undertake, the rites of war." The Keeper's eyes widened as she gasped. "That is impossible. No Pinkskins have ever been called to the Karok mine. That the system would grant you that quest. I must consult with my goddess." She looked between us. "Do not leave this room." Muttering to herself in Orcish, she slipped out the door, leaving us alone. "What do you think that's all about?" I asked. Revan shrugged. "I am unfamiliar with the rites that the quest speaks of, but if it involved coming here, then I expect they are likely keyed to Yuba." Dara tugged on my sleeve inside my mindscape. "Can you bring back the library? I'm sure there is something in there about the rites, but when I tried to access it, nothing happened." I focused inwards and willed my mindscape to change, but instead of an instant transformation, everything shuddered. A wave of dull pain washed through me as the scenery started to slowly shift. I let out a low groan and held my head in my hands. "Sebastian!" Revan came around the table and put her hand on my head. "Are you okay?" The pain was a low, dull thrum that reminded me of the time I'd sprained my quad and put too much weight on it. "How the hell did you sprain your brain?" I stopped trying to transform my entire mindscape and instead focused on a single shelf of books, willing it to manifest, containing information on the Dreadmarsh, the womb, and whatever the rites of war were. The constant pain faded to a dull ache as the shelf took form, holding a single book the size of a novel. I let out a sigh and looked up at Revan. "Manipulating my mindscape hurts." She looked at me like I was an idiot. "Of course it does. You almost died. Do you think that having your brain shredded by pent-up emotional energy was going to heal overnight? Even I don't have a spell to fix that. You'd need a Sion, and I doubt we'll be finding any of them around here." I gave her a weak smile and a shrug. "I'm not all that educated when it comes to all this, but yeah, that whole thing sucked. Really sucked." She nodded. "I am just thankful that you survived. A weaker would have been swept away by the tide. Dawala chose wisely." Dara rested her head gently on my shoulder and then grabbed the book and started reading. "I'll let you know what I learn." My response was cut short by the return of the Keeper, who looked like she'd been involved in a brawl. "Holy shit. Are you okay?" I asked. The orc snorted. "Ha, of course, Pinkskin." Her eyes narrowed and her expression became more serious. "Yuba has blessed your entry into the Karok mine, which is both lucky and unlucky for you." "How so?" I asked. "Because it solves our problem of if you will be allowed to travel with the war host. Those who undertake the Karok mine are honored among the people. They are our leaders, chiefs, shamans, teachers. Success would cement your place as a fierce warrior and earn you a position in the host. Otherwise, you will have to make your own way, as none of the people will take you seriously." "You seem to," I said. She snorted. "When your goddess says to do a thing, you do a thing." I nodded slowly. "Gotcha. So why's it unlucky then?" "Failure means death." Well, shit. Chapter 8, What Could Go Wrong? Teehee Keeper gave us a quick and dirty description of the rite of war. I tried to ask more specific questions, but getting anything out of the old orc was like squeezing blood from a stone. Everything was secret. She couldn't tell us the details of what we would face inside without compromising the process or something. The rite of war, or Karok mine in the Orcish tongue, was actually 4 separate trials. The rite of power, the rite of magic, the rite of mobility, and the rite of hardiness. 1 trial for each attribute. A candidate could prove their worth through any of the four, or more than one if they so chose. Most took on a single trial, while the rare few like the Overchief and High Keeper had completed 3 or more. To succeed on our quest, we only had to do one. I guess that's why part of the quest is to survive, I said to Revan as we headed back towards our accommodations. But Valey's and what's-his-face wouldn't have kicked off this quest if we weren't supposed to do it. Revan nodded slightly. While it might not be necessary for our main goal, completing the Karok mine will make it much easier to gain the aid we need. What do you mean? If rifts have been established at the corrupted locations, there will be far too many demon spawn there for us to deal with on our own. We will need an army to eliminate the demon forces before we'll be able to access the corrupted cores. Ah, so achieving a position of respect amongst the people will give us a voice in where and how the people's war host will march. I've finished the book. Can you summon me so I can speak to you both? Can I summon Dara here without kicking the anthill? I asked. Revan paused for a second in thought. There are no wards against her kind that I have seen, so it should be possible. Why? She finished her research, so I figured it would be easier if we could all talk instead of playing the telephone game. The what? The what? Revan said at the same time. I shook my head. I don't want any misunderstandings because I had to act as a middleman between you two. If you say so, we can use my chambers. My station doesn't mean much among the people, but it did earn me a slightly larger room than you. Slightly larger was a bit of an understatement. They'd given her an entire suite. To be fair, it was like a Motel 6 suite, but it was a suite nonetheless. She had a small sitting room with a private bathroom and bedroom. The bedroom was only a tiny bit bigger than my own, but the furniture was much nicer. And the bed. As soon as my brief bout of envy was over, I summoned Dara. As per usual, her exuberant greeting was enough to get my blood pumping and earn a slight blush from Revan. Then it was down to business. So, Father only had the one book on Yuba's right of war, but it did have some useful information, she began. Most Orkin go through the trials when they are about to hit 10th level in the hope that Yuba will grant them a better class if they impress her. She looked up and shrugged. I don't know if she ever has. Not in the book. But what are the trials? I asked. Is there a dungeon here, a tower? Oh no, it's a glade, Dara said. The one they call the womb. So it isn't just a myth, Revan said thoughtfully. It must be immensely powerful at this point, Dara nodded. Yes and no, this glade is a bit of an aberration. What was it they say in your home plane, love, an alpha release? What? I said. You know, the version that's full of issues and problems and never works quite right that you use to test out things before you create the real one. What is she talking about? Revan said. I looked at the priestess and shook my head. Don't worry about it, it's a term from where I'm from. I turned back to Dara. So this is like Yuba's first glade, Dara nodded. Exactly. It's more like a dungeon core or a tower core than it is like the glades you see out in the wild. This one doesn't deteriorate, so as long as people live and well die within its aura, it can last forever. How big is its aura? Revan said slowly. Dara shrugged. I don't really know the exact numbers. How big is the Dreadmarsh? Revan's eyes went wild. It's the size of the entire Dreadmarsh. Oh no, Dara replied. It extends a little outside the marsh too. Wow, I said. How strong is this thing? It's not very strong. As I said, it was an early version and blew most of its load when Yuba created the Orkin. Now the Keepers shape it into a test for the people, and Yuba's done what she could to make sure it cooperates. Revan was still stunned by the revelation that the entire Dreadmarsh was a gigantic glade and hadn't moved since. You okay, Revan? I asked. She nodded slowly. It explains so much. The Sages' Council have always wondered at the strange way essence flows in the Dreadmarsh and how the Overchiefs have been able to gain their power. I tapped my chin in thought. Wait, if this is a glade, then why didn't that lizard thing we killed give us loot? Dara gave me a wide, excited grin, showing off her sharp canines. That's the best part. Huh, Once you complete the trial and become one of the people, the creatures in the Dread Marsh will drop loot the same as if it was a dungeon. I didn't think Reven's eyes could have grown any wider. Selective loot, that is unexpected, Dara nodded. I guess a dungeon lord could implement something similar, but it hardly seems fair. I shook my head. This place just gets weirder and weirder. Well, Reven said. The keeper has us scheduled for the right tomorrow morning, so we should do as much as we can to prepare. Chapter 9, yeah, right, copy of Harek Mine for Dummies. Didn't give any secret information about the trials themselves, but based on their relationship to the attributes, I could make an educated guess. With my current skill spread, I was a bit nervous about tackling any of the challenges on my own. Magic seemed like my best bet, with mobility a close second. Those were my strongest attributes anyway. Power and hardiness were definitely my weak points, so they were right out. I might be stronger than the strongest man on Earth, but I was pretty sure that Yuba's standards were much higher, and since she was the one making the rules with Manifest Bond, I could probably raw force my way through the power and hardiness tests, but I had no clue if I'd be able to draw on those abilities in the trial. Magic was the safest path by far. For me, and for Reven too. Her mastery of divine and healing magic would likely make the trial a cakewalk for her. She could probably handle the mobility trial as well with her elven racial benefits, but again, why risk it? We had until morning to prepare ourselves, which I was very thankful for. I still had 10,000 essence burning a hole in my proverbial pocket that I needed to absorb and allocate, and that took time. If my math was correct, I should be able to reach the next level too. Extra health, stamina, and mana were always useful, even if I was still getting a handle on how the raw numbers actually related to my abilities. Dara was still exhausted from the emotional tsunami and decided to turn in early to get some rest. She said she needed a nap before getting ready to spend her share of the essence we'd earned from our last quest. Taking her at her word, I absorbed the essence so she'd know what she had to play with and said good night. Plus 10,000 essence, 5,000 to Dara with a grin, she gave me a long, passionate kiss and dispelled her avatar, returning to my mindscape where she was surrounded in a cocoon of essence almost immediately. I shook my head to clear the residual buzz from all that essence and focused on Reven. So first thing tomorrow, the trial of magic for the both of us then, I said with a grin. Reven nodded. It seems the most prudent course. She looked thoughtful for a second and then a small smile curled her lips. Would you care to join me for dinner? I'd love to, I said with a nod. But please, something that isn't going to melt my face off, she giggled. I'm sure we can procure something more to your tastes. Great. I'm fine with spicy, but holy hell, these guys go way too far. She shrugged and walked over to where a small rope was hanging down from the ceiling. She gave it a short tug and then headed back over to the table. Someone should be here shortly. I blinked and looked at the rope. They gave you a valet. They may not care much for my titles, but they do hold healers in high regard. I guess it's a trade-off for agreeing to help with any wounded their shamans can't handle. A knock on the door signaled the arrival of the valet. They seemed confused by the request for bland food, but after Reven explained the situation, they acquiesced with an amused look in my direction. Once they were gone, Reven sat across the table from me and looked at me with a curious look in her eyes. Sebastian Crow, these past few days I have come to realize just how little I know about you. I felt a little flutter in my stomach and tried to cover up my anxiety with a nervous smile. It's been a bit of a madhouse, hasn't it? It has. What do you want to know? She rested her elbows on the table and leaned forward with a playful sparkle in her eyes. Oh, I don't know. Let's start with everything, I snorted. Well, that's a lot to squeeze into a single conversation. I paused and tapped the table. I'll tell you what, let's trade. Trade? Yeah, I answer a question, then you answer one. She got a thoughtful look on her face. I'd like that, although there are some things I am unable to answer. I nodded. Same here, God secrets and all that, or state secrets, or state secrets. So who goes first? I sketched a small bow in her direction. Please ask away, Your Highness. Her eyes narrowed playfully, scrunching up her nose. Let's see. Oh, I know. What was your first impression of me? I winced. Well, if we're being honest here, she nodded. Of course. All right, my first impression came from your initial letter. Did you write it? She shook her head and frowned. No, that was my uncle. The second letter, uncle. Damn, why'd you let your uncle make you look like you existed with a flagpole stuck up your ass? Her eyes went wide. What? Dude. I pulled the letters out of my bag and handed them over. Her lips moved silently as she read through the contents of the letters, and she tilted her head a bit. While these are not quite the words or tone that I would have chosen for this kind of missive, I think you may be overreacting a bit with your flagpole analogy. I shrugged. Where I come from, there are no royalty, no nobles. The worst we have are the super-rich who try their best to emulate the hoity-toity folks of old. If I got those letters from someone on Earth, I'd just ignore them, maybe ship them a bag of chocolate dicks as my response. Chocolate what? Oh, I laughed at the memory. There was a company, a merchant that made small dicks made out of chocolate that you could have delivered to someone either anonymously or with a message. Her eyes got even wider, which I had thought was impossible. I can't even imagine, I shrugged. They made gummy ones too, like sugary candy. Apparently they made quite a bit. But anyway, yeah. A giant bag of dicks to whoever wrote those. She shook her head. Your world seems very strange. Oh, it was, but nowhere near as strange as lore. Elves, dwarves, crazy little gremlin motherfuckers running pawn shops. All we had was humans. Oh, and no system. She was speechless. So, since you didn't actually write the letters, my initial impression was unjustly biased against you. Add to that the formal setting and the constant stink eye your uncle was giving us the entire time. Let's just say that your frigid demeanor left me a bit annoyed at my fate, and when you showed up in my room all 50 shades of cray-cray, I didn't know what to think. Sure, you look like a goddess, but if your heart was made out of razor-sharp ice shards sprinkled with insanity, there wasn't much to like. She blinked a few times. I see. She looked down and whispered, I hope your opinion has changed. Oh, hell yes. Once I realized the whole shebang was just a front for the gallery of popsicle people, she looked up in surprise. Popsicle people? What? Oh, a popsicle is a thing from my world. You take a stick and put it in some fruit juice and then freeze it. You end up with an ice cube on the end of a stick. Or in context, a bunch of self-righteous know-it-alls with a stick shoved up their asses. She shook her head and sighed. Oh gods, I need to keep you far, far away from court. My face split into a massive smile. I won't argue. I want to stay as far away from the insanity as possible. Your opinion changed then. I reached out and rested a hand on her arm. Of course. Once I got to see the person underneath the frigid facade, your inner beauty far outshone your outer beauty. She started to respond, but I beat her to it. Not saying there is anything wrong with your outer beauty. I mean, hot damn. And if you think I'm lying, I'll be happy to demonstrate. She playfully swatted at my hand and blushed. Tempting. I caressed her cheek and then sat back. So my turn then, okay, turnabout is fair play. What was your first impression of me? She was just about to answer when there was a knock at the door. I guess my answer will have to wait for a minute or so. I've got patience. She giggled and opened the door, allowing a string of goblins bearing trays of food in to make their delivery. From the amount of food they'd sent, they must have thought we were having a party or something. Reven filled a plate of her favorites and guided me to the non-spicy dishes. Fun fact: an orc's version of mild was the equivalent of the tabanero extra hot sauce. Luckily that was a level of hot that I could handle, in moderation with a generous allotment of job bread. I could tell she was thinking through her answer as we enjoyed the meal, so I didn't press. She was brought up to think diplomatically, so I hope she wasn't trying too hard to smooth out her opinions. I was a big boy. I could take it. I knew for a fact that she at least had a good enough opinion of me now to get jiggy with it, so the past was the past. There was a ton of food left over, so I saved some of the less messy bits for later in my spatial bag. The servants returned to take the rest of it away, leaving us alone once again. "So," I said, "what did you think of little old me when we first met?" She leaned back and smoothed her dress while she formulated her response. "Well, I had no missives written by a third party on which to form my first impression. My goddess spoke to me in a dream, informing me of our joint mission," she sighed. "At first I was none too keen about having a human join my team. Your people are not the most sophisticated." I snorted. "Thanks," she shrugged. "I've been training with my team since I gained my class." Adding an unknown and likely reckless individual into the mix was ripe for disaster. Fair. But my mother, she was a teacher, had always taught me to learn everything I could about a situation before making any final decisions, so I decided to study up on humans and warlocks for that matter. She chuckled. Of course, the potential scandal of one of my status digging around in the library, hunting for the appropriate books, was too much to risk, so I sent my younger cousin Naren in my stead. I nodded along as she continued. Apparently my cousin was none too pleased by her assignment and opted to follow the path of malicious compliance. She brought me a good selection of books about humans and warlocks. How is that malicious? They were from the fiction section of the library, the adult fiction section. A laugh escaped before I could help it, and I coughed to cover it up. "That's how dare she," I said in mock horror. She sniffed, unamused. "I don't know what was worse. The fact that the books were full of smut and half-truths, or the fact that I loved every second of it." "Ooh la la," I replied. I wasn't allowed much of a social life, and until Naren's little rebellion my reading materials had been restricted to nonfiction. Instructional tomes, encyclopedias, or other works that were deemed appropriate for one of my status. The books were a window into a whole new world. "Were you ever able to get your hands on the real books you wanted?" She laughed at a new memory and nodded. "Oh yes. Once I realized Naren's deception, I threatened to expose her to her parents if she didn't get me the right books." She chuckled again. "As a reward, I let her read the first set. And thus the Elven Book Club was formed." She shook her head. "In any case, the factual tomes were quite enlightening, denoting the actual nature of the warlock class and its relationship to the powers. So it wasn't all eating babies and stealing essence to feed demons then," she snorted. "Of course not. It was a book from the Royal Archives. Regardless of common theories and rumors, the nonfiction section is restricted to factual material." She flashed me a wicked grin, "and based on some of our time together. The fictional books didn't over-exaggerate things either." Glad I was able to rise to your expectations," I said with a wink. She reached over and took my hand. "So once properly educated, I prepared to find out what kind of man you were," she giggled. "Your choice of attire for your introduction left much to be desired." "Hey, what do you mean? You came to court armed and armored. We're adventurers, fresh from a tower run. Hell, you're lucky we took the time to clean up the blood." She rolled her eyes. "And the clothing you wore to the dinner on the Dawn Chaser, what were you thinking?" "What do you mean? Those were the nicest clothes I had. All sorts of silk and bling and shit. That outfit was at least 20 years out of style." I grumbled a bit. "I guess that's what you get when an immortal dungeon lord picks out your wardrobe. Bastard probably took the outfit from some adventurer he killed back in the Dark Ages." She laughed. "But underneath those outfits I didn't have any complaints. Your rounded ears are still quite strange, but the other aspects of your human physiology more than make up for it." I waggled my eyebrows at her. "A worthy trade." "Oh yes," she said and bit her lower lip. "Since then you've proven yourself to be an honorable and kind man. Your spirit has weathered the storm, and still your heart holds warmth enough to fend off the darkness." I blushed a little at that. "Thank you." My parents always taught me to follow my heart and fight for my beliefs with every fiber of my being. I paused, surprised by the sudden feeling of warmth that washed through me with their memory. A subtle shadow of guilt and sorrow was still present, but the feeling of their love and support drowned it out. It felt good to be free of the protective barrier. It felt good to remember the good times. I must have gone quiet because Reven was staring at me as if awaiting an answer. "Sorry," I said. "Got caught up in a memory. Did you ask me something?" She shook her head and rose to her feet. She walked around the table and caressed my cheek. "You are a special find, Sebastian Crow," she said. I stood up and pressed against her, sliding my hands down to the small of her back. "Why, thank you. You're not too bad yourself," I said with a grin, looking down into her sparkling eyes. She tilted her head up slightly and whispered, "So I guess our conversation is over then." I leaned in, brushing my lips against hers as I whispered, "The part where we use words at least." She shivered and pressed closer. "I look forward to this next part," she whispered and pressed her lips against mine. Chapter 10, Nightcaps. We stumbled to the bedroom, almost tripping in our haste. Reven pushed me onto the bed, breathless from our kissing, and then backed up. She looked down at me and bit her lower lip gently. She glanced off to the side, seeming distracted, and I followed her gaze to a small coil of rope sitting on one of the end tables, very out of place. "Why would you need rope in your bedroom? Was the bed somehow—" Oh, it finally clicked and I looked back to Reven. "Oh no," she said in mock surprise. "What is that doing there?" I chuckled. "I don't know, but I'm sure we can find a use for it." Her bed wasn't that much larger than my own, but it did have something that mine did not. It was a 4-post bed, and those posts looked quite sturdy. With a grin, I grabbed the rope and was surprised yet again. Instead of the rough, prickly hemp rope that was a staple of the adventuring kit, hers seemed to be made of some sort of silk. It was stupidly smooth. I looked back at her. "Did you bring this with you?" She bit the tip of her finger and gave me an innocent look. "Now, Sebastian, would a lady of my stature really be carrying around such a questionable thing?" I nodded. "Yes. Yes, you would." She giggled and then pouted. "I am guilty as charged, Constable. I know that smuggling contraband is wrong, but—" She started undoing the ties of her robes. "I'm sure we can work out the proper punishment." Playing along, I rubbed my chin in thought. "Spider silk is quite illegal, my lady, but I am fully authorized to carry out your sentence myself. First, I'll need to secure you so you cannot escape." She hunched her shoulders and held out her wrists, pressed together. "Of course, my lord." Mr. Shelley, the scoutmaster of my local troop, probably never imagined that the knotwork he'd taught us around the campfire would be put to use in some magical dimension. But as I slipped the silken rope around Reven's pale wrists, I gave thanks to him anyway. I didn't want to cut off circulation or anything, so being able to tie a secure knot that she couldn't slip out of, but wouldn't get any tighter if pulled against, made me a bit more comfortable. "Can I cut this?" I asked, holding up the rope. She nodded, briefly breaking character. I cut the rope into 4 equal pieces, setting 2 aside for the time being. The other 2 I used to secure her wrists, binding them to the solid wooden beam connecting the posts at the foot of the bed. I spaced the rope so Reven was forced to stand with her hands raised and stretched to either side of the bed. She gave a tentative tug on the ropes and smiled. "Now I am at your mercy, my lord." "How can I atone for my crimes?" she pleaded. I grabbed her chin and tilted her head up. I moved it from side to side, examining her porcelain skin. Normally the punishment would be a sound lashing, but we wouldn't want to blemish such beautiful skin. I let her head fall and then reached down to the ties she'd already conveniently loosened. "But I have something in mind." The sexual energy in the room and my plans for the beautiful elf woke Dara out of her sleep. She gazed out of my eyes and purred. I'm glad I didn't miss this. Turning my attention inwards as I continued to undo the rest of the ties and buckles keeping Reven's robes closed, I sent my idea to Dara. "The packed weapon can be any shape, right? It doesn't have to be a blade." "No, but what does that matter? Can you choose not to drain essence if I use it? I asked, sending her a mental picture of what I intended. Her eyes went wide and she nodded eagerly, making me think of that old animated nodding yes girl gif. Oh, this is going to be fun, she said. I finished untying her robes and slipped them open, revealing the pale curves of her breasts. Yes, such exquisite skin, I said and brushed the back of my fingers down her sternum. Goosebumps covered her as she let out a soft gasp and pulled against the ropes. Now, I wouldn't want to have to add resisting arrest to the charges against you, I said, wondering if that was even a thing here. She looked up at me with a hint of defiance in her gaze but quickly let the ropes loose. Sorry, my lord, I'm just a little cold. She shifted and her robes opened further, baring both of her breasts. Her nipples were erect and dark, standing in stark contrast to her pristine skin. It was at that point that I noticed a small issue. With the ropes in place, I couldn't take her robes all the way off unless I cut them. My confused expression must have been evident because she raised an eyebrow. Dropping my roll for a second, I asked, "Can I cut your robes?" With a wicked grin, she nodded. "I'll fix them later." Slipping back into the role of the domineering constable, I summoned my packed blade and watched Reven's eyes go wide. For this, I'd opted for a single-edged knife. It would be much easier to stay safe. I ran my finger over the blade, drawing a thin line of blood. It was razor sharp. Now hold still. I wouldn't want to damage anything. Reven trembled slightly as the back of the blade came into contact with her skin and I stopped and pulled away. "Is this too much?" I asked, concerned. She shook her head. "It's perfect." I nodded slowly. "Okay, if something is too much or you want to stop, just say flabbergast. It's called a safe word in my world." "Okay, I will," she replied and locked her gaze on the blade again. She shivered again as the blade touched her, but remained silent as I sliced through the expensive silk of her robes, freeing her left side. The right side was likewise liberated, leaving her standing naked in a pool of sliced, white silk. I stepped back and dismissed the blade as I took in the sight before me. My pants were getting a bit restricting, but I'd deal with that discomfort for the time being. This was about her desires. I'd be sure to fulfill my own in time, and I had to admit, evoking the obvious arousal I could see in my elven lover was an intense turn-on, for me and for Dara. "You've ruined my clothing, Lord," Reven whispered. "Will that be my punishment?" I laughed. "A small part, perhaps," I said and moved closer. I ran a hand over her breast, tracing the outside curve before resting my hand on her hip bone. I stepped closer, stopping at the point where the slightest movement would cause her nipples to brush against my shirt. I looked down into her piercing blue eyes and saw a burning fire there. She tilted her head up for a kiss, and I leaned in, but at the first touch of our lips I pulled away. I reached up and untied the ropes while she whimpered slightly, denied for the time being. I pulled on the ropes, forcing her to take a step away from the bed, and they turned her around before resecuring them. Standing facing the bed, she looked back at me over her shoulder. "What will you do, Lord? Will you lash me after all, or will you have your way with me?" Her eyes burned with that last line, and I smiled. "Why reward you for your crime?" I asked, and then formed the packed weapon in my hand once again, this time into a tool I'd seen in quite a few online videos, a flogger. It had a smooth, oblong handle with a bouquet of leather straps hanging loose. They were a soft leather but were sturdy enough to provide a good thwack and sting. I looked to Dara in my mindscape. "You're sure this won't really hurt her, right? Oh, love, this will be fine. It will sting, but in a good way. I've studied many a manual on the pleasure of pain. I wouldn't hurt this lovely lady." Reven's eyes locked onto the flogger and went wide, but when I raised it to strike, she remained quiet. I was hesitant with the first swing, barely putting any strength into it as I whipped the leather straps across her succulent backside. There was a thwack, accompanied by a soft gasp. "Oh," she said, looking back at me hungrily. "I guess my punishment won't be that severe after all." With an answering smile, I swung again harder. There was a solid slap as the leather stung her ass, leaving behind a crisscrossing of red marks on her pristine skin. Her answering gasp and moan told me all I needed to know. At Dara's direction, I decorated her back with faint stripes, drawing a myriad of sounds out of the elf as she thoroughly enjoyed the experience. If the sounds weren't enough to reassure me, her arousal was made plainly evident by the wetness on her thighs. She sagged against the ropes, looking back at me with a look of desire that could give Dara a run for her money. Have I atoned for my crime, my lord?" she asked, breathlessly. "Oh, take her now. I can taste her lust. It is exquisite." I dismissed the packed weapon and started to undo my belt. Almost. She let out a low growl and shifted, spreading her legs in invitation. I slowly removed my clothing, drawing it out while she gazed at me hungrily. When I was fully nude, I walked over to her and wrapped my arm around her waist, pulling her up. She ground her ass against me. "Please," she said softly. "In a moment," I said with a chuckle, earning a frustrated growl. I reached up and untied the rope and then pulled her arms behind her back, tying them together. "Oh," she said, as I stood her up and led her out of the bedroom to the thick wooden table. With a gentle shove, I bent her over the table, holding her down by her bound wrists. "Oh yes, my lord, take me, punish me. I deserve it," she moaned. Pulling her hips back to the edge of the table, I thrust myself deep inside. She cried out in pleasure and pressed back against me. I fucked her as hard as I could without damaging her, or the furniture, and by the time she was howling my name, I'd managed to move the table to the far wall. My connection to her was far weaker than the one I had with Lyra, but with every thrust I could feel it expanding. Every time her body spasmed in orgasm, surrendering to my raw power, the essence flowed between us, and when I could no longer contain myself, I ripped the connection open wide as I filled her with my seed. I stayed inside her as the essence feedback acted as orgasmic aftershocks, and I was barely able to stand when all was said and done. But I wasn't one to leave a job undone, so with a surge of strength, I pulled myself out of her still quivering pussy and pulled her to her feet. When she could stand on her own, I untied the ropes and tossed them on the table. "Your sentence has been carried out. You are free to go," I said with a smile. She looked up at me with half-lidded eyes and a sated smile and booped me on the nose. "You, Mr. Crow, know how to show a lady a good time. Now please help me to the bed. I don't think I can walk that far." "As you wish," I said and scooped her up. The bed wasn't that far, but I may have had to dip into my bond to get the strength to make it. Revan was asleep before we got to the bed, so I tucked her in and then slipped in next to her. Deep in my mindscape, Dara was basking in the afterglow of so much sexual energy. "Don't forget to harvest, my love. She is quite delicious, and this succubus is hungry." With a grin, I opened myself up to the room and drank it all in. "And don't forget to spend your essence." Chapter 11, With Great Power Comes Math. Snuggling up next to the sleeping priestess, I shifted my focus to my system info and decided how to spend my essence. ===info==== name. Sebastian Crow class. Warlock level, 8 progress. 35,203,6000 free essence. 5436 pools health. 15160 mana. 610 stamina. 15153 attributes power. 5 mobility. 7 hardiness. 7 magic. 12 languages fee song. Spoken, literate Earthspeak. Spoken, literate Kintung. Spoken, literate Dwalin. Spoken, literate Thurin. Spoken, literate traits seeker, lucky core touched architect class abilities alias epic. Bard Manuel Epic Dwalas Pact Stage 6 skills armor, cloth. 10. Journeyman armor, leather. 6. Apprentice balefire. 8. Apprentice disable devices. 5. Apprentice escape. 2. Apprentice first aid. 2. Apprentice inspect. 5. Apprentice long blades. 8. Apprentice manifest bond. 8. Apprentice short blades. 5. Apprentice spell school. Enchanting. 10. Journeyman spell school. Pyromancy. 10. Journeyman spell school. Spell song. 10. Journeyman spell school. Summoning. 5. Apprentice crafting harvest. 54. Master inscription. 1. Untrained spells days enchantments. Influence enchantments. Mass hypnosis enchantments. Flame dart pyromancy. Wall of fire pyromancy. Inferno pyromancy. Cacophony spellsong. Healing melody spellsong. Song of quickening spellsong. Echo spellsong. Conjure minor elemental summoning. Create food and water summoning. Shackle summoning. Circle of restoration summoning. Pact abilities charm. Immunity pact blade, dagger long blade. Dwala's insight phantom form illusion nexus affinity dark vision summon bonded. My initial thought was to raise summoning to 10 to get the free spell, but that alone would cost more than half of what I had to play with. If I were still on the DL with the whole warlock thing, I'd have been more tempted to up my normal magic. But since the proverbial cat was already out of the bag thanks Uncle Douche Canoe, I might as well invest in balefire. Raising that to 10 would cost me 1,700 essence, which would be well worth the cost. Raising manifest bond to 10 as well cost another 1,700 essence. Being able to go beast mode without burning essence was great, but increasing the essence efficiency once I put the pedal to the metal would be useful in emergencies too. Plus, there was a good chance that hitting 10th rank in the skill would give an additional bonus like the attributes and spell schools did. I wanted to up my hardiness again, too. With our future conflicts moving more into the world of Horde versus Alliance than party versus the dungeon, being able to withstand more damage would be a real asset. So there went another 1,500 essence for that. That left me with just over 600 in the tank. Just enough to get inspect up to rank 6 while keeping a tad in reserve for boosting my balefire or manifest bond. With one last look at my selections, I locked in my changes and sank into a deep sleep. Interlude. Haven L. Era stood in front of a clerk wearing the High Moon livery. This is bullshit. You tell that sorry excuse of a noble to get his ass out here now. The clerk's eyes went wide as he stammered out something undecipherable to the redhead. The golden-eyed elf standing behind her, however, was able to hear it perfectly fine. You will tell Isjavin that if he does not want to repeat our last conversation, he will make time, Malin said in a flat tone. The elven druid had had enough of his nephew's interference. The clerk raised his hands. As I told the human Yithvis Malin, Javin is not here, he scowled. I am not lying. The king demanded his presence at the capital. Hale let out a low whistle and brushed off his robes. I almost feel sorry for him. Malin growled low in his throat. Fine, he said and fixed his stare on the clerk. You will be responsible for cleaning up his mess. The elf gulped. I will do what I can, but my power in these matters is limited. Lyra rested her hand on her sword and narrowed her eyes. I would be very careful with what you say next. The guards at the far end of the hall tensed as their hands mirrored the Lightblade's gesture. Malin turned his gaze on the guards, who immediately stepped back and resumed their neutral pose. Hale patted Lyra's shoulder and gave the panicked clerk a friendly smile. Don't worry. I'm sure this fine gentleman will do his utmost to help us get our trip back on track. He gestured to the clerk. The faster this is all resolved, the faster we can rejoin Kava Revendries and ensure that she is safe. The clerk nodded emphatically. Of course we must ensure the safety of the Kava. I will assist with whatever you need. Malin nodded. a slight upturning of his lips barely perceptible by the other elves. Yes, you will. This is what we need. Chapter 12. No one said that would be on the test. When I woke, I was alone in Reven's bed. According to the system clock, it was still before dawn. Reven, I called out, but there was no answer. Blinking the sleep out of my eyes, I spotted a small note resting on the nightstand. Sebastian, I woke early and couldn't sleep further, so I decided to get an early start on the day and complete my rite. Hopefully I'll finish before you rise and can share its knowledge with you before it is your turn. R.I. looked at the note in confusion and glanced again at the system clock. Why didn't she just wake me up and, oh yeah, leveling up coma? Speaking of leveling up, there were several notifications blinking away in the corner of my vision. I focused on the first and crossed my fingers for good luck, hoping for some nice bonus upgrades. Upgrades complete. 1500 essence has been invested into your hardiness attribute, raising it from 7 to 8. 1700 essence used to improve your knowledge of the balefire skill. New rank. 1700 essence used to improve your knowledge of the manifest bond skill. New rank. 500 essence used to improve your knowledge of the inspect skill. New rank. 6. Reading the text alone, I was a bit disappointed, but then the rush of information hit, and it was all I could do to keep from collapsing back onto the bed. The inner workings of balefire were revealed, giving me insight into the way the skill functioned. I could see the basic structure of the primordial energy, and knew that even more details would become available at higher ranks. Based on the new info, I saw a new application of the skill, and knew that if I tweaked the way I shaped the beam slightly, then things destroyed by the skill would leave behind a small cloud of essence that could be harvested. The increase in manifest bond hit me both physically and mentally. At rank 10, the skill created a small network of channels in my body that ran parallel to my circulatory system to allow for an increased draw. The knowledge of how to take advantage of the new aspects of the skill followed soon after. Manifest Bond's active mode let me draw on Dara's abilities. With the new rank, I'd always have a small bit of her passive regeneration. So any minor wounds would heal in no time, and I'd be able to recover from almost anything as long as it didn't kill me outright, or cause so much bleeding that the region couldn't keep up. The last upgrade was Inspect, which was one of the system skills that was pretty much completely external to an individual. I triggered it, the system gave me info, and that was it. I wished the skill would have let me actually understand more about my opponents instead of just their name, level, and some flavor text, but there was probably some advanced skill for that. With a smile, I opened up the final notification. Congratulations! You have reached level 9. Your health pool has increased by 30. Your mana pool has increased by 45. Your stamina pool has increased by 17. The numbers were nice and all, but the one thing that I wasn't doing in the heat of battle was math. I'd never been a number cruncher when it came to gaming, and that wasn't going to change. Even if I was living in a game world, using my skills and spells was instinctual. I didn't need some mental spreadsheet to calculate my optimal spell rotations. I just felt it. Speaking of feeling something, there was a sense of pressure inside my mind. With a small frown, I closed my eyes and focused inwards. The ruins of my mindscape had been cleared of debris, and my first attempt to shape the space was free of the pain I'd experienced when trying to rebuild the library for Dara. I stretched out my awareness and found Dara's cocoon floating at the very center of my mental space. Her silhouette was barely visible at the heart of the glowing sphere. Small cracks covered its surface, and I could feel waves of power pulsing outwards like a heartbeat. The pulses got faster as the seconds ticked by. Larger cracks started to appear, until with a brilliant explosion of light, the cocoon shattered. Luckily, there was no actual shrapnel or I would have been shredded. When my eyes recovered, I found Dara floating in midair, naked as the day she was born and radiating an aura of power that set my heart racing. Her wings beat slowly, keeping her aloft as she drifted down to me. Her horns had grown as well, and her eyes were glowing with an inner fire. "Hello, my love," she said with a warm smile as she landed before me and draped her hands over my shoulders. "Miss me?" I leaned in and kissed her, using my lips and tongue to answer her question. When I stepped back, she was beaming up at me. "Now that's what I call a kiss." "You look stunning, love." I gestured towards her wings and horns. "Looks like you've made some improvements," she nodded. "Oh yes. My ability to fly is much better now, among other things." "Other things, I said with a waggle of my eyebrows. She snorted. "Not that, darling." She stepped back and flexed her hands, causing her claws to grow. Freddy Krueger and Edward Scissorhands would both be jealous. "Those demons won't know what hit them," I said with a grin. Dara retracted her claws and pressed herself against me. "Speaking of the other things you alluded to, you tell me if they've improved." I still had a few hours until I needed to head down to the womb, so I flashed her a smile. "Of course, we have to know after all, for science." Her laughter filled the air as I took her into my arms. Chapter 13, my turn. My hypothesis that her improved abilities would be beneficial to our mutual pleasure was proven twice. Our third experiment was well underway as well, with promising preliminary indicators, but alas, a loud pounding on the chamber door in the physical world shocked me out of my mindscape, totally ruining the moment. I shook my head to clear it and adjusted my clothing to hide the telltale signs of my current state, and then opened the door. Tuminako looked up at me with a frown on her face. "You late?" "What?" "Oh, and it was just getting good." Dara pouted. The goblin woman narrowed her eyes and repeated herself, louder and slower, as if that would help. "You ulaa. I know what you said, but I don't understand why you think I'm late." I glanced at the system clock. "It's barely past dawn. I planned to head down in an hour or so. We didn't have an appointment or anything," she growled. No appointment word. Keeper say you do Karak mine at morning. Dawn morning, you late. Elf girl almost done. Mother say tell lazy Pinkskin go now or she be angry." "Fine," I said with a sigh. "I'll be right there." I stepped back into the room and she followed me. I turned back to her. "What are you doing?" "Making sure lazy Pinkskin Harry." What does that have to do with anything? I'm not Harry." She narrowed her eyes and waved her hands towards my gear. Harry, go fast." A brief laugh escaped my lips. "Oh, hurry. The word you are looking for is hurry." "That what I said, hurry." I shook my head and grabbed all my gear, ducking into the bedchamber for some privacy while I pulled on my armor. It didn't take me very long, and soon enough we were on our way. Tuminako grumbled in Orcish the entire way, giving me annoyed looks when I didn't walk as fast as she wanted. When we reached the chamber, I had to do a double take. One of the 4 gateways was glowing with a bright azure light, echoing something in the pit far below. 4 orcs dressed in the plain robes that I associated with the keepers knelt around the opening, chanting softly in some type of trance. The High Keeper looked over at me and narrowed her eyes. "I expected you earlier, Warlock. The priestess nears completion of trial. Be prepared to enter as soon as she returns." I nodded distractedly. My attention was fixed on the glowing gateway, so I barely registered her words. "Wait, what?" "I'd planned to speak with Revan before diving in and all that," she huffed. "It is forbidden to discuss what happens during the rite with those who have not completed the Karak mine." Well, that certainly sucked. Okay. I'll be ready to go as soon as she comes out." "Good." There was a crash of thunder and a sheet of glowing energy filled the gateway for the second it took Raven to step through. She was covered in blood and soot, and what was left of her robes was barely enough for decency. Her face was a mask of determination, and her clenched fists were glowing brightly with holy energy. Recognizing her surroundings, she let out a sigh of relief. The tension left her shoulders as she stepped down from the archway. The keepers raised their hands to the sky and increased the tempo of their chanting as the High Keeper approached her. The keeper raised a small bowl and wet her fingers with its contents as her voice joined the chorus. With a practiced gesture, she drew a design on Revan's forehead. She pressed a claw to a point between her eyebrows and traced a straight vertical line to just short of her hair, widening as it went. The second and third lines were similar in shape, starting at the same point and angling across her forehead. Altogether, the design looked like a giant V with an extra vertical line at the center. I saw the same design on each of the keepers and hoped Revan was cool with some Mike Tyson ink. The chant reached a crescendo and an azure mist rose out of the pit and flowed into Revan, transforming the wet face paint into true tattoos. There was a brief hissing as the magic took hold, but the only sign of discomfort was a tightening around Revan's eyes. The High Keeper handed the bowl to an assistant and grinned, baring her tusks. "This elf has braved the rite of magic and has been marked as one of us. We welcome a new cousin to the people, the first of her kind to ever be so marked." The orc's hug came as a massive surprise to Revan, even more so when the other keepers joined in, creating a giant huddle around the elf. I caught her eye from across the room as she looked my way with a small smile playing about the corners of her mouth. She tried to say something, but the orc started chanting again, drowning out her words as they virtually carried her out of the room and deeper into the cave system. I think she mouthed, "Be careful," but couldn't be sure. Tumanako poked my arm. "You get ready." She pointed towards the gate where Revan had appeared. "Go wait for right to start." "Fine." "Damn," I muttered and got into position facing the gate. The keepers returned and resumed their positions around the pit. I turned to face the High Keeper, who was looking at me with a judgmental frown. "Rite of magic as well." She sniffed and then nodded. "This is a test of your skill. You may not summon your pact mate during the trial. To do so would be bad for both of you." I started to reply, but she ignored me and started chanting. The other keepers joined in, drowning out my words. A soft glow filtered up from inside the pit. I turned to wait for the gateway to open the way to the test. I was so focused on the gate that it came as a complete surprise when the keeper pushed me into the pit. I may or may not have peed a little. Chapter 14, Trials and Tribulations. It was a long, long way down. I think I stopped screaming about halfway, but that's just an estimate. The whole thing gave me flashbacks of my entry into Malik's dungeon what felt like an eternity ago. But unlike Malik's dungeon, I wasn't unconscious as I smashed into the lake of crystal clear water at the bottom of the pit. It hurt, but nowhere near as much as I expected it to. The water seemed to shift and flow, breaking its own surface tension and absorbing my momentum through the cunning use of redirection and magic. As soon as the energy from my fall was spent, the pool solidified under my feet and pushed me to the surface. A deep voice echoed through the room. "Choose." I looked around in wonder at the cavern. I was inside the biggest geode I'd ever seen. The ceiling was a forest of multicolored crystals, each giving off a soft luminescence that made it possible to see without my dark vision. There were openings at each of the 4 cardinal points, leading into impenetrable darkness. Flanking each opening were statues showing orc kin in various poses. To the north, a pair of orc statues flanked a doorway formed of bright red crystal. Both of the orcs were built like Hafthor Björnsson, if he had 0% body fat. Their muscles had muscles. The dark crimson stone of the southern arch was framed by a pair of ogre sumo-looking motherfuckers doing an Eiffel Tower over the entryway. Even Gigantor's massive blade would have trouble getting through their girth to hit anything vital. At first glance I thought the western gate was missing its statuary, but as I got closer the shapes of 2 lithe goblins resolved in the darkness, each blending almost seamlessly into the shadows to either side of the yellow crystal frame. The final gate was formed of an azure crystal and was flanked by an orc and goblin, dressed similarly to the keeper above. One held a long staff, while the other brandished a wicked-looking obsidian dagger. Could they have been a little more obvious? Of course. There could be signs. Orcs don't have a written language. I pointed to the statues. Well then, guess that's as close to a sign as they get. The entire cavern shook slightly as the voice rang out again. Choose. The symbolism was pretty straightforward, so I headed towards the azure gate and stepped past the caster-type statues. The arch was still filled with shadows, but the growing vibrations in the cavern floor made it a bit obvious that dawdling wasn't something the orc goddess smiled upon. The shadows disappeared as soon as I crossed the threshold, giving me a clear view of the path ahead. A single step transformed my surroundings from the natural cavern where I'd landed into a worked stone corridor. Small sconces with glowing azure crystals lit the way forward. Behind me was a solid stone wall, with only the vague outline of the stone arch I'd crossed through visible on its surface. "Let's get some face tattoos," Dara said. I chuckled and moved forward, creeping towards the end of the corridor where I could see the light intensifying. "So, what do you think the glade will throw at us?" "It's the rite of magic, so something we need to blast, probably. It's Yuba. She probably wants you to punch people in the face with magic." "True. Well, keep your eyes open." "Of course." The tunnel ended at another wall with a crystalline arch shrouded in darkness. All around the opening were paintings and pictograms showing a green figure shooting fire and lightning out of its hands at a horde of smaller creatures of amorphous shape. It reminded me of old-school Earth cave paintings. "Alrighty then, time to blow shit up," I said with a smile. "Any clue what those blobs are supposed to represent?" I gestured towards the wall. "Maybe a construct or something." Dara tapped her chin with a claw. "Vulnerable to magic but resistant to other damage types." She shrugged. "Sounds logical." "Well, no time like the present," I said and stepped through the shadows. Quest received. Karak Veltuk molded to test the apprentice keepers and shamans of the people. The Karak Veltuk will challenge your ability to wield magic. Criteria: equals survive reward, equals 1000 essence, equals mark of Veltuk. The shadows spit me out into a large cavern. Almost immediately a voice filled my head, reverberating through my entire body. "Destroy." At the edge of my vision, there was a scuttling sound as the stone of the cavern floor flowed and shifted, forming into small, humanoid shapes that reminded me of my summoned elemental. Their eyes glowed with the same azure light as the gate crystals. Behind the gathering constructs, I spotted another gateway embedded into the far wall, dull and inactive. My opening salvo of flame darts blasted the first wave of constructs apart, sending shards of broken stone skittering across the ground. As each was destroyed, glowing wisps of energy escaped from their broken bodies and flowed into the crystals surrounding the dormant gate. "Left!" Dara yelled, drawing my attention to a small group of newly formed rock men who were closing in on me. I cast mass hypnosis on the front of the pack, but the dazzling lights just fizzled out on contact with the constructs. If anything, the magic seemed to speed them up. "Shit!" I cursed and backed away just as the front rank smashed the ground where I had been standing with their club-like fists. Chips of stone stung my skin as they zipped through the air. I hit the closest with a flame dart, but its death did little to slow the group's approach. Single-shot spells weren't going to cut it. A quick glance to the right revealed a second herd of rock men trundling towards me with their fists raised, and even more of the creatures were emerging from the floor at the room's periphery. With a growl, I turned back to the closest pack and cast Cacophony. "Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr creatures. The sonic wave hit the front rank like a truck, cracking them open to release the energy trapped inside. More streams of energy streaked through the air and fed the crystals of the inactive gate. With each destroyed construct, the crystals in the gate got brighter. I whirled towards the second group of enemies and cast Inferno, letting the gush of flame wash over their stone forms. Small cracks appeared on each of the constructs as the flames did their work. The damage wasn't enough to destroy them instantly, but after several seconds of magical flamethrower action, the magic holding them together was overpowered, and they crumbled to dust. Something crashed into my back, shattering the shielding from my rings and breaking my concentration. Only years of martial arts training saved me from face-splinting and getting beaten into paste by the newly formed rockmen. I rolled back to my feet and jumped to the side, skidding over the pebbles and sand left behind by the constructs I'd destroyed with cacophony. The new passive regeneration from rank 10 in Manifest Bond had already started fixing the damage, but every breath was still painful. I knew what cracked ribs felt like, and this was worse, so I tapped into the active part of the skill to speed things up. Another Inferno took care of a small group of the rockmen, giving me a clear view of the room. There were about a dozen of them left, and no more were spawning, so I switched to the less mana-intensive flame dart and popped them one by one. When the last creature's magical blue smoke flowed into the gateway, the stone dissolved into shadows, opening the way forward. The light spread outwards from the gate, revealing another masterpiece by Ubiangelo, or maybe it was Orcadolo. The picture focused on our earnest hero surrounded by bubbles and walls of stone, holding off the enemy. Defensive spells then. Huh, I said and scanned my spell list. Wall of Fire was technically a defensive spell, and my buff songs would likely fall into that bucket too. If the artist is to be believed, I wish we could do this together. I'd be a lot more comfortable having you there to guard my back, she sighed. I know, love, but the keeper said it's not allowed. Well, implied it wouldn't go well if you did. She paused for a second with a far-off look in her eyes. What's up? There's probably a very good reason for that rule. There's something very strange with the essence in here. I don't think my conjured body would last very long. Anything I should keep my eyes out for? I don't think so. I'll let you know if anything comes to mind. With a nod, I started preparing for the next encounter. First, I cast the Circle of Restoration into my ring. Having increased regeneration would allow me to cast as many walls as I could without worrying about running out too fast. After that, I conjured my own little rock man, a minor earth elemental boy, to act as a guard dog of sorts. Last but not least, I pulled out my guitar, sang the Song of Quickening, and then extended it with echo as I stepped into the portal. Chapter 15. I can do this all day. I stepped out of the gateway and into another cavern. Tucked into a small alcove near where I emerged was a tall stone monolith that was glowing with a soft light. At the opposite end of the cavern was a wall filled with holes just big enough for a small child to walk through. The mystery voice filled the chamber. "Defend," it said, and seconds later a group of 6 stone spheres shot out of the far wall and flashed towards the monolith. "Fuck!" I yelled and ran across the room, blasting the spheres with flame darts as I got into position closer to what I assumed was my base. I let out a sigh of relief as the spells destroyed the initial salvo, and gave thanks that Yuba's folks hadn't nerfed my offensive spells for this test. It is Yuba, after all, Dara added with a giggle. What is it they say on your world? A good offense is the best defense. I laughed and continued blasting, taking out the next wave with well-placed bolts before they could reach their target. Sounds about right, but I think a mixed strategy will probably serve me better here. That said, I triggered my ring and placed the Circle of Restoration on the ground near the monolith, making sure to include the stone in its area of effect. By then, the next group of spheres was shooting out of the wall, whirling across the room like some sort of demented snitches. I sprayed the group with Inferno, taking out 4 with the blast of flame, but 2 swerved around the spell and slammed into the monolith, cracking the crystal. The top 6 inches of the monolith went dark. "Oh, I see," I growled. "They can freaking dodge now." I made a sweeping gesture and let my mana flow, using Wall of Fire to block off some of the tunnels. There were too many to cover them all, so I shaped the flames to block the lower half of the wall. Anything coming out of those tunnels would be baptized in fire as they arrived. The next wave came seconds later, emerging from the wall seemingly at random. 3 came from the unguarded tunnels and had to be dealt with, but my strategy had paid off, and the rest of the spheres were thoroughly destroyed as they passed through the Wall of Fire, and the magic holding them aloft was burned away. I cooked the survivors with an inferno before stepping back to take advantage of the increased regeneration rates in my circle. I almost tripped over my earth elemental, who I'd completely forgotten about. It was sitting there like an idiot looking at me for direction. Kill the flying things," I yelled and watched as the golem rushed across the room towards the wall. "Stop, don't go into the fire. Just kill anything that comes out of the wall." The next wave shot out of the wall, 12 in total. 3 died as they passed through the flames, leaving way too many for me to blast individually. I managed to tag 3 more of them with Flame Dart, and another pair with Inferno, but the rest got past me and slammed into the monolith, dimming it further. "This isn't looking good," I growled. "Going to need something more substantial, I think." I focused on my hand and formed my packed blade, shaping it into a longer, heavier blade than I was used to. The knowledge of how to wield it was included in my long blade skill, but I wasn't used to the weight. When the next wave came, only 4 survived my Wall of Fire and were easily picked off with my offensive spells. I used the brief pause between waves to renew the Song of Quickening and echo it, just in time for the next wave of 18 enemies. Oh no. With a sigh, I started blasting them from the air with flame darts until they were close enough to use cacophony. 2 spheres survived the blast of dissonance, and I was able to knock one of them out of the air with my sword, but whiffed on the last. Luckily or unluckily, depending on how you view pain, the sphere hit me instead of the monolith, cracking my ribs instead of the magical crystal and knocking me back onto my ass. I groaned as I pulled myself back to my feet, tapping into Manifest Bond to heal the damage to my ribs and clear my mind so I could focus on the challenge. "At least I can meet shield it," I said with a chuckle. "Not for long," Dara said with wide eyes. "1 or 2 more of those and you wouldn't be getting up." I smiled at her concern. "Don't worry. I don't plan to let them hit me again." The next wave was only 6 spheres, but they were double the size of the earlier waves, allowing them to make it through the fiery wall alive. At that point, my elemental finally got to do something instead of standing there staring up at the spheres like a kid at an airshow. The elemental tore into the spheres like a champ, smashing and cracking them open like they were made of paper mache instead of stone. Dude must have been hitting the gym back on his home plane or something, 'cause bro was jacked. One almost got by him, but he grabbed it in his stony mitten hands and threw it into the wall like a shot put, destroying the sphere and cracking the stone of the wall. That gave me enough time to destroy all but one of the remaining spheres that was able to dodge my final bolt and zoomed towards the monolith. With a curse, I pushed some of my unspent essence into Manifest Bond and forced a partial transformation. With a burst of speed, I zipped across the room and caught the sphere before it could reach the monolith. With another surge, I slammed the construct into the ground, cracking it open. I released the transformation immediately, not wanting to burn any more essence than was needed. I turned back towards the wall and waited for the next wave, but none came. The glow from the monolith flowed through the floor and across the room, lighting up another arch that was cleverly hidden in the far wall among the smaller tunnels. When I got closer, I could see another series of drawings being revealed by whatever magic had opened the path forward. The picture showed a single green figure standing above a small crowd of others. Small lines of azure light led from their outstretched hands, connecting to the heads of the others. Looks like the next one will be about control. I smiled. Glad all that time in Bard school won't go to waste, I said, and stepped into the gate. Chapter 16, Master of Puppets. He room had barely come into focus when a giant mannequin-looking thing stepped forwards and took a swing at me with its wooden arm. Dude looked like one of those posing models from my high school art classes, but with a distinct lack of manners. Its arm grazed me as I tumbled past, and I felt a jolt of pain in my calf. My leg almost gave way when I rolled back to my feet, and I could feel the unpleasant sensation of blood starting to soak into my socks. 4 more golems shuffled towards me, giving me a clear view of what I was dealing with. Apparently, my initial assessment of Manny the mannequin was a bit off. I'd gotten the general shape right, but I'd missed the rows of rusty-looking nails driven through their wooden limbs. I really hoped that Lore didn't have tetanus. Control, our favorite disembodied voice announced. No shit, I yelled back as I drew on Manifest Bond to heal my leg enough to stand. Another dummy rushed at me from my left, swinging its Negan-inspired limbs in wide arcs. I ducked to the side, knocking a limb away with my packed blade as I channeled some Dark Souls mojo and rolled clear of the group. There were 5 of them all together, intent on nailing me to the ground. Literally. Unless I got my shit together and got them under control. Again, literally. Narrowing my eyes in concentration, I cast influence on the closest dummy and sighed as the spell took hold. Using my new minion and earth elemental to tie up the rest of the group, I finished the longer incantation for mass hypnosis, catching the entire group in the radius. The telltale dancing lights appeared around their heads, except for the one already under my control, who I barely stopped in time to prevent it from breaking the mez on the others. I leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. "What now?" I asked, looking around the room for some clue. "I wonder why that one started out so quickly." "Who knows?" I said. "Let me know if you see anything." I moved further into the room, keeping a wary eye on the group of controlled creatures as I searched for the next gate. I'd controlled them all so it should be over, right? Wrong. Apparently just neutralizing the enemy wasn't sufficient to meet Yuba's criteria for control. She wanted full control. At the far end of the cavern was another dead gateway, connected to a circle carved into the floor about 5 feet away. They'd even provided instructions in the form of some additional pictographs showing the candidate pointing at the circle and the stickmen walking into it. I shook my head. This is kinda dumb, Dara. Do the orc shamans all have the same set of spells? Not all of the same spells, but this place is pretty much their equivalent of an academy, so it's not too far-fetched to think they'd have a standard skill set. Well, fuck me. I guess I can't just let them chase me into the circle. That would be too easy. I sighed. This is going to be mana-intensive. With a flex of my will, I called the creature still in my control across the room and into the circle. As soon as it crossed the threshold, there was a flash of light and the creature turned to dust, leaving behind a small cloud of energy that flowed into the stone circle. Unfortunately for me, that flash of light also dispelled my mass hypnosis, freeing the rest of the Mannequin 5. Without hesitation, they resumed their attack. I cast mass hypnosis again, barely finishing before the mannequins reached me. The mana flowed out of my pool and into the spell, creating the cloud of scintillating lights. That failed to affect the enemy. Animated mannequin is currently immune to mass hypnosis. Shit! I yelled and leapt to the side. A line of agony traced itself down my side as the rusty nails ripped into my back. Ah! I yelled and pulled deeply on my connection to Dara to keep moving through the pain. Every movement caused another wave of agony, but stopping wasn't an option. Essence drained from my pool, lending me just enough speed and strength to get clear. I sprinted across the room and turned back, unleashing a cacophony into the group. The sonic wave knocked them back, but that was it. I'd hoped the stun would work and give me enough time to get things rolling, but no dice. Trying not to panic, I cast Daze on the closest enemy, sending a silent prayer to whatever gods were listening that they hadn't taken away every tool at my disposal. The scintillating lights surrounded the mannequin and took hold, causing it to freeze in the path of the rest of the pack, slowing down their approach. I targeted another mannequin with influence and smiled as I felt it bow to my control. Without hesitation, I sent its gangly ass right into the circle and then ran, keeping myself as far away from the remaining stickmen as possible. The connection to my elemental disappeared as the remaining mannequins smashed it into pieces when it got in their way. Almost simultaneously, the influence creature reached the circle and dissolved. Like the first time, the flash dispelled my daze spell and freed the stickmen from my control, but with only 3 left it was a lot easier to avoid being pasted. My mana was running low due to the constant use of Manifest Bond, so I decided to just stick to influence and do my best impression of a Monty Python movie. The cavern was more than big enough for me to avoid the creatures, while the one under my control took the long walk to their own doom. I was thankful for my track training by the time I'd fed the ritual circle the last of the mannequins and opened the gate. I was exhausted. My stamina was low, and my mana wasn't much better, so I sat down to rest and examine the drawings for the next challenge. I didn't like what I saw. The pictograms showed the green figure, covered in wounds, standing before a horde of enemies. "This is going to suck," I said. "Good thing we saved some essence. I think we're going to need it." I nodded in agreement and pulled out all the essence crystals I had left in my bag. A quick count showed I had just over 400 available. Not wanting to be completely broke, I tucked 100 back into my bag and then absorbed the rest, temporarily disabling the sharing settings. Plus 337 essence 0 to Dara. "Is it weird that I feel bad for you not getting half? I'd rather you survive." Point. I took a deep breath, cast Healing Melody on myself, used Echo to keep it active, and then stepped through the door with my mental finger poised above the Manifest Bond button in my mind. Chapter 17. Blood from Stone Tea. The onslaught started as soon as I entered the next room. A baseball-sized stone smashed into my shoulder, driving me back a step as the sliver of shielding that had regenerated in my rings was destroyed. I got an arm up in time to block a second stone that would have hit me right in the face. As the last of the missiles shattered against the stone walls, the narrator spoke. "Endure." The opening salvo ended, giving me a short breather to try and figure out the scenario. The way forward was a wide hallway with an active gateway taunting me from the far end, about 50 yards away. The initial salvo of rocks had been painful, but that was nothing compared to what I saw ahead of me. The walls on either side of the hall were studded with glowing orbs of various colors that I was pretty sure were some kind of turret. The closest set had lost their glow, but from the scattered pieces of rock and the ache in my shoulder and wrist, I was pretty sure I could guess their purpose. If not for the regeneration granted by my bond, I would probably still be having trouble moving without pain. Every 10 yards or so, the turrets changed. Some were on fire, others coated in ice, and further down the hall I thought I spotted some sparks. Lines of glowing runes were carved into the floor at 10-yard intervals, corresponding neatly to the changes in the turret makeup. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out the trial. "At least you have some resistance to fire from our bond," Dara added with a small smile. "Yeah, but remind me to learn some sort of actual shielding spell, Stone skin, bark skin, a physical shield of some kind. I'm sure we'll be able to find something. Maybe the keepers will have a spell or two to add to your arsenal. If I survive this. I felt a brief flash of pain in my shoulders as my attention was dragged into my mindscape where Dara had grabbed me by the collar, scratching my shoulders in her fervor. Do not speak that way, you will survive this. I reached up and gently placed my hands on her sides. I know, my love, I didn't mean anything by that, I was just venting a little. She released my clothes and brushed them off. Good, I would hate to have to tear my way through the astral to find you again. A wide smile crossed my face. Now that would be a sight to see. The Reapers would shit themselves. Damned straight. I took a deep breath and focused back on the outer world. So, step over the line and take one to the chin, I'm guessing. That sounds like a horrible plan. You should at least try and dodge. Of course I'll try to dodge, but there are almost twice as many turret things in each of the sections as there were in the welcoming committee, so even if I pull a Neo, I'll likely still get hit. We have essence to spend, either on healing or to strengthen your body. A soft glow had started to creep up the dormant turrets in my current area, so I knew I had to make a decision quick or risk another round of getting stoned. Let's focus on the dodging and keeping me alive. I gestured towards the next set of turrets which were on fire. We can decide after we see just how bad the fire turrets are. With the bond, it shouldn't be that bad, but if it is, well, we'll know that body enhancement will be the way to go. Dara nodded in agreement and I jogged up to the line, taking a deep breath as I prepared myself for the potential suckfest in my future. 3, 2, 1, go. I yelled and launched myself over the line, diving into a roll as soon as the first turret flared to life. In seconds my world became a fiery nightmare as bolts of fire similar to my flame dart spell shot out of the glowing turrets. I managed to avoid the first salvo which hit the ground inches behind me, but the second gave me first-hand knowledge of how a lobster must have felt when dropped into the pot. The force of the bolts knocked me prone, which had the side benefit of stopping me just short of the third wave which were aimed just ahead of me. Then the last set fired, and it was all I could do to turn away and protect my vital areas as the fire hit. My vision blinked red, and a system message that I hadn't seen in a while popped up in my vision. Warning, health at critical levels. In my mind, I said, no shit, Sherlock. But all that came out of my mouth was a ragged moan that might have gotten one or two of the sounds right. I pulled on my free essence, pumping it into manifest bond to ramp up my regeneration. Guess that answers that, I said and looked ahead to the next section. The soft mist rising from the ice-encrusted spheres told me what I needed to know. On a positive note, once the first barrage hits you'll be numb. I couldn't help but snort at the thought. That's one way to think about it, but maybe there's something else I can do. I narrowed my eyes and shrugged as my idea crystallized. Can't hurt to try, or at least it can't hurt more than it already will. I got as close to the line without going over that I could and cast Wall of Fire, extending it along the wall, blocking off one side of the hallway. Since there was no reaction from the turrets, I repeated the spell on the other side, effectively transforming the next section into a corridor of flames. YOLO, I said and bolstered my body with essence as I dashed across the line. Blasts of ice sprayed out from the walls at random, coating the stone with rime and dropping the ambient temperature in the hall by several degrees. I was able to dodge most of the spray, but the sheer volume of attacks made it impossible to escape completely unscathed. Dara was right about the cold, though. It numbed wherever it hit, leaving a dull throbbing instead of the sharp pain I would have expected from the nasty bleeding wounds left behind when the ice crystals melted away. Once I healed enough to get feeling back into my limbs, I used Healing Melody on the rest and saved my essence for the way forward. Well, 2 down, 3 to go, I looked at my mana pool and grimaced. This is going to be tough. I have faith in you, my love, Dara said with a warm smile. Maybe one wall per section. I looked at the next set of turrets. Small arcs of electricity crawled over their surface. That's electric. Dun 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 dun, I said to the beat of the classic Earth song. Yes, lightning. Be mindful that enough lightning can stun you. Got it. With a frown at my rapidly diminishing mana pool, I created a corridor of fire and sprinted across the line. Several facts became crystal clear to me in that moment. First, I was not, in fact, faster than lightning. Second, science is a hell of a thing, even in a fantasy magical world. Lightning doesn't need to see you. You're made of meat and full of electrolytes, and plants aren't the only thing that craves electrolytes. Lightning is a thirsty bitch. I must have blacked out for a second because when awareness came back to me, I was lying face down on the floor with Dara screaming in my mental ear. Get up. Groaning, I pushed myself to my feet, leaving bits of dead skin stuck to the floor. Only the constant healing from my essence-enhanced regeneration had saved me. Thanks, love, I said much too loudly as my ears continued to heal. I checked my essence pool and cursed when I noticed I'd burned through over 2/3 of what I had left. I immediately cut the skill off and opted for more traditional methods of healing. I chugged the strongest healing potion I had and sighed as my wounds healed. My mana reserves were running low too, so I downed a mana potion to bring that back into tolerable levels. The next set of turrets were a mystery to me. Just looking at them gave me the willies, and they seemed to draw in the light around them. What the hell element is that? I asked. Death, probably, Dara said with a shrug. Death is an element. Of course it's an element. Life as well, but it wouldn't be much of an endurance challenge if they blasted you with healing energy, unless you were undead. I'd welcome a blast of healing energy right now. I was a little worried about the next bit. Instinct told me it was just another element to endure, but after suffering through the first 4, I really didn't want to experience whatever death had in store. So, what is this going to do if I get hit? Rotting flesh? Disease? Oh, number, of course not. That would be necromancy. Yuba wouldn't use that. She went silent for a moment and thought. Death energy is, well, the absence of life. It drains the life from where it hits. It's not permanent unless it drains you fully, but it can be disconcerting when your leg simply stops working and you can no longer feel it. Fuck me, I said softly. By chance, do you think the death turrets are going to need a line of sight to blast me? Likely not. This one is going to require a lot of essence to survive. I nodded. Let's hope we have enough. Time to outrun death. I am a divine being after all. Death should be used to chasing me, and I will not let it take you from me. The resolve in her voice left no room for doubt. I felt a warm rush of energy coming through our bond, and smiled as I felt the full power of manifest bond fill me. Instead of horns, wings, or claws, the energy permeated my skin, filling it with a humming vitality. I will preserve you. With a grin, I rushed towards the gate. Rays of death energy transformed the hallway into a web of destruction. My increased speed let me dodge some of them, but enough connected to make me even more thankful for my pact. Wherever the death energy touched, vitality was stripped away, leaving my muscles feeling weak. Without the added life energy coursing through my bond, it would have been much worse. 2 rays hit my shoulder. The first stripped away Dara's protection, and the second drained the life from my body. My arm went limp, and I almost lost my balance as it flopped uselessly at my side. It was a strange sensation, to say the least, but that was nothing compared to the burning pain that hit me a second later, as feeling started to return. Essence-enhanced regeneration shoved life energy back into the drained limb, reawakening the damaged flesh in a bouquet of sensation that made the pins and needles one normally felt after sleeping on your arm feel more like nails and ice picks. I was almost to the portal when several beams converged on my leg. One moment I was doing fine, and the next I was falling as my deadened leg failed to hold my weight and gave out. I rolled to a stop a few feet later, gasping in pain as tears leaked out of the corners of my eyes. The death beams had stopped, but as I looked around to get my bearings, I noticed that I'd crossed over another line of carvings, hidden until that point. I glanced back down the hallway and cursed as every turret started to glow. With a final surge of strength, I pulled myself to my knees and lunged through the portal. There was a flash of light as I crossed the threshold, and I found myself falling through the stone archway back at the top of the hole. I landed in a pile at the High Keeper's feet, earning an amused snort from the elderly orc. From the look in her eyes, I knew she had something she was dying to say, but was holding it back for the sake of the ritual. Chanting, she dipped her fingers in her ritual bowl and traced out the lines of the tattoo on my forehead. My mind started to swim as energy poured out of the gate behind me and into the wet ink. Quest complete. Karak Veltuk, you have earned the mark of Veltuk. I felt the magical tattoo sink into my spirit, becoming a part of me that could be displayed or hidden at my discretion. Surprisingly, it came with a benefit that I wasn't expecting: the Orcish language. As a consequence of bearing one of the 4 marks of the Karak mine, you have been granted knowledge of the Orcish tongue. The chanting suddenly made sense. Well, more sense than it had before. The order of the words and sentences were still gibberish, but I recognized the words until it cut off with a final grunt. The High Keeper looked at me as I rose to my feet, my leg finally healed enough to support my weight. "You need much training," she said with a condescending look. "I hope you do better in your second choice." "My second what?" I asked. "What do you—" She reached out and tapped my chest. A burst of air erupted from her finger and tossed me right back into the pit. "What the foo-woo-wook?" I yelled as the opening disappeared overhead. Chapter 18. Not enough F-words for this or curses left my lips during that long fall than I'd probably spoken in my entire life on Earth. Some of them were quite inventive, if I do say so myself. Dara certainly looked impressed. The shock of hitting the water completely derailed my train of thought, but at least I'd known what to expect. The cold water was strangely soothing, and I was surprised to feel healing energy flowing into my body, completely healing all of the wounds that I'd suffered in the prior test as well as revitalizing me. By the time I was buoyed back to the surface, all 3 of my pools were full, and I felt like I'd just had a full night's sleep. "Oh, that's new," Dara said, similarly surprised. The water pushed me to the surface and then drained away, leaving me completely dry. I looked around the room, finding the same statues and gateways as before with one difference. The doorway for the caster trial was sealed with stone. Guess I can't just do the magic test again. Which one do? We don't have that much essence left. I looked down at my hand where the quest reward from finishing the magic test had appeared and thanked whatever gods that were listening that I'd managed to hold onto it during my fall. At least we got the reward for the first trial. Dara's attention focused on my hand. "Oh good, absorb it all yourself. We're going to need it." I nodded and absorbed the crystals. "Plus 1,000 essence, 0 to Dara. I'm going to make this up to you," I said with a grimace. "It's not like you're using it to increase your skills, love. It's easier if it comes directly from your pool instead of me having to feed it to you. Still, it's such a waste. But not your fault. That keeper is now on my list. If her goddess said to do it, then Yuba is on the list too." I blinked a few times and decided not to comment. Her dad was a god, so she might be able to do something to make a goddess regret her life choices. Taking a deep breath, I considered my options. In reality, there was only one: mobility. Trying to measure up to Yuba's ideals of power or hardiness was not something that my human body was ready for. I'd barely survived the damage she doled out on the traditionally crunchier casters, and that was with Manifest Bond running. "Time to get my ninja game on," Dara sighed. "Ninjas? I think I'm more of a pirate girl myself." What? She smiled inside my mind. In the war of pirates versus ninjas. It was in your book. I like the pirates better. But why? I asked, incredulous. Ninjas are clearly better. Oh, you silly man, she said as her outfit shifted into something out of the adult section of a Spirit Halloween catalog. I think it was called Slutty Pirate. Pirates have more cleavage. Ninjas are all covered up. I was silent for a few minutes as I focused on keeping calm. Okay, I will concede that point. But for surviving a mobility challenge, I think ninjas will do a better job. She pouted and shifted her outfit into something vaguely resembling a ninja, if that ninja was from Clan Victoria's Secret. Fine, she said, giving me a wicked grin. I'll bow to your wishes. This time. With a chuckle, I shifted my pants to be more comfortable and headed to the mobility test. Hopefully this is more about sneaky and less about stabby. Quest received. Karakhash molded to test the apprentice scouts and shadows of the people. The Karakhash will challenge your ability to infiltrate and eliminate. Criteria: equals reach the exit. Bonus if undetected, reward. Equals 1000 essence equals mark of Hash. The first thing I noticed when I passed through the gate was that it was dark. Like, super dark. If it wasn't for the dark vision from my bond, I would have been completely blind. The second thing was that whoever had designed the test was complexly insane, batshit, Joker-level insane, and a mega fan of Ninja Warrior Super Mega Uber Deluxe Edition. The path forward was a nightmarish series of balance beams, platforms of various size, jumping challenges, a small castle wall, and about a dozen other imaginative obstacles. Add to that the roving constructs crafted to look like humanoid guards, complete with armor and other equipment, and it was quite the challenge. The sound of footsteps close by put me immediately on guard, so I hugged the shadows and tried to stay hidden. A human-sized guard walked by, seemingly ignorant to my presence scant feet away, and a voice whispered into my mind. Assassinate, I cursed silently. The roguish skills I'd taken were geared towards being a bard, not an assassin. I had absolutely zero knowledge about how to actually assassinate a target. Well, I had played a ton of video games that had some sort of assassination mechanics, but actually stabbing someone in the back is a lot harder than facing the enemy and hitting the F key. Any chance you've got some hidden assassination skills you can guide me through? I've read books, but actually doing it, nope. She frowned in thought. A slit throat should do the trick. Okay then, I replied and silently moved forward, keeping pace with the guard construct. A thick, serrated knife that Crocodile Dundee would have been proud to call a knife formed in my hand. If I was going to be cutting throats, then I needed a knife that was up to the task. Plus, maybe these constructs would cough up some essence to keep the engines churning. The guard stopped suddenly and started to turn around, giving me almost no time to react. I ducked into the deeper shadows on the opposite side of the path and held my breath as the construct's gaze swept by. Get it? Dara growled, and I could feel her hunger pulsing in my hand. As soon as the construct ambled past, I stepped in behind it and grabbed its head, pulling it back to expose its throat. The pack blade was a lot sharper than I expected, and I almost ended up cutting myself as I sliced through flesh and bone, completely decapitating it. The body dropped to the floor with a thud and then disappeared in a puff of shadow. The head followed a second later. My essence pool was unchanged. Did it die before you could drain it? She replied with a frown. Yes, but I'm not sure I could drain it anyway. It felt weird. Should I try to kill it slower next time? No. I'd love to drain these things dry, but that might jeopardize the test. We can wait. She caressed my shoulder in my mindscape and then drew my attention to the path forward. Please be careful. Those pathways look solid, but who knows what kind of surprises this place has in store. I will. There were 2 more sentries patrolling at different points throughout the course, so I'd have to be mindful of them while I made my way over the acid pits, past the swinging axes, and through the various choke points on the way. Super fun. The first leg of the course was a narrow walkway that I was able to clear easily. Hell, it was wide enough that I might have been able to cross it before my balance had gotten boosted by the system. The path hugged the cavern wall, just far enough from it that I couldn't have caught myself if I fell, but close enough to shield me from the view of the sentry bots above. The second obstacle was more of a challenge. It was a rough stone wall built to simulate the sides of a castle or keep, topped with actual crenellations. One of the patrol bots paced back and forth along the top of the ramparts. The task was pretty clear, making the narrator's next whispered instruction of infiltrate moot. Climb the wall, take out the guard, profit. We'd covered the basics of rock climbing in gym class, and I'd tried it a time or two at a local place with my friends, but I was far from an expert, and all of my experience was with artificial walls with fabricated handholds and a lot less baggage. Having a guitar strapped to my back with a sword on my hip didn't help either. Halfway up the wall, I realized just how thankful I was for the extra power and hardiness I'd gotten from my class and essence upgrades. Without the added strength and stamina, I would have lost my grip numerous times, and while I didn't think the fall back to the ledge would be fatal, my odds of landing safely on it and not in the bubbling yellow acid moat were pretty low. I reached the top of the wall and paused, listening intently for the guards' footsteps. As soon as I heard them moving away, I pulled myself into the gap between crenellations and stepped onto the wall. The sound of my rapier skidding across stone made me wince, and I barely had enough time to react as the sentry bot turned towards me. Bonus objective. Failed. I cursed and cast Daze, locking the creature in place while I drew the offending blade and thrust it through the creature's eye, ending its unlife. Like the first construct, it dissolved into shadows as soon as it hit the floor. At least I wouldn't have to worry about future patrols finding the corpses of their predecessors. Bonus objective reinstituted. Dead men tell no tales until they do. Time until discovery, 30 minutes. Or maybe I was wrong. My amused snort would have ruined the whole thing if there had been any more sentries around, but luckily for me, there had been only one. I hadn't noticed it until then, but there was a large gong hanging within 3 feet of where I'd killed the sentry. If I'd been any slower, it could have sounded the alarm and the place would be swarming with enemies. I'd managed to save myself from being fully discovered, but now I was on a timer. Great. With a glare at the rapier, I pulled the sheath off my belt and stuck the whole thing into my bag of holding. The guitar, too. I wasn't going to be playing any music on my stealth challenge, and my packed blade was all the weapon I needed. I do love the feel of your hand around me, Dara added, purring inside my mind. Once we are done with these challenges, we'll have to celebrate appropriately. Will the delicious princess be joining us? She asked with a hungry grin. I shrugged. That's up to her, I said, trying not to get distracted by the images that rapidly flashed through my mind. You know I'm game, but that's a conversation for once we're out of this mess. At the end of the wall was a rickety-looking ladder leading up to a set of walkways hanging from the ceiling with thick rope. It was the true beginning of the ninja warrior homage. The walkway swayed back and forth when I stepped onto it, giving me a moment of vertigo before I was able to steady myself. The swaying path continued for about 20 feet before ending abruptly. Beyond that was another platform, running perpendicular with a gap of about 10 feet between the two. There were no railings or anything either. 10 feet wasn't too far to jump, especially with my enhanced stats, but sticking the landing would be harder than getting a perfect 10 from the Russian judge in Olympic gymnastics. We could use the essence to fly. We can fly now. You could use the essence to glide. I'd rather save the essence. Plus, I think I can just jump this. If I aim for the corner, I could grab onto the ropes and swing myself around if I lose my balance. The ropes were thick, but I had no doubt I'd be able to get a good grip on them to arrest my momentum. Oh, I can't wait to see this. With a grin, I backed up to the start of the platform and got a running start. All the years of track had paid dividends, letting me guess exactly how much speed I'd need to make the distance. I easily grabbed hold of the corner rope and swung around, bleeding off enough momentum to land safely on the walkway with only the gentle swaying of the platform to show that anything out of the ordinary had happened. As soon as my feet touched down, the voice whispered into my mind, "Scout." The entire course was highlighted in my vision for a split second, lingering on 3 observation points scattered throughout. Naturally, they were in spots that were difficult to reach and required getting past several of the nastier obstacles. Well, I guess I'll be exploring a lot more of this monster than I expected. So much for just getting to the other side. That's probably the very last step. Examining the course, I started to plan out my route. I had limited time, and I suspected the last bit was going to be even more of a pain in the ass, so I wanted to reach the observation post closest to the end last. There was only one more sentry bot on the course, and that was near what I assumed was the exit. Unlike the others, it was stationary, facing the course so I wouldn't have to worry about it until the very end. Plus, my magic would let me deal with it from range if needed, unless there was some sort of sniper trial. I hoped not. I didn't want to lose the bonus rewards again, but missing out would be better than failure. Chapter 19, Reconnoitering. I shook my head and focused on reaching the first observation point. Getting there would require going across a set of medieval monkey bars, past a set of swinging axes, and then up a thick rope to a platform high above. My increased stats made the upper body strength part of the crossing easy, but if I hadn't been focused on my surroundings, I wouldn't have made it. Halfway across, I noticed a slight gleam on the next bar just in time to shift my grip. Some Wyses had decided to coat parts of the bars with a lubricant. Guess Yuba agreed that there was always time for lube. Not that you need any assistance there, my love. Your touch gets us wet, Dara, please. I whispered as I focused back on the bars, selecting my path carefully to avoid the hazards. At one point, I was forced to move hand over hand along the crossbeam when 3 bars in a row were compromised. Even with my enhanced stats, my arms and shoulders were sore by the time I reached the other side, so I was thankful for the stable piece of walkway before the axes where I could rest and let my stamina refill. Getting past the axes wasn't as demanding physically, but did require some astute observation and concentration. Each axe moved at its own speed, so I had to time them individually, but since they were spaced along the walkway, I was able to tackle them one at a time. Climbing a rope was something of a rite of passage in the U.S. public school system, and I'd learned how to ring that damn bell pretty quickly once I noticed the admiration of my female classmates. The affection of the fairer sex was a hefty motivator during puberty. I shimmied up that rope like a pro, reaching the top faster than I'd ever done so before. That's when things got complicated. When I stepped onto the platform, the entire course started to glow and shifted, rearranging itself into a new configuration faster than I could track. "Fuck," I said internally. "So much for my planned route. I believe in you." I knelt down and studied the new configuration, mapping out a route to the next observation platform. The closest option was at the top of a set of rope nets hanging like some sort of spider web from the ceiling. The path to get there didn't look that difficult either, but I was still worried since the sentry bot had moved too and I had no clue where. "Do you sense the sentry anywhere?" I asked silently. I felt Dara's attention focus more intently on my senses for a few seconds and then relax. "No, we'll have to move as quietly as possible." An easy slide back down the rope was no longer an option. Instead, I had to climb down a rickety scaffolding made of rotting wood, complete with rusty nails guaranteed to have some sort of magical tetanus. The entire climb I was focused on my surroundings, searching for any sign of the missing construct, and listening for any sounds that might give its location away. There was nothing. I made it across the course to the second vantage point with minor difficulty. If you consider almost getting circumcised by a rusty saw blade miner, I did notice it before it could get me, but it was close. The course shifted again when I reached the platform, but not as drastically as the first time. The sentry bot was still missing though, so my paranoia was running at an all-time high. There was no sign of it as I made my way to the last observation point, which involved crawling under a net of razor wire, dodging another pair of swinging axes, and playing a game of deadly hopscotch across a network of platforms set to collapse after more than a second of pressure. The hardest part was getting up to the platform itself. There were no ladders, no walls to climb. Nothing. Apparently, Yuba expected her people to be prepared with the correct tools for the job. And luckily for me, I was. I had a rope and a grappling hook in my bag. Now, I couldn't take credit for bringing them. They were part of the adventuring gear that Malik had so generously provided when he released me into the world. I hadn't needed them in my adventures so far, but I was glad the bastard had at least followed the Scouts' motto of "be prepared." There was one small problem, though. I had no clue how to properly use a grappling hook, so it took me a few tries to get it to stick on the platform overhead. With every try, my concern that the sentry bot would come walking around to investigate grew, but I managed to get it set without alerting anyone. It must have been on its lunch break or something. As soon as I reached the third platform, the course shifted again, laying out a single path forward. "Gather intelligence," whispered the disembodied voice. The new configuration included a wall stretching down from my current position, providing an easier descent than the grapple would have been. At the foot of the wall was a narrow rope bridge cobbled together with wood that had definitely seen better days and ropes that weren't much better. Each step asked the simple question of, "Can you hold my weight?" Most of the time the answer was, yes. But I made sure to take my answer and go before the slats could change their mind. A third of the way through I got my first no, as a board snapped just as I put my full weight forward. I barely caught myself on the rope railing. Unfortunately for me, the rope was not prepared for the pressure and snapped almost immediately. I lurched backwards and barely got my hand onto the other guide rope before the entire side of the bridge dropped away, leaving me hanging from what was pretty much a rotting wind chime. I took a deep breath and prayed that my current support wasn't about to give way and end my new life. A wave of calming energy flowed through my bond, tamping down the rising fear that threatened to send me into a panic. I took a deep breath and relaxed. That's right, love, breathe. They wouldn't have made the task impossible. It's just another part of the trial. My adrenaline was pumping, but Dira's soothing words helped me to focus again. Hand by hand, I pulled myself along the remaining rope, making sure my movements were smooth and didn't create too much of a bounce. As I got close to the end, the missing sentry bot came into view, striding out of a small hallway that I hadn't been able to see from my previous perch. It hadn't spotted me yet, but if it continued on its current path, it would be on me in seconds. I took a deep breath and concentrated, releasing the rope with my left hand while moving through the gestures for influence with my right, hoping the more powerful spell would have a better chance of working. The spell took hold, and I could feel the construct at the other end of the spell tether, awaiting instructions. I almost had it leap off the ledge, but the presence of a satchel across its shoulders stopped me. Instead, I ordered it to turn away. If it didn't actually see me, then maybe I wouldn't have to worry about the whole detection part of the quest. The motions for the spell had started the rope bouncing, and I could see the rope fraying where it was anchored on the far end, so I hurried the rest of the way across. Not wanting to risk the spell wearing off, I rushed over to the sentry and drove my packed blade into its back, angling upwards at an angle that on a living person would have pierced its lungs and heart. With not even a gasp, the construct dissolved and dropped its satchel on the walkway. As soon as I picked up the satchel, the voice spoke again. "Escape!" I could see the exit portal across the way, past another set of jumping platforms and swinging axes. What was with Yuba and swinging axes? That's when the sound of horns and thudding footsteps echoed from behind me. I still had 10 minutes on my timer, and the bonus objective was still pending in the quest tracker, so I figured this was just part of the test and took off running. Vaulting across the platforms, I landed with too much momentum and almost crashed headlong into a swinging axe. Only the vague memory of some little league baseball saved me from losing an inch or two off the top. At the last second, I dropped into a slide, slid under the blade, and then popped up to my feet just in time to stride stylishly through the portal. Chapter 20, No More Tests. As soon as I emerged from the gate, I stepped down and away from the hole, earning a glare from the keeper who was waiting there with her bowl of sludge. I put my back against the stone arch and beckoned her forward, earning a snort. Chanting filled the room as she smeared another dollop of ink onto my face, tracing a thick line across my eyes from temple to temple, like a Ninja Turtle mask. Burning energy poured into the markings as the chanting reached a fever pitch, and then the room went silent. Quest complete. Karak Hash, you have earned the mark of Hash. Bonus objective successful. I barely registered the small pouch that appeared in my hand before the burning started. The pain was more intense than the first time, and my eyes started to water as the tattoos fused with my skin. When it was over, I focused on the notification blinking away in the corner of my vision, curious to see what this particular mark brought with it. As a consequence of bearing Mark of Hash, your knowledge of the Orcish tongue has been expanded to include Shadowcant. Knowledge of hundreds of hand positions and gestures flowed into my mind. It was like the lore equivalent of sign language. On steroids, of course, cause orcs. A slap across my face brought my attention back to the room where the High Keeper was glaring at me again. "Time to go, twice marked," she said while looking me over. She gave a curt nod. "Good work." I gestured back towards the hole. "What the hell was that all about, pushing me in again?" she sniffed. "I do what my goddess tells me, Pinkskin. She said you must be twice marked." She gestured towards my face. "And so you are." The other keepers surrounded me and started herding me towards the door. "Go, talk to your elf. Your training will start after lunch." The keepers rushed me out of the room, literally picking me up at one point and tossing me through the door Revan had left through earlier. When I turned back to try and ask what the hell the High Keeper was talking about, I almost had my face smashed by the slamming door. Only the quest completion message for surviving the trials stopped me from trying to go back to get some answers. Quest complete. The Way of the Warrior equals participate in the rites of war heavy checkmark equals survive the rites of war heavy checkmark. A large pouch appeared in my hand, causing me to drop both it and the smaller one from earlier onto the floor. The smaller bag popped open and spilled, revealing something I wasn't expecting, a scroll mixed into the essence gems. "Oh, that must be the bonus reward," Dara said with an excited bounce. "I wonder what it is." I gathered up the gems and stuffed them into the larger pouch before dropping it into my bag. The scroll wasn't anything fancy. There was no scroll work, no precious metals or silk ribbons. It was just a rolled-up piece of paper. With a shrug, I opened it up and had to laugh. Use skill scroll of stealth. YN, essence cost. 100 seems the system has a sense of humor, Dara said with a giggle. For 100 essence it would be a worthy investment. I don't know. I seem to do okay in the test, and I don't want to end up getting worse if the skill short-circuits my natural sneakiness. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, she said with a smile. You might not have the skill rank right now, but once you learn it, the system will recognize your natural skill level and assign it the appropriate rank. So it won't reset back to 1. No, it's one of the peculiarities of the system. Just because you don't have the actual system skill doesn't mean you can't be good at something. It just means that you can't spend essence to improve it. I nodded slowly. Okay. So if I use the scroll, the system's going to assign me a rank that fits my current knowledge and turn on my ability to artificially level it up. Essence isn't really artificial, but yes. With a shrug, I activated the scroll and sat back as it dissolved and flowed into me. Stealth skill acquired. Measuring innate ability complete. Your stealth skill has been determined to be rank 6. Rank 6. Not bad. A door slammed behind me and I turned to find an incredibly pissed-off-looking Revan staring at me. "Hey, sorry, I took so long, but what were you thinking?" she said in the voice that every man knew meant he'd done fucked up, and like most men, I had no clue what I might have done to earn it. She stalked up to me and looked me over, her seething anger at war with her obvious concern for my well-being. "Huh," I said. "Attempting a second trial, that was not part of the plan. You could have been killed, and then what would happen? What about our quest? What about—" Whoa, I held up my hands. "That tattooed crazy lady pushed me back into the pit. I didn't ask to go back in." She went silent. Her train of thought had been completely derailed. "What?" "Seems Ms. Yuba told her that I needed to finish 2 of the Karok mine in order to do whatever the hell she thinks I'll need to do." "Oh," she looked away for a second, let out a long sigh, and then looked me in the eye. "I apologize for my tone. I was worried and thought you had taken an unnecessary risk." I flashed her a wry smile. I had a close enough call in the magic test. I had zero desire to try another one, even if the mobility trial was simple by comparison. I should be known the test for the spellcasters would be the hardest. Hardest. It wasn't that difficult. My trainers put me through similar exercises when I first gained my class. Considering her background and normal role, she probably had spells to counter most of the challenges. I looked down at my burnt and bloodied leathers, barely able to recognize the spidery theme. Yeah, well, apparently my spell repertoire isn't up to snuff with what the people expect their casters to know. I only made it through by burning essence to fortify my body and heal. She reached out and brushed some ash off my shoulder. "I'd offer to try and teach you some additional defensive magic, but I doubt we have the time. The keepers may be willing to part with some skill tomes or spell scrolls now that we have passed their trials, though." I shrugged. "While I'd love to learn more magic, I think it'll be better for me to focus on my current strengths and not give in to the temptation to branch out into too many things. My alias skills add some utility already. Your songs are quite useful, but I agree that in the future your offensive firepower will probably be crucial as we face more of the void spawned." I made finger guns. "Pew pew, die hellspawn." "Ah yes, something like that," she replied. The door opened and Tumanako came in, grinning widely. "Yuba's blessings, happy you both alive," she said in broken Thuran. "Now come, must train." With a grin, I answered in Orcish. "I can speak Orcish now if that would be easier for you." Revan nodded. "I as well." The goblin shook her head, answering briefly in her native tongue. "I would rather practice my Thuran. Getting a skill scroll for it is nearly impossible here, so we do it the hard way. Please tell me when I mess it up." She switched back to Thuran. "We go now. Training starts soon." Revan gave her a small nod and followed behind, switching back and forth between Thuran and Orcish, and doing a hell of a lot better job than I would have done explaining the various pieces to the language. I listened as we went, fascinated by the little bits of information I didn't consciously remember, but was still able to apply due to the info dumped straight into my brain. The goblin girl led us through the complex, heading upwards at every opportunity until we reached the surface. The air was hot and humid, and the constant buzz of insects filled the air. There were tents and pavilions covering the surface, all filled with orcs, goblins, and their larger cousins going about whatever it was that greenskins did at a moot. The tents were actually somewhat organized, with the various clans staking out their own areas, separated by rows of totems. I had no clue what any of them meant, so I decided to just follow along and see what the war host had in store for us. Chapter 21, Oraga o Destination was a campsite marked with a symbol I was actually familiar with, Clan Oraga. I cursed under my breath. Great. They put us with the one clan likely to want to beat my ass. Why would they harbor any ill will against you, my love? Payback for the caravan battle you fought with honor. Why would they want payback? My confusion must have been obvious. This clan is actually the best choice for you. They've seen some of what you can do and will already hold a measure of respect. Respect you won't have to earn with a new clan. So no one's going to be pissed at me for being on the other side in that fight. Not at all. While you were an enemy, their fury would have known no end. But that battle is over. Now you are twice marked, approved by Yuba herself to fight alongside the people. There will be no ill will. If you say so, just keep your eyes open anyway. She smiled. Yes, dear. If it will help you feel better. Sentries posted at the entrance to the camp waved us through. Their eyes seemed transfixed by our new face tats, but a whispered word from Tumanako seemed to smooth things over. Tumanako headed to a massive tent in the center of the camp and ducked inside, beckoning for us to follow. Inside was, well, exactly what I expected it to be. It was like someone had watched way too many Conan movies as a kid, and then added in some Lord of the Rings flair for shits and giggles. A massive throne took up most of the room, completely coated in furs. Heads of various beasties were preserved and on full display, decorating the massive support poles of the tent. Seated on the throne was Overchief Delmok, locked in discussion with a massive troll decked out in the furs and feathers of a shaman. His eyes shifted as we entered the tent, going immediately to my left wrist where my mark of victory, Oraga, was visible. The look of annoyance turned to one of curiosity as his gaze flitted from me to Revan before finally coming to rest on Tumanako. The shaman's eyes narrowed as we watched us approach, and his hand slid down to rest on the handle of a giant hammer hanging from his belt. Pinkskins, here, he hissed and took a step towards us. A raised hand from the Overchief halted him in his tracks. That's enough, Ga. They bear the marks of the Karak mine. As the troll sputtered, the Overchief gestured to Tumanako, who had just finished her bow. Revan and I quickly copied her gesture, earning an amused chuckle from the Overchief. What brings the High Keeper's kith-child to Clan Oraga? He asked in Orcish. The goblin grinned and replied in the same. Mother says that Yuba has spoken and sends the chosen to join Oraga when the people go to war. The Overchief snorted and leaned forward, his eyes flashing blue as he examined Revan and me. His eyes scanned our tattoos, but if he was surprised, he was good at hiding it. Which of them is the chosen? Tumanako's smile grew a tiny bit. Both. She gestured to Revan and then to me. This is Revendry's Haimun, chosen of Avil, and Sebastian Crow, chosen of Dawala. The troll snarled. Puny gods, are we expected to hold their chosen's hand so they can triumph without their precious bind stones? I looked up at the troll. You got a problem, ugly, I said, pulling on just enough of my bond to radiate some strength. Revan gave me a disapproving look. The troll's eyes went wide. And it speaks the language of the people, blasphemy. He drew his mace and whispered a spell that coated his skin in hard scales. I will destroy you. Spittle flew from the shaman's mouth as he rushed towards me. I formed my packed blade and got ready to defend myself, but the troll never even got close. 1 minute the Overchief was seated in his throne, and the next he was between me and the charging troll. With an almost casual gesture, he pimp-slapped the shaman, sending him sliding across the floor, well clear of me. "Enough," he roared. "You will not violate the hospitality of my tent, Ga. One more outburst and you will be assigned to logistics with the unmarked. Yuba has deemed them worthy to walk among us. That is all you should need to know." The troll was glaring at me with obvious hatred in his eyes, but I could see the smoldering embers of fear there as well at the sight of my packed blade. "Apologies," the overchief whirled on me and growled. "You will be silent." The power infused into the command was almost palpable, and I knew for a fact that if my bond hadn't made me immune to charms, that simple sentence would have been impossible to resist. I could still talk, but I wasn't an idiot and went along with the command. "Wise decision, love." The troll picked himself up off the ground and shoved its mace back into its holder with way more force than was necessary. "Yes, overchief." Revan stood off to the side, waiting patiently until the overchief turned her way. "Lady Highmoon, your house is much respected by the people and your own name is not unknown to us." He glared at the troll who had taken a seat off to the side. "Your skill will be a boon in the fighting to come." He turned back to me. "You, however," he looked down at my wrist. "I see you have faced my clan in battle. Where? Between Tully Falls and Haven, I fought under Captain Atresh. You are a mercenary." I shook my head. "No, sir, my companion and I were passengers along for the ride who volunteered to help." He chuckled. "Atresh is a fine man, an honorable opponent." He went silent for a moment before a smile lit up his face. "I think I remember you. You're the one who turned Balga on us." "Balga, one of our ogres. Some still claim you can see the imprint of his club on Shaman Gilluck's backside." I grinned, remembering all too well the look on the shaman's face when his ally had launched him out of the battle like a greenskin baseball. "Ah, yeah, glad to hear they survived. Wasn't sure if getting that much love from an ogre's fun stick would be fatal." "It was close, but he has recovered." A mischievous gleam formed in his eyes. "Maybe we will put you together for training." I caught Revan giving me a tight nod and forced a smile. "Sure thing." Tumanako cleared her throat, earning her a look of surprise from the overchief. "Was there more?" The goblin nodded. "Yes, overchief. Mother wishes to speak with you privately after the Chosen have started their training." The overchief nodded. "As soon as this is settled then," he looked back to me. "You have both the Karok Veltuk and Karok Hash." "Where do you belong?" Tumanako interrupted. "That's one of the things Mother will cover." The overchief growled. "What am I supposed to do with them until then?" The goblin looked confused. "They are newly marked, they must learn to fight like people." The orc's smile grew. "Perfect." He turned towards the troll shaman Ga. "Take him to the unblooded. Larida will get his measure." He gestured to Revan. "Take her to Velka." I wasn't sure which I was more worried about, that I might have just signed up for the orc version of boot camp, or the fact that we'd been placed in the hands of Captain Fugly, who'd only moments ago wanted to rip me apart. His shit-eating grin didn't help. "How bad could it be?" Dara asked. She had no idea. Chapter 22, Kill Me Now HL. That word pretty much sums up the rest of the day. So much so that I didn't even care about the obscene amount of spice in the nightly rations served to us. I was that tired. It was brutal, and reminded me more of the training montages from all the Navy SEALs flicks I'd watched back on Earth. Everyone was given a standard set of gear that we had to lug around, and I was expressly forbidden from using my dimensional bag. The standard equipment was a hiking-style backpack, complete with rolled-up bedding, tent, and a variety of other tools. On top of that was the armor and weapons. The boiled leather was uncomfortable and stiff, but technically still qualified as leather for the purposes of my skill. In much the same way as the heavy machete-style sword, they forced on me still qualified as a long blade, even if it did weigh as much as a sledgehammer. I was placed with 12 other freshly marked orcs. Most of them had tattoos showing 2 vertical lines from forehead to jawline, centered on each eye. It was the mark of Karok Tak, for those who passed the rite of power. The rest of the group were marked with the Karok Ak for the rite of hardiness, which basically turned their entire lower jaw into a solid black tattoo. I was the only one with different marks, which felt a little off. Compared to the rest of the newbie squad, I felt like a little kid. The orcs were all well over 6 feet, and some of them were even that tall at the shoulder. Another surprising thing was that there were no goblins in the squad. I'd missed the morning workouts, which was a blessing since I don't know if I would have made it through the rest of the day if I hadn't. We ran, we fought, we ran again, then more fighting. Guess what was next? More running. So much so that even my training regime during peak track season seemed like amateur hour. Then again, track usually didn't involve mud, hills, and water hazards. At the end of the first day, I dreamed of returning to my quarters, having a nice hot shower, and then collapsing into bed, but those dreams were not to be. Orc camp didn't end when the sun set. We had to learn how to run and fight at night, of course, and at the end of it all, instead of a nice, comfy bed, we learned how to set up a field camp. Normally setting up a basic tent would have been pretty simple, but when your arms feel like rubber and you can barely keep your eyes open, even the easiest tasks can be a challenge. As soon as I got my gear secured, I collapsed face first onto my bedroll and was out like a light. The next thing I knew, I was being dragged out of my tent. In pure panic mode, I called my packed blade into being and slashed out at the blurs holding on to my ankles. A gasp of pain accompanied the sound of my boots thudding into the ground. "Stop! It's your trainer," Dara called out, catching me a second before I unleashed the blast of balefire building in my left hand. I shook my head to clear it and looked up at my assailant, finding one of the orcs who'd been assigned to our training group grinning at me while blood dripped from her wounded wrist. "Good recovery, Pinkskin," she said, "but it's better if you wake up before the enemy can touch you." She reached down and helped me to my feet. "Now get in line." She barked and gestured towards the central clearing where the rest of my squad was standing in neat lines, most still blinking tiredly under the light of the full moon. "Eyes forward," the strike leader roared from the front of the group, cutting off all conversation. "In 1 week we march. Demon Spawn do not sleep, so we must be ready to fight at any time, to hunt at any time." He turned to the gathered instructors. "Bear pits." The veteran orcs split us into 6-person lines. The front of the line became the bear, standing in the center of the staked-off pit. One by one we'd take turns as the attacker, doing our best to take out the bear. The weighted practice blades weren't sharp enough to kill, but they were heavy enough to leave thick bruises or break bones when they hit. Each challenge ended when a solid blow was landed. We'd done similar exercises in martial arts where we'd practice various techniques against the rest of the class, but this was different. If you won the match, you became the bear, facing as many challengers as you could until someone defeated you. Needless to say, my time as a bear was minimal. System knowledge aside, my unfamiliarity with the heavier blade and armor worked against me more often than not. I managed to win one fight against the much bulkier orcs during the exercise, which was mostly due to luck, and instantly regretted it. The next challenger was very, very determined to be the bear. I lost count of the bruises after a while and was pretty sure that my collar bone had been cracked once or twice. Thank the gods for the passive regeneration from my bond. If it weren't for that, I probably would have been out of commission before we were halfway through. I was sore. I was tired. Most of all, I was angry. Why the hell was I thrown in with the brute squad? I looked down at my arms. I'd always been proud of my physique. I wasn't a beefcake by any stretch of the imagination, but I'd always kept myself fit. Not compared to the orcs, though. Their arms were the size of my thighs. My current opponent was even larger. The training blade looked like a long knife in his hands, and I could easily picture him wielding Gigantor's greatsword one-handed. As I entered the pit, he saluted and then went right on the offensive with a vicious overhand chop. Blocking was not an option. Even my enhanced strength was minuscule compared to his, so instead of getting my sword smashed right back into my face, I stepped to the side and used my speed and control to guide the blade past my shoulder into the dirt. With a resolved grin, I brought some of my earthly martial arts training to the fore and stepped in close, sliding under the attack. My opponent's height worked to my advantage, allowing me to get under his center of gravity and apply enough force at the right angle while using my free hand to add a bit of momentum for a hip throw. The orc pinwheeled over my fulcrum and slammed into the ground, eliciting some grunts of surprise from the other unblooded. Not wanting to waste my opportunity, I swung my sword for the back of my opponent's helm, making sure not to kill him by accident. Instead of the sound of metal hitting boiled leather, there was the clang of steel on steel as he somehow anticipated my attack and parried. Apparently getting slammed into the ground didn't mean much for an orc's reflexes. Dude had blindly parried me. Shit. The orc rolled towards me and punched me right in the stomach, blowing past my hasty defense. I felt the boiled leather buckle under the power of his attack as I went sprawling, gasping for air. The stars seemed quite lovely up in the night sky. Or were they dancing around my head? When I stood up, I spotted the overchief in a heated discussion with the instructor for my group. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I got a pretty good feeling it was about me when he gestured my way. The rest of the group was casting nervous glances at the overchief, and the fighting in the pits had gone still while they sorted out whatever was going on. Upon catching my eye, the overchief gestured for me to approach. "Going to have words with that damn troll," he finished as I reached them. "Sebastian, gather your personal gear, you are with the wrong group." I let out a long, relieved sigh, earning a glare from my now former instructor. "Sorry, strike leader. I mean no disrespect, I just knew something had to be up. When it comes to straight-up melee, I am way outmatched by these fine fellows." I gestured towards the hulking orcs. He grunted and looked at the overchief. "The pinkskin has heart, not a peep of complaint. He should do well with the Doomcallers." The overchief grunted and waved towards the tents. Go. Chapter 23. Oh, so this is where I belong. My new group was asleep when the overchief dropped me off. Their training had finished for the day, as had their nighttime rude awakening to remind them of the unpredictability of war. A new pile of gear had been left out for me, but the only thing I had eyes for was my new tent and bedroll. I was so tired by that point that I had to channel some mana into my manifest bond skill just to stay awake. When I finally had the tent set up, I tossed my things inside and then collapsed. For once I was glad that Dara wasn't waiting for some mental gymnastics. I needed true sleep. The next morning, I was shaken awake by an older-looking goblin sporting a mustache and beard straight out of an old kung fu flick. Time to train, chosen. I blinked away the remnants of sleep and sat up, grabbing the new gear that had been provided. Instead of armor, there were tan robes with a split down the center to allow for more flexibility. There was a belt and baldric as well, but instead of shotgun shells, the baldric had small slots where potions would sit. There was a knife on the belt as well, which looked more suitable to carving a steak than an enemy. The new gear included a few basic pouches as well, which I added to the belt before slinging my dimensional bag over my shoulder and stepping out of my tent. My fellow unblooded were all gathered around the bearded goblin. Including me, there were only 4 students. There was a young orc with his hair cut into a mohawk, a goblin woman whose ears were pierced with more earrings than I could count, and an orc woman whose face had been horribly burned. I did my best not to stare. The instructor gestured to me as he stroked his beard. "Bearers of the Mark of Veltuk, this is Sebastian Crow who will be joining us for training. Apprentice Crow, I am Caller Kobik. You will address me as caller or master while you are under my tutelage." He gestured to the other students, starting with Goblin and ending with the scarred orc. "Your fellow apprentices, Takiri, Wirt, and Volley." The others nodded in greeting. Each had the telltale face tattoo indicating they had passed the Karok Veltuk. Introductions complete, the caller tossed me a small bag. Looking inside, I saw a handful of scrolls. "What's this?" The scarred orc snorted and muttered something under his breath while the goblin rolled her eyes. "The Karok Veltuk is more than just a challenge. It is an evaluation, a measure of your skills and of your shortcomings." He pointed to the bag. "Those are what the High Keeper said you will need if you are to train with us. Now use them so we may begin." Feeling the eyes of the others on me, I emptied the bag and started to examine the scrolls. Upon seeing the number of items, Wirt burst out laughing. "If Yuba thinks you need that much help, I'm surprised you survived the trial at all." I gave the orc a shrug and started reading. "Wow," I said. Skill Scroll, Thaumaturgy Common Skill Scroll, Abjuration Common Skill Scroll, Affliction Uncommon Thaumaturgy Spell Scroll, See Magic Common Abjuration Spell Scroll, Shield Common Affliction Spell Scroll, Weaken Common Holy Shitballs. 3 schools of magic and a spell for each of them. Isn't that a bit much?" The scarred orc muttered something derisive under her breath while the caller looked at me like I was an idiot. "How you have survived this long without the basics is astounding. Whoever trained you would have been driven out by the people for doing such a disservice. How can you learn new spells without thaumaturgy and see magic? Do they expect you to use scrolls for everything?" I blinked and tried not to meet his gaze. I'd done just that. Hell, I didn't even know you could learn skills or spells without using scrolls until I'd met Revan. Plus, it's not like I'd had a lot of free time to hunt down someone willing to teach since then. Trying not to let my anger get the best of me, I did some quick math in my head. Learning everything was going to cost me, and every essence was precious. The common schools cost 200 essence a pop, with the uncommon affliction school coming in at a crisp 500. Add to that the 100 essence for each of the spell scrolls, and it started to add up. It was going to hurt, but it was also going to almost double my magical ability, and hopefully allow me to learn even more in the coming days, months, or however long it took to drive the demons out. After the essence I'd burned during the trials, I didn't have enough to use them all, but I'd gotten more than enough from my quest rewards to cover it. With the essence share back on, I'd need to absorb 800 to get the 400 needed in my own pool. That would leave me with almost nothing in the tank, though. That made me a little uncomfortable, so I opted to absorb a full 2K, leaving 4,000 and change in my bag. Plus 2,000 essence, 1,000 to Dara. The thrill of the essence flowing through me was enough to wipe out any lingering exhaustion from my system. With a grin, I broke open the first scroll and accepted the prompt. The essence flowed out of me and into the scroll, dissolving it into mist that was then drawn back into my mind, bringing with it a sense of the underlying principles of magic that left me breathless. Thaumaturgy School acquired. You have gained the spell. Dispel Thaumaturgy was the magic of magic. It manipulated the very structures used to form spells. The knowledge imparted by the skill gave me a much deeper understanding of all things arcane, which in turn gave me deeper connection to my mana pool. It was amazing. Methods of making my other spells more efficient were already bouncing around in my head when the packet of info for the free spell hit me. Spell, Dispel School, Thaumaturgy Type, Disruption Range, Medium Duration. Instant. This spell pits the magical strength of the caster against a magical effect. If the willpower of the caster is successful, the targeted spell or effect will be dispelled. The structures in my mind froze and then started to unravel as the technique behind Dispel played out in my mindscape. The spell was like a razor blade designed to slice other spells apart. It was a physical representation of the caster's will, the caster's desire. It was beautiful. With a shiver, I pushed the knowledge into the back of my mind and opened the next scroll. Abjuration School acquired. You have gained the spell. Minor warding. The Abjuration School was all about shielding and building complex mana structures to perform specific tasks. The focus of the school was weaving together magic into solid structures to guard against specific threats. Considering that core principle, I was a little confused by the free spell that came along with it, until its underlying structure seared itself into my memory. Spell Minor Warding School, Abjuration Type, Ward/Static Range, 20 Sphere plus Duration, 8 hours plus. This spell creates an invisible, intangible membrane that, when breached, will alert the caster. The size and duration of this spell is dependent on the amount of mana invested. The spell was like setting up a spherical tripwire with a direct connection to my brain. Once the spell was in place, it would report anything that passed through the membrane. Getting jolted awake any time a housefly flew by sounded like a nightmare, but as the spell unfurled completely, I saw that I could adjust the sensitivity. The final school sounded pretty dark, but made perfect sense for the Doomcaller syllabus. Affliction School acquired. You have gained the spell. Tire Affliction was pretty much what it sounded like. Debuffs. The school's purpose was to debilitate the enemy, attacking their attributes or lowering their resistances. The core spell structure reminded me of a virus with an outer coating, designed to pierce the target and deliver the spell directly into their body. Spell Tire School, Affliction Type, Affliction Range, Medium Duration, 1 minute per 5 ranks in the Affliction School. Thy spell latches on to the target's stamina pool, lowering their passive regeneration by 5% and causing all stamina-based abilities to cost 2% more. The Tire spell was a bit underwhelming compared to everything else I'd gotten, but as the full understanding of the spell settled in, I started to see its true purpose: the long game. Sure, 2% sounded pretty low, but over the course of a battle that cost would add up, especially for melee classes. Add in the fact that, once spent, that stamina would be slower to come back, and it wasn't half bad. With the new schools building a new foundation in my brain, I activated the first of the spell scrolls and braced myself. Spell See Magic School, Thaumaturgia Type, Enhancement Range, Self-Variable based on magic attribute duration. Channeled. This spell allows the caster to physically see the magical workings of others. The clarity and range of this sight is dependent on the magic attribute of the caster. I finally understood what the caller had been talking about. Being able to see someone else's spells, combined with the new understanding of the underlying spell structures. Learning spells without the direct matrix download was much more believable. Spell Shield School, Abjuration Type, Protection Range, Self-Duration, 8 hours. This spell creates a magical shield that will protect the caster from physical and magical damage. The shield spell was pretty straightforward. It was a solid shell of mana that would absorb attacks, almost identical to the enchantments on my rings. If I'd had that spell during the magic trial, things would have been so much easier. Spell Weakened School, Affliction Type, Affliction Range, Medium Duration, 3 seconds. This spell halves the power attribute of the target for the duration. Holy hell, I said as I parsed the last spell. Dropping someone's strength in half was insane, even if it was only for a few seconds. A giggle escaped my lips as I pictured an ogre charging me, only to drop its massive club on its head as its arms gave out. An extra loud cough shattered the daydream. "Are you ready to begin?" the caller asked, gesturing to where the others were seated. With a nod, I followed him over and settled in, hoping Doomcaller training wouldn't be quite as brutal as Bear Pits had been. Somehow it was worse. Chapter 24, definitely not a training montage. The good thing about physical exhaustion was that when I was done, I could collapse into a puddle on the floor and relax while my mind was still free to think. Mental exhaustion, on the other hand, there was no escape from that except sleep, and sometimes even that escape was unavailable. It was hard to relax enough to sleep when I felt like someone had cracked my skull wide open and poured a concoction of lemon juice and salt into the wound. Oblivion, though, that came at unexpected times. I lost track of time. Hell, I lost track of all existence. The Doomcaller training was that brutal. I learned to fear that bastard trainer's toothy grin. A smile that wide was not natural. Neither was the training regimen they put us through. From dawn to dusk, we worked on improving our skills the hard way. Using essence to raise our skills was strictly forbidden until the training was complete. Problem was, no one knew when that was going to be. Under the trainer's unwavering gaze, we worked on improving our magic, draining our mana pools again and again. Our only breaks came when our mana pools had run dry, and they only lasted until we had enough to cast sea magic, and that's when the real work started. See, the trainers weren't satisfied with the number of spells we had at our disposal. The ones they'd provided were, according to them, the bare minimum. They expected us to learn more. The Doomcallers were the offensive spellcasters of the people, and were responsible for bringing the Triple Ds to any conflict, debuffs, destruction, and death. Spell scrolls for everything they wanted us to know weren't that common, so we had to learn them the hard way. Once sea magic was up and running, the caller would go through the process of casting the spell of the day, forming it as slowly as possible where we could watch and examine the spell's structure. The somatic and verbal bits of the spells were pretty easy to pick up, but it took a lot of focus to shape the mana into the shape the spell required. At least the first time. Once you got it right, the spell was added to your system sheet, bringing with it all of the information that would have come from using a scroll. It was incredibly hard and gave me a whole new level of respect for Reven. She'd been learning things that way for years. I wondered if there was some trick to it all and reminded myself to ask her the next time I saw her. That was another bit of stress. Reven had been shipped off to train with the rest of the healers, and I hadn't seen her in how many days. I hoped she was okay, but something told me it was the orcs that I should be more concerned with. Internally, my mind was slowly recovering from the feels tsunami. I'd expected the obscene amount of mental fatigue to have a detrimental effect on my mindscape's recovery, but it actually had the opposite effect. It was like the spellwork was acting as some kind of mental physical therapy. The more I cast, the stronger my control became. Having the control was one thing, but having the time to actually utilize it was a different story. With the brief moments of respite I had from training, I recreated the sprawling library representation of Dwala's insight so that Dara would have something to do. The more we could find out about the tactics of the enemy, the better. Whenever I looked in on her, I could see piles of books on those topics sitting on the table in front of her, but judging by the way she reacted when I checked in on her, I strongly suspected the books she was actually reading had nothing to do with the void. Despite my best efforts, I only managed to hold on to 2 new spells, which seemed to please my instructor, and the constant practice improved all of my spell schools by a rank or 2. The first new spell was called Doom, and was a general debuff, which pretty much made everything harder for the target to do. It affected their accuracy, the mana and stamina cost of their abilities, and even made it more likely for them to be critically injured. It was the calling card spell of the Doomcallers, for obvious reasons. The second spell was Siphon. Siphon was an improved version of Dispel that had a smaller chance of unraveling the target spell, but when it was successful, it would steal a good chunk of the mana fueling the spell and replenish my pool. There was something fitting about taking the mana from a curse, and using it to heal my allies, or blasting the caster with something fueled by their own spell. I was slightly upset with myself for not learning the other spells that had been presented, but there was only so much a mortal mind could absorb. Blinking away the last vestiges of sleep, I looked around at the bright daylight leaking into my tent and started to panic. Up until then, the trainers had dragged us out of bed when the first rays of sunlight were visible on the horizon. The fact that they'd let us sleep in was terrifying. What did they have planned for today that they thought we'd need more sleep for? I grabbed my gear and rushed out of my tent. 2 feet from the entrance, I collided with a large orc decked out in full battle gear. I bounced off him like a brick wall and landed on my ass. The orc looked down on me and chuckled. "Come, twice marked. You're training with me today." I wasn't quite sure what to expect, but I figured training with someone new would at least involve something different. The orc led me out of the Doomcaller encampment and back underground into a section of the mesa I hadn't seen before. Our destination turned out to be a large, dome-shaped cavern with no other obvious exits. "Sit," the instructor said and gestured to the center of the room. With a grunt, he sat opposite me and pulled a large drum out of his pack. It reminded me of the drums my Uncle Terry used to keep in his garage. When I'd asked my mom about them, she'd said that Terry was a bit of a free spirit in college. When I'd gotten old enough, my dad had filled me in on what that meant. Hippie was the word he used, with multiple references to an overindulgence in a certain recreational drug that had since been made legal, and a certain popularity with the ladies. "Your uncle sounds like a fun guy." I smiled, remembering all the times I'd spent with him, playing his classic video game systems and watching the horror movies he'd been expressly forbidden from showing me. He was. Dara's mental arms embraced me. "I'm so glad you can remember all of this now without the pain." "Me too." The resonating boom of the orc's drum snapped my attention back to the physical. "Sorry, caller. Your drum reminded me of," the orc snorted, cutting me off with a sharp gesture. "I'm no Doomcaller," he said with a chuckle. "I am Ulik, a war chanter. We are the people's superior version of what you pinkskins call bard." "Okay, so the High Keeper says you have the ability to weave magic with song." I nodded. "Yeah, I have the spell song school." "Good, I will teach you the songs you must know when we march tomorrow." "More spells, great." What he had just said sank in. "Whoa, march tomorrow." I tried to remember exactly how long it had been since I'd arrived at the moot, but it was all still a bit fuzzy. "Yes, tomorrow. Now close your mouth and open your ears," he said and started to play a slow beat on the drum. "This is the cadence of the Longstrider." The vibrations from the drum spread through the room, making it clear that he'd chosen this place for the amazing acoustics. After the initial beat, I could feel magic in the song, vibrating along with the drum and filling the room. My entire body seemed to respond to the music. My pulse quickened as my heartbeat shifted to match the beat. I felt invigorated. "You are under the effects of the cadence of the Longstrider." Unlike my song of quickening, I didn't feel any faster, just full of boundless energy. It must be what Captain America felt like all day. Something in the song tickled at the edges of my awareness, and I instinctively cast sea magic to try and get a look at the magic at work. It was a bad idea. The room was full of visible sound waves infused with mana, bouncing off of every surface to form a giant web of light. I gasped and canceled the spell, almost blind from the light. The song came to an end and the warchanter started laughing at my expression. "No, silly pinkskin. You cannot use the Doomcaller's methods to learn this. You have to feel the magic, not see it." He pulled out a second drum and placed it in front of me. "Now we begin." Drums were not something I was very familiar with. I'd never realized just how involved they could get. Knowing which portions of the drum to hit to produce each sound, what to hit them with, and even the direction of the hit contributed to producing a wide variety of sounds. The drum he'd brought for me was smaller than his own, which made sense considering I'd need to be running while I played it. It was made to be carried in one arm and played with a single hand while on the march. There were no words to the Longstrider spell, just a set beat and constant application of mana. Ulrich led me through the spell time after time, but it wasn't until I was allowed to break out my guitar and compare the way my magic flowed into my other songs that I finally picked it up. It was a lot easier than learning the spells from the Doomcallers. Vibrations and resonance were the key, using mana to infuse sound waves to produce an effect in the things they touched. That realization hit me like a ton of bricks, swung by the system with a timely notification. Spell School. Spell Song has increased to rank 11. New spell acquired. Spell Cadence of the Longstrider School. Spell Song Type. Enhance a mid-range. Voice Duration. While played +5 minutes, this spell invigorates all allies that can hear the song, granting them increased stamina and stamina regeneration, and lessening the amount of energy required for out-of-combat movement. My teacher must have seen the blue flash in my eyes because he slapped me on the shoulder and completely destroyed my rhythm. Good. You finally got it. Now let's see what else we can cram into your tiny skull. Chapter 25, Sight for Sore Eyes. My arms felt like wet noodles the next morning, but at least they were al dente. The rest of my training had been super productive. I'd managed to pick up 2 additional songs from the Warchanter, in addition to the cadence of the Longstrider that the Overchief wanted me to learn. The first was called War Tempo and would give everyone in range a short-term buff to speed and damage, sort of like a limited berserk. When the spell finally clicked, I couldn't help but scream "wag" at the top of my lungs, completely confusing my teacher. The last spell was another healing spell called Heartsong Tempo, which worked on all allies in a small radius around me, giving them a small immediate heal and a short regeneration buff. Stacked with my healing melody, it would be pretty sweet, although juggling the drum and guitar would be a pain in the ass. But that was a problem for another day. I could feel dawn approaching, and according to the Warchanter, we would be marching out. Hopefully that meant I'd be reunited with Reven as well. I hadn't seen her in however long it had been, and I was concerned for her, and for whatever trainer she'd been assigned to. Dude had no clue what he'd gotten himself into. I packed up my training gear, opting to keep my armor in my bag since we'd likely be moving at a pretty quick pace and I didn't want to fall behind. Everything I owned went into the dimensional bag except for my rapier, which I slung over my back, and the drum that Ulik had provided me for the march. "Sebastian, I am so glad to see you," Reven said from behind me. I turned around and smiled as I drank in the sight of her. Her normally perfectly arranged hair was gone, leaving a much more natural look that somehow made her even more beautiful. I stepped closer. "How did your training go? Hopefully being a healer wasn't quite as brutal as what they put me through." She flashed me a small smile. "You'd be surprised. The people are nothing if not thorough." I was surprised at the lengths they went to ensure that my group had patience to work on. Oh, I can believe it. We learned firsthand what it felt like to be hit with the spells they were teaching us, and that was when they weren't trying to melt our brains by having us try to pick apart the spells they wanted us to learn. "See magic?" she asked. "Yeah, quite useful, but there's only so many times I can pick apart a spell before my brain turns to goo. I guess they wouldn't have access to the same tools as my family, but it is a method that works." "So that's not how you learned all your spells?" she giggled. "No, state secret and all that." She looked a little confused. "If that means I cannot tell you, then yes." "Figures," I replied, flashing her a smile to make sure she knew I wasn't actually mad. "Learn any new skills?" Her eyes came alive. "Yes and no. My education was very thorough, and my class is limited in the additional schools I may learn, so I was unable to accept the scrolls that they offered." but I was able to increase my first aid, alchemy, and medicine abilities and pick up a new spell by increasing my divine and healing schools. Nice, I said. They pretty much pounded as much magic as they could into my skull. Come to think about it, I haven't found any schools that I haven't been able to learn yet. Warlock plus Bard opens a large number of schools to you. Revan looked thoughtful. I'd be interested to know which ones you are barred from. I'm not sure which Dawala would have an issue with. I shrugged. I'm not a priest, so I'm not sure the same limitations apply, but if there's some sort of demon magic he'd probably have a problem, or necromancy. Dara hissed in my mind. You will go nowhere near void magic, and necromancy is just gross. A sharp whistle drew my attention to my left, where Tumanako was gesturing for us to follow. She was sporting a brand new face tattoo, showing she'd successfully passed the Karok Hash. Come, you two are with me. Revan and I shared a look before jogging over. The goblin led us off the mesa, down through the tunnel network inside, and out to the shores of the marsh where a fleet of ferries were shuttling people to the solid ground northeast of the mound. Have you been able to contact the rest of the team? I asked Revan as we waited our turn. She nodded. I've spoken to them almost every day. They've been gathering essence so that once we have a destination, they can charter a new skyship. I know Lyra has been champing at the bit to rejoin us, and it's only been a week. A week, I said, trying to do the mental calculations. It felt like a lot longer. This was not what I was expecting when we got here. I'll kiss it better later, Dara said, shifting her outfit to something straight out of a Victoria's Secret catalog. If you can stay awake long enough. Some mental horizontal mambo was just what the doctor ordered. I resolved to keep enough juice in the tank to worship my lovely packmate like she deserved. It had been way too long. Sebastian, Revan said, nudging me out of my musings. Huh, I asked, surprised to see that I was holding up the line for the ferry. Sorry. I stepped on board, making room for Revan in the middle while scanning the water for lurking predators. Tumanako sidled up next to us. This is a great moment chosen, she said in Orcish. The people have not marched together for generations. Revan nodded, not since the last incursion. Now we show the world the strength of Yuba's children. The goblin's smile was infectious. Rearranging my blade and drum to be more comfortable, I caught her attention. Do we know where we're going? She scrunched up her nose in thought. To the east. A city called Ashford. The keepers have seen it in a vision. Demon Spawn have laid siege to the city. The pit, Dara said, sadness evident in her tone. The dungeon was never a popular one, but Trineve was always a master when it came to essence efficiency, if the cultists were able to capture his core. So, destroy the demon army, infiltrate the dungeon, and destroy the portal, I said, all in a day's work. Revan looked at me strangely and shook her head. I will tell Hale where to meet us. She looked at Tumanako. Will you be joining us when we head into the dungeon? She nodded. That was my mother's wish, she said. The goblin's voice shifted into a horrible impression of the High Keeper. You can scout for them. Tell the warlock to leave shadowplay to the true Hash. I laughed. Point, I'll leave the ninja stuff to you. Ninja, Tumanako said, sharing a confused look with Revan, who just shrugged. You'll get used to it, she said. The goblin girl smiled. Interlude, the Nexus M. Alec's face had lost all color. I don't understand, my lord. How can we? Why do we have to? The god of dungeons, laid a clawed hand on the dungeon lord's shoulder. I know it's a lot to take in, Malik, but it is the will of the Divine Council. We must set things in motion now. Avil and her tower wardens are trying to figure out how to adapt as well. The dungeon lord blinked, his normally stoic features a mixture of panic and determination to carry out the will of his god. For centuries, we've utilized the Nexus to train Lore's defenders, and now, was it all for nothing? Dawala patted him on the shoulder. It was not for nothing. Countless times we've thrown back the forces of the void, and we shall do so again. They found a flaw in our methods and have exploited it, and now we must adapt to eliminate that flaw. Malik squared his shoulders and let out a long breath. It will be as you say, my lord. The mortals, Barton and my other priests will guide them. Dawala smiled. A world quest will ensure their participation. Malik's eyes went wide. A world quest. But all 9 must be in agreement to. They are, the god replied. Even Gaia has voiced her approval. One of her eldest has already awoken and she is gathering the power to raise another. Malik's mouth went dry. 2 of the elder dragons awake on this plane at once. I hope it isn't necessary. What of your daughter and her bonded? Malik asked. A look of worry crossed the god's features. Dara and her bonded are safe with Yuba's get. Yuba's methods are not my own, but those who survive her tests are a force to be reckoned with. They are en route to Ashford now and will soon face the demon spawn who have defiled Trineve's charge. Malik bowed his head. He will be avenged and his core restored. Dawala shook his head sadly. The core will be destroyed. The pit is dead. The dungeon lord let out a long sigh. I understand, my lord, but his memory will live on in all those who still serve. The god gave Malik's shoulder a squeeze and looked over to where a swarm of imps was busy carving an intricate circle into the stone around the dungeon core. How soon will you be ready? Malik examined their progress with a calculating look. If there are no issues, we should be ready for the transition within a day or 2. Good. I will contact you when it is time, the god said, and then disappeared in a flash. Malik let out a long breath. There was a lot of work yet to be done, and he just set himself a deadline that, while realistic, would still be challenging to meet. Creel. Chapter 26. The orcs go marching one by one. ONCE. Most of the clans have been ferried across. I was called to see the overchief to find out exactly where I fit into the whole marching thing. I figured they'd put me and Reven somewhere in the middle where we couldn't get in the way of the rest of the clan. Instead, they stuck me right up front. Apparently, the clan was a little short on warchanters, so I'd be filling in. The training with Ulik finally made sense. The war host was massive, and moving that many greenskins at speed was going to take a lot of work. I, and the rest of the warchanters, would be spaced so that we could cover the entire clan with the cadence of the Longstrider. The idea of being a pivotal link in the chain of buffs that would let the army move at the speed the chiefs wanted was a bit daunting, but I wasn't going to say no. The sooner we got to Ashford, the sooner I'd be reunited with Lyra, and the sooner we'd be able to cleanse the corrupted dungeon and kick whatever void demons that were using it as a foothold to the curb. Playing the drum and marching. Sounds easy, right? Yeah, not so much. Especially when the terrain seemed out to get me at every turn. Camping in the marsh was another kind of nightmare, but it beat trying to trudge through mud in the dark. At least the wetness in my dreams was the pleasant type. Marching through the swamp was unpleasant on the best of days. Add to that having to deal with the mud and muck stirred up by the footsteps of thousands of orcs, and the frantic retreat of anything that happened to be in their path. Let's just say that Reven's cleansing spell quickly became my favorite thing ever. Ashford was almost directly east of Calac Visto Gath. To get there, we had to cross almost the entirety of the eastern Dreadmarsh. Luckily, the marsh got easier to cross the further we got from the rivers feeding it, eventually transforming into rolling hills and grasslands that would have been any farmer's wet dream, if not for the wildlife. When we made it to the edge of the Dreadmarsh, and the call to make camp rang out, it was a relief. I was sure that if it hadn't been for Reven's healing spells and the invigorating nature of the cadence, my arm would have probably fallen off halfway through the muck. There was still daylight left, but the stop had been planned to give everyone a well-earned rest after the long slog. It was a good thing, too. Plodding through wetlands was brutal. We made camp a short walk into the grasslands with each clan handling its own setup. The Auraga saved me a space in the inner circle, unwilling to risk their marchbot to any creatures brave enough to test our camp. That thought made me a bit nervous, as anything crazy enough to risk the horde of greenskins would be completely insane. You'd be surprised what the creatures out here are willing to risk, Dara said. These are the wildlands after all. What kind of creature is crazy enough to attack this? I asked as I gestured to the sprawling encampment. The succubus looked thoughtful and held up a finger. Give me 1 minute. I need to look up the word. She held up a finger and rushed into my mental library and started searching through the shelves. Aha, she said after a moment and pulled out a book that looked like a copy of the Encyclopedia Britannica. We call them razas, she said absently as she scanned the book. There it is. She slammed the book shut and I got a good look at the spine of the book. It was the Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume D. Your world called them dinosaurs. You're shitting me. Dinosaurs. Like actual dinosaurs or just giant lizard monsters. The razas come in many forms. They aren't exactly like your dinosaurs, but that's the closest thing I could find from your world's lore. She shrugged. They aren't the only things out here, though. There are all kinds of dangerous predators who call the plains home. It's one of the reasons people go to Ashford. For the hunting. So, these plains are basically like an African safari. If half of the creatures are batshit crazy and willing to risk a camp full of killers for a meal. Not half of them, but there are enough opportunity hunters that putting you near the center of the camp is wise. Don't be surprised if we lose a few allies tonight. Well, shit. Anything else I should know? Don't eat anything. And try not to get bitten by anything. A lot of the creatures here are either poisonous or venomous or both. Ooh, we're in Australia, now I understand. I remember reading about that place. Were there dinosaurs there? I chuckled. No, it's just a joke where I'm from since their wildlife is pretty crazy. It's not important. I started setting up my tent. Let me focus on getting my tent set up and I'll show you a different sort of down under. Hunger blossomed in her eyes and her clothing transformed into a black silk robe. Oh yes. Chapter 27. Boom shakalaka. As soon as I closed my eyes I was yanked into my mindscape. I didn't even have a chance to pull the blankets over me before Dara demanded her due. Her eyes were virtually glowing with hunger. She pressed her hand against my chest and pushed me back until I bumped into a chair that she'd manifested behind me. Her hands moved up to my shoulders and pushed me down, forcing me to sit. Stay right there, she said with a wicked smile and stepped back, slowly undoing the ties on her robe. Inch by inch, the soft skin of her cleavage was exposed in the dim light permeating the scene. The robe opened further, showing off the inner curves of her breasts and her toned stomach. I could feel my pants getting tighter as my body responded to her teasing, but when I reached towards her, she slapped my hand away and shook her head. None of that now. Not one to argue with a good show, I smiled and sat back to enjoy. She slid the robe down her shoulders and turned around, letting it slip down her back as her wings unfurled. Where'd you learn this? One of my books, I asked. She looked back over her shoulder and blew me a kiss. You'd be surprised at just how much I've been able to glean from your memories. I snickered and watched the silky cloth slide down her soft skin to hang from her hips. Close your eyes, she whispered, and I complied. Now what? I asked, shifting a bit to relieve some of the pressure in my pants. They were feeling very, very tight at the moment. Keep them closed, she said, her voice coming from next to my ear. I felt the brush of silk against my forehead as she placed a cloth across my eyes, blindfolding me. That will make sure you don't cheat, she whispered. I smiled. I am at your mercy. Her hand slid down the sides of my head and over my chest, ending their journey at the buckles of my pants where she freed me from my leathery prison. Oh, she exclaimed. For me? I hummed. Now what do you intend to? Her hand on my cock cut off my words. What was that, lover? She asked, gently stroking down its hard length. And nothing, I said. Good, she said. Now stay still, and no hands. As you wish, I said with a small smile, forgetting the reference would go right over her head. I felt her warm breath on the tip of my cock, and it took all of my willpower to keep my hands at my sides. I wanted nothing more than to grab her by the horns and have her take me fully into her mouth. She let out a playful hum and brushed her cheek along my shaft. I could feel my excitement growing and let out a soft growl. She giggled. "Oh, I see, you want this," she said, and slid me into her mouth. I let out a gasp. "Yes, that's exactly what just keep doing that." I didn't know what to expect, but not being able to see what she was doing was pretty hot. Whatever depths of my adolescent web crawling she'd plumbed were definitely paying dividends. I could feel myself getting close to orgasm, and she must have sensed something too, because she stopped. Wait, why did you stop?" I asked, reaching out blindly. She tusked. "No hands, remember." I bit my lip and lowered my hands. "As you wish." She giggled and straddled me on the chair. Her lips met mine in a deep kiss, and she guided my cock into her as she settled onto my lap. Her lips parted in a soft moan as I slid deep into her. She was so wet that there was no issue at all with her taking everything I had to offer. I reached up to grab her hips, and she pushed my hands away, pressing them back down to my sides as she moaned. "No hands," she whispered before reaching up to cup my face and kiss me deeply as she ground her hips into mine. With a gasp, she pulled away, arching her back and pressing her firm breasts against my face as she rode me like a wild woman. My hips arched to meet her with every bounce, and I felt my own pleasure building higher and higher. She wrapped her arms around my head, holding me against her as her body started to shake. "You may use your hands now," she gasped out between bounces. With a grin, I grabbed her by the waist and stood up, reshaping my mindscape to provide for a more fitting setting. I replaced the chair with a bed, a nice firm bed that would allow for the maximum amount of thrust. I collapsed back onto the mattress, pulling her down on top of me as I got a better grip on her hips. She leaned in and kissed me as her hips continued to grind. Soft gasps interrupted our dancing tongues, and I couldn't help but smile. She put her hands on my shoulders and pushed herself up, arching her back as my cock filled her. She hung her head and growled as her hips shifted, rising up and down the entire length of my cock. She began to quiver as I matched her movement, fighting against the urge to give in to the tsunami of pleasure that was just within reach. With a primal growl, she drove herself down onto me, and the dam burst. Our bond opened wide as she came, sending a flood of energy coursing through me. With an answering growl, I let loose the dogs of lust and filled her with my seed, adding my own fire to the storm raging inside of us. She leaned down and kissed me, and the wild storm transformed into a controlled circuit, channeling our pleasure into a cycle that had us both shuddering in ecstasy. I felt her orgasm and she felt mine, and for that brief eternity we were one. She collapsed on top of me, her breath coming in long, ragged gasps. "Oh, I want to do that again, but I don't think I can move." I chuckled, and she shivered as the movement stimulated her still sensitive bits. "I know what you mean. I feel like I've just stuffed myself at an all-you-can-eat buffet and they just opened up the dessert bar." She nuzzled into my neck, her breath slowing as her body started to relax. "Just a short rest. Then we can," she yawned and then went quiet. With a thought, I created a light blanket and pulled it over us. I don't know why. The temperature would be whatever I wanted it to be, but having a blanket to snuggle under just felt normal. I let my breathing relax, entering a meditative state while drawing in all the essence released by our amorous adventures. Every essence was going to be critical in the days ahead, and I didn't want to waste a drop. Plus 284 essence, 142 transferred to Dara. The rush of energy caused Dara to stir and shift, sliding off me and to the side where she nuzzled under my arm. The influx also reminded me of the crystals still in my pouch, so with a moment of focus I shifted my consciousness back to the physical. My bag was within arm's reach. So I slid my hand inside and absorbed all but a few hundred of my essence stash. It was always good to keep a reserve in case of emergencies. Plus 3,500 essence, 1,750 transferred to Dara. I let out a low chuckle when the rush failed to wake the sleeping succubus. I had to pat myself on the back. I'd really tired her out. Of course, the fact that I immediately yawned myself made it clear that I wasn't that far from joining her in post-coital oblivion. But first, I needed to up my skills. Glancing at my system info, I let out a long sigh. There were some tough choices ahead of me. My primary role was getting more and more mana-intensive as things went on, so I was sorely tempted to up my magic attribute again. However, that cost 2,500 essence, and if I did that then, I'd have a big fat 5 essence left in the tank for emergencies. Alternatively, I could raise Abjuration and Affliction to rank 5 and get 2 more bonus spells for 1,100 essence, leaving me with another 1,400 to play with. In the end, I decided that despite the cost, raising my magic attribute would benefit me more than gambling on getting something useful from the system. The risk was just too high to depend on Jessus. Plus, I was still unsure as to how to fully utilize my new spells once shit hit the fan, so adding more complications wouldn't be the best idea. A quick glance at the system clock showed I'd be cutting it close, but there was just enough time for me to finish cooking and still be up at dawn. I gave thanks to whatever gods were listening for the early night, queued up my choice, and promptly passed out. Chapter 28 Life finds a way tee blaring of a war horn woke me out of a dead sleep. I scrambled out of my bedding and poked my head out of my tent, trying to find out what was going on. Warriors dashed through the campsite, heading towards the plains with weapons in hand. I saw many things that I really didn't want to see at that moment. Apparently most of the people sleep in the buff, and when war calls, well, let's just say that they don't take the time to get dressed before running towards the fighting. I was going to need some brain bleach to erase the image of that many orc dicks swinging in the breeze, just like Old Man Jenkins from the song. Or worse, some orcs were really excited for battle, if you know what I mean. Ducking back into my tent, I pulled on my armor and gathered my gear just in time for the second set of horns to ring out. Revan met me as I re-emerged, somehow immaculate. "Do you know what's happening?" I asked. "A ZZA raid on one of the northern camps," she replied, looking unworried. "Should we go help?" My role, other than speedbot, was a bit unclear, so I wasn't sure if I was supposed to respond to that kind of thing. She shook her head. "They have it under control." That's what the second set of horns was for. Ah, good. I shook the tension out of my shoulders and let out a long breath. Well, I don't think I've got any more sleep in me. I reached into my bag and pulled out some of the higher quality rations I'd saved. "Want to join me for breakfast?" She gestured over to the central fire where a trio of goblins were working on some sort of orcish breakfast stir-fry. "It's almost ready," she said with a teasing smile. "I think I'll be sticking with my rations for right now. I'd rather not have to make an emergency pit stop on the march today because the orcish spices didn't agree with me." "Showing some wisdom there, I see," she said with a grin. "Luckily, my training at court has inured me to almost any form of cuisine." Looking down at the concoction of dried meat, fruits, and nuts that made up my ration, I shrugged. "These things are actually pretty good. I'll join you at the fire if you're not tired of my company yet." She laughed. "I doubt that will happen." She flashed me a teasing smile. "You are the only other pinkskin around after all. You'll have to do until Hale and the others get here." I clutched at my chest in mock hurt. "Ouch, I see how it is." We headed over to the fire and claimed a pair of rocks. While waiting for the goblin chefs to finish their work, Revan took out a small crystal and looked my way. "I'm going to send a message to the team. Anything you want to say?" I nodded. "Yeah. Please tell Lyra I miss her and can't wait to see her again." I tapped my chin in thought. "Have you heard anything more about Eret?" Sadness filled her eyes as she responded. Eret was more severely injured than I thought. That Bloodweaver demon shredded a piece of his soul. I don't know if he'll ever be the same again. The healers in Haven sent him on to the capital. He'll have the best healers we have at our disposal. Oh shit, I said. Sorry I brought it up. I thought he'd be with the team. She shook her head. Number Lyra will need to take over as our front line. I have every confidence she'll be able to handle the responsibility, but Eret was my oldest companion. His absence will be felt. I rested my hand on hers, squeezing gently in an attempt to offer some comfort. She took it in both of hers and gave me a small smile. It's the life of an adventurer. Nothing is guaranteed, but it's still hard. She looked down at the crystal in her lap. I'll let you know when I hear more. Thanks, I said, and left her to her spell work. There was a notification pending, so I braced myself and triggered it, hoping I wasn't about to take a tumble out of my makeshift seat. Upgrades complete. 2,500 essence has been invested into your magic attribute, raising it from 12 to 13. Your mana pool has increased by 45. With the notification came a jolt of power that filled my veins with fire. Energy crawled through every strand of my mana network, causing them to stretch and branch even further, creating even more channels for my mana to flow through. The pain was over quickly, leaving behind a dull ache that soon faded to nothingness. The war horns had kicked the proverbial hornet's nest. The original plan was to break camp near noon, but with everyone already awake, the powers that be decided to get an early start on things. The war host broke camp with a practiced efficiency, packing up the tents and other supplies in less than an hour. Revan and I had dimensional storage bags that made carrying our own equipment easier, but most of the greenskins had to lug their equipment on their backs. Not that many of them seemed burdened in the least. With a soft kiss goodbye, Revan went to join the rest of the healers in the middle of the horde while I moved into position in the front. A single drum signaled our departure, quickly falling into the beat of the cadence of the Longstrider. Magic thrummed in the air as I added my drum and magic to the mix, and the war host began our journey. If we ran straight through, we could probably reach Ashford in 2 days or so, but an army needed to eat, and feeding so many, especially Yuba's Get, was a major undertaking. The plan was to travel as far and as fast as we could from sunup until late afternoon and then make camp, while sending out hunting parties to fill the pots. No one was exempt from hunting duty, including the Travel Buff Brigade, which is how later that afternoon, Revan, Tumanako, and I found ourselves out in the plains, following the trail of a large beastie that reminded me of a mammoth during our first day fully on the plains. The Overchief had sent 2 of his personal guards with us for protection. Equality was all well and good, but losing their buff bot and a powerful healer would really put a damper on things. Without Lyra and the rest of the team, I was more than willing to accept the protection and actual hunting skill that Falk and Yeli brought to the table. A bird call from up ahead put me instantly on guard. It was the signal the party had agreed on for when we were close enough to attack. I crouched low, doing my best to stay silent as I crept closer. Cresting a small hill, our prey came into view. The Kurath was built to survive the perils of the plains. Instead of towering over the grasses like the mammoths of Earth, its legs were short and stubby, ensuring that its bulk would be hidden by the tall grasses. It made up for its lack of height with width. Its body was easily 8 feet across, like a giant oblong potato covered in short, straw-like fur. Its head was more like an anteater than an elephant, with a short trunk-like nose and a pair of ivory tusks. If it weren't for the dried blood on the tusks, I might have thought it was kind of cute. Its fur was both camouflage and armor, making the creature immune to slashing weapons and insulating it from any fire-based attacks, which is why I was on control duty. Our orcish bodyguards were armed with hunting spears that would probably do the trick, so once Tumanako started the attack, they'd come running. I took a knee at the top of the hill, hand poised over my drum infused with mana, ready to power war tempo. The extra boost to speed and strength would hopefully help the orcs put the creature down quickly so we could get back to camp. Another whistle filled the air. It was the signal to attack. Almost as if by magic, an arrow streaked through the air and embedded itself in the creature's neck. A second arrow hit almost instantly, but glanced off of the beast's fur as it turned towards the source of its pain. I brought my hand down on the drum, letting my mana flow into the instrument and out with the beat. The effects of the spell flowed through me, and it took all of my willpower to remain in place instead of rushing into combat. The Kureth hunkered down and whipped its head towards Falk as he rushed out of the grass. His muscles surged with power as he deftly avoided the creature's tusks and drove his spear deep into its side. The beast let out a ragged cough, spraying the dirt with blood. The spear must have punctured a lung or something, but it was far from defeated. It whirled around, catching Falk with a tusk, ripping through green flesh and spilling even more blood onto the ground. Revan's chanting accompanied the healing glow of a spell, and Falk's wounds were sealed, allowing him to get back to his feet. At the same time, Yeli joined the fight, attacking the creature's left forelimb. The keen blade of her spear slipped into the joint and out the other side, slicing through the tendons. The Kureth stumbled as the limb gave way. It attempted to catch itself, barely staying on its feet. Another arrow shot out of the grass and narrowly missed its eye, cutting a shallow gash along its cheek instead. With a surge of mana, I used Echo to extend the effects of the war tempo and switched to normal spellcasting, hitting the Kureth with a daze that froze it in place for long enough for the orcs to take out its other forelimb. I almost felt bad for the creature as it collapsed. The only hunting I'd ever done on Earth was in the supermarket, finding the right cut of pre-packaged, farm-raised beef that my mom wanted for her stew. I never had to kill for my meat. It was yet another thing that I'd have to get used to in my new life. I could always survive off the stuff I could conjure up with magic, but unless there was a summon bacon spell out there, I'd probably have to hunt at one point or another. The words for doom rolled off my tongue easily, creating a dark cloud that sank into the creature's body. Tyre came next, cutting into its stamina pool and regeneration, and then it was back to drumming, picking up the war tempo beat where I'd left off. Unlike my guitar-based songs, there was little opportunity to do any other casting between beats unless I used Echo, but the mana cost of extending the Aya effects was a real kick in the teeth. A savage growl brought my attention back to the crippled Kureth, who was quickly losing its fight against the hunters. Its face looked like a porcupine, and at some point Tumanako had finally hit her mark and put an arrow through its eye. Surpassingly, the arrow just seemed to piss it off. The orcs renewed their attack, taking out its remaining limbs and immobilizing it until Yeli stabbed her spear deep into its throat. Blood spurted from the wound as she tore her weapon free, painting the huntress in red as she reveled in her kill. I let my song end and strode down the hill. We'd all be needed to get the creature ready to bring back to camp. Chapter 29. Clever Girl. I was halfway down the hill when a strange chirping sound pierced the air. I had no clue what it meant, but the orcs and Tumanako were instantly on guard. "Center up, RZ Zaths." "RZZ what's?" I asked, alarmed by the look of fear on the greenskins' faces. "Your world had something like them," Dara said in my mindscape as she held up a picture book towards me. "Velociraptors." "Fuck," I said and booked it down the hill, hoping I wasn't about to be mauled by a pack of ravenous bird-lizard things. Several additional chirps answered the pack leader's call from all directions, and the looks of concern on the hunters' faces intensified. "Hurry." Falk growled before pulling a curled horn from his belt and bringing it to his lips. 3 long wails echoed through the air before the predator's circling struck. The rustling of the grass to my left was my only warning as a 4-foot-tall murder lizard leapt out of the grass, claws extended. "Watch out!" Dara yelled. Claws raked across my defenses, shredding my shield spell and half the protection my rings provided. I retaliated with influence, grasping the creature's will with my own, and sending it to intercept another raptor that was creeping its way towards Reven's position. The lizards went down in a ball of claws and teeth. 3 more Arzizaths emerged from the grass and charged Falk and Yeli. The reptilian hunters moved almost as one, weaving around each other with incredible control. To a prey animal, it might have been enough to distract, but for the seasoned orcish hunters, it was nothing but a worthless expenditure of energy. 2 lizards leaping became 2 dinosaurs dying almost instantly, as the orcish warriors made good use of the creature's momentum to drive their spears through their chests. 2 Monako dropped out of stealth next to the third, driving her dagger up under its forelimb and into its chest. She must have hit something vital because the creature crumpled almost immediately. The orcs put down my enthralled Arzizath and its opponent with brutal efficiency. That seemed to be the last of them, but my greenskin party mates were still moving in defensive mode, so I kept on my guard. I moved over to Reven and looked around. "Can we eat these things too?" Yeli huffed. "They are barely good enough for stew." "Now quiet." Reven refreshed our defensive buffs and scanned the area. At least there were only 5 of them. All 3 greenskins looked at her with confusion. Those were scouts. "There are a lot." A chorus of chirps sounded from every direction. "Bastion, I found another book. It says Arzizath usually hunt in packs of up to 30. Shit." I glanced nervously at the tall grass. Reven ducked back against the corpse of the Kuroth as she chanted a spell I hadn't seen before. It seemed to create a nimbus of golden energy around her as she cast, building slowly with every word. It was fascinating, but the pack of Arzizaths surging out of the grass required my full attention. I barely had time to beat out the opening tempo of my attack buff and use Echo before I was forced into a more active role. I swung the drum around to my back and formed my pack blade into a machete, knowing that my normal lighter bladed weapons weren't going to cut it against the raptor's scaly hide. With my other hand, I cast mass hypnosis, centering it over a small cluster of the little bastards and locking them down while I focused on the others. The Doomcallers might have tried to drill the use of my newer affliction spells into my brain, but casting debuffs in the face of a swarm of ravenous dinosaurs didn't feel like the proper survival strategy. The words and gestures for Inferno came immediately to mind, and I was halfway through the spell before Dara's well-intended smack to the back of my head literally knocked some sense into me. "Do you want to set the entire plains on fire?" My eyes went wide and I switched to influence, taking hold of the leading dinosaur's mind and using it to trip up the rest of its fellows. 2 escaped the ruckus and headed right for me, jaws snapping. In that moment, I realized a very important thing. I relied way too heavily on fire for my offensive capabilities. The raptors leapt in tandem, each slashing out at me with their wicked talons. I jumped to the side and chopped into one's extended leg with my blade, nearly severing the limb. My hand grew warm as Dara drank in some of the creature's essence. "Oh, these things are so alive," she said with a hungry grin. "So full of essence. Normal fire was out, but balefire might work in a pinch if I could limit it to a very small area." The Dragon Ball Z approach I'd used against the demon in the Argent Spire wasn't an option, but the skill allowed for a much smaller beam than that. And well, in the long run, burning the plains might suck, but it would be better than being ripped apart. I raised my hand and hit the second raptor in the face with a condensed beam of balefire. It let out a high-pitched cry as its scales blackened, and its eyeball melted like candle wax inside its skull. With a frenzied shake of its head, it ran into the grass and disappeared, leaving its partner to fend for itself. The Arzizath chirped and hissed at me and dashed towards my left side, snapping at the hand I'd used to injure its buddy. I backed away and came up against the Kurath's corpse. There was a sharp pain in my back, and then I was on the ground, pinned underneath something that had locked its jaws onto the back of my neck. My stamina plummeted and I tasted blood in my mouth as my attacker shifted to get a better grip. A surge of essence flowed through me as Dara initiated the full power of Manifest Bond and pushed her essence into it. My regeneration shot up from, hey, I heal pretty fast, to Deadpool levels in seconds. But not only that. Wings burst out of my shoulder blades, sending my reptilian backpack flying through the air. Its talons took a chunk of me with it, but the constant flow of essence was enough to keep up with damage. Horns sprouted from my forehead as I turned to face my assailants, blade in one hand and claws that would make Freddy jealous on the other. Revan's voice rose to a crescendo. And with your holy power I create a sanctuary. A pulse of golden light erupted out of her and expanded to cover a large circular area, containing us and the Kurath corpse. A second later, she fell to her knees, and I could sense that her mana and stamina were completely tapped from the spell. The sound of bacon in the skillet filled the clearing as the Arzizath within the area of the spell started to burn. Small golden flames crawled over their scales, driving them mad as they dropped to the ground and rolled, attempting to smother holy fire that refused to go out. Half of the remaining pack fled, somehow smart enough to realize the source of their pain. We didn't give the others a chance. I found the bastard who tried to make a meal out of me and drove the pack blade deep into its flank, pulling hungrily at that abundance of life force that Dara had sensed. My wounds finished healing, and I dropped Manifest Bond back to its mana-only mode. I could feel some of the essence that Dara had sacrificed to keep me from death flowing back into her through our bond. When the first Arzizath ran dry, I searched for another and drained it as well. I made sure that Revan was okay and then checked my notifications. A multitude of messages blurred together into a summary for the battle, revealing that after all was said and done we'd ended up ahead, but not by much. Minus 180 essence from Dara Manifest Bond, plus 450 essence, 225 transferred to Dara, plus 450 harvesting XP. Congratulations. You have reached rank 56 and 57 in harvesting. I'll make it up to you, love, I said internally. You keep spending your essence saving me. It is as much my job to save you as it is yours to save me, she said as she wrapped her arms around me. I would be lost without you. A little essence is a small price to pay to keep you alive. I smiled and rested my chin on her head. Thank you. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com Chapter 30. This is how we do it be a Sheehan, Revan said softly, drawing my attention from where she was kneeling next to the Kurath carcass. I moved closer and offered her my hand. That's some spell, I said, gesturing around. Was that one of the new ones? She nodded. Yes. It's not easy to cast and takes all I can give, but it can be a lifesaver. I looked over to where Tumanako and the orc hunters were gathering the corpses of the Arzizaths. Everyone looked a bit beaten up, but the same golden flames that had seared the enemy were healing our allies. How long does it last? I asked. Right now it is taking all of my mana regeneration to maintain. Once I stop powering it, it will fade. So, it harms enemies and heals allies inside its radius. She gave a tired nod. And a few other things that don't matter right now. Falk had reached the two raptors I'd drained and was making a disgusted face. Warlock, what did you do to these? They are useless. I looked over. Just tell him you drained their life force to heal you. I was injured, so I used their life force to undo the damage, he grunted. Use potions next time. 2 Arzizath lost for what an alchemist could fix is a poor trade. Got it, I said with a shrug. Revan looked at me with a knowing look. The people might be okay with your true class, but it's best not to remind them of the reasons why most sentients tend to frown on your abilities. Yeah, well, I let out a sigh. Look, we are going to fight an army of demons. We're not even level 10 yet. I'd like to at least get that before we get to Ashford. I doubt the Overchief is going to let me get close enough to the action to get the essence until then. We're lucky their traditions required us to be included in at least one hunt. Succeeded in the spire, she said. Yeah, but that was a baby portal. It had barely formed. How big will this one be? Can my body physically handle the amount of essence that I'll have to channel to destroy it? Hell, will there even be a core there that I can shunt the extra energy into? I don't know, she said. Exactly. So, if I have to drain a few dinosaurs to make sure we survive the task our gods have sent us on, well, the people can suck a whole bag of dicks. One dick, maybe two. Tumanako said from behind me. Marta said any more and you can't get the right angle to. I jumped and threw up my hands. Whoa, too much information, she looked confused. But you said that it was a saying, a bad one at that. Revan patted me on the shoulder. He's worried about the battles ahead and being strong enough to complete our charge. It will be fine, the goblin said. There will be much strength to be gained before we reach battle. How? I said, gesturing to where the hunters were just getting finished cleaning the Curath. Not like these things give loot, she laughed. Silly Pinkskin, you do not loot razas, you eat them. Okay. Tumanako gestured towards the bodies. Gaia's creatures store essence in their bodies, their organs, meat, bones, everything. They absorb it from the world and make it a part of themselves. It's how they grow so large and powerful. Eating them grants part of that essence. Oh, I said slowly, still a little confused. Then why haven't I been getting essence from everything that I eat? You humans and your farms. What struggle does a fenced-in pig have? Fighting over scraps is no real challenge. Why would they have enough essence to matter? She snorted. They have some, but it is so little you would barely feel it. They are level 1 creatures with sorry lives. But what about the food from the Dreadmarsh? She narrowed her eyes and stared at me. You pass through the Karok mine and are of the people, so you will see things that cannot be shared with others not of the people. Revan looked intrigued. Like, you know what the creatures of the marsh are? Ah yeah, they're created from the womb, the goblin nodded. Yes, so their essence is given as loot, not in the meat. Revan pursed her lips. And the essence-granting food is likely highly sought after and controlled. Tumanako gave her a wide grin. Yes, only the strongest are given the spirit foods. But now we all get some, I asked. She nodded quickly. Yes, the razas are a bounty of essence. The keepers know how to prepare the spirit food and have sent the most skilled cooks with the war host. We will all eat well and grow stronger as we march. As long as the hunt is successful. As long as the hunt is successful, she replied. Good to know, I replied, and then stopped short as I realized a dreadful fact. In order to partake in Yuba's spirit food, I was going to have to conquer my vulnerability to the spice. Chapter 31, MMMMM's omething was dripping down my face. I couldn't tell if it was tears, drool, or sweat. Hell, it was probably a mixture of both, or even blood. Blood would have been a valid option as well. I took a deep breath and then shoved another spoonful of the spirit food stew into my mouth, doing my best to ignore the burn and focus on the tingling as my body naturally drew the essence from the specially prepared meat. Dara hummed in my mindscape as she savored the essence flowing through our bond. I wonder if they would give me my own bowl if you were to summon my avatar. I answered internally. My mouth was not up to actual speech at the moment. I doubt it. From the little they gave us, I figure it's already stretched pretty thin. My eyes continued to water as I willed myself to finish every drop of the way too spicy food. I'd asked Tumanako if there was a way to make a mild batch, but was essentially told to grow a pair. and that the spices did actually make a difference. Some kind of alchemy mumbo-jumbo, or she was fucking with me. As soon as I swallowed the last bite, I stuffed as much bread into my face as I could, doing everything in my power to quench the flames of hell that had made themselves at home inside my sinuses. When my eyes cleared, I saw Reven smirking at me from across the fire with laughter dancing in her eyes. "Ha ha," I said sarcastically. "Laugh it up." She covered her mouth and tried to stifle her laugh. "You should see your face right now," she said. "I highly recommend you rinse yourself off before turning in for the night. Otherwise, you might have to replace your bedding. Or a beautiful elven priestess could aid this poor soul with a little magical cleansing," I asked hopefully. "One such priestess could be convinced to do so," she said with a playful grin, "for a price." An ember of hunger entered my eyes, and she must have seen the direction I was taking things because she cut me off. "Not like that," I chuckled, a little disappointed. I did my best impression of a courtly beau from my seated position, circling my hand in a flourish like they did in those old-timey movies. "I am at your service, Covis. How may this humble human earn thy magnanimous benevolence?" She blinked at me and raised an eyebrow. "Piling it on a bit thick, aren't we?" I shrugged. "Do you know how long it takes to get out of this armor?" Her other eyebrow joined the first. "Oh yeah, I guess you do." She placed her bowl to the side and looked at me with a serious expression. "No, what I need is for you to learn a song for me. I am feeling rather homesick and could use something bright to lessen the stress of all of this." "Oh sure, what song?" I asked as Dara rushed into the archives of my mental library and started pulling out as many songbooks as she could find. "It's called Aelwithin's Delight," she whispered, a far-off look in her eyes. "On it," Dara said, flipping through the books faster than I could follow. Thinking back on the skill, I had a thought. I held out my hand and focused on the specific information I wanted to pull from the library. I felt a small pull of mana from my core, and then something started forming in my hand. Love," I said as a small scroll started to solidify in my palm. "It has to be here somewhere," Dara said, ignoring me. There was a slight shimmer and a pop, and the scroll was fully formed. "Dara," I said again, trying to get her attention. "Sebastian, my love," she said with a hint of exasperation in her voice. "I love you more than you can imagine, but if you continue to interrupt my Dara," I said, loud enough to finally catch her attention. "I found it." She blinked, looking at the scroll and then down at the sprawl of discarded books covering the floor at her feet. She looked back up at me. "Where?" I focused on pulling it from the library, and voila, it was in my hand. "Wait, you can do that?" "You mean I've been crawling through the dusty shelves in your head to find what I want when you could just..." She snapped her fingers and voila. "Why didn't you tell me I could do that?" "I just figured it out myself." "Sorry," Reven cleared her throat, bringing my attention back to the physical realm. "Did you hear what I said?" she asked. "Sorry. I was seeing if I had your song in my mental library." I focused back on the scroll and unrolled it, scanning the complex notes and lyrics. "Damn, that's a complicated one. I think I may need a little time to convert it to something I can play on my guitar, and practice it a few times to make sure I don't mangle it," she smiled. "Take all the time you need. The fact that you would put in that much effort already warms my heart." I walked over and sat next to her, sliding my arm around her as she leaned onto my shoulder. "If a song is what you need to help lift your spirits, then a song you shall have." I chuckled. "Plus, I really want that cleansing spell." I dodged her playful slap and looked deep into her eyes, broadcasting the growing affection I felt towards her through the nascent connection between us. "I may not be a noble, or really anyone of importance, but I'll do my best to make sure you have all the support you need." Her answer was a long, passionate kiss. Turns out a war camp wasn't the wrong time and place for some quality time together, if you know what I mean. Giggity. I got that cleansing spell too. Chapter 32. Coming in hot. Having successfully completed our first hunt, Reven and I were informed that we'd satisfied tradition and would be exempt going forward. Instead, I was assigned to the crew responsible for preparing the essence-infused meat, which included way more of the butcher's trade than I expected. It was nasty work, and I was only allowed to do the most menial of tasks. The keepers weren't about to let me ruin the prime cuts of essence-rich dino flesh due to a clumsy cut. The dirty work had its benefits, though. Being on the crew preparing the spirit food meant I usually got a slightly larger portion, especially if I put in a little extra effort that day. The rest of the trip across the plains was pretty boring. Honestly, after the whole Jurassic Park experience on the first day, I expected there to be a lot more run-ins with their kind. Or with random packs of demon scouts or something. From what I was able to gather, there were several more attacks, but the war host was well equipped and had no issue putting down the creatures too stupid to know to keep away. Everything changed about as we neared our destination. The Overchief called a halt at midday, and teams of scouts were sent ahead to get a lay of the land. The plan was to use the rest of the day to prepare, having one last spirit food meal and then complete any last-minute upgrades overnight. At dawn, we would begin our assault. "What are you looking for?" Revan said as she slipped out of her tent and found me scanning the sky to the west. "The others, shouldn't they be here by now?" she smiled. "The last message I received from Hale said their ship was on schedule, flying high over the plains to avoid the flying Razas. So tonight then, or before." She slipped an arm around me. "They'll be here in time for the attack, of that I have no doubt." Tumanako faded into view as she walked into the clearing. "Come, Pinkskins, the Overchief wants to speak with you." "Lead the way," I said, gesturing towards the command tent. I knew the way, but I'd grown fond of watching the sway of the goblin girl's badonk, as had Dara. "I wonder what goblin tastes like," Dara said with an evil grin. My imagination started to spin out of control, and it took a bit of willpower to force my gaze away, only to find Revan's looking at me with an amused expression. "You really are insatiable, aren't you?" Well," I stammered. "Succubus," she laughed and shook her head. "Variety is the spice of life. Give me some warning if you do intend to invite our lovely guide to your tent. I wouldn't want to interrupt." Dara's whispers in my mind painted a lovely picture of green and white flesh intertwined, but when I opened my mouth to speak, Revan held up a hand. "Hold that thought." A second later, the sound of thunder reached my ears, barely audible. I glanced to the west, confused as there were no clouds in sight, let alone storm clouds. Goblin messengers rushed out of the command tent and dashed to the west. An instant later there was a dull light and a buzzing sound from Revan's belt pouch. She reached inside and pulled out the crystal she used to communicate with her party. Her eyes lost focus for a second and she cursed. "Get your things, the skyship is under attack. We need to be ready to assist when they get here." "What? How?" I asked as she pushed me back towards our tents. "Go, get your gear, they'll be here in minutes." I looked back to the west and squinted. There on the horizon I could barely make out a small shape in the distance, surrounded by a darker mist. Shit, it wasn't mist. It was a cloud of small flying things swarming the ship. I rushed into my tent and pulled on my gear, grabbing everything I needed for battle. I looked like a damned wandering minstrel at the Ren Fair, drum on one hip, guitar on my back, and some face tattoos to add to the aura of mystery. Revan joined me as we left our fire behind and headed towards the western edge of the camp. The ship was maybe a half-mile out at that point, and from what I could see it was in rough shape. The sails on the topmast were hanging in tatters. The bottom mast had been broken in half and was dangling from the tangled rigging. Both sets of dorsal sails looked pretty beat up as well. As I watched, the cloud of demons whirled and twisted through the air, in sync just like a flock of birds on Earth, somehow managing to whirl and turn without braining each other mid-flight. They swooped down and crashed against a dome of force that had been erected over the main deck. The bodies of the demons killed from the impact rained from the sky, disappearing into putrid-colored mist before they even hit the ground. Another spin of the demon cloud hit the wooden hull of the ship from the underside. There was a loud bang as the wood gave way and the ship listed to one side, which made no sense. They weren't in water. How could a ship sink in midair? Then I saw the real problem. With a crack, the right side dorsal mast snapped, knocking the ship even further off kilter. Whoever was piloting the skyship tried to compensate but put too much strain on the other mast, snapping it and sending the vessel into a steep dive. Drums filled the air as a small war party jogged past us and headed towards the likely crash site. Reven and I fell in with them, earning a curious look from the strike leader. "Go back to the camp, you're not a part of this unit." I gestured towards the ship. "Those are our friends, they came here because of us," the orc snorted. "You were warned." "It'll be you who has to answer to the overchief once this is over," he growled and then turned away. Fuck orders. Lyra was on that ship and I was going to save her if I could. The staccato beat of the cadence of the longstrider vibrated the air with power, filling us all with a burst of energy, and we rushed towards the descending ship. Up above, the whirling demons continued to harass it as it sped towards the ground. It was coming in so quickly I was afraid that no one could survive the crash, but seconds before impact, a glowing sphere was ejected from the deck in a burst of light. The bubble floated through the air, drifting on an unseen wind. The demons abandoned the ship and circled the arcane escape pod, raking it with hundreds of tiny claws. I could see Hale through the blue glow, holding onto an old-timey ship's wheel with his eyes closed in concentration. The sight of Lyra beside him made my heart flutter. As we got closer, the creatures attacking the bubble were eager. As I watched, one of the spawn crashed against the shield and went kersplat, but before its body could fall, two of its bros decided it was time to get their chow on and ripped it into shreds, swallowing it almost whole. Those spawns shivered as their skin started to bubble like a mogwai dropped in a bathtub. A large bulge formed at their stomachs, and with a sickening pop, each of the creatures gave birth to a mini-me. It was disgusting, but explained why there were so many of them. You have to kill them before they can devour their kin. Dara said, looking up out of a book that looked way too close to the Necronomicon for my comfort. Fire will do wonders against these vermin. When the magical escape pod reached the ground, the shielding started to fizzle, and I could see that Hale was being held up by two of the ship's crew. They didn't have long. Sensing a weakness in the shield, the swarm rose into the air, twisting around itself and shaped itself into a spear. It flew full force into the force dome, bending it inwards like it was made of rubber. It held, but I doubted it could take another blow like that. The commander of the unit we'd hitched a ride with called out orders, sending his men forward to attack. They were all armed with bows or slings and rained destruction onto the enemy. Unfortunately, there were so many of them that it was hard to tell if the attacks were even making a difference. The cloud swirled into a spear shape once again and rushed at the dome, so I did the only thing I could think of. I cast Wall of Fire, right in their path. I didn't have time to adjust it much, so I opted for a giant square of fire right at the tip of their formation. The swarm flew through the flames and lost most of their number to the magical flames. Some of those in the rear broke off at the last minute and managed to avoid my trap. Unfortunately, the spear of extra crispy and original recipe demon birds maintained enough momentum to overcome the shield, and with a bright flash, it popped. Hale collapsed. Lyra took up position in front of the others while Malin's body shifted into the form of a giant, snapping turtle. A golden aura surrounded Lyra as she turned to face the remaining demons. Her eyes were alive with the thrill of battle. A battle that seemed to be taking a snack break. Instead of rushing the unguarded survivors from the airship, the remnants of the swarm entered a feeding frenzy. They gobbled down the remains of their burninated kin in a cannibalistic orgy. The war party took the opportunity to try and get our people out of danger. A burly orc picked up Hale's prone body and tossed him over one shoulder with ease, earning a frightened look from one of the men I didn't recognize. His tricorn hat and fancy jacket didn't look like much in terms of armor, but the brace of pistols strapped to his chest and well-worn cutlass said he probably knew how to handle himself. There were two other humans, dressed in what I dubbed sailor couture. They looked like your typical Hollywood pirate movie crewmates, but way too clean to make the final cut, and their wardrobe guy had paid for the premium weaves. Malin and Lyra maintained their defensive positions between the fleeing crewmen and the cloud of dust that concealed whatever the hell was happening with the demon swarm. They moved backwards slowly, moving with the group until they reached safety, just in time for the big reveal. Chapter 33 Bargain Basement Buffet. A gurgling laugh emerged from the cloud as it dissipated on the breeze. The swarm was gone, other than the few flailing individuals clasped in the clawed hands of a living horror. With a gesture that brought back memories of Jabba eating that alien critter in Return of the Jedi, the big nasty stuffed the remaining glutton spawn into its too-wide maw and glurped them down. A slight pulse of energy lit the demon's sickly yellow skin as it somehow forced its circular, lamprey-like mouth into a parody of a smile. Mortals, yes, I will feast upon your flesh. The tiny bastards must have had a real, there can be only one, moment after I'd fried 'em up nice and crispy, cannibalizing each other until only fat Connor McLeod was left. Connor, because that's his name now, was easily 10 feet tall and 15 feet wide. Its rolls of fat and blubber reminded me of the corrupted giant Lyra and I had faced on our first trip together, complete with the vomit-inducing smell. It leaned forward, barely supporting itself on a pair of forelimbs that looked like the underdeveloped evolution of its original wings. A second later, the fat bastard was flying through the air like a demented frog with its mouth opened wide to devour an unlucky goblin who'd been too slow to move. Another rush of power illuminated the creature from within, and its forelimbs became longer, transforming into something more akin to arms than the previous deformities. Kill it, Sebastian. It grows stronger with everything it eats. A hail of arrows peppered the demon, forcing it to guard itself against the attack. It raised its arm to cover its jet-black eyes. As soon as the last arrow fell, it opened its mouth wide and let out a bark that drove us all backwards. Lyra dashed in like a hero or madwoman, depending on your point of view, and cut deep into its blubbery underside with her glowing sword. The creature let out a hiss of pain and swiped at her with its newly formed claw, but it was way too slow. Malin had abandoned his transformation and was back in elven form. With narrowed eyes, he blasted the creature with a bolt of lightning, hitting the wound that Lyra had opened on its stomach. The bolt entered the gash and ripped into the demon, leaving a crater of cauterized blubber behind. The sound of a gunshot followed right after, followed by the loud crack of a thunderclap as the bullet made contact. The force of the shot knocked the creature onto its asses. It was that fat, and exposed its underbelly to the next wave of attacks. Another rain of arrows turned it into a reverse porcupine. Then it was my turn. I played war tempo and used echo to buff the entire war party at the cost of a good chunk of my mana pool. Even with the bloodlust from the spell running through me, I wasn't about to offer myself up as an appetizer, so I readied a healthy dose of balefire. This was no time to skimp, so I pushed mana into the spell, mixed with just enough essence to transform the beam into something Goku could be proud of. At the last second, I shifted the ability slightly, making sure that once the creature was put down, there would be some essence left to reclaim. I had a war to fight, after all, and my stats weren't going to up themselves. A beam of primordial energy lanced out of my raised hand and burned into the demon's unholy flesh. Where it touched, the creature's blubber bubbled and boiled, releasing clouds of multicolored essence into the air. I pushed more mana into the spell, using the beam of destruction like a drill to find and destroy the core that I knew had to be somewhere inside of the miserable meat mountain. Sliding under the beam like an 80s metal guitarist, Lyra rushed into melee as the demon struggled to get back to its feet. Its bulk was definitely working against it, as were its short arms. She was too close for me to be comfortable, so I cut off the beam and hoped I'd done enough damage to make things easier for my allies. Lyra's blade shone a brilliant white as she drove it into the hole I'd created and slashed to the side. The demon's flesh sizzled and parted like warm butter to the light-powered blade. The demon thrashed on the ground, catching her with a kick that sent her flying across the clearing. She landed with a loud oof, but was on her feet and heading back towards the demon in seconds. Reven's healing energy washed over her, erasing the gashes left in her side from the creature's talons and cleansing the foul taint that its claws had left behind. Meanwhile, the orcs had had enough of archery and charged in, joining Lyra in the scrum. Their axes rose and fell in time to the lingering notes of my war tempo, and chunks of demon flesh fell away with every beat. With a blood-curdling scream, the demon rolled itself onto its stomach and pushed itself upright, lashing out at the gathered orcs with its talons. Orc blood decorated the ground as the creature struck true, and not even Reven's skillful healing could save them all. I cast Doom and Tire on the demon, hoping they would have an impact, and then blasted it with another helping of balefire. Malin joined in on the barrage with a bolt of lightning, and then even Reven went on the offensive. A pillar of holy light descended from the heavens and struck the demon, pressing its blubbery body to the ground, as the power of the gods melted it like an ice cream cone on a hot summer day. War horns sounded to the north and south, and more of Yuba's forces joined the fight. Even a giant blubber demon couldn't stand against a horde of angry, axe-wielding orcs. When the creature finally shuffled loose its mortal coil, it was all I could do to stay on my feet long enough to harvest the essence my balefire had freed and ponder a very frightening question. How were we supposed to kill an army of these things? Chapter 34 Reunions. I started to harvest the remnants of the demon, but instead of the expected wave of essence I got an armful of Lyra. She hugged me tightly and then stepped back to meet my gaze for a second before leaning in for a long, passionate kiss. She repeated the process a second time, not letting me get a word in edgewise. She had a better use for my mouth. "Good to see you too, beautiful," I said as I caught my breath. Her emerald eyes were sparkling as she looked me over. "Nice tattoos. I like them," she said, tracing the new ink with her fingers. "I missed you. I was scared we wouldn't get here in time. That damned elf." She looked over at Reven, who was standing nearby. "Sorry, Highness," Reven laughed. "No need to apologize. My uncle may be of the blood royal, but I am pretty sure he got his share from the bottom of the barrel." She walked over and rested a hand on my shoulder. Lyra glanced at the hand and raised an eyebrow. She'd said that she didn't care who I bedded as long as they weren't horrible, but the sensibilities seared into me by my Earth upbringing still had me on edge. My expression must have mirrored my unease because Lyra started laughing. "You and the princess, huh?" she grinned at Reven. "We'll have to compare notes." Reven answered with a small nod and a wicked grin. It was at that moment that I realized that I was in trouble. Good trouble, but trouble nonetheless. Malin cleared his throat and bowed his head to Reven. "Niece, the squad leader is quite insistent that we return to camp now." "How is Hale?" she asked. "Exhausted," he replied. The skyship was equipped with a powerful shielding spell, but he was the one who provided the mana to power it. He nearly burned himself out. As it is, I fear his channels will not fully heal for quite a while. I looked to Reven. "Any chance you have a way to fix that?" she shook her head. That kind of damage is something that only time can heal. Time we don't have, Lyra said with a frown and gestured towards the war camp. Do they have any battle mages we can borrow? I wouldn't want Hale to risk, Malin interrupted with a snort of laughter. Hale will not agree to stay behind. Regardless of his condition, he is committed to our quest and to protecting the Kava. Lyra muttered something about stubborn fools but otherwise remained silent. Tumanako jogged over, scanning the newcomers with an inquisitive gaze. Come, Chosen. We must report to the Overchief. He wishes to meet the newcomers and discuss your actions. I hope he isn't too angry, Dara said, concern evident on her face. We did save a number of his people from a horrible fate. Maybe that'll work in our favor. Hopefully we don't get in too much shit. Look on the bright side, she said with an evil grin as her outfit shifted into that of an anime nurse. All three of us are here to nurse you back to health. Maybe four if the goblin is game. I groaned, earning a questioning look from the others as we made our way back towards camp. I tapped my temple, hoping the gesture was enough of an answer, and let out a long sigh. Lyra slid her arm around me and pushed herself up onto her tipitos so she could kiss my cheek. I missed you too, Dara, she said, earning a happy purr from the succubus. Once we kick these demon spawn out of our world, I'll show you both just how much. Malin cleared his throat again. Yes, the demon spawn. Is there a plan for destroying the portal? I shook my head. The Overchief hasn't been all that open with the details, but I've managed to figure out some of it. They gestured for me to go on. Here's the short version. Ashford is under siege by the demon spawn coming out of a local dungeon that the cultists were able to corrupt. Our objective is to murder the demons, get into the dungeon, and destroy the portal. Not an easy task, Malin said dryly. If the portal is open, there could be an infinite number of foes near the portal. How do we destroy it without being overwhelmed? Lyra looked thoughtful. When the portal was opened at the Argent Spire, it was outside of the tower itself. We were able to defeat the creature guarding the core and close the portal from the inside. She looked over at me. Do you know if the portal is in the dungeon? I shook my head. No clue. The cultists in the Whispering Depths were trying to open their portal inside the dungeon, and the ones in the spire had theirs inside too, and we saw how that one worked. Dara, I don't know, but I'm looking into it now. This instant summon information thing is amazing. She looked back down at the massive book on my mental desk and pointed to something on the page. But I do know that there is a limit to how many things can come through. I don't know why yet, but hopefully soon. I relayed the information to the rest of the party as we entered the camp and headed towards the command tent. From the volume of the discussion going on inside, I could tell it was going to be interesting. As soon as we entered the tent, the entire room went silent. The Overchief's eyes locked onto us and he let out a low growl. I spotted the leaders of the various contingents of the war host standing nearby, looking on. You, he said, pointing at me, were supposed to stay in the camp until told otherwise. I had to silence, he roared. If you had fallen, we would have to completely change our attack plans. Weeks of strategy and plotting could have been ruined. For what? I waited a section to make sure he expected me to answer before doing so. The ship was there because of us. It was my responsibility to make sure that our allies survived. I met his angry gaze with one of steel, and I am glad that we went. If we hadn't been there, things might have been a lot worse for everyone. He grunted and turned back to the table in the center of the room. We march at dawn. You and your allies will be with Kalka. He pointed to an older scarred orc leaning against one of the massive support posts. Kalka huffed and tossed me a small pendant. Wear that, twice marked. I held up the necklace by the cord and looked it over. The pendant was a semicircle carved out of some kind of dark stone, and from the roughness of the flat edge, it had once been part of a larger whole. An intricate sigil scratched that half of an intricate sigil decorated the surface. Intrigued, I used inspect. Pendant of twin whispers created out of a single piece of stone. This enchanted pendant is one half of a whole. When worn, this pendant allows for telepathic communication with anyone wearing the other half. Range: 1 mile. As soon as I slipped it on, the orc's gruff voice shouted into my mind, "And if you disobey my orders, I will beat you until even your god won't recognize you." Even with the warning from the system, I was surprised by the sudden shout and jumped like I'd been goosed, earning a roaring laugh from the other commanders. Lyra and Revan both looked worried, while Tumanako joined in on the laughter, and the corner of Malin's lips may have shifted a millimeter or so upwards. A savage roar welled up inside my mind, and Dara's will took hold of the magic of the amulet. "If you dare to touch my bondmate, I will flay your flesh from your bones and use them to build a monument to your folly." The orc's eyes went wide, and it was his turn to jump. The overchief looked at him with a surprised look on his face. "Kalka," the old orc shook his head and chuckled. "His bonded is very protective, fierce." The overchief grunted. "They will fit in well with your riffraff," he said, and waved towards the entrance. "Go, we break camp at dawn." Chapter 35, Afternoon Delight. W.E. left the command tent behind, moving back towards where Revan and I had our tents. Halfway there, Revan glanced at Lyra with a glint of amusement in her eyes before turning to Malin. "Uncle, let's go and check on Hale. Perhaps we can be of some assistance with his healing." The older elf shrugged. "I doubt it, but I have always been curious about how Yuba's children make use of the mother's bounty." "Please tell Hale that I hope for his speedy recovery," I said. "Let me know if there's anything I can do to help, okay?" Revan smiled. "Of course," she said, and shared a smile with Lyra. "We'll talk later." With that, she headed further into the camp. "What did she mean?" I asked, looking at Lyra. She gave me an evil smile. "Oh, nothing. I'm going to enjoy that conversation," Dara said with a giggle. The look on my face must have been priceless because Lyra started laughing. "You are too easy, Sebastian. I'm the front line for our party since Aerith is out of commission and she's the healer. We have to coordinate. Men, always with your minds in the gutter." "Ah, okay, that makes a lot of sense." Her wicked smile returned. "Not that we won't be discussing other things." She took my hand and tugged me along. "Now show me where your tent is so I can show you just how much I missed you." I didn't need to be asked twice. We caught a few odd stares as we jogged through the camp, and I almost tripped a time or two after Dara started filling my mind with ideas of all of the things I should do to Lyra when I got her alone. Personally, I didn't think I was going to get a chance to do much. My tent was barely enough for me and my gear. Then again, we probably didn't need much room for what she had in mind. The look in her eyes when she'd mentioned demonstrating her affections made me think I was about to learn what it felt like to be used for my body. And I had no problem with that, whatsoever. She pushed me through the tent flap as soon as I'd pulled it open and tackled me to the ground. Her lips met mine in a storm of passion, and I barely managed to shift to avoid crushing my guitar case under our combined weight. She looked up at me and started undoing her belt and the straps holding her leg armor in place. "Take off your pants. Now." My first instinct was to make a joke and delay, but with the way she was looking at me, and the feeling of sexual energy already filling up the tent told me that she was probably willing to cut them off if I was too slow. The idea of being desired with that level of enthusiasm filled me with a hunger of my own. I kicked off my pants, revealing my readiness as I started on the buckles of the rest of my armor. She slid out of her pants and grabbed me by the collar. "Just leave it," she said as she pushed me to the ground and mounted me. Her plate armor pressed against my leather as she leaned in for a kiss, our tongues meeting in a hungry dance. Reaching down between us, she took my cock in her hand and stroked it. "Yes, I've missed you." I started to respond, but the feel of her pussy parting around my head as she took me in erased all coherent thought, and all I could get out was a moan. She leaned forward, allowing me to slide almost all the way out before pressing down again. She shivered and looked down on me with a hungry grin. "I've been looking forward to this." She rocked back and forth, taking me into her over and over like she was a dying woman in the desert heat, and my cock was a tall glass of water. She closed her eyes as she rode me hard, using the edges of my leather breastplate as handles to give her more leverage. I reached up and grabbed her by the back of her head, pulling her down so I could kiss her again. Getting jiggy while wearing plate armor was quite difficult, and I was pretty sure that I was going to have a few bruises in interesting places when this was all over and done with. It was worth it. "Oh, yes," she moaned, and I could feel the connection between us come alive. We hadn't been separated for that long, but the flow of energy between us had been stifled by distance and the lack of physical contact. Dara's moans echoed Lyra's inside of my mind as she lay in our mental bed, sliding her fingers into her wet pussy in time with my thrusting. Yes. Oh, her cry sent a shiver through my body as she came, and a small burst of essence flowed along our bond and out through the connection to Lyra, priming the pump for what was to come. Lyra lowered her chin to her chest and ground against me furiously, gasping as her own climax approached. I reached down and grabbed her hips, guiding her frantic movements slightly to achieve the best angle for the both of us. She moaned and leaned forward, draping her long red hair over my face as her breath came in short, ragged gasps. "Oh, Bastion, I missed you so much." "I missed you, too," I said between thrusts. I could feel an explosion building inside of me as I neared the point of no return. Biting my lip in concentration, I focused on holding out just a bit longer, but damn, she felt amazing. Lyra arched her back as her grinding grew frenzied. Her eyelids started to flutter as she looked up and let out a gasp of pleasure. Her eyes rolled back into her head as she came. Her deliberate movements transformed into an uncontrolled spasm as she gave in to the pleasure. I held her hips and took control, thrusting my cock up into her spasming wetness as I gave in to my desire. Orgasm lit my nerves on fire as I filled her with my seed and a rush of mixed essence. Some from me, some from Dara, and even a tiny bit of Revan, which was unexpected. The beautiful redhead collapsed against my chest, almost chipping my tooth with the edge of her pauldrons, but I didn't care. My hips continued to work, riding the crest of orgasm for as long as I could. Our connection widened, and I felt Dara reach through me to take hold of the raging storm of pleasure and bring it under her control. With a skillful twist, she completed the circuit, and it was all I could do to hold on as wave after wave of shared ecstasy cycled through me. Lore Tantra was the best. Chapter 36 Ashfordeve. I must have fallen asleep, because when I woke it was to find Lyra, completely nude, curled up under my arm. I was surprised to see I wasn't wearing anything either. Had she undressed me while I dozed off? "Your clothes." "Oh yes," Lyra Dira said with a languid voice. "I didn't think you would mind." "Nope, not at all." My eyes snapped open and I opened myself to the ambient energy, realizing I had forgotten to harvest it. Dara chuckled. "Don't worry, love, I handled it." "Oh, wow, I didn't know you could do that," she smiled. "If you checked your notifications, you would see why." "Oh, this should be good," I said and got started. The system was getting better at summarizing things, which I appreciated a lot. So my first notification was a running tally of all the essence I'd gained from indulging in the torture that the people referred to as spirit food. Plus 2341 essence, 1171 to Dara. Plus 2341 harvesting XP. Congratulations. You have reached rank 58, 59, 60, 61, and 62 in harvesting. "Holy shit," I exclaimed. Lyra stirred on my chest but settled back down when I stroked her hair. I directed my voice back into my mindscape. "I knew there was essence in the dinos, but I didn't think it would be that much." Dara laughed. "You are dining on apex predators, my love, and you've been getting the good stuff. They may not act like it, but they do know the importance of your mission. At least the Overchief and High Keeper do anyway. She stroked my cheek. But that's not the one I'm talking about. Okay, I said and opened the next one. Spell School. Spell Song has increased to rank 12 and 13. Next she said, congratulations. Through shared essence you have forged a resonance with the being known as Revendry's High Moon. This resonance will allow for a limited sharing of the resistances provided from Dwala's pact with this being, granting charm resistance and limited dark vision. The effects of this shared essence will diminish over time if not maintained. Do you never check your notifications? She asked. That's a good one too, but not the one I am talking about. You have re-established the resonance bond with the being known as Lyra Stone and made it stronger. Your bond now allows for an increased sharing of the resistances provided from Dwala's pact with her, granting improved charm resistance and dark vision. The effects of this shared essence will diminish over time if not maintained. Closer, Dara said. The next one hit me like a truck. Your pact bond with the succubus Dara has reached stage 7. Your bondmate can more easily access your skills and abilities. New ability unlocked. Fear immunity. Your soul has been hardened against the horrors of the void. You are now immune to all forms of fear. Your Pact Blade ability has been upgraded. You may now wield the Pact Blade while Summon Bonded is active. Your Summon Bonded ability has been upgraded. Your bondmate may now appear as a mortal. Her true nature will be hidden from all detection of epic rank or lower. There it is, she said with a stunning grin. Now I can always be at your side. With an ecstatic grin of my own, I slid from under Lyra's arm and opened the tent flap. Glancing outside, I saw that it was still light out. I hadn't slept as much as I thought and still had time to get ready for the morning. Good. But first, I needed to prepare for the evening. Making sure that no one was in view, I used the new Summon Bonded ability, picturing the beautiful succubus as I imagined she would look as a human woman. The mana spun out of me and created the new avatar to my exact specifications, and when it completed I couldn't help but marvel at my work. It was definitely her, sans horns, claws, fangs, and wings of course, and she looked absolutely stunning in the black silk nightie that I'd thought was perfect for the occasion. Her sex appeal was way over 9,000. The avatar's eyes blinked as Dara took the reins and started to examine her new body. This is different, she said with a smile. It'll take some getting used to. I grinned. Well, no time like the present. Let's take it for a test drive. Grabbing her by the hands, I pulled her back into the tent and kissed her deeply. It felt slightly different than what I was used to, but it was definitely her, and I could feel my nether region preparing for what was to come. What's going on? Lyra said, looking up at the two of us kissing. Another girl, Sebastian. I thought I'd Dara, the avatar smiled. In the flesh, so to speak. Lyra grinned. You look amazing as a human, she said, biting her lip as she undressed Dara with her eyes. She looked to me. And I thought I'd already had the perfect reunion already. Seems it's just getting started. She reached up and took our hands, pulling us both down to the bedding. Let's see just how much the human you can take. It was a bit cramped inside the tent, but none of us seemed to mind. I loved my life. Much later that evening, as I lay basking in the love of two amazing women, I queued up my skill upgrades and sank into a deep sleep, eager to learn what level 10 would bring. Chapter 37 Unleash the Dogs of War. UP grades. Complete 700 essence used to improve your knowledge of the Abjuration spell school skill. New rank. 5 new spell acquired. Arrow Ward. Spell. Arrow Ward School. Abjuration type. Warding range. Short duration. 1 hour. This spell creates a bubble of protective energy that acts to slow and deflect missile weapons aimed at the target. Congratulations! You have reached level 10. A new tier of power has been achieved. Your health pool has increased by 55. Your mana pool has increased by 160. Your stamina pool has increased by 51. Between the essence I'd obtained from draining the dinosaurs and the spirit food I had enough to bring my abjuration school up to rank 5. There was no guarantee that the new spell would be something useful, but it was worth the chance, especially since raising anything else was getting to be pretty expensive. The upgrade brought with it an influx of knowledge on how to weave mana into defensive structures, which made the way that my new spell, Arrow Ward, functioned fascinating. It worked through a mixture of kinetics, air resistance, and, well, magic. Ever see those movies where the bad guys are shooting at the hero, he jumps into a pool or something, and all of a sudden the bullets slow down and change direction slightly? Well, if you remove the water bit, that's how Arrow Ward worked. Projectiles that came within 5 feet of me were slowed a bit and knocked off course. The only difference to the water example was that the redirection was always away from me. Sure, it wasn't perfect and I could still get hit, but it made those pesky insta-kill shots a lot tougher to land. The biggest surprise was the rush of power that level 10 brought with it. I felt like my entire body was on fire, like all of my cells were being filled until they were forced to expand. It was disconcerting. I'd spent way more essence in the past, but this last bit must have broken through some invisible system wall. I had no clue exactly what had happened, but all of my pools had jumped by a lot more than expected. Some underlying multiplier must have upgraded or something. I fiddled around with the numbers, trying to figure out the math of it all, but after a bit of a headache, I decided I really didn't care. My body was more resilient, I had more stamina, and my mana pool had exploded. I'd ride that gift horse all the way to the bank. Lyra was gone when I woke up, and Dara had returned to my mindscape after thoroughly enjoying her human body. Sleeping 3 people in a 1-person tent wasn't comfortable for anyone. Outside my tent, the camp was beginning to rouse. Everywhere I looked I could see greenskins just itching for a chance to get at the demon horde, and today was that day. I let out a long breath. I had no clue what we'd be facing, but I hoped with all of my being that it wouldn't be as overwhelming as fighting the winner of the all-you-can-eat Glutton Spawn Championship. I spotted Lyra talking with Revan in front of the princess tent. Judging by their shared grins, things were going well, so I slipped back inside to get ready. It was going to be a long day, so I made sure every buckle was perfect. The spider-shaped bell guard of my rapier brought back memories of the last time we tackled a demon-infested dungeon. The Whispering Depths had been a literal hell, even before the cultists. Spiders. I shuddered. We'd overcome the odds there. We didn't know what we were walking into, but we'd made it out again. Dealing with a full-blown incursion would be hard, but we had new allies. Powerful allies. Together we'd stop the corruption of the Argent Spire, and we'd do whatever was necessary to end the demon threat here too. I slipped the rapier into my dimensional bag. It was a good weapon, but my packed blade was far superior and would be much more devastating to the demon spawn than the enchanted steel. Plus, with both my drum and guitar, I didn't want another thing on my belt to be tripping over. A glance into my mindscape found Dara wrapped in an essence cocoon as she underwent her own last-minute preparations, so I was out of excuses. When I left the tent again, Lyra and Revan were gone, but Tumanako was there waiting for me. "Come, it is time to march." I looked around at the camp. No one had taken down the tents or anything. "You're just leaving the camp set up." She tilted her head, confused. "Why would we tire ourselves breaking camp? When we return after destroying the enemy, our tents will be ready for us. And if not, well, we won't care." I just shook my head at the logic. I had to admit that it did make a bit of sense, though. "Well then, lead on," I said, taking the opportunity once again to admire the sway of her shapely ass as she led me to our assigned company. Kalka's group was, true to the Overchief's word, a motley bunch. To a one they looked like they had been put through the meat grinder and broken it. Most sported the marks denoting their passing of either the power or hardiness rites, with some having both, and their weapons were the highest quality I'd seen since the womb. They were elite warriors and veterans of many battles. I couldn't help but smile. I'd been worried the overchief was sticking us with the dregs of the war host, and was relieved to see that that was not the case. "Ah, there he is," Kalka said with a grunt, and then immediately changed his tone to something more appropriate to an episode of Scared Straight or a military boot camp. "Let's get a move on. Formation." The orcs who'd been lounging around instantly leapt to their feet and took off at a run towards the edge of the camp. The more nimble goblins were right there with them, bobbing and weaving through the more massive orcs and the two ogres that somehow managed to keep pace. Kalka looked over at where Revan, Hale, Lyra, and Malin were standing and waved for me to join them. "Form your party and join us on the field. If you cause us to fall behind, I will take it out of your hides," he growled. Tumanako tossed something my way that I instinctively caught. I wasn't quite sure what it was, but it hummed with a familiar power. Inspect cleared things up. Party totem. This enchanted wand allows for the formation of a system party. All prospective members must touch the totem and agree to the formation of the party with the terms set by the leader. I looked down at the thing and then waved it towards Revan and Lyra. "You two normally handle this part. Any chance you want to be leader?" They shared a glance and shook their heads. "No," Lyra said. "I think this time it's your turn." Revan nodded. "Normally Eret handled such things. I think it fitting that you do it for this mission." "All right," I said. "Don't blame me if I get the loot distribution wrong or something." Malin snorted. "Child, we are fighting against an incursion here. Loot is the last of our concerns." "It will be fine, love," Dara said as she emerged from her essence cocoon. "You will make a fine party leader." I winced. "Yeah." I concentrated on the totem, feeding it all of the rules and specifications that I could remember. "Oh, darling," Dara said as she joined my connection to the object. "Allow me." Knowledge flowed from her into me, and then into the totem, filling in what seemed to be paperwork more fitting for the DMV than a magical tome. Now I knew why the ladies didn't want to do it. "Done," she said as the last bit of information clicked into place. "Now summon me so we can end this hellish threat together." With a giant smile, I used Summon Bonded, shaping her avatar in all her glory. When I was done, she stood before us covered in skin-tight chitinous armor with claws extended to their fullest and elongated canines on full display. "Wow," Tumanako said, mouth agape. "She lives inside of your head." Dara laughed and let her claws shrink back to a friendly length before doing her best to smother me in a passionate kiss. When I needed to come up for air, she flitted over to Lyra and did the same, while the rest of the party just stood there and stared. When she broke away from Lyra, she turned towards Revan and gave her a wide smile. "Maybe one day," she said and blew the pale elf a kiss, earning a chuckle from Hale as the priestess' cheeks flushed slightly. Tumanako was outright drooling as Dara met her gaze, and the succubus looked over at me and winked, sending a message through our bond. "When we make it out of this, we should have her as a reward. I bet she makes the best noises." My eyes widened. I'll see what I can do," I replied hesitantly, earning a wry smile. I should be used to it by now, but for some reason my bondmate's insatiable appetite and my other partner's acceptance of the whole harem thing hadn't fully sunk in yet, but I was getting there. "So," I said and held out the totem, "let's party up and get this show on the road." As the system acknowledged our party, the drums of war echoed through the camp, and just like that we were on the move. Interlude, Ashford He streets of Ashford were full to bursting. Every spare foot of space held tents, bedrolls, or whatever makeshift bedding people could cobble together. The inner city was never meant to hold so many, and already the city's facilities were showing signs of failure. Garbage and other waste had started to accumulate as the arcane disposal systems were overwhelmed by sheer volume. Outside of the walled inner city, the buildings that once served as a bustling trade town lay in ruins. Splintered wood and shattered stone, splattered with the blood of those too slow to make it to safety, were all that remained. Here and there, small rat-like creatures with gaping mouths prowled the wreckage, searching for their next meal. Most went hungry, but a lucky few were able to dig out a tasty morsel. A sack of rotting apples, perhaps a hidden cache of essence gems, or even better, the mutilated remains of a fallen citizen. Nothing sated the demon spawn's insatiable hunger more than the taste of man-flesh. Stephen Thatcher stood shivering in the flickering torchlight high on the walls of the inner city. Gripping his halberd in a white-knuckled grip, looked out over the wreckage of his former city, ready to raise the alarm should the demons attack. The swirling mass of invaders writhed on the far side of what was once the outer city's walls. The mixed wood and stone structure had held for a short time against the invaders, but they were never meant for this type of enemy. Even the most violent of the plains creatures could be driven off with enough pain, but the demon spawn had no such weakness. Whispers of alien chatter drifted on the wind, mixed in with an entire menagerie of sounds that no mortal being should ever have to listen to. Occasionally, the screams of a poor soul captured by the demonic horde joined the alien chorus, but those cries ended quickly. Stephen had seen enough of the demon spawn to know their likely fate. Soon they'll come again, he thought, silently giving thanks to Thera that the demons had given up their attempts to penetrate the city's shielding for the evening. The scouts who'd survived their forays into the outer city reported that the demons were being reinforced from the dungeon to the south, and their numbers were getting to the point where the remaining defenders would be hard-pressed to hold the walls. The city shields were powerful, but as a soldier, the idea of depending solely on magic wasn't something he was comfortable with. The ancient wards were under constant strain, and even the Adventurers Guild's aid wouldn't be able to hold off the demonic horde should they fail. The first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, illuminating the stone ramparts. Streaks of red and black, the blood of both attacker and defender alike, stained the light gray stone, and he couldn't help but think that his would soon join them. Soon the ruins of the outer city were fully illuminated, and the scavenger demon spawn scuttled back to the main host where they were likely to be devoured by their larger kin. Looking out at the enemy, Stephen couldn't help but gulp in fear. The enemy's numbers had grown yet again. Abominations of all shapes and sizes cried out in hunger as they awaited the word from their masters to attack. The enemy generals stood in their midst. Their obese bodies were a stark contrast to the emaciated forms of their underlings, but their power was evident. The demons formed into ranks and their alien howls filled the air, sending a shiver down Stephen's spine. This is it, he thought. He bowed his head and said a silent prayer to Thera, wishing for the strength to defend his kinsmen until his last breath, and for a quick death when the time came. At least if it was quick, his soul would have time to escape before the demon commanders could get it. Bum bum, ba-da-doo, bum bum. The sound of drums echoed in from the east, drawing the eyes of the defenders. What the hell? Stephen said and scanned the horizon. Bum bum, ba-da-doo, bum bum. In time with the beat, a horde of green-skinned warriors took to the field. Chapter 38 generals gathered in their masses. Like it had been planned by some big studio writer in Hollywood. We arrived with the dawn. The drums of war echoed over the hills, bouncing off the ruins of Ashford as we crested the final rise before the city and laid eyes on the besieging horde. Most of the demons were small, about half the size of a normal human. Their proportions were all wrong, though. Their arms and legs were long and spindly, and most were so emaciated their bones were visible even as far away as they were. Their mouths, however, were huge, and took up half of their heads. Their tiny, glowing eyes turned our way as they howled into the morning air, and strained against some force holding them back from what must have looked like an all-you-can-eat green meat buffet. Mixed in with the demon fodder were larger, less starved warriors and their bigger, bulkier generals. Apparently bulk equated power and status among this particular demon breed, as well as the ability to think beyond the next meal. The biggest of the bunch stood in the rear, looking over the approaching war host as they licked their lips in anticipation. Instead of the lamprey-like mouths of the glutton spawn, this breed had more human-like features, except for their size. The largest could probably swallow a person whole without any issue whatsoever. "Gluttony demons," Dara said from my side, earning a serious look from the rest of our unit. "Their hunger is insatiable. They will even turn on their own if not held on a tight leash." "So if we take out the big ones they'll go feral?" Lyra asked. "Until one eats enough of its kin to rise in rank, then it'll attempt to control the rest and the cycle continues," Dara said. I nodded. "We'll have to kill them all before they have a chance then," Kalka snorted. "The keepers have shared their wisdom and the overchief has a plan. You just be ready to fight when we're called upon." Some of the veterans snickered and readied their weapons. Lyra scowled. "We'll be ready. We've dealt with demons bigger than those," she boasted, gesturing towards Fat Bastard's bigger cousin Jeff. The larger of the ogres, Guth, let out a loud belly laugh. "Good, tiny girl, we will earn much glory today." "Yubaha," he bellowed. The rest of the group answered with their own cry to their goddess. Kalka's head jerked as a message came in through one of his many amulets. "Buff up. We bring doom to the hellspawn." I'd applied my personal buffs before leaving camp, but refreshing them before wading into battle was probably a good idea. Shield was self only, but I could spread the love with arrow ward. Looking at the enemy we were facing, I doubted they would be using very many missile attacks, but it couldn't hurt to be prepared. My scout master would be proud. Reven's buffs put mine to shame, and Hale and Lyra had gained a few as well. By the time we were done, my bastardized MMO view of the party window had to add scroll bars next to everyone's pools to account for all the buff icons. At the front of the war host, one of the overchief's lieutenants raised a large horn to his lips and let loose, filling the air with a deep, resonating sound that added another buff. "You have been affected by Hero's Call." A glance at the new icon made me smile. Hero's Call plus 5% attacking speed, plus 5% casting speed, plus 5% mana regeneration, plus 5% stamina regeneration, plus 25% fear resistance. Other horns answered from throughout the host, and with a roar that shook the earth, the people charged towards the demonic ranks, bellowing out their rage. My squad followed close behind at a slower pace, ready to be directed towards wherever we were needed most. The deep bass of war drums echoed over the plains as the warchanters cast war tempo, buffing our allies even further as the demon generals released whatever hold they had on their minions, and turned to face the more immediate threat. It was too bad the enemy was an extraplanar force hell-bent on devouring all life on the plane. If it had been a mortal army, they would have been pissing their pants as a tide of green crashed into their front ranks. A small cloud of arrows led the way, mixed with bolts of fire, ice, and lightning. Demon bodies were ripped apart by the magical attacks, but there were more than enough for the melee fighters when they arrived. Axes clove through their sickly bodies, lopping off heads and limbs while clubs smashed demon bones to paste. The demons retaliated. Their sharp claws ripped through leather and flesh, painting the trampled grasses with bright blood. Their gaping mouths bit down on whatever they could reach, ripping off chunks of meat to sate their hunger. It was pure chaos. "Come!" Kalka shouted and led the way towards a section of fighting where the demons were heavily concentrated. "For Yuba and the people," he cried out in Orcish. Lyra and Dara joined the front ranks right before we collided with the demons. Kalka's axe was a blur, destroying the lesser demon spawn with an almost lazy grace while the other veterans did the same. Lyra, not one to be outdone, chanted a spell in a low growl that infused her shield with power. With a whispered word, the light exploded out in a cone in front of her, disintegrating the lesser demons and widening the hole in their lines. Pulses of magic marked Hale and Revan's spells, one raining destruction on the demonic forces, while the other refreshed the shields on our allies or healed the wounded. On our flanks, Malin and Dara tore through the demon spawn, attempting to take advantage of the momentary weakness in the warhost's lines. His bare form was bigger than I remembered, and the wicked claws on his massive paws were the stuff of nightmares. But they paled next to Dara's. Her chitin-clad form dodged the attacks of the lesser demons easily, while her own claws exacted her revenge. Every slash through demon flesh injured not only their corporeal form, but also damaged their very being. When she cut them, there was no blood. Instead, raw essence seeped from the wounds which she eagerly devoured. Tumanako moved gracefully through the scrum, using her twin shortswords to cripple or kill the demons caught up in Kalka and Lyra's taunts. Unfortunately, my enchantment spells were almost useless against the demon spawn. Their minds were so twisted and alien that the magic could only hold them for seconds before their minds weaseled their way around the compulsion. You know what did work, though? Fire. I raised walls of fire to funnel the lesser demons into tighter packs that my greenskin allies were quite skilled at taking advantage of, and the occasional flame dart was great for taking out the errant demon spawn that broke through our lines. Then, I remembered balefire and the real fun began. All it took was a little balefire to end the lesser demon's existence, and with the new twist I'd learned when it reached rank 10, I was able to leave small clouds of essence behind that drove the other demonlings crazy. Weaken was worthless on the lesser demons, and they died way too fast for Doom to be cost-effective, so I kept those in reserve for the bigger boys. All the while, I used Echo to keep the war tempo thrumming despite the mana cost. It was kind of weird to still be playing a support role, but there was no denying that maintaining the buff on our allies was way more impactful than me using that same mana to take out individual demon spawn. It was pure tactics, or at least that's what I told myself. The wholesale slaughter of their fodder at our position drew the attention of the larger demons. Not only were we infringing on their turf, but we were depriving them of food. With a gurgling growl, one of the miserable meat mountains shambled our way, picking up an unfortunate underling on its way and shoving it into its mouth. Kalka's voice cut through the fighting. "Incoming devourer. Warlock, here's where you earn your keep." "On it," I said as Lyra swapped places with a burly ogre and chanted a spell. "Hey, ugly," she yelled at the big demon as he got into range, activating a taunt that drew it to her like a magnet. At the same time, Revan's voice rose in a chant I'd never heard before, and Hale let loose a bolt of lightning that slammed into the rotund demon. The bolt burned through its blubbery flesh, and then transformed it into one of those lightning spheres they used to sell at Hot Topic in the mall. Each smaller bolt arced out of it and fried any lesser demons who happened to be too close. Not to be outdone by his companion, Malinbear reared up and opened his maw wide. With a crack of thunder, another bolt of lightning erupted from his mouth and split the air, leaving a burning trail of trampled grass and dead demon spawn between him and the devourer. The demon let out a blubbery giggle and rushed through the opening, right for Lyra. I cried out a warning, but it was too late. Too late for the demon, that is. Apparently Lyra had all sorts of new tricks, and the instant before the demon showed her first hand to what it felt like to be hit by a truck, she shouted a single word and a wall of light formed in front of her. The demon hit it full force. Have you ever seen a slow-motion video of a tennis ball colliding with a wall? Well, that's how it looked. The creature's body flattened against the force field as its own momentum and mass compressed. Once its momentum was spent, it bounced, albeit not nearly as well as the tennis ball. It dropped to the ground and rolled backwards, leaking all sorts of nasty fluids from the rips and tears that had opened when its insides had tried to become its outsides on impact. It laid on the ground, stunned for a split second, and then we were on it. As soon as the wall dropped, I blasted the devourer with a concentrated beam of balefire, aiming for its mangled arms that it was using to lever itself upright. The primordial energy cut through its flesh like a laser, destroying its support. Somehow, the creature was able to roll itself upright, just in time to meet the business end of a pissed-off druid bear's claws. Malin dug his claws into the blubber protecting the demon's neck and started to rip. Dara arrived next, leaping through the air with a powerful flap of her wings. She drove her claws deep into the demon's rubbery back. Up until that point the thing had looked unworried by the threat we posed, but once the succubus started drinking its essence, it realized the error of its ways. The demon tried in vain to reach her with its arms, but its own bulk worked against it. Ignoring the rest of us, it spun in a frantic circle, gibbering something in its foul tongue at the closest demon spawn who broke away from their own fights and rushed in to help. Not wanting the newcomers to interfere with the ladies' meal, I raised a wall of fire in their path. Apparently the demon spawn took their instructions seriously and jumped through the wall, horribly burning themselves in an attempt to assist their master. There was a flicker of movement and Tumanako appeared in their midst, her twin short swords cutting the few who survived the flames into bits. She flashed me a grin and then faded from view as she headed towards the bigger demon. Revan's chanting reached a crescendo, and then there was light, and it was good. A glowing sphere of holy energy appeared above her head. Every few seconds the spell emitted a targeted beam of light. Where it struck allies, it healed their wounds. When it hit enemies, they burned in holy fire. Holy shitballs! When did she learn that? I yelled. Hale stepped past me, blasting another pair of spawn that had made it around my wall as he laughed. Someone might have raided her uncle's personal scroll vaults when he was summoned away to the king, hypothetically speaking that is, he said, and blasted another pair of demon spawn. Hypothetically. I nodded, adding a pair of flame darts to the mix. Hypothetically, I replied with a nod and looked back at the glowing sphere. Dara let out a primitive growl and there was a ripping sound. Looking back at the melee, I was just in time to see the big boy collapse as it screamed for aid. There was a magical pulse with its cries, and all around us the demon spawn started to glow and turn our way. "Oh shit," I said, chugging a mana potion as I used echo to maintain my spell song. "Finish it quickly," Hale yelled as he pulled something out of his dimensional bag. I was very confused at first. Where had he gotten the wheel from a ship? And why the hell would you take it out in the middle of a battlefield? Noting my curious look, he grinned and rushed over to plant the wheel a few feet from the struggling demon. Blue light erupted like a fountain out of the wheel and formed into a dome. Hale fell to a knee and looked over at the struggling demon, who was literally being shredded by Dara's claws, while Malin pressed its face into the ground with all of his ursine bulk. "Help them," Hale said, and winced as the first wave of spawn started clawing at the barrier. "I can't hold this all day." "Fuck," I said and rushed towards the melee. "Just die already," Dara yelled. She was covered in gore and was basically standing inside a giant wound on the demon's back, but a thick plate of some kind of reinforced bone was keeping her from being able to get further. The demon let out a primal howl and pushed itself off the ground. Black waves of void energy spilled from its wounds and attempted to latch on to my friends. Dara was thrown into the air and collided with the barrier. She fell to the ground at the edge of the dome, one wing hanging limply. Next to the demon, Malin and Lyra were able to hold their ground. Black tentacles reached towards them both. Where they touched the light blade, they sizzled and smoked as her defensive aura went to work. An almost casual backhand sent her flying across the clearing. Lyra's protections had held off the tendrils, but Malin's protections weren't as strong. The tendrils wrapped around the massive bear's limbs and started to pulse. A cry of anguish erupted from Malin's mouth as the devourer devoured. The wounds on the demon started to close. "Fuck no," I said and rushed in, forming my packed blade into a saber. Cutting through all the blubber hadn't seemed to work, but a bit of stabby to reach the gooey essence center of the hellish Tootsie Pop was as good a plan as any. I could already feel my essence pool burning to be used, so with a soon-to-be fantastic smile, I triggered Manifest Bond and embraced the strength of the lovely Dara. Speeding into range, I slashed my blade across the tendrils binding Malin and heard him gasp as the drain on his life force ended. The devourer turned its gaze on me and opened its mouth wide, drawing in a breath that seemed way too deep. There was a pull on my core, and I stumbled as a trickle of essence flowed out of my mouth and towards the demon. A flash of red moved past me and slammed into the demon, hitting it right in its massive gut and driving the wind out of it. Its ability ended, and I drew the escaped essence back to my core and rushed it. With a growl, I drove my saber into its center mass, hoping to find its core. I thought I'd stabbed where its heart would have been if it wasn't a giant advertisement for the importance of healthy living and regular exercise. But my aim must have been off. There was a good quantity of essence that I eagerly pulled on, but nowhere near what I expected. I barely dodged its counterattack and was forced to back off. With a grunt, the demon lurched forward, having regained its succubus backpack who'd given up on fat spelunking in favor of playing the role of little bunny Foo-Foo, with the demon guest starting as the field mouse. Her claws sank into the partially healed claw wounds and its neck started to pull. The demon grabbed at her with its working hand while attempting to hold the rest of us off with the jagged bone of the stump I'd given him earlier, but she was one step ahead of him. Malin's growl of fury announced his return as he bit down hard on the demon's free arm and pulled it down to the ground. Revan's healing spells flowed over the bear, regrowing his fur and healing the weakened muscles that had plagued him. The demon pulled against the druid's hold, almost getting free. "You war suwals are me," it hissed and attempted to bite the bear, who was forced to release its hold to get free. "Enough of this," I said and mentally told Dara to get clear. Once she was out of the way, I aimed a beam of balefire point blank at the demon's face and poured as much essence as I could into it. I felt a small hole open up in my core as the essence rushed out to empower the ability, forming a beam of primordial energy that disintegrated the demon's head, neck, and shoulders, as well as some indeterminate volume of rock as it tunneled deep into the planet. "Take that, mother," I said before my world started spinning. Balance lost, I fell on my ass as a mandatory notification popped up. "Warning, you have overextended your essence channels. You are affected by overload. Duration, 1 minute. Minus 10% mana regeneration, minus 10% stamina regeneration, plus 100% essence cost for all essence-based abilities." I dropped the essence piece of Manifest Bond in an instant, and the world started to settle. The demon was dead and had started to dissolve into multicolored essence. Dara was there in an instant, sinking her claws into its remains and draining it of every last drop. I looked around and found Hale looking nervously at the shield. Stumbling a little, I made my way over to him and knelt down. Revan joined us a second later, looking a bit ragged around the edges. I flashed her a smile and looked back to Hale. "What's wrong?" He gestured towards the shield where I could barely see the plains beyond. "Look for yourself." "What?" I said. "Where are the Hellspawn?" Revan asked. Hale grinned weakly. "When Sebastian blasted the big one, they ran. Killing the boss probably freed those little guys to GTFO." "GTF what?" Revan asked. I gestured for them to wait a second and took hold of the walkie-talkie amulet. Kalka, the big one is down. Where is everyone? There was something surprisingly like static, then a reply. They're falling back away from the city. Ashford must have some hidden tunnels or something because they got an army onto their flank and hit them while they were busy with us. Where are you? The Blue Dome. Head southeast. Kill M if you see M. The humans have already headed back to their city, so you won't have to worry about them causing trouble. Thanks. When I looked up to relay the message, I was virtually tackled by a grime-covered Dara. Her lips were on mine in an instant as she ground against my hip. Whoa, I said, pulling back. What's up? She grinned and then burped. The look of surprise on her face was hilarious. That was so exciting, so much essence. I want to strip you naked and ride you right here and now. She noticed the others looking at her in surprise. The ladies can play too, but unfortunately for the rest of you, Sebastian doesn't appreciate the cock. Dara, I said, a bit shocked. Sure, she was a hornball, but this was almost like she was, yeah. She was drunk off her ass on essence. Dara, I said and looked her in the eyes. Focus, take a deep breath. We're still in the middle of a battlefield. She did as instructed, taking a deep breath. There was a blue flash in her eyes. She suddenly looked as shocked as I'd been by her behavior. Oh gods, she looked around. I'm sorry, everyone. It's okay, beautiful, Lyra said with a chuckle. We've just got work to do before we can get to the play. Revan gave her a slight nod and smile. Essence can be quite intoxicating. I am guessing that is doubly so due to your nature. Dara nodded. Yes, I am what I am after all. Hale shook his head at me. Just for the record, you're not my type, he said, earning a laugh from the others. Malin just stared impassively out of his golden-eyed bare face. Let's get out of here. Kalka says to head southeast. The Ashford army came out and worked with the war host to drive them away. Time to hound them all the way back to the pit and see if we can get an idea on where the portal is. Revan nodded and refreshed our buffs before drinking a mana potion, and everyone got ready to leave. Tumanako just looked a little confused when Hale started to drop the barrier. So, we aren't going to fuck. Chapter 39. Well, isn't that special WE we're all on edge as Hale dropped the dome. It was hard to believe that the demons had really moved on, but the area turned out to be clear. As we moved to the south, we encountered some of our own dead. Orcs, goblins, and even some of the larger races had fallen against the demons. After the first few mangled corpses, I stopped looking. There was only so much carnage one could take. Death at the hands of the demons was not a clean thing. The bite marks and claw marks I could handle, but the rictus grins on the face of the poor few who'd had their souls sucked out, or the dried-up husks that were left over when one of the larger demons completely drained someone of all of their essence. Well, I didn't need any more examples of what my fate could be if I failed. It didn't take us long to catch up to the war host as they drove the demons before them. The larger demons threw their lesser siblings at us with no regard for their safety, for which I was thankful. Dara and I drained their essence with every attack, and the steady stream of enemies allowed me to bring my own inner beast out to play. Essence flowed from my blade and into my muscles, giving me the strength to keep pace with Lyra, Malin, and Dara on the front lines. Eventually, we chased the demons all the way back to the source. A gaping hole in the ground near where the dungeon called the pit had once challenged the local adventurers. Like a colony of demonic ants, the hellspawn retreated into the massive hole where we would be fools to follow. There was nothing mystical or magical about the place, except maybe in how it was initially created, but pursuing an army of demonspawn into close quarters in an unknown environment was not a battle the Overchief was willing to rush into. Orders trickled down, calling for us to halt and form up a few 100 feet from the opening. Everywhere I looked I saw tired expressions, but also determined ones. If the Overchief ordered it, every one of them would be racing to be first into the hole. I didn't register it at first, but as we stood there waiting, I could feel something calling to me. It was like a whisper at the edge of my consciousness, a draw to something greater than myself, and it was in need. I didn't even realize I'd taken a step towards the hole until Lyra's hand clamped down on my shoulder. "Sebastian," she yelled, snapping me out of whatever daze I'd been caught in. Dara was there as well, pulling me back to our lines. "There's something, it needs me," I said slowly, knowing I sounded like a complete loon. Dara cupped my chin in her hand and turned my face until she could look me in the eyes. "It's the core, my love. It may not be sentient, but it knows what it is being used for is wrong," she shivered. "The veil here is ripped wide open. I'm not surprised you can feel it." I grimaced. "Great, something else trying to mess with my mind." The reality of the task ahead of us started to set in. "How are we supposed to go in there with an army of demons in the way?" Revan frowned. "I don't know, but there has to be a way." Kalka's voice flowed into my mind. "We're falling back. Report to the Overchief as we march and bring your party. We've got a mission that you bunch will be perfect for." I turned to the team. "Well, that's it. We're heading out and the boss man has a job for us." Lyra frowned. "What now?" I shrugged. "No clue. If it weren't for the horde of demons that just stuffed themselves into that hole, I'd be tempted to head in now. Closing the rift is our top priority, but—" I gestured towards the hole. "Army of demons." Hale chuckled darkly, and Malin, who'd finally returned to his normal elven self, just stared at me with his golden eyes. "We need time to think and plan," Lyra said before looking to Dara. "Hey, sexy, I don't suppose you have any insider knowledge about what this place used to be, do you?" Dara flashed her a smile and stretched languidly as she answered. "Only vague rumors. The imps always joked about it being full of snakes, but I can try and get some more info." Revan nodded. "The more we know, the better our chances will be. How much time do you need?" she asked. Dara shrugged. "Unknown, but I can't do any research out here." She turned to me with a faux pout. "Looks like it's time to return to the library," she said before her expression transformed into something out of an OnlyFans ad. "Will I get a reward for my hard work?" I chuckled. "I'll give you hard work." "Exactly," she said, and with a poof, her avatar dissolved into mist. She appeared back in my mindscape, wearing the naughty librarian outfit, commando, with the skirt at least 3 inches shorter than usual, giving me a good view of exactly where that hard work would be performed. Hale shook his head as Lyra took over cat-herding duty and led us away from the giant hole. "Let's go see what the Overchief has for us," she said. Chapter 40. Ashford J. Ust. When I thought things couldn't get any weirder, there was Lore, spitting out something completely new and confusing. This time, the crazy came in the form of a captain of the Ashford Guard. Dude was the spitting image of Mr. Clean, if he'd renounced his floor-cleaning ways and joined up with a biker gang. He had the bald head of his previous incarnation, but sported that classic handlebar mustache look that said he was born to be wild, or in prison. He looked like he could chew horseshoes and spit out nails, but when he spoke, I almost lost my shit. Dude acted more like a stuck-up French aristocrat than the guy who had first dibs when a new inmate arrived in the yard. He was also a damned racist, refusing to come down from the walls to negotiate with the war host. Take some balls to turn your nose up at the army that just saved your ass from being devoured by a horde of demons, but apparently his were massive. Instead of coming down to talk, he sent one of the wall guards, Corporal Thatcher. Thatcher seemed to be a decent guy, greeting us all with genuine gratitude. "Thank you for your aid." His voice dropped to a whisper. "I apologize for Lord Ronal. He was recently appointed to his position. Very recently." He switched to a louder tone. "The Honorable Lord Ronal would like to know why you have approached the city and bids me warn you that the guard stands ready to repel any and all foes." He looked around at the ruins surrounding us and shrugged slightly. Revan stepped forward, putting on her court face as she replied. Please inform your lord that Overchief Delmok wishes to speak to your council about the current demon threat. This threat is not to be taken lightly." Thatcher's head tilted to the side as if he was listening to something, and I spotted the man on the walls whispering into his hand. With a long sigh, the corporal replied, "Lord Ronal says that the council is busy planning the defense of the city and has no time to deal with." He paused and looked up at the wall with an incredulous stare. Ronal's features twisted with anger as he growled into his hand. Thatcher sighed and looked apologetically at Reven. "He said the council has no time to speak with the savages from the Dreadmarsh." He paused as another message came through, and he closed his eyes for a good 5 seconds, composing himself before continuing. "Lord Ronal wishes to extend his hospitality to you, noble lady, and to your companions, but the rabble is not permitted within the inner city walls." I looked over to see Kalka whispering to the Overchief as the messenger's words were transmitted to him by my own amulet. Delmok's hands were twisting around his massive battle axe, and I could almost feel the anger radiating off of him. I couldn't blame him. I wanted to throttle this Ronal guy myself. Reven looked up to where Handlebarface was looking down with a cordial smile as she answered, "I will need to consult with the Overchief, but your invitation is appreciated." "Of course," Thatcher said with a nod. He froze mid-sentence, his face becoming a mask of incredulity. There was the sound of a scuffle from on top of the wall, and Lord Ronal disappeared behind the ramparts. There was an outraged cry and then silence. A second later, an older woman appeared between the crenellations and slipped a communications amulet around her neck. Her white hair was tied up in a no-nonsense bun, and she was dressed in a suit of armor that had seen its fair share of battles. An expression of relief transformed Thatcher's face as the woman started speaking into the amulet. "Thank Thera," he said with a sigh. "Word has come from the council. Lady Alara bids you welcome to the city and would be honored to escort all of you to the keep." I looked over at where Kalka and the Overchief were sitting and gave them the thumbs up, earning a look of confusion. "We've been invited in," I said through the amulet. "All of us." Kalka's mouth split in a tusky grin as he punched the Overchief in the arm and whispered something in his ear. The Overchief snorted and gestured to his honor guard to get moving. I caught Reven's eye and gave her a congratulatory nod. She turned to Thatcher. "We would be honored to accept the council's invitation," she said, and gestured towards the gates which had started to open. "After you." The Overchief barked out orders to the other commanders while the Ashford troops got the gates open. Without conscious thought, Lyra and Kalka took the lead, as if we were an adventuring party entering a hostile dungeon. As soon as we were through, the gates were closed behind us. The area inside the walls was crowded, like Walmart on Black Friday levels of crowded. A contingent of guards kept the way clear of curious refugees. The people seemed curious about who we were, at least until they laid eyes on Kalka and the Overchief. After that, they were quite eager to get out of the way. Every spare foot of sidewalk and alleyway had been converted into temporary housing, and everywhere I looked there were hungry, dirty people with dull eyes. I'd read about sieges in history class and how they impacted the people of a city, but it was all just theoretical until I looked at the faces of hungry children staring at me from under their mothers' skirts. "How long have the Hellspawn been attacking?" I asked, hoping Thatcher would be able to shed some light on the situation. "Too long," he said, motioning for us to hurry up. "The council will give you all the details." He gave me a sympathetic smile. "Apologies, but I don't know what I'm allowed to share at this time, so I will have to ask you to wait." Reven gave him a diplomatic smile. "We understand, Corporal, and wouldn't want you to get into any trouble for disobeying orders." The man nodded and turned back to the road. Once it was clear we weren't going to be jumped, Lyra dropped back to walk beside me. Her lips were set in a disapproving frown as she scanned the crowd. "This isn't right," she said. I know, I replied. All these people crammed in here, hungry, scared. How long have the demons been attacking? Hale and Malin moved close enough so we could talk. The mage gestured towards one of the alleys. Their dwellings look relatively new, but from the look of the people, the siege has been going on for some time. Malin snorted. These people look like they have not eaten more than scraps for weeks, but that doesn't make sense. Unless the cultists struck here much earlier than at the spire. Lyra grunted. They were working in the depths much earlier than the spire. It's possible this was the first to fall. I shook my head. I don't think so. A full-blown rift would have been like a fire alarm to the gods. If the pit was compromised, I'm sure Dwala would have gotten word out. Revan glanced over at us. I believe it's the nature of these particular demons. These void spawn are the servants of Nuim, the Lord of Gluttony. Their proximity alone could have this effect, draining the life force from everything in the area. I frowned. Then it's even more important that we handle things quickly. If this is what the city looks like now, how much worse will it get if we take too long? Our group shared a determined look. One way or another, we'd have to close the rift before the life force being sapped from the people of Ashford could be put to some other diabolical use. Tumanako grunted. It is Yuba's will. I will go with you. Lyra grinned and clapped her on the shoulder. Good to have you. I doubt the demon spawn are likely to set traps and the like, but I've seen what you can do with your blades and bow. We left the cluttered streets behind and entered a more opulent district. I was surprised to find just as many makeshift dwellings and tents filling what had probably been decorative gardens or some other rich luxury thing. The refugees weren't as tightly packed, but they all had that same hungry look. Eventually, Thatcher led us to the stone keep at the center of the city. It looked like something right out of a history book. I had no clue what the type of castle was called, but whoever designed it had been a bit obsessed with right angles. And there was a moat. Right in the middle of the city. The drawbridge was down when we arrived, spanning the 20-foot gap between the city and the castle. I couldn't help but peek over the edge, and what I saw made me move far away from the edge. Instead of the water I expected, the moat was filled with huge barbed spikes, like telephone pole-sized spikes. Sure, the space in between the massive spears had some more appropriate killing sticks for human-sized prey, but they were nothing compared to the main attraction. It took a minute for the reason for the giant spikes to process. The dinosaurs. They had a moat designed for the giant lizards. I wondered how long it had been since the moat had been necessary. The rust on the chains connected to the drawbridge made me pretty sure it had been a while since it had been used. Even the outer rooms of the keep had been taken over by refugees, although these were of the much better-dressed variety. Likely wealthy merchants or whatever their Ashford equivalent was. They were also in better condition than the people outside of the keep, either due to the distance from the walls or maybe access to better food. Several hallways and 3 flights of stairs later, we entered what Thatcher referred to as the council chamber. It was more like a throne room than I expected. I guess for some reason I pictured the council being more like the Knights of the Round Table, or at least some kind of business conference room. Instead, there were 3 ornate thrones up on a raised platform, looking over the audience chamber. It reminded me of a scene from one of those dystopian sci-fi novels, where the mysterious Council of Doom looked down on their supplicants while petting their white cats and smoking cigars. The counselors were much better looking than the folks they normally cast in those kinds of evil genius roles in Hollywood, which made a lot of sense considering they were a city government and not the b-begs of some fictional universe. On the left was an older man with a long white beard gathered into a single long braid that reached below his waist. He was dressed in flowing robes and had an aura of power that screamed wizard to me. The only thing missing was the stereotypical staff. To his right was a younger man that was the spitting image of Jonathan Rhys Meyers in his role of Henry Roman VIII, complete with a perfectly groomed goatee and wardrobe. His outfit screamed aristocrat, and he radiated an aura of dominion similar to the one Reven and her uncle had sported when holding court. The aura washed over me with no effect, and seemed to do very little to the others, except for Tumanako, who looked enraptured by the well-groomed nobleman. The aura dispersed an instant later, accompanied by an unreadable shift on the nobleman's face. The last of the trio was the woman from the wall, although I had no clue how she'd gotten here before us. She'd somehow managed to change into the formal robes of a Thurin priestess as well. I could see the resolve in her eyes, and as she looked over the party I spotted the telltale blue flashes of system skills in use. I thought her eyes lingered on me for a split second longer than the others, but it might just have been my imagination. My alias was still active after all. The greenskins might have been accepting of my true class, but when dealing with other pinkskins, there was no reason to invite trouble, especially with the current state of things. Damned cultists. Thatcher sketched a salute. "That will be all, Corporal," the nobleman said. With a short bow, our guide left the room and closed the doors behind him. As soon as we were alone, the council turned their attention to the overchief. The wizard examined the orc with a critical eye, but seemed distracted, as if this meeting was distracting him from some important studies or something. The younger man seemed intrigued, but also annoyed that his Dominion skills had proved so ineffective. Neither were what I'd hoped to encounter here, but at least the priestess seemed grateful. "Welcome to Ashford, Overchief," she said. "We have much to discuss." Chapter 41. Enlightened Self-Disinterest. Why Ood think that the rulers of a city under siege would be a bit more focused on dealing with the threat than on tooting their own horns. But apparently the hubris of humanity spanned the multiverse. Magus Helmstadt had absolutely zero interest in what we had to say. His contributions to the conversation were minimal and boiled down to his singular belief that the shielding that he and his fellow magi maintained around the city was inviolable, and thus, while he was thankful for the arrival of the Ubis folk, as he called them, he didn't care if they stuck around or returned to the swamp. At some point during our introductions, he'd produced a long-necked pipe and started smoking some sort of herb. His eyes were constantly in motion as if he was reading a book that only he could see, and once he'd introduced himself, he barely said a word unless directly addressed. High Shepherd Elspeth was the complete opposite. I'd originally thought she was the same woman that had rescued us from Lord Ronald's idiocy at the gates, but it turned out that our savior was the councilwoman's twin sister. Both served Thera in their own unique fashion, Elspeth as a priestess, and Elara as paladin. She was effusive with her praise and thanks, and offered to aid us in any way that she could. Things were a bit awkward when she spent more time focused on me and Reven than on the overchief, but nothing got out of hand. Lord Daniels, though, he was something else. Every question, every sentence, every word out of his mouth was like a needle, subtly attempting to direct things towards some agenda that had nothing to do with the current situation. At one point, I thought Kalka was about to brain him, but a stern look from the overchief reined him in. As the meeting progressed, Daniels seemed to get more and more frustrated as his normal tactics seemed ineffective against the shrewd overchief, and I had to admit, it was kind of enjoyable watching him squirm. "What is it exactly that you want from us?" the noble asked, gesturing around the room. "The outer city is in ruins. We've already been forced to rely upon the temples and magi colleges to provide enough food for the citizens, and our debt to the Adventurers Guild for their support on the walls is growing by the second." The overchief grunted. "We need your army. The Hellspawn will continue to attack until you have nothing left to give. There is a void gate where the pit used to be, and if it's not closed, there will be no end to their reinforcements." The Magus waved a hand and chuckled. "The inner city is well shielded." I know that such things are beyond the capabilities of most to understand, but we are safe within the walls. I hesitate to risk our people when there is no need." The High Shepherd glared at the older man. "And how long would you have our people live like this, crammed in wherever they may fit?" Her eyes hardened. "The goddess wishes this void gate closed. We should be doing everything in our power to see it done." "Of course we will aid them as much as we are able," Daniels replied with an obsequious smile. "But we cannot leave ourselves undefended. Gods forbid the Magus is mistaken about the shield, and I am not," the older man replied absently. "But as I said, we are safe within the shields. I don't see why the army couldn't blow off some steam-killing demons." He chuckled and gestured towards Lady Elspeth. "Your sister has certainly complained enough about being locked inside the walls." Daniel's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Just in case something catastrophic were to occur, obviously you understand our plight." I could almost hear Kalka's teeth grinding from across the room as the Overchief responded. "Hiding will not solve this problem. We need to act." "But how?" Lady Elspeth said with a worried frown. "From what you've said, they have entered the pit. An army will be of little use in tight quarters against demon spawn. I can still feel their foul aura lingering about the city. It saps our strength, even through the shield." "If I can interrupt," I said, earning a look from both the counselors and Overchief Delmock. "The problem isn't so much about taking the fight to them in the pit as it is getting them out." Revan nodded. "We need them to leave the tunnel so we can get to the gate." Daniel sniffed. "I say let them wallow in their hole. The longer they stay there, the longer we have to recuperate from their prior attacks. There are still many who have not fully recovered from the loss of the outer city." Lyra snorted. "You're forgetting an important fact, Lord Daniels," she said. "They can replenish their ranks through the portal, so the longer we wait, the bigger the threat will be once they do emerge. We need to get to the rift and close it, which is a bit hard if the place is swarming with demon spawn. We need them out of there so we have a chance." Kalka looked at her and nodded thoughtfully. "You want to bait the demons out," I grinned. "If we can, or at least prolong the fight the next time they attack." The older orc chuckled. "The spawn are no match for our warriors, but the bigger demons can be problematic." He tapped his chin in thought and then grinned, showing off his tusks. "My boys can handle it." The Overchief grunted and looked around. "Your general should be present for this." "We haven't agreed to anything yet," Daniel spat. "Risking our people on this fool's errand is, I vote we confer with General Elara, and if she agrees, assist the Overchief with his plan," Magus Helmstedt said with a puff of smoke. "What?" Daniel said, turning to stare at the older man. "Seconded," Lady Elspeth said with a smile. "Sorry, Thomas, but it seems that you are outvoted." "This is," the nobleman growled. "Fine. Just remember that I was opposed to this when it blows up in your faces," he said and stomped out of the room. Lady Elspeth chuckled as he left and gestured to one of the guards near the door. "Please ask General Elara to attend us." The guard nodded and headed out. She turned back to us. "I know my sister will be keen to act, but she is cautious and will probably only be willing to dedicate a portion of our forces. The Adventurers Guild might be willing to assist as well. They have been quite vocal in their desire to fight." The Magus exhaled another cloud of smoke. "Guildmaster Avery was saying that his people are getting stir-crazy. I've heard a few rumors that they've been waiting for an opportunity to venture forth, so they are likely to jump at this opportunity." "I will speak with the Guildmaster once we have a plan," Revan said with a thoughtful nod. "Good," the Overchief said and looked around impatiently. "I hope the general will arrive soon. My people will need General Elara picked that moment to stride into the room. "You called for me, High Shepherd, Magus," Elspeth smiled. "How would you like to get out of the city for a little while?" A massive smile split the paladin's face. "What do I have to do?" The Magus chuckled while Elspeth gestured to Overchief Delmock. "Let's hear the plan." Chapter 42. That's the plan. Within minutes, servants had filled the room with a large table with a map of the area. The city was laid out in exquisite detail, as were the plains. Someone had even taken the time to mark down the nests of all the local dinos. To the south of the city, I found the mark for the demon portal and a separate one for the pit. "Wait," I said, gesturing to the map. "The giant hole in the ground isn't the entrance to the dungeon." Elara looked over at me. "The dungeon entrance?" "No," she replied and pointed to the marker to the east of the portal. "The dungeon entrance was here." "Was?" Lyra asked. The last few parties to attempt it never returned," Elspeth said. "And once the ground opened up and started spewing demons, we had more important things to worry about." Dara emerged from her studies in my mindscape and caressed my shoulder. "Love, they are correct. The pit where the demons have holed up is not the dungeon entrance." Hale looked thoughtful. "From what I've seen, it takes a lot to damage a dungeon entrance. So much so that no one has attempted it in recent memory. The entrance is probably still there. The question is whether or not the dungeon lord attempted to block it before losing control of their domain." "It's probably still there," I said, repeating Dara's words since no one else could hear her. Elara took out a case of figurines carved to look like various types of troops. They looked like the miniatures from this wargame a friend of mine was always trying to get me to play. War something or other. Machine Hammer. I couldn't remember. There were markers for the war host, some for the demons, and a few more for the forces of Ashford. The latter were the most detailed, of course. "With what we can spare from the defense of the wall and with approval of the council," she said with a look at Elspeth and the Magus, who nodded, "we are able to field 2 units of heavy infantry, 2 of light spearmen, 1 of archers, and 3 scout teams." Kalka harumphed while the overchief looked thoughtfully at the map and rubbed his chin. "The heavy infantry will be too slow. More archers or spearmen would be better." The general looked confused. "The heavy infantry are the core of our forces. Too slow." The orc nodded. "We need to be mobile and draw the demons out of their hole so we can confront them where we have the advantage." He traced a line from the demon's hidey hole to a point west of the city, between it and our camp. "If we use half of our force to lure them here, the other can hide within the ruins of your outer city and hit them in the rear." He made a chopping gesture. "Cut off their retreat, while still leaving our own forces a path to safety should we need it." The general laughed. "I think you're missing one important fact, Overchief." She gestured to the markers for the demon army. "We don't need to lure them anywhere. They attack the city like clockwork. The only thing that changes is how long they stick around before giving up for the day." Reven watched it all intently, as did Lyra, who asked, "You've driven them off before?" The twins nodded while Magus Helmstadt chuckled. "Many times, but they are relentless." Elspeth nodded. "We were able to defend the outer city for several days before the constant attacks became too much. Luckily, we were able to evacuate most of the civilians before the walls fell." Helmstadt huffed. "The outer walls were a farce. I will be having words with whoever was in charge of maintaining their wards once this is over. Shoddy workmanship." Elspeth shook her head. "It wasn't the fault of the wards, Magus. They worked perfectly against what they were built for, but razas and demons are 2 very different things." The older man waved a hand in dismissal. "They should have mirrored the walls of the inner city on the outer, but no. It's too expensive," they said. "It's not in the budget," they said, "and look at the city now. How's that budget looking now?" The general turned to him with a sympathetic look. "Daniels isn't here, Arlo. You're preaching to the choir." "Yes. Well," he grumbled. "So where were we?" Reven asked. "Constant attacks." "Yes," Elara replied. "Normally dawn and then once again at dusk." "Is there a reason for that timing?" the overchief asked. "Some logic to their approach?" The Magus shook his head. "Nothing concrete. The current theory is that it is linked to the portal functionality. Our current theory is that they attack as soon as their reinforcements come through the portal. It's possible, or they are constantly coming through and the leaders just wait until they have a certain size force before they attack." "So," Lyra said slowly, "we have until tonight." The Magus nodded. "If they continue as they have been." He grinned at the overchief. You Yubas folks certainly put a dent in their forces, so it's possible they may delay longer until their forces are replenished. Malin sniffed. Logical behavior is not something I expect to see from demons. If they have a powerful enough commander to keep them in line, then more disciplined behavior would be possible, Reven said. Although I suppose there is a limit to their control. I shrugged. Hangry demons are probably hard to control, I said. So once they attack and we go and close the portal, easy peasy, I said sarcastically. The magus looked at me with a perplexed expression. And how is a bard going to seal a rift? I said, looking to my companions who seemed a little worried. The overchief, however, gave 0 fucks and replied, the warlock can seal the rift. Yuba's words are clear on this. As the word warlock left his lips, the heat seemed to drain out of the room. The general had her blade drawn in under a second and pointed my way. The air began to crackle around the magus as he erected a shield of some sort. The only one who didn't move was the priestess, who seemed to be having some kind of seizure. Treachery, Elara screamed. How dare you defile our city? These demons must be your doing. And to think we almost let our troops be fed to your masters like lambs to the slaughter. A bright glow surrounded Elspeth and she rose into the air, hovering a few feet off the ground. Elara's eyes went wide and her sword dipped as her sister turned to look at her with eyes of solid white. She spoke in a voice that shook the room, and the part of me that was still human reverberated with her words. This warlock and his companions act with the blessing of the Nine. By aiding them you do our will, a voice that could only be Thera S said. The general fell to a knee and bowed her head. Yes, my lady. Your will be done. The magus looked dumbfounded, but even he was convinced by the divine intervention. Looking around, everyone seemed a bit shocked. I guess I'd become used to weirdo divine manifestations helping me out in my quest. Elspeth floated to the ground and turned her pure white eyes on me. Do not let us down, Sebastian Crow, she said, and then fell to her knees as the divine energy left her. Things must be going very bad. For Thera to take such direct action is not a good thing, Dara said. That act came dangerously close to violating the pact. I turned my attention inwards. Pact this, pact that. What the hell is it for anyway? The Hellspawn don't seem to care all that much about keeping whatever the pact is. Why do the gods? The pact prevents the gods and the kings of hell from coming fully into lore. It doesn't say anything about their servants, especially when mortals do the summoning. Then how was that almost a violation? Gods are beings of energy. Putting that much of herself into a mortal unbidden, I can't really explain it. There are too many factors that we don't have time to go over. Let's just say that by the standards of the divine she came close to breaking the pact. This world is weird. So either things are bad or Thera is acting erratically. Yes, shit, exactly. Lyra cleared her throat. Sebastian, are you with us? I looked over and flashed her a grin. Sorry, I said and tapped my temple, trying to figure some things out. She nodded knowingly and gestured to where the twins were looking at me cautiously. The counselor and the general have some questions. I sighed. I don't eat babies, I started, earning a sudden laugh from the veteran paladin. That isn't what I want to know, young man, she said. What I need is your word that you will close this rift if we can hold the demon spawn here. I tried to give her a reassuring smile. I can promise to do everything I can to succeed. I've done it before, but it's not easy. My resolve hardened. I'll close it or die trying. Reven and Lyra stood to either side of me and placed their hands on my shoulders. Avil has guided me this far. I am committed, Reven said as she gazed at me with her crystal blue eyes. Lyra chuckled. Well, I don't have a god telling me what to do, but I will follow my heart to the ends of this world and into the next. Malin snorted. Enough. These demons are an abomination and do not belong in this world. Let's stop wasting time blowing smoke up his ass and move before too many come through the rift to deal with. Good, the overchief said. Here is what we'll do. Chapter 43. The problem with plans. The rest of the day was a blur of activity. We headed back to the war camp and went about our preparations. We had our gear repaired and stocked up on healing and mana potions. After that, it was just waiting. Hurry up and wait was never my favorite way to live, but that's where we found ourselves, waiting for the demons to attack. I was going stir-crazy. My adrenaline was already pumping and we hadn't even moved. There was something at the very edge of my awareness that had me on edge, but I couldn't identify it. "Ah, love, am I going to have to take you to the tents to relax?" Dara said, running the tips of her claws down my cheek. I shivered. "That's not going to help," I said flatly. "We have to be ready, and while I'd love some stress relief, with my luck I'd end up fighting off the demons with blue balls." Lyra chuckled. "One time that stamina is a detriment, eh?" I rolled my eyes and looked out over the plains. "At least the Razes aren't trying to raid the camp." Malin snorted. "Gaia's children are smart enough to leave when demons are afoot." "Smarter than us," Hale said with a laugh as he idly fidgeted, sending small arcs of lightning between his fingers. "Us civilized folks are just dumb enough to stick around." Revan shook her head. "Duty is a heavy burden for those of us chosen to bear it." I opened my mouth to make a witty comment, but the sensation that had been prodding my awareness finally succeeded in getting through. There was something corrupt coming from the south. A second later, horns sounded from that direction, alerting the camp. Like a well-oiled machine, the people poured out of their tents and formed into their groups. So much for the plan. Lyra yelled as she strapped on her shield. "Let's get him." I pulled my drum around, but a message through the amulet brought me up short. "Go around the flanks and head to the dungeon. The humans are on their way." "We've got orders," I yelled, catching everyone's attention. "Kalka says to circle the demon's flanks and head to the dungeon. Now's our chance." I played the cadence of the Longstrider on the drum, keeping the volume low so that only my party could hear it, and started running. Lyra took the lead with Dara and Tumanako at her side. Malin and Hale followed close behind, with Revan and me in the rear. The chanting of buffs being cast was a fitting accompaniment to my song. The rousing beat of the drums of war filled the air, accompanied by the roar of Yuba's children as they rushed into battle. My song was a pale echo of the overall beat, but sped our footsteps nonetheless. The high grass gave us some cover as we jogged around the battle, keeping as far from the active fighting as we could while still making good time. We almost avoided conflict entirely, but there were demons that hunted with more than 5 senses, and our small group drew them like moths to the flame. Lyra was the first to detect them. "Form up," she cried and turned to the east. Seconds later, the sound of long grass sliding over scaled hide was loud enough for me to hear over my drumming. The demons emerged from the grass with their mouths opened wide, displaying rows of nasty serrated teeth. Their faces looked like a nightmare flower, like someone had seen the demogorgons from Stranger Things and said, "Why not have a few more mouth flaps and add a beak in the middle for good measure?" Lyra roared, drawing the lead beast and its 3 companions to her. To her right, Dara flexed her fingers, growing claws the size of daggers, while Malin's form blurred and transformed into the massive bear that was his go-to for melee combat. The hell beasts tripped over each other in their haste to attack the object of their ire, and Lyra was able to easily defend against the pair who made it. The first was knocked backwards, reeling from its forceful introduction to her shield, and the other pulled back after losing a piece of its face to the Lightblade's glowing sword. Tumanako's arrow sprouted from the dazed creature's neck an instant before Dara's flying leap ended with her on its back. Her fully extended claws cut easily through its scaly hide. Malinbear rushed past Lyra and crashed into one of the fallen creatures, taking its elongated neck in his jaws and shaking it like a rag doll. Lyra advanced towards the demon dog, missing part of its face, while whispering a spell that coated her body in light. Her glowing sword sliced into the demon's paw as it tried to bat away her attack, cutting through meat and bone, and leaving it dangling by a flap of skin. With a snarl, another demon faded into being behind Lyra and raked its claws down her back, ripping through the metal plate and into the flesh beneath. The demon's claw sizzled and smoked where it came into contact with her shielding, but even the layers of buffs were unable to keep the creature from doing some serious damage. Lyra's sword arm dropped to her side as the torn muscles gave out, and she was forced to retreat in full defensive mode. I switched songs to war tempo and used echo to free up my hands for some good old demon slaying. Balefire erupted from my palm and decapitated the ninja demon as it raised its claws to take advantage of Lyra's distraction. Apparently void demons, like chickens, could continue to function for a short time after losing their heads. It attacked. Luckily, without its noggin, the demon's swings were wild and without power, like its body was trying its hardest to follow the last set of instructions the brain had given it but hadn't really been paying attention in murder class. A cone of golden energy washed over Lyra, the headless ninja demon and the closest demon doggy. Where the light touched the demons, it burned away their unholy flesh like tissue paper. For Lyra it had the opposite effect. The bleeding wound on her back and the numerous scratches and bruises she'd acquired during her retreat were healed, leaving pale, healthy skin in their place. The redhead's lips curled into a smile, and she took the fight back to the enemy, putting down the partially melted demon with a skillful slash of her sword. A surge of power through our bond drew my attention to Dara. It took me a second to make sense of what I was seeing. She'd bitten the damned thing and was draining it dry. Its body deflated like a Capri Sun, and I couldn't look away. A buzzing sound filled the air as Hale conjured a swarm of force bolts that zipped through the air to pummel another demon hound, just as Tumanako's arrow buried itself in its heart. A savage roar from Malinbear accompanied a splatter of demon guts onto Lyra's shield as the bear ripped his opponent in half, and that was the last of them. With the current enemy defeated, we booked it, heading further away from the battle in the hopes of avoiding any additional delays. There was always the possibility that more demons were onto our scent, but we weren't going to sit around when we had work to do. I pulled my drum around and tapped out the beat for the cadence of the Longstrider again, speeding our steps as we rushed towards our goal. Chapter 44 Rollin'. In the deep W, E made it to the dungeon entrance without any further difficulty. The demons seemed more fixated on the greenskin buffet than on our small group. We did have to put down another pair of demon doggies, but they didn't stand much of a chance against our full party. The dungeon entrance was easy to spot once we got into range. A house-sized boulder rose out of the tall grass, surrounded by the ruins of the semi-permanent structures that had once served those brave enough to enter the pit. Broken boards and ripped canvas covered the torn-up ground and blood-stained stone, giving silent testimony to the fate of those who'd once been stationed there. Carved into the boulder's side was an ornate archway, shaped into the likeness of two massive serpents intertwined. Blood stained the stone serpent's scales, the ground, and the wall of solid stone that blocked off further access into the dungeon. Well, shit, I said as I prodded the wall, tracing the numerous claw marks and scratches that marred its surface. That's going to be a problem. Is there another way in? Lyra asked. This was the only entrance on the map, Revan replied. Dara chuckled and moved through the group, brushing her fingertips over Revan and Lyra's shoulders as she passed. When she reached the blockage, she closed her eyes and pressed both hands against the stone. I should be able to. I felt something in the air around the stone change. A lattice of energy appeared over the boulder that Dara was able to interface with. A small packet of information bubbled up from deep inside my mind, letting me know that one day I'd have the same abilities. The succubus pressed her hands into the boulder and pulled, splitting it down the middle like it was made of clay. As soon as the way opened, a gust of stale air burst out of the dungeon, carrying with it the stench of death and decay. I turned away, dry heaving as the smell assaulted my senses. It had to be the worst thing I'd ever smelled, including the unholy cloud of mixed perfumes in the Macy's cosmetics section during the holiday rush. "What is that?" Lyra said as she covered her face and tried not to join me in losing my lunch. Revan closed her eyes in concentration and chanted a short spell. Immediately, the air around us swirled, forming a small bubble absent the stank. I let out a sigh of relief as my body ceased all attempts to add my stomach contents to the already grisly decor. "Thank the gods," Lyra said and gave Revan a thankful look. "Yes, thank Avil," Hale said with a smirk. Malin took out a handkerchief and noisily blew his nose to rid himself of any lingering scent. "From the smell, I doubt we will find anything besides the demonkin inside." "I didn't expect there to be much left of the dungeon creatures," I said with a shrug. "The cultists tend to be quite thorough once they gain control." Lyra moved up to the hole and kissed Dara on the cheek. "Good work. I knew you were smoking hot but melting stone like butter. I must say I'm surprised." The succubus giggled. "Spreading stone, spreading thighs, I'm a woman of multiple talents." "Ha," Lyra said and kissed her on the lips. "I'll take you up on that later." She gestured into the darkness. "As long as we survive." Dara wrapped her arms around the redhead and gave her a deep kiss. "There's some motivation for you." Lyra's cheeks were slightly flushed as she stepped away, muttering under her breath. Malin and Hale followed behind. The older druid gave the succubus a stern look as he passed. Tumanako followed after with Revan and me in the rear. The goblin flashed Dara a wide grin as she passed, earning an answering grin and a wave. Revan gave the succubus a warm smile and shivered as Dara gently touched her shoulder. When I passed, Dara slipped under my arm and grabbed my ass as she whispered in my ear. "Do you need any motivation to stay alive?" I leaned in and kissed her softly, letting all my love flow through the bond. "I have all the motivation I need." She stepped away and looked at me with her beautiful violet eyes. Her lips spread in a massive smile as her eyes sparkled with our shared hope for the future. "I hope so," she said as we moved into the dungeon. There was a second of resistance as I passed through an invisible plane and a chill washed over me. "What the?" I whispered. Dara smiled at me. "I was wondering if you'd be able to feel it." "Feel what?" "The transition into the dungeon's subdimension. Usually mortals can't, but with our bond it was only a matter of time," she said as turned back to the opening and sealed it with stone. "Best to make sure the demons can't hit us from behind." I shook my head. "You know, I never thought about the dungeons having their own dimensions before. The towers were obvious, but since there were no portals, Dara giggled. "The dungeon entrances are invisible. You still pass into the dungeon subdimension, but why advertise the fact? Otherwise, how would multiple groups run a dungeon at the same time?" I shrugged. "Considering we had to sign up for slots and wait in line, I figured the dungeon was just the dungeon." Dara waved a hand absently. "Malik's dungeon is still young. With his core he could only handle a single instance." She paused. "The Whispering Depths was slightly older, although I think Vailey's was almost to the point where she could handle multiple groups if she wanted. So the more powerful dungeons can do the whole instance thing, just like the towers." Dara frowned. "Similar mechanics, worse presentation." I laughed. "Well, let's hope none of the bigger ones are corrupted. I'd hate to see what the demons could do with something like Monarch's Rise." Revan came back up the tunnel. "Tumanako is scouting ahead. Let's refresh our buffs and get going." Dara finished sealing the tunnel and skipped past me, slapping my ass on the way. She shot me a teasing look as she caught up to Revan and started whispering something in her ear. "Don't dawdle now," she said. When Tumanako returned, she was not in the best of moods. Her lower body was covered in a nasty black slime that looked like an elephant had enjoyed a buffet of Taco Bell and White Castle before chugging a barrel of milk. The elephant in question was also lactose intolerant. She took a long, deep breath as soon as she entered Revan's purification aura. "It is horrible out there," she said in Orcish, earning a confused look from Malin and Hale. Seeing their expression, she switched to Thurin. "Small packs of dog demons, big teeth." She pointed to the ground. "Must watch feet, much demon shit," Malin frowned. "How much are we talking about?" The goblin shrugged. "Scattered, not entire floor, but where demons are must watch footing." Lyra spit off to the side. "Not the best news, but we've faced worse." "The demons are the same as the ones we fought on the way here, the canine ones?" Dara asked. The goblin nodded. "Yes, small groups, 3 or 5 more probably come if loud." Dara grinned. "Those creatures are quite tasty." Hale rolled his eyes. "Great for you, but the rest of us can't suck the essence out of our enemies." Dara's raised an eyebrow at the elven mage. "Have you tried?" He blinked in shock. "What, no, why would I?" Revan's laughter rescued him from his stupefaction. "Dara, you know that's not possible." "I know," she replied. "But did you see his face?" I snorted and laughed as the elves turned their eyes on me. "What?" It was funny. "Let's not delay," Malin said, and then started to shift, transforming into a massive serpent that seemed fitting to the dungeon theme. "Whoa," I said. "You can change into a snake." Malin turned his golden-eyed gaze on me. A forked tongue flicked out, stopping inches from my face. I jumped back. Seems it was my turn to be the butt of the joke. "Very slippery, man," I said, earning a golden-eye roll before he moved into position next to Dara and Lyra. Not wanting to announce our presence to the entire dungeon, I tucked the drum into my dimensional bag and readied my guitar. It was a bit ironic that I still relied so much on the bard skills I'd only learned as a cover story, but I couldn't deny the benefits of the group buffs. Surprisingly, the instrument was still in tune, so I was ready to rock. We headed down the main hallway, doing our best to remain undetected. The tunnel spiraled downwards until we came to the room that should have held the dungeon's bindstone. Instead, we found the site of another massacre. Jagged shards of crystal, covered in blood, were scattered around the room. Mixed with the shards of the bindstone were the remains of the guild supplies, now nothing more than a tangle of broken wood and bloody fabric. "Are those tooth marks?" Lyra asked, gesturing towards one of the larger chunks. Hale knelt down next to the debris and winced. "I hope that whatever did this is out there with the army and not in here with us." My response was interrupted by the sound of claws skittering over stone echoing down the tunnel. "Incoming!" My fingers danced through the opening notes of the Song of Quickening while the others got into position. Lyra dashed to the front and met the demons as they emerged from the darkness. Her roar drew them to her, pulling them into a convenient group for the rest of us to exploit. Malin opened his jaws wide, exposing long fangs, but those weren't the real threat. A stream of venom sprayed from the tips of his fangs, covering one of the demon hounds in the caustic substance. The venom sizzled where it hit, burning away scaled hide to expose the dark muscles underneath. The demon yelped and turned on the giant snake, lunging forward with its mouth flaps opened wide. Hale made his presence known when a spear of force shot past me, blasting into one of the demons and smashing it into the cavern wall. Taking advantage of the opening, Lyra pressed forward, knocking a third hound to the side with a well-placed shield bash while Dara ripped into the final creature. The succubus's claws tore long furrows in the creature's hide, cutting deep into its corporeal form, while at the same time draining it of its essence. The demon started to shrivel and let out a keening wail that was echoed from further down the tunnel. "Shit," Lyra said, as the sound distracted her for just long enough for her target to recover and pounce. Its weight crashed against her shield and drove her to the ground, sending her blade skittering across the stone. The demon lunged towards her face, mouth spread wide, but she managed to get her hand up in time to save herself from a face-to-face meeting with its beak. Its face flaps closed around her arm, and she screamed in pain as the rows of teeth shredded her limb. Bright blood dribbled from between its flaps. I raised a hand to kill the beast with balefire, but Tumanako beat me to it. She faded into view in midair, landed on its back, and sank her blades into the demon. It reared up in an attempt to free itself of its new passenger, and she rode it like a pony, gripping its flanks with her legs as she forced her short swords deeper into the creature's flesh. Golden light flowed over Lyra's arm, reconstructing the limb that looked more like the remains of a chicken wing than an arm. Dara finished off her meal and rushed to help Tumanako deal with her target before any more demons arrived. Her claws ripped through the demon's legs, robbing it of all mobility and giving the goblin rogue the chance to find its heart. Malin's jaws were locked onto the final demon's neck, while his coils crushed the life out of its otherworldly bones. With a final twist, the demon went still and he tossed it to the side. "Help me get my sword," Lyra said, her voice full of pain as her arm slowly knit itself back together under the glow of Revan's magic. Hale looked at her arm and winced. "Can you even hold it?" The sound of crazed baying echoed up the tunnel. The demon's pals were almost there. "Quick," I said, raising my hands to cast. "As soon as my wall is up, block the tunnel with your force barrier thing." Hale nodded and started chanting. With little time to spare, I rushed through the gestures for Wall of Fire. I almost messed it up in my haste, but was able to recover at the last second. The pack of demon dogs appeared at the tunnel bend as I completed the spell, filling the opening with a massive wall of fire. An instant later, a glowing wall of force appeared on our side of the flames, just in time to stop the demons from rushing through the flames. The collision with the wall did more damage to the demons than the initial pass through the wall of fire, but once their forward momentum was halted, they started to cook. Chapter 45. They're coming right for us. Demon dogs clawed at the wall of force, eating away at its energy with every attack. Hale grunted as he focused on the spell, pouring in more mana to repair the damage being done by the creatures trying to dig their way through. A final wave of golden light surrounded Lyra's arm, undoing the rest of the damage she'd suffered during her time as the demon's chew toy. With a growl, she retrieved her sword and renewed her protective aura. "I can't hold it much longer. 10 seconds before it collapses." Hale grunted as he steadied himself. Through the glowing blue barrier, I could see flashes of demons as they pressed against the membrane, trying to escape the fire. The flames were burning away at their scaly hides, but it also made it impossible to see how many there were. Dara moved towards the wall, grinning hungrily. Truth be told, it was a bit scary and sexy at the same time. Seeing me looking her way, she blew me a kiss and then turned back just in time for the wall to collapse. A pile of demon dogs spilled into the tunnel, scrambling over each other in their rush to both escape the flames and be the first in line for the perceived mortal buffet. Lyra met them head-on, using her area of effect taunt to capture the attention of the demonic puppy pile. The rest of the party went on the offensive, taking advantage of the creature's disorientation. Hale blasted the group with a swarm of force bolts while Malin and Dara covered the flanks, ripping through singed hides with their claws. My fingers danced over the strings of my guitar, plucking out the notes of the Song of Quickening. The music filled the air and applied the speed buff, which I immediately extended with Echo. I wasn't going to just sit back and let them have all the fun when there were demons to kill. Rationing my mana, I sent controlled bursts of balefire into the mix. With little room to maneuver in melee, Tumanako sheathed her blades and pulled out her bow. Arrow after arrow shot through the air and into the demons, skillfully finding the places where their hides had been weakened by the flames. Compared to the goblin, my aim was horrible, but the power of the balefire made up for my lack in accuracy. The demons untangled themselves and surged towards Lyra. Jagged teeth and half-melted claws scraped against her shield, sizzling as they came into contact with her protective aura. Excitement lit up her eyes as she slashed out in response, her light-sheathed blade slicing through demon flesh like butter. Malin lunged forward and sank his fangs into an unlucky demon, massive teeth easily piercing its hide. The demon's skin bulged as Malin pumped it full of venom before tossing its limp form against the stone wall. Several hounds who were out of range of Lyra's taunt emerged from the quickly fading wall of fire and rushed the druid. He bobbed and weaved, but the three opponents were able to overwhelm even his serpentine grace. Malin's head dashed forward and latched onto the first as he twisted his coils to avoid the next. The third demon latched on to Malin's side with its mouth flaps and bit into his scales with its beak, gobbling down chunks of his flesh. The druid's mouth gaped in silent pain, releasing its hold on his still twitching victim. "Uncle!" Revan cried before sending a bolt of healing his way. Tumanako rushed in behind the healing spell, her bow discarded in her haste to close with the demon beasts. With an almost casual precision, she slid up behind the demon who was busy trying to make a meal out of the druid and drove her blades into its neck, cleanly severing its spine and freeing Malin from its grip. A second hound snapped at her, but she dodged out of the way, rolling across the back of her initial target and sliding under a third. A quick slash of her blade opened up its belly, spilling a foul black slime onto the stone. Malin went back on the attack, sinking his fangs into the uninjured demon and ending its existence with a fang to the brain if they had brains. On the right flank, Dara was tearing through the half-melted demons. Their teeth and claws ripped at her flesh, but her innate healing combined with the power she was draining with every slash was easily enough to keep her ahead of the game. I backed her up with bolts of balefire and the occasional daze to give her a second's advantage. The void creatures were virtually immune to the enchantment spells, but the second that they did last was better than nothing. Every beast she killed came with a small surge of essence through our bond, although I was pretty sure she was using her share almost as quickly as she drained it to shrug off her wounds and empower herself. I lost myself in the rhythm of battle, eventually foregoing my spell songs in favor of the sheer destructive power available to my warlock class. When the press became too much for our melee fighters to hold back, I joined them, packed blade in hand and essence coursing through my veins. Walls of fire, force, and light kept us from being overwhelmed while Revan healed and supported us from safety. At the start we were hard-pressed, but as more and more demons were slain, the tide turned. Instead of being pressed backwards, we marched into the pack. The demons didn't give up easily. Badly burned creatures, too injured to even stand, still lashed out when we came near as if the thoughts of devouring our flesh was all-consuming. Blasts of force, flashes of light, and the chaos of battle became my reality until with one final snarl, the last demon fell to the ground, cut in half by a slash of Lyra's blade. The demon pack was no more. I cut the flow of essence into my manifest bond skill and fell to a knee, panting as a wave of exhaustion hit. There had been so many of the damned things. Looking to my companions, I could see the weariness in their eyes, and we'd just begun our descent. We were covered in blood, most of it our own, and our armor looked like something that belonged in one of the piles in the B and C. Revan's healing had kept us alive, but she couldn't heal the armor. Malin shed his serpentine form and shook himself off. That was unpleasant. "No shit," I said, looking up. "At least when you shift your armor doesn't get trashed." The corners of his mouth turned up in the barest hint of a smile. The benefits of serving the Great Mother. Tumanako was kneeling ahead of the group. "I hear nothing. Break." Revan nodded and leaned against the wall. "We need to replenish our resources. My mana pool is almost empty." A giggle drew my attention to Dara, who was practically bouncing. It was a good view, even with her more sensible battle attire. She caught me looking and rushed over, nearly knocking me over in her exuberance. I barely managed to stand before she wrapped me in a koala hug. Her lips met mine, and a surge of love flowed through the bond, accompanied by a good portion of another L word that would have to wait until after our mission. She pulled away. When Father told me that our charge would be slaying these foul intruders into our world, I didn't realize just how much I would enjoy ripping them apart and draining them of their essence. It's exhilarating. Keep it in your pants, Lyra said with a wink. Dara looked over at the redhead and stuck out her tongue. Lyra just smiled. Later, she said, and I had to catch myself as a wave of desire surged through the bond. Dara, I said, earning a sheepish look from the succubus. Now is not the time, she shrugged. I am what I am. And I love you, but if I get killed because I'm too distracted thinking about dipping my wick, she dropped her feet to the ground and stole one more kiss before moving away. I understand. Revan seemed to be amused by the whole situation, while Hale and Malin were pretending to be busy doing something else. 5 minutes, then we renew our protections and continue, Revan said and looked around. Chapter 46, What Happened to Clifford? T. Umanako scouted the way ahead, relying on her superior stealth skill to avoid detection. The rest of the party trailed after, doing our best to be quiet. Dara and Malin were almost as sneaky as the goblin rogue, making me thankful for the few ranks I had in the skill, especially since I still managed to make more noise than Revan or Hale. Damned elven racials. Lyra, though, let's just say that sneaking along in plate armor wasn't the easiest thing. Luckily, there didn't seem to be any more of the demons nearby. We must have pulled them all in that first battle. Everyone was on edge. Every drip of water, every whisper of sound, and every shift in the air had us instantly on guard. When Tumanako returned, I gave silent thanks that the party interface alerted me to her presence. Otherwise, I might have pissed myself when she faded into view. We moved back down the corridor, trying to get enough distance that a whispered conversation wouldn't carry through the tunnels. We knelt in a circle as the goblin made her report. Big hound. Very. She seemed to get frustrated with speaking in Thurin and switched to Orcish. The path leads to a large cavern shaped like a bowl. There's a giant version of the demon hounds in the middle. The system named it as a Nashhound Alpha. It's level 15. I translated her report and watched our companions' expressions grow concerned. 5 levels may not have been a huge gap, but Alpha screamed boss-level monster to me, and that was going to make this a tough fight. Is it alone? Lyra asked. Tumanako nodded and replied in Thurin. No others, she pointed to her mouth. Alpha eats small ones, I winced. Okay, so how are we going to do this? I turned to Malin. You going to go bear mode? He shook his head at my wording. With only a single foe, my spells will be more impactful. I'll shift if the Alpha summons any additional hounds. Lyra nodded. Just be ready in case I need help on the front line. Some of these demons refuse to be taunted, and if they get to Revan, we're all fucked. His eyes hardened. Don't worry, nothing will get to her while I draw breath. Hale nodded. We'll keep it off her if it tries anything fishy. Lyra looked at Tumanako. You using your blades or your bow? The goblin thought for a moment. Blades, I can cripple it. I'll see if I can slow it down too, I added. Time to finally use these new spells the Doomcallers taught me. Debuff it and then burn it from existence. Dara growled low in her throat and flexed her claws. We'll show these outsiders the price of invading our realm. With a shared look of resolve, we headed out, moving into formation as we advanced down the corridor. As we got closer, a strange sound echoed from the room ahead. It sounded like something was gargling with pudding mixed with the sound of a bicycle tire made with a plastic card stuck in the spokes. It was disconcerting. Apparently, demon dogs snored. The sound of plate boots on stone must have been loud enough to cut through the snoring, because as soon as we stepped into the room, the Alpha was awake. It jumped to its feet and opened its maw to take in our scent. The Alpha Nashhound was the size of a Clydesdale, standing close to 7 feet at the shoulder, with clawed paws the size of a small child. A second later it was rushing across the room, claws skittering over the stone in its haste to reach us. Lyra stepped forward and whispered a spell, creating the wall of light that stopped the charging boss in its tracks. Her glowing blade slashed into its shoulder before it could recover, carrying with it the magic of her single-target taunt. The rest of us hung back for several seconds, giving her time to build aggro before we got down to business. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a shimmer in the air where Tumanako was moving to the creature's flank. "Now!" Lyra yelled, and we went on the attack. A bolt of lightning and a spear of force converged on the creature's face where it towered over Lyra. The alpha's muscles spasmed as the lightning arced through its body and into the floor, giving Tumanako the perfect opening to strike. She appeared at the demon's rear and slashed her blades across its hind legs. The orcish steel dug into the scaled flesh and into the muscles and tendons beneath. The blades dug deep but failed to fully sever the alpha's tendons, leaving the leg fully functional. Tumanako was forced to throw herself into a wild roll to avoid the monster's retaliatory kick. While that was happening, I was busy getting my groove on. First, I played the Song of Quickening and used Echo. The demon was pretty damned quick, so we needed every advantage we could get. Once the boost from the song took hold, I sped through the gestures for Doom and Tyre, hoping that the spells would have some impact on Clifford's demonic cousin. I let out a sigh of relief as the spells took hold, robbing the creature of some of its power. The Nashhound opened its mouth flaps and let out a keening wail in a cone focused on Lyra. Revan's elven reflexes saved her from getting caught in the blast, but I wasn't so lucky. The sonic attack hit me like a sledgehammer. My shield spell shattered into a million pieces, and nearly 2/3 of the shielding provided by my rings disappeared. And that was from the edge of the attack. Lyra was knocked to her knees. Blood poured from her ears and nose, and from the dazed look in her eyes I could tell that she was stunned. The Nashhound reared up and lunged with its mouth wide open. Its mouth flaps snapped together where the light blade sat, but were stopped by a glowing bubble of divine protection that blinked into existence around her. The creature recoiled as hundreds of teeth shattered on the impenetrable shield, shaking its head before looking around for the source of the spell. Its hungry growl transformed into a yelp of pain as Tumanako slashed at its injured leg, trying to fully sever the tendons. The alpha whirled on the goblin, slashing at her with its claws as she attempted to dodge. Dara leapt high into the air with a powerful flap of her wings and then dove. Like a bird of prey, she crashed into the demon's back and drove her claws in deep. The demon stumbled under the impact and whipped its head around to dislodge its unwanted passenger, but couldn't reach that far. With a cunning that its lesser kin had lacked, it dropped to the ground and rolled. Dara tried to leap free, but her claws were stuck. The alpha's massive body crushed hers underneath, and I thought for sure her avatar was done for. The demon came back to its feet passenger free, and I spotted Dara pushing herself upright nearby. The demon turned its hungry gaze to the prone succubus and lunged, only to come up short as my frantic casting of shackle took effect, locking its back leg to the stone floor. The spell didn't hold for very long once the alpha put its mind to breaking free, but it was long enough for Dara to get clear. Golden healing energy washed over Lyra as she came back to her senses. One look at her face told me that she was pissed, and that demon was in for a hell of a day. She growled out a spell that covered her armor in glowing flames and charged across the cavern. Halfway there the flames flowed from around her body into her sword, just in time for her to bring it around in a powerful slash at the creature's ribs. The blade cut through its scaly hide, and the muscle and bone beneath like a hot knife through butter, complete with the sizzle, and she didn't stop there. She let out a savage roar and attacked again, driving the blade into the wound before ripping it free with a twist. Dark demon ick splashed onto the floor as the alpha whirled around to face her, jaws snapping. She bashed its mouth to the side with her shield and followed up with another slash that ripped another gash through its hide. A spear of force lanced in over her shoulder, knocking the boss backwards into a forest of magical vines that wrapped around the beast's limbs and tried to pull it off its feet. With a chuckle, I cast Weaken on the demon, robbing it of its strength at the worst possible time for it. The vines tightened, pulling it down to the ground. Malin smiled and shouted a trigger word that sent the vines into a frenzy. 6-inch thorns erupted from the greenery. Most of the thorns failed to penetrate its hide, but those that did dug in deep and opened up like some sort of demented tap, allowing the demon's blood to flow. My weakened spell expired and the alpha surged to its feet, ripping the vines from the ground as it went back on the offensive. With a growl, it slammed Lyra to the side and focused on finding the source of its latest torment. "God's damn it!" Lyra shouted and slashed into the Nashhound's side with a glowing blade. "Right here, ugly!" It ignored her and rushed towards the druid, mouth opened wide. Hale blasted it with another force lance, knocking it slightly off course, and I used balefire to burn a hole through its side, but it ignored us both as it leapt towards Malin. Malin leapt to the side at the last minute but wasn't fast enough. The creature shifted and caught the druid's calf on its teeth and snapped its maw closed. Seeing what the smaller ones had done to Lyra's arm, we redoubled our attacks, trying to avoid hitting the druid who was screaming in agony. The creature seemed to inhale, and Malin started to age. He was already old for an elf, but his skin started to shrivel like a raisin in the sun. His screams turned to gasps as all the strength left his limbs. "Uncle!" Revan screamed and blasted the demon's injured side with twin beams of golden light that shot from her eyes. The alpha dropped Malin's withered body and yowled in agony as it scrambled clear of the attack. With smoke rising from the wound, it retreated back into the cavern and turned to hiss at us. As I watched, its other wounds started to heal, similar to my own regenerative powers. "Shit, it's healing!" I yelled, catching Revan's attention. Her eyes had been locked on Malin's still form, but she wrenched them away once the party system told her he was still alive. Lyra rushed in, sword held high, while Hale and I blasted the creature with spears of force and balefire. Dara and Tumanako focused on its flanks, using their speed, and the fact that Lyra had once again managed to gain its focus to their advantage. It still struck out defensively, but its primary focus was to take a bite out of the redhead. Tumanako ducked under a blind kick and slashed her blades through the softer scales of the creature's underbelly, releasing a flood of ichor onto the floor. Her forward momentum took her through the demon blood shower, which immediately started to melt her skin. She let out a high-pitched scream and fell to the ground, sliding across the stone like a morbid slip and slide. Sensing weakness, the demon whirled and lunged towards the goblin, but both Lyra and Dara were having none of it. In a flash of light, Lyra rushed across to put herself in the demon's path. With a short chant, she raised her light barrier and smiled as the demon bounced off the wall. Taking advantage of the alpha's predicament, I dumped a big chunk of mana and essence into my next balefire and let loose. The beam erupted from my outstretched hand and drilled into the demon's stomach, burning a hole clean through its body. A spear of force flashed over the creature's shoulder as its legs gave way and it dropped to the floor. The bolt crashed against the cavern wall, sending shards of stone pinging around the room. Golden light bathed Tumanako's writhing form, dissolving the acidic blood and starting the healing process, but she wasn't going to be rejoining the battle anytime soon. Hopefully she wouldn't have to. A new splattering of demon blood painted the cavern floor as Dara rejoined the fray, sinking her claws into the exit wound created by my balefire. With a wicked smile, she peeled its flesh like an orange, exposing its juicy center to the rest of the party. The demon turned to face her with a hiss of pain. Not one to let a prime opportunity for some carnage pass her by, Lyra struck. Her sword lit up like a torch as she drove it into the side of the creature's face, piercing its hide with ease. I recognized the skill she was using and looked away just in time to avoid being blinded by the explosion. Half the alpha's face was missing when I turned back. The demon transformed into a frenzy of teeth and claws that would have made the Tasmanian devil jealous. A lightning-quick slash of its claws opened Dara up from hip to sternum, transforming her shapely avatar into crimson mist. The succubus materialized inside my mind and proceeded to curse with an eloquence that would have made an entire ship worth of sailors blush. I tried my best to tune it out as I focused on the battle. Lyra's blade sheared through the demon's foreleg, causing it to lose its footing for a second. Her follow-up attack pierced deeply into its already bloody face, eliciting a screech of pain. With a surge of pain-fueled strength, it lunged towards her and wrapped the remains of its mangled maw around her shield and wrenched it to the side, sending her flying across the room. A golden bolt of healing energy was already on its way when she crashed to the floor and slid into the wall, cradling her broken arm. The demon turned towards Revan and unleashed another sonic scream that knocked her backwards. Her shielding absorbed most of the blow, but it was still enough to take her out of the fight for a few precious seconds. Hale stepped forward, putting himself between her and the demon. A sharp gesture sent a wave of force streaking across the room to knock the demon off its feet. His face contorted into a grimace of pain as the spell left his hands, likely the result of straining his already injured mana channels. Unable to get to its prize, the demon turned towards me and growled. Having seen firsthand what could happen if that thing got too up close and personal, I backed away and cast Shackle on its uninjured front leg just as it leapt towards me. With its front leg anchored to the stone, the creature's forward momentum changed from a graceful leap across the cavern into a one-way express trip to face Pennsylvania. Its face met the stone with a sickening crunch as its torso continued on its way, bending the creature over itself in what the skater kids referred to as a scorpion. "Kill it," Dara growled from within my mindscape, and I did my best to comply. She sent a picture of a blade I'd never seen before into my mind. It was like a Roman gladius, but instead of a standard point, the end of the blade had two barbs like a harpoon. I charged the downed beast, forming the suggested weapon in my hand. As soon as I got into range, I drove the blade in as deep as I could. At Dara's urging, I twisted the blade and held on as the beast tried to pull away. Essence flowed through the blade and into me in a torrent, and I had to split my focus between channeling the flood of energy and holding on as the Nashhound struggled to escape. A flash of light announced Lyra's return to the battle. Her expression was one of pure fury as she hacked into the demon, severing its good limb and freeing it from my shackle. Not that it could do much at that point with its front legs disabled. Its body started to shrivel as I drained more and more of its essence, but before I could finish my demon-flavored juice box, a pillar of holy energy erupted from the floor, disintegrating what was left of the demon's head. Revan's aim was impeccable, but even the outer edges of her divine attack were enough to burn through the remnants of my shielding and burn my skin. I cursed and stumbled away from the headless body, dissolving the pack blade now that the threat was neutralized. Lyra glared at Revan, who was on her knees next to Hale, her breath coming in ragged gasps. A glimpse at the party interface showed that her mana was completely tapped, and Hale was right there with her. "A little warning next time," Lyra said. "That shit burns." Revan looked up and blinked. "No time, that spell takes a while to cast." I slid my arm around Lyra and kissed the side of her head before heading over to help Tumanako to her feet. The goblin was still out of it, but the healing spell Revan had hit her with had undone most of the physical damage. She looked up at me with her dark eyes and then clung to me, shivering. Not knowing what else to do, I wrapped her in a hug. "Don't worry. It's dead." Let's go and get the rest of your wounds seen to, okay? She nodded absently and clung to my arm until we made it to where the others were gathered. Interlude. Upon a dark throne T, the obsidian surface of the portal was utterly still, its mirrored finish reflecting the writhing of hundreds of bodies stacked together to form a grotesque throne. Dirty and twisted, the bodies of humans, dwarves, elves, and even the species of razas that roamed the plains fit together like a macabre 3D puzzle. Seated on the writhing mess was a massive demon. A crown of horns decorated its head, their sleek nature a sharp contrast to its wobbling jowls and complete lack of a neck. With an absent gesture, it reached down and plucked a human from the living throne with its sausage-like fingers, using its claws to pierce through the man's legs and hold him aloft. The man was small in comparison, barely the size of an infant relative to his tormentor. All sanity had long ago left the poor victim. His arms and legs flailed as some primal impulse urged him to flee in the face of certain death. The demon held the flailing man up to its bulbous nose and inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of terror coming off of its victim. The man's efforts to escape built to a frenzy as the demon opened its mouth and dropped him inside. With a single loud crunch, the fight was over. The demon's too wide mouth split into a smile as it savored the taste of the poor man's soul, showing off a forest of needle-like teeth. The demon shifted as a new sound caught its attention, breaking through the blanket of pain-filled moans that were the constant music of the living throne. It was the death shriek of his favorite hound. Its grin widened even further at the prospect of new bodies to add to its throne. Hunger filled its eyes as it leaned forward in anticipation. "Come, mortals," the lord of the feast said as it freed its massive cleaver from stone next to its throne. "I hunger." Chapter 47. Down the demon hole Even was kneeling next to Malin, chanting softly over the unconscious druid. Up close the effects of the demon's bite were even more pronounced, and I was surprised he was still alive. "It drained his life force," Dara said. "Will he make it?" I said out loud, and Hale looked up at me and shook his head slightly. Reven's mana bar had recovered somewhat, probably the result of a potion, but an instant later it bottomed out as a golden glow settled over Malin's body. Everything within the glow stopped, and if it weren't for the information I was getting from the system, I would have thought he was dead. A small icon next to his name caught my attention. Avil's Mercy. This spell freezes the target in time, preserving their life for the duration. Tears were flowing down Reven's pale cheeks as she looked down at her uncle. I knelt next to her and slipped an arm around her, offering the only comfort I could. She buried her face in my chest as her shoulders shook with silent sobs. The rest of the party looked on in sympathy. Lyra rubbed the elf's back gently, whispering her condolences into her ear. "Where there is life, there's hope," she said. Reven looked up at the redhead and gave her a small nod before gathering herself. "We can mourn later," she said, glancing down at the glowing body. "If necessary, summon me back. I can hide his body in case more of those demons come along." I pulled away from Reven. "I'm bringing Dara back. She says she can hide him." The priestess nodded and leaned into Lyra, earning a surprised look from the redhead. As soon as Dara was fully formed, she rushed over and wrapped Reven and Lyra in a hug, embracing them in her arms and wrapping her wings around the pair as she radiated her affection for the pair. Tumanako looked at the spectacle with a sense of longing in her eyes. With a small smile, I offered my hand to the goblin rogue and led her over to the group hug. Dara sensed our presence and created space for us. The goblin looked hesitant, but when both Lyra and Dara opened their arms to admit us, she stepped in. I still wasn't sure if there would be anything more than friendship between Tumanako and the rest of us, but with the trauma she'd just been through, I wasn't going to deny her a little bit of comfort. The sound of Hale clearing his throat reminded us all that we still had work to do. Dara got to work, shaping the stone around Malin into a protective cocoon that blended into the wall. This should protect him against any wandering demons. We can return for him once we've closed the portal. Revan bowed her head and whispered a prayer to both Avil and Gaia for his safety. The fact that no other demons had been attracted by our battle with the Alpha was both calming and unnerving. The lack of wandering demons gave us time to recover, but it also made me wonder what else we'd find closer to the portal. Were the demons really arrogant enough to leave the portal unguarded? Or were there guards? Were there any more demons between here and there? And if so, what kind of power could keep them under enough control to stop them from responding to the howls of the giant demon dog? The rest of the party seemed to have the same idea, gazing into the darkness of the tunnel ahead. Tumanako was still shaken, but was determined to continue her scouting duties. We took a short break to recover our mana and stamina, refreshed our defenses, and made sure our armor wasn't completely trashed. I took the time to store a circle of restoration spell in my ring as well. We'd probably need it once we reached the core. When everyone was ready, we got back into formation and headed deeper. We passed through several caverns, each shaped into shallow pits that were probably quite appropriate to the dungeon's original snake theme. Crossing through pits full of snakes would have sucked, especially combined with the likelihood of a broken ankle due to the numerous perfectly sized holes that filled the cavern floor. As we moved deeper, my sense of the dungeon core grew stronger. "We're definitely heading to the right place," I said. "I can feel the core. It's close," Dara hissed. "Its proximity is making my skin crawl." "It is disgusting." Lyra nodded and her expression got serious. She gestured to Tumanako. "Stay close. We don't want you getting caught alone by any guardians they may have left around the core." The goblin smiled thankfully and readied her bow. Lyra gave me a short nod and then headed to the front. Dara followed close behind, her claws extended and ready. Hale and Tumanako followed, with Revan and me at the rear. The tunnel ended in a large cavern that had definitely seen better days. The room had at one point been a circular dome, but something had blasted a giant hole in the far wall, exposing a smaller cavern. My pact-granted dark vision gave me a good view of what was ahead, and I found myself wishing for the bliss of ignorance as my mind tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Sitting on what looked like a massive throne was a creature out of my worst nightmares. It was similar in appearance to the corrupted giant that Lyra and I had faced on our trip to Darkforge, but more refined. The top half of its head was that of a human, albeit supersized, with 5 horns arranged in a crown Darth Maul style. Below its nose was where the nightmare began. Its cheeks and jaw were 3 times as wide as the rest of its head, and hanging from its jaw were bulbous jowls that completely hid its throat and spilled over onto its chest. Its body was more round than anything else, with a stomach that I was absolutely certain meant that he, or she, I couldn't tell, hadn't seen their no square in quite a while. A cleaver the size of a billboard rested across its lap, clasped in the creature's tridactyl sausage hands. As we approached the breach in the wall, my attention was drawn to the wall of darkness behind the seated demon. Filling the far side of the chamber from floor to ceiling was the portal. Its surface was perfectly smooth, reflecting and magnifying the back of the demon and the throne. The throne was constructed out of people, living people. The demon pushed itself to its feet with a grunt of effort, revealing the top of a spherical stone that was the foundation of its macabre throne. It turned its glowing red eyes towards us and smiled, revealing row upon row of shark-like teeth. "Ah, finally, dessert." I used Inspect and Cursed at the result. Lord of the Feast, Demon Knight, level, fuck. "Inspect isn't strong enough to get its level," I said. "This is going to suck." Dara hissed and pointed to the pile of bodies. "The core, I can feel it." I nodded, feeling the concentration of twisted energy radiating from under the mass of writhing people. The knight let out a full belly laugh and started chanting in a language that sent shivers down my spine. The words were anathema to existence, and only the immunity granted from my bond let me stand against the waves of fear that came with them. Lyra had a limited protection from our connection, and the blessings of Avil kept Revan safe, but Hale and Tumanako had no such abilities and turned to flee. Revan whispered a short prayer, and a nova of golden energy washed over the entire party, cleansing the demon's fear effect and granting immunity to similar effects in the future. The show of divine magic evoked another laugh from the giant demon as he trundled towards us, shaking the ground with every stomp. When he was about 20 feet out, he raised his cleaver high into the air and surged forward, bringing the blade down in an overhand chop aimed at Lyra's glowing head. Her eyes widened as the blow crashed down, going right through her as she invoked her phase ability and turned incorporeal. The cleaver sank into the cavern floor, spraying the party with slivers of sharpened stone. The miniature missiles pinged off our shielding as the demon struggled to pull its cleaver free. Lyra's body solidified as she ran up the demon's arms. She chanted a spell as she climbed, imbuing her weapon with light as she approached her target. Just before the blade got too bright to look at, she struck, slashing deep into the demon's shoulder. The energy wreathing the blade parted its flesh like a scalpel, slicing through layers of fat and muscle. The demon's arm sizzled like the most horrible form of bacon that one could imagine. Dara followed close behind the redhead, slashing her claws into the tender muscles exposed by the attack. With a snarl, the demon released his weapon and swatted at the women, using him as a jungle gym. Dara ducked under the blow and raked her claws through his flabby wrist as it passed by, leaving wide gouges behind from where she'd robbed him of his essence. Lyra wasn't fast enough to dodge, but avoiding attacks wasn't her forte anyway. She raised her shield, catching the creature's clumsy attack and absorbing most of the blow. She dug in her heels, but finding purchase on the grimy flesh of the hunger demon wasn't an easy task. She held for a second, but then her rear foot slipped, and she was sent tumbling from her perch. The demon raised his fist for a follow-up smash, but was interrupted by a spear of force to the chin. The power of the attack knocked him back a step and left him momentarily vulnerable to the magus, follow-up bolt that burned a small hole in the slimy flesh of the demon's jowls. Taking advantage of the momentary lack of balance, I added a thick beam of balefire to the mix. The beam of destruction hit the creature's center mass, evaporating his skin and sinking into the blubber beneath. The demon twisted away from the pain, causing my beam to burn a furrow through its gigantic stomach until the spell ran its course. Dara climbed further up the demon's arm, ripping long gashes in its skin with every inch. With a snarl, the lord of the feast reached up and tried to smash her like a fly. Focused as she was on her attack, she barely noticed the meaty paw coming towards her until the last instant. With a surge of essence-fueled speed, she rolled away, but not quickly enough. The giant clipped her with its attack, sending her flying through the air like a rag doll with her left leg bent at an unnatural angle. I could feel her pain through the bond, and it only got worse when she landed on the hard stone. The demon's shoulder was a mess of mangled flesh from Dara's attacks, but that didn't seem to be impacting his mobility at all as it looked for its next target. Revan chanted a short spell, hitting Dara with a healing spell that started the process of restoring her broken leg and the likely concussion from the fall. A flash of light announced Lyra's return. She dashed across the room with her shield in the lead, driving its illuminated surface into the demon's knee. The joint didn't buckle, but it did knock him off balance. Her blade slashed in next, opening a small gash in his meaty thigh. Tumanako's arrows rained down around the demon's face. Unfortunately, most of the arrows failed to penetrate his thick skin. The goblin grimaced and shouldered her bow. "I'm going in," she said, and then faded from view. I had to admire her bravery. After the experience with the demon dog and her state of mind afterwards, I wasn't sure how she would act. I was glad she was rising to the occasion and decided to do my best to make sure everyone had as many advantages as I could give them. Pulling my guitar around, I strummed the opening notes to the Song of Quickening, used echo, and then fell into the gestures for the debuff spells the Doom Callers had beaten into my brain. I cast Doom and then Tire, targeting the massive demon. I wasn't sure what impact they would have, but anything was better than nothing. With a growl, the demon dropped to a knee and smashed his fist into the ground, creating a wave of force that knocked everyone away, giving him time to recover his balance. He took a lumbering step towards us and grasped the haft of his trapped weapon with both hands. With a surge of strength, he pulled the cleaver free and turned to attack Lyra, who had managed to keep her footing through the wave. The cleaver cut through the air with a speed that belied its size. Lyra's aura surged as she caught the blow on her shield and winced as the force of the blow drove her to her knees. "This bastard is strong," she yelled as she pushed herself back to her feet. The Lord of the Feast chuckled. "Foolish mortal. Your soul will sate my hunger for days." His mouth opened wide and he inhaled, or at least that's what it looked like, but there was no physical change. Lyra lurched forward and screamed in pain as the force of the demon's ability tried to separate her soul from her body. "No!" I screamed and boosted my next attack with a surge of essence, aiming right at the creature's gaping mouth. The balefire surged out of me and hit the demon's jaw, burning through rows of teeth before drilling deep into the back of its throat. Whatever skill he'd been using to try and soul-suck Lyra cut off as he pulled back and raised his cleaver up to block my attack. Lyra stumbled backwards and fell to the ground. Her expression was full of pain and horror, and even the golden glow of Reven's powerful healing magic was unable to remove the trauma of almost having her soul sucked out of her body. A shimmer of movement near the demon's feet caught my attention as Tuminako faded into view. Her blades flashed towards its heels, glowing with a soft red light as they cut through the demon's cankles. I wasn't quite sure how, but the enhanced attack somehow managed to cut all the way through the massive quantity of flab and the tendons beneath. The demon's leg gave out and he fell to one knee. With a howl, he whipped his cleaver around, parallel to the ground. Tuminako launched herself into the air, trying to leap over the blade but came up short. The goblin's eyes went wide as the blade slashed through the air, stopping inches from her stomach as a golden shield popped into existence. The shield stopped her from being cut in two, but wasn't able to completely counter the momentum of the hit. With a cry of surprise, Tuminako went skipping over the stone floor inside the bubble like a glowing hamster wheel kicked by an over-exuberant toddler. "I tire of your games," the demon growled. His voice ragged from the burns inflicted by my last attack. He turned towards Reven and started chanting a spell. A bolt of pure darkness shot from his outstretched hand towards Reven, and time seemed to slow to a crawl. I could feel the utter wrongness of the spell in my soul, and knew that if it reached the priestess she would be beyond saving. "No!" I screamed and tried to dispel the bolt before it reached her, but my magic flowed off of the spell like water off of a waterproof tent. Reven's eyes were closed as she chanted a prayer, but I knew it wouldn't be enough. The bolt of blackness sped on, cutting off my view of the beautiful elf. I wanted to close my eyes so I didn't have to see her end, but didn't want to dishonor her with my cowardice, so I watched as the bolt struck hail. An instant before the bolt hit, the elven magus shoulder-checked Reven out of the way and took the bolt in her place. The spell enveloped him in blackness. His body turned to dust in an instant, leaving behind a ghostly image of the caster suspended in midair. The demon reached out a bloody hand, beckoning the spirit to him, but Reven wasn't having it. "Avil, guide this soul to safety," she shouted in prayer. In answer, a beam of golden light shot down from the ceiling and enveloped Hale's soul. The elven spirit glowed brightly for a second and smiled before disappearing. The demon let out a howl of rage and then chanted another spell. Reality seemed to crack with each syllable, driving an ice pick into my brain. Shadowy chains wrapped around me. You have been affected by chains of the void. I felt a warm trickle on my upper lip as blood dripped from my nose. It was hard to get my body to obey my commands. In the corner of my eye, I could see Revan was trapped as well. Such hubris, such arrogance, such defiance, the Lord of the Feast said with a laugh. Your resistance is delicious. To think that you mortals thought you could defeat a knight of Nuam. Something shifted in my mind as I struggled to raise my eyes towards where I'd last seen Dara. Through our bond I felt something ignite. Dara has invoked blood of the gods. Dara's fury surged through our bond as she burned thousands of essence in an instant, infusing her avatar with power. I couldn't help but smile. The demon was about to get a crash course in pain. The Lord of the Feast saw my expression and snarled. You find this funny, chosen of a lesser god? I will harvest your soul first. Dara hit him like a freight train. Her avatar had doubled in size, and her claws were as long as swords as they sank into the demon's chest. Fangs the size of daggers ripped a chunk from his flabby neck and swallowed, transforming the demonic flesh into pure essence to further power her transformation. The demon's concentration shattered under the onslaught, releasing us from the chains that held us down. Inside my mind, I heard Dara speak. Get to the core. I can only do this while I have essence. Take mine. I replied, opening our bond to give her full access to every bit of essence I had left. I glanced back at Revan and gestured towards the pile of bodies at the other end of the room. We have to get to the core. A flash of light drew my attention to Lyra as she attacked the demon with renewed fervor. Go, she shouted, somehow knowing what we needed to do. The Lord of the Feast recovered from his initial surprise and started to fight back, bashing Dara with meaty fists and slashing at her with his claws and teeth. Your mortal powers are no match for the forces of the void. It screamed as one of his claws ripped through Dara's wing, leaving it hanging broken against her back. She winced in pain, but then smiled right in the demon's face as she speared his wrist with her claws. Good thing I'm a divine being then. Abomination. The demon's arm started to deflate as she drained it of essence. With a grimace, he grabbed her by the hair and ripped her free, tossing her across the room. She flipped in midair and landed on her feet, flaring her wings out to show that the one he'd broken had already been healed. Is that the best that a knight of Nuam can bring to bear? She asked, mockingly. I stumbled on the stone as the demon chanted another spell, sending another bolt of darkness towards Dara. It didn't even get close. Pumped full of essence, she moved like lightning, jumping over the bolt and swooping down to drive her claws towards the demon's eyes. The demon tilted his head forward, catching her attack on his horns and causing her to bank to the side or risk impaling herself. A slash of his claws cut into her ribs as she sped by, earning a gasp of pain and momentary loss of control. She flared her wings and whipped around just in time to dodge another bolt of darkness. Revan followed me towards the throne but paused halfway there, renewing the shielding spells protecting both Lyra and Dara from the demon's claws. Healing magic followed, keeping both at peak fighting strength as they ripped into their foe. Getting to the throne was the easy part. Getting to the core, however, was going to be a problem. There were hundreds of people stacked around the core, crawling over each other like an anthill. As I approached, their gaze turned towards me, revealing the full horror of their situation. There was nothing left of the people they'd once been behind their eyes, just madness and hunger. The pile shifted as the living zombies reached towards me, mouths gnashing in hunger. I cursed and stepped back as the topmost creatures slid down the pile in a flesh avalanche. The whole thing reminded me way too much of that World War Z movie. albeit with much slower infected. A scream of pain drew my attention back to where Dara was locked in a wrestling match with the Lord of the Feast. Somehow he had managed to get close enough to bite into her shoulder, and I could feel the essence being drawn out of her faster than she could replenish it. Her eyes met mine across the room. "The core, now!" she yelled into my mind as her avatar dissolved into mist. I looked at the poor souls crawling towards me and shook my head. "Sorry folks, but Daddy's got a planet to save," I said and cast Inferno, burning a path through the pile of lost souls to the Tootsie Roll center of the zombie pop. They scattered like roaches when the kitchen light came on, revealing the core at their center. Its surface was riddled with sigils burned into the stone in a language that hurt my brain. I looked away from the core, turning to see the demon striding towards Lyra with a furious look on its face. She stood tall behind her shield, her aura of light dim in comparison to the fire in her eyes. Tumanako appeared at the demon's feet, slashing into his uninjured heel and severing the tendon. The leg gave out and he fell forward, his horns crashing to the ground scant feet from Lyra's shield. The reprieve was brief. The demon surged back to its knees and swung its cleaver towards the nimble goblin who managed to roll under the blow. Dara appeared in my mindscape looking ragged and weak. Her breath was coming in ragged gasps and there were teeth marks on her shoulder. "Hurry, my love," she whispered, directing my attention back to the core. "We need to close the gate." I turned back to the core and had to look away as the dark sigils assaulted my brain. With a growl I used balefire, trying to break the intricate lines of the demonic script with raw power. The sigilry remained intact, but there was a disruption to the portal itself. Ripples covered the glossy surface, like someone had thrown a handful of pebbles into a still lake. The demon knight's head whirled around until he saw me standing before the core, surrounded by the charred remains of its offering pile. "Warlock, I will savor every second of your eternal torture," he yelled and rushed towards me, moving faster than anything its size had any right to with the injuries it had suffered. Lyra flashed across the room and collided with the demon's knee, but he managed to keep his balance. Tumanako attacked as well, drawing her bow and sinking a glowing arrow into the already injured ankle. Again the demon ignored the blow, driven by something more powerful than pain. I glanced over my shoulder and saw my death in the form of a giant cleaver arching through the air, and did the only thing I could think of. I reached forwards and pressed my hand to the core. Time stopped as pain filled every mode of my existence. My mana channels burned and twisted as the dark magic of the void tried to devour my soul. I barely clung to sanity as the emptiness of the place between realities was laid bare, and only my previous exposure let me hold on. Pain was replaced by cold. Cold by numbness. Numbness by the feeling of nothing. I felt myself fading away, and then the withered remains of my hand made contact with the dungeon core. A floating blue box offering salvation appeared in the void. "Access the dungeon core." YN. I hit yes and essence surged into me, bringing reality back with a vengeance. My withered body healed in an instant as my channels were filled by a rush of power from the dungeon core. I screamed as every nerve ending was set on fire by the rampaging energy seeking to escape my control. "You have accessed a dungeon core. Warning. Your physiology is insufficient to handle the output of a dungeon core." My vision went white as raw essence shot out of me. I opened my mouth to scream, but all that emerged was a raging torrent of power that slammed into the demon's cleaver, inches from my head. Demon-forged steel sublimated, filling the air with acrid fumes. The fire surged onwards, burning through demonic flesh as if it were nothing before doing the same to the cavern wall beyond. In the back of my mind I heard a whisper. The portal. I harnessed every bit of willpower I had left and turned my face towards the portal, tracing a line of molten rock across the dungeon wall. As the beam hit the portal, its shiny black transformed into a torrent of colors, rippling like an oil slick as the pure essence of the core healed the tear in the veil. With the sound of breaking glass, the portal shattered, revealing the wide chasm leading up to the surface, as well as a small group of demons that immediately turned towards us. Melting them was as easy as breathing. I tried to pull my hand away from the core, but my skin had fused with the stone. Essence raged through me, scouring my channels and overwhelming my body's ability to cope. Warning: essence overload. You have absorbed more essence than your body can handle. While the essence of a dungeon core has been refined, there is still a limit to what a mortal can hold. Pact bond detected. Shunting extra energy to bonded partner. Warning: energy influx exceeds maximum output. Dara's smiling face appeared in my mind's eye, surrounded by the raging inferno, and I felt her hand take mine as our bond opened wide. Energy flowed out of me and into the succubus in a rush, restoring every bit of the essence she'd used fighting the demon and then stretching her to her limits and beyond. More and more power poured into me from the vor, filling my pool and stretching it to its breaking point. My mana channels flexed and tore, leaking raw essence into my physical body. The pressure was too much, and with the sudden flash, my core cracked. Critical organic failure detected. Hidden boon, chosen of Dawala detected. Implementing failsafe. Nexus affinity skill upgraded to Nexus transformation. Somewhere deep inside me, a small ember grew into a raging inferno, consuming every fiber of my being. My consciousness was swallowed up by a bright light as my body was rebuilt atom by atom. Your mortal body has been transformed. New race. Cambians are the offspring of the divine and mortal realms. Blessed with increased physical and mental stats, as well as an increased capacity for essence storage and interaction, these beings straddle the line between mortality and divinity. +2 power, +2 mobility, +2 hardiness, first attribute threshold reached. +2 magic maximum essence capacity doubled. Your health pool has increased by 275. Your mana pool has increased by 50. Your stamina pool has increased by 8. For a split second there was relief from the overbearing pressure of the core, but it didn't last long. Whatever the void demons had done to the core had completely fucked its ability to regulate its output, and it was gushing essence like a fire hose. Warning: essence overload. You have absorbed more essence than your body can handle. While the essence of a dungeon core has been refined, there is still a limit to what even a cambion can hold. At the limit of my senses, I felt the connections I'd forged with Lyra and Revan during our more intimate moments. I had no clue what I was doing, but I stretched my awareness towards them like a drowning man reaching towards a life preserver. Small rivers of essence flowed through the connection, strengthening them. I could feel their surprise as our minds met. "Help, please," I asked. Acceptance and love flowed back to me, and the system did the rest. Nascent bonds detected. Forming cambion bonds, maximum bonds allowed. 4 nascent bond awakened with Lyra Stone, shunting excess essence. Nascent bond awakened with Revendry's High Moon, shunting excess essence. A surge of essence flowed down our connections, forging them into the stronger cambion bonds. I had no clue what that meant, but they felt like a lesser form of the pact bond I shared with Dara. I could feel their surprise as the connections solidified and were immediately flooded with essence. The pressure on my core lessened, but it was still not enough. I could feel the influx eroding the walls of my new body and tried to pull away from the core again. Feeling pain from Revan and Lyra, I throttled the essence heading in their direction and closed my eyes as my body started to burn away. At least I could keep them from death. Suddenly there was a flash of pain and I fell away from the core. Forcing my eyes to open, I looked at the severed end of my arm and the glowing blood dripping out of the end. I fell to my knees, still full to bursting with more essence than I could safely hold. Warning: essence overload. You have absorbed more essence than your body can handle. While the essence of a dungeon core has been refined, there is still a limit to what a mortal can hold. Tuminako was looking down at me with a bloody sword in her hand, her eyes filled with concern. Behind her I could see the core, glowing slightly with the lower half of my arm still attached to its surface. I looked down at my severed arm and started to laugh. Nothing made sense. I was filled with more power than I'd ever imagined, and now I was a Skywalker. I looked around and saw Lyra and Revan lying on the stone floor nearby, unconscious and visibly glowing with essence. I could feel them both, almost as strongly as I could sense Dara, and I knew they'd been forced to spend the essence they'd taken in to save me from turning into a meat piñata. Inside my mind, Dara was unconscious as well, wrapped in a crystalline cocoon in a similar situation. At least they wouldn't be conscious to see me explode. A burning sensation started at my core and spread outwards. "Sebastian, are you okay?" Tuminako said and reached down, touching my shoulder. "Form Cambion bond with Tuminako Tuaworo." My eyes went wide at the offer, and from the blue flash in Tuminako's eyes I could see she was getting the same prompt. My sense of self-preservation greatly outweighed any sense of logic or reason at that moment, so I hit yes immediately and looked up at her hopefully. The pain in my core spread and I sagged with a soft groan. A gravelly voice behind me said something that my brain refused to parse, and Tuminako nodded. Cambion bond forged with Tuminako Tuawaro, shunting excess essence. Before I could warn her, an arc of essence leapt out of me and into her core, forging the brand new connection. The bond took longer than it had with the others since there was nothing to build on, and it seemed smaller as well, but it was more than enough to provide the release I needed. Another blue flash filled her eyes for an instant, and then they rolled up into her head as she collapsed bonelessly to the ground. I felt the pressure inside me lessen, and I knew that I was no longer in danger of imminent death from excess essence, but that didn't mean we were safe. It would be the epitome of irony if some random demon murdered us because we'd passed out in the dungeon because of gaining too much essence. "Rest now, chosen," a familiar voice said from behind me. I tried to turn to face the speaker, but before I could, a wave of vertigo washed over me, knocking out my physical body and tossing me into the raging thunderstorm that was my mindscape. Chapter 48: How Much is Too Much? The pressure of the pending notifications was overwhelming even in my half-conscious state. The air in my mindscape was supercharged with essence. The slightest move was enough to create giant spiderwebs of forked lightning stretching all the way to the horizon. One would think that, when immersed in a world where the system provided quantifiable updates and reports of all the things going on around you and to you, one would be pretty diligent about taking advantage of those messages. Well, one would be wrong. At least in my case. Opening my notifications was like watching the Matrix code scroll by. In fast forward, essence gains, essence losses, and all of the various buffs and debuff notifications filled my view. My brain was already cracked from having too much pushed through it, and the flood of info from the system didn't help. After a few seconds, most of the data consolidated into a single line, showing the result of all the essence that Dara and I had drained from the various demons and absorbed from the core, minus what we'd burned for abilities and redirected to the others. Final essence total: 38,666. Warning: essence overload. You have absorbed more essence than your body can handle. While the essence of a dungeon core has been refined, there is still a limit to what a mortal can hold. Time remaining: 4 minutes, 59 seconds. No fucking shit, I growled, focusing on the aurora borealis effect that the essence was causing all around me. Even with the new essence cap, I was more than 8,000 over the limit. At least the system wasn't rushing me too much. 5 minutes was a lot more than it had given me the last time I went over the limit. It was more than enough time for a good old shop-till-you-drop style spending spree. I focused on Dara's chrysalis and sensed her within, undergoing her own upgrades. At least she wasn't in any danger. I checked the other 3 bundles of emotions in the back of my mind and found similar circumstances. They were deep in a system coma. Only NyQuil could put you any deeper. My worries somewhat eased. I focused on my system information to see what I had to work with. First, I brought up my attributes. Attributes power, 7 mobility, 9 hardiness, 10 magic, 15 The increase from my transformation had brought me over the first threshold for hardiness, which had upped my health by a ton. The whole quantitative measurement of one's life was still strange to me, but seeing my pool almost double made me feel better about my chances of survival going forward. Seeing that mobility was 1 point shy of the threshold made my first choice easy. 2,500 was a bargain to get whatever upgrades came with getting to 10. After some quick math, I decided to up power to 10 as well. It cost 4,500 essence, but even with that I was barely safe from turning into an essence bomb. Technically, I could stop there, but since I'd already checked in for my all-night stay at the Coma Suites, I figured I might as well take full advantage of the time and upgrade as many things as possible. I brought up my skill list, filtering out the skills I hadn't used since gaining my Warlock class. Skills armor leather, 9 apprentice balefire, 10 journeyman disabled devices, 5 apprentice escape, 2 apprentice inspect, 6 apprentice long blades, 9 apprentice manifest bond, 10 journeyman short blades, 5 apprentice spell school abjuration, 5 apprentice spell school affliction, 4 apprentice spell school enchanting, 11 journeyman spell school pyromancy, 11 journeyman spell school spell song, 13 journeyman spell school summoning, 8 apprentice spell school thaumaturgy, 4 apprentice stealth, 6 apprentice long blades was at 9, so that was an easy choice, but none of the other mundane skills were speaking to me. The spell schools, though, they were screaming for my attention. Reaching rank 10 was a big boost to the overall understanding of things, so I aimed to hit that mark with as many as possible, as well as get the schools that were already over 10 to the next free spell threshold. I raised abjuration, affliction, summoning, and thaumaturgy to 10, and enchanting, pyromancy, and spellsong to 15. I was going to have a hell of a headache when I woke up, but compared to being cooked from the inside out by a splooging dungeon core, I figured I could handle it. After everything was said and done, I'd still have almost 4,000 essence in the bank in case of emergencies. I gave the rest of my skills another once over, but decided I was already pushing it. With a nod, I confirmed the choices and braced myself for what I knew was coming. The essence in the air swirled around erratically before solidifying into a massive bolt of lightning that hit me right in the chest. The sweet silence of unconsciousness embraced me. Interlude, closing time. Our figures lay on the cold cavern floor next to the much-diminished dungeon core. The telltale glow of essence saturation covered all 4, especially the human, or what used to be a human. They had been gathered close and made comfortable, or at least as comfortable as one could expect in the ruins of a once proud dungeon. A red-skinned figure stood next to the core, his head bowed in concentration as he manipulated the raw energy within to undo the damage wrought by the void cultists. Sigil by sigil, the carved spellwork marring the core's surface was erased. Standing nearby, an elderly orcish woman leaned heavily on her staff, watching the sleeping mortals with a wry smile on her tattooed face. When her eyes came to rest upon the sleeping goblin woman, genuine warmth filled her eyes. "I knew you were destined for greatness, daughter," she said. With a flash of light, the last of the dark sigils disappeared from the core. The red-skinned man raised his horned head and let out a long sigh. "I've undone the damage, but there is little left here to salvage." He looked around the cave. "There will barely be enough to carry out Lord Dawala's orders." The orc snorted. "I care not for your god's wishes, Malik. I don't even know why I'm here." Her eyes flitted to the goblin girl for a second before returning to the dungeon lord. He smiled knowingly. "Of course. Please offer my thanks to Lady Yuba for her support. Without the people, this part of the world would surely have fallen to Nuem's servants." She sniffed. "As if we would allow the great fat one to threaten our world." Malik knelt next to the sleeping man and turned his head to get a better look. "I do wish I could be there to see his reaction when he next looks in a mirror." He chuckled. "Sebastian Crow, a Cambion, who would have thought?" "Your god, obviously," the orc replied with a grunt. "These things don't happen by chance." Malik ran his gaze over the other three mortals, tracing the mystical bonds connecting them. He certainly wasted little time utilizing his new abilities. He gestured to Lyra's prone form. "This one I understand. Both he and his bondmate share a deep affection for her." He gestured to the pale elf and goblin. These were a surprise. "He and the elf were already close when they came to us, but I was unaware that my kith daughter had joined their circle." Malik shrugged. "It matters not." He tilted his head to the side as if listening to something. "It is time. The Hellspawn have been slain or driven off, and without the portal they will quickly starve or turn on each other." "Master!" a high-pitched voice called out as an imp stumbled down the tunnel, dragging a glowing cocoon behind him. "Master, I am here. I found it." Malik looked at the imp and his burden, fixating on the apparent tooth marks on the golden cocoon. "Krill," he said with restrained fury chilling his voice, "did you attempt to eat the adventurer I instructed you to retrieve?" The imp's eyes danced about, looking everywhere except for at the dungeon lord. "No, I mean just a small bite. He has 2 arms. I'm sure he only needs 1. Steam literally started to rise from Malik's head as he glared at the imp. "Put him with the others." "Can I eat them?" "They are so full of essence. Only a finger or 3, please, master." "No," Malik roared. "Put the druid with the others and then go home and make ready for transition." The imp opened his mouth to respond but thought better of it, dragging Malin's preserved body over to the others. "Yes, master," he said quietly, and then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Malik rubbed his temples to soothe his headache. The orc had watched the entire exchange with barely restrained humor. "Why your kind put up with those Corriborn creatures, I'll never know. Free labor loses its advantages after a while." Malik shook his head in silence and then looked at the core. "It's time for you to go, Keeper." He gestured towards the mortals. "You'll ensure their safety." Yes, get on with it. Once you collapse this instance, I'll get them somewhere safe." He nodded. "Be ready," he said, and then placed his hands upon the core. Essence flowed from the glowing stone and into the surrounding cavern walls, reinforcing it against what was to come. No matter how unstable or flimsy a dungeon might look, its very nature exempted it from the physics of the natural world. Removing that protection could be fatal if precautions weren't taken. Flashes of blue played across his vision as he interfaced with the core. In the distance, minor earthquakes shook the land as the network of tunnels and caverns collapsed under the weight of the world above. Clouds of dust filled the core room, forcing the keeper to cast a spell to keep the air clear enough to breathe. With a small pop, the bubble that was the dungeon instance burst, thrusting the core and everyone nearby back into lore proper. Large cracks appeared in the stone overhead, but the reinforcements Malik had put in place held. Malik removed his hands from the core and blew out a long breath. "It is done," he said. "The pit is no more." As if hearing the death knell of the dungeon that it had once maintained, the core dissolved into a pile of sand, leaving only a plum-sized sphere of polished black stone behind. Malik picked it up and froze in place for several seconds before bowing his head. "As you wish, my lord." The keeper watched him curiously as he tucked the marble into Sebastian's bag. She glanced around the room, bored, and tapped her staff impatiently. "Was there anything else, de Wallen?" Malik shook his head. "No, we are done here." "Good," she said, and took out something from her bag that looked like a giant acorn. She whispered a command word and tossed the object onto the ground, where it immediately started to grow. Vines burst out of the seed and wrapped around the keeper and the unconscious adventurers in a giant cocoon. The vines pulsed with a bright green light and disappeared, leaving Malik alone for the second it took for him to activate his own ability and vanish. Almost immediately the ceiling gave way, forever erasing any trace of the dungeon known as the Pit. Chapter 49. It's alive. Next morning I woke up feeling like I was being slowly crushed. There was a weight pressing down on my mind that I could almost feel physically. It took me a split second and the brightly flashing stack of notifications to realize why. 30,000 essence worth of upgrades were sitting there in limbo, waiting for my attention. Acknowledging the first was like opening the floodgates. At least the system took some pity on me and broke the massive upgrade complete notification into several pieces to allow my meat puppet to adjust. Upgrades complete. 4,500 essence has been invested into your power attribute, raising it from 7 to 10. First attribute threshold reached. 2,500 essence has been invested into your mobility attribute, raising it from 9 to 10. First attribute threshold reached. Power surged into my body, infusing every cell with new strength. My muscles doubled in size briefly before shrinking back to what I was used to. I'd never pictured myself as a hulking brute, and was super thankful that one's stats didn't always manifest physically. Hitting the first threshold added even more strength, and I was anxious to see just how much raw power I could actually harness. The changes from hitting the first threshold in mobility were much subtler. My muscles lengthened and shifted, optimizing themselves to allow for increased reaction time and precise movement. The changes felt good. So, of course, the system decided that that was the right time to jam every ounce of knowledge I'd paid for into my skull. 900 essence used to improve your knowledge of the long blade skill. New rank. 10 3,500 essence used to improve your knowledge of the abjuration spell school skill. New rank. 10 4,500 essence used to improve your knowledge of the affliction spell school skill. New rank. 10 5,000 essence used to improve your knowledge of the enchanting spell school skill. New rank. 15 5,000 essence used to improve your knowledge of the pyromancy spell school skill. New rank. 15 2,700 essence used to improve your knowledge of the spellsong spell school skill. New rank. 15 1,700 essence used to improve your knowledge of the summoning spell school skill. New rank. 10 4,500 essence used to improve your knowledge of the thaumaturgy spell school skill. New rank. 10. My consciousness was swallowed in a storm of arcane sigils, runes, and the equivalent of a doctorate in metaphysical studies. I truly expected the process to be incredibly painful, but mysteriously, it was not. Each individual thread of knowledge was woven into the fabric of my mind, forming an intricate pattern of magical skill that was frankly baffling. The last time I'd learned so many skills at once, it had been a horrible experience. Maybe it had something to do with my transformation. The next wave of knowledge derailed my train of thought, pulling threads from the tapestry of my mind to build the bonus spells I'd earned for passing the various spell school thresholds. New spells acquired. Spell, spell ward. School, abjuration type, protection range, Short duration. 8 hours. This spell creates a magical shield that will negate the first spell cast on the target. I winced a bit as I read through the description. It would be great to defend against enemy spellcasters, but it didn't specify harmful spells, so it could block a crucial heal just as easily as an Avada Kedavra. The system didn't give me a lot of time to dwell on it though, pushing through the 2 spells I'd gained for hitting both ranks 5 and 10 with Affliction. Spell Hex School, Affliction Type, Affliction Range, Medium Duration, 5 minutes plus 5 minutes per rank in the Affliction School. This spell weakens the magical resistance of the target, increasing the effectiveness and damage of all spells that would harm the target. Spell Leech School, Affliction Type, Affliction Range, Medium Duration, 1 minute plus 1 minute per rank in the Affliction School. This spell creates a parasitic connection between the caster and the target, draining the target's life force and healing the caster. I barely had time to register them before the next packet of info was thrust into my brain. Spell Suggestion School, Enchantments Type, Mind Control Range, Close Duration. This spell allows the spellcaster to mentally alter the thoughts of the target. Effectiveness is dependent upon the willpower and mental defenses of the target. A burst of laughter escaped my lips at the realization that I'd learned the Jedi mind trick, but once again the system didn't let me dwell. Spell Fireball School, Pyromancer Type, Attack Range, Long Duration. Instant. The caster creates a small ball of fire that can be charged with mana and then thrown. The ball will explode upon contact after thrown, releasing the charged mana in an explosion of fiery destruction. More laughter spilled from my mouth, taking on a bit of mania. I didn't ask how large the room is. I said I cast Fireball spell. Dirge of the Lost Legion School, Spell Song Type, Pacification Range, Voice Duration. While played, entities hearing this song will be filled with a deep sense of sorrow and loss. Taking offensive actions under its effects requires an extreme effort of will. Individuals may be exempted from the magical influence of the song at the caster's discretion. The words and melody of the song danced through my mind, and I felt tears flowing down my cheeks at the deep sense of loss that it evoked. Thankfully, the feeling passed as the system continued its mental bombardment. Spell Banish School, Summoning Type, Exorcism Range, Short Duration. Instant. Unravel the magic holding an extraplanar or summoned being to the physical plane and send it back to its home plane. The stream of data was almost over, and it seemed that the system was in a hurry to get it over with because it didn't give me any time at all to process before pushing everything that was left into my mind. Spell Destroy Magic School, Thaumaturgy Type, Dispel/Attack Range, Short Duration. Instant. A more powerful form of Dispel. This spell releases the mana invested in the target spell in an explosive burst. Spell Alter Magic School, Thaumaturgy Type, Metamagic Range, Short Duration. Instant. This spell allows the caster to alter one or more aspects of another spell during the casting of that spell. Mana costs are dependent upon the changes made. The download that came along with that last spell was enough that even my improved mental capabilities were stretched to the edge. Luckily, the last part of the notification was pure text. Congratulations! You have reached levels 11 and 12. Your health pool has increased by 50. Your mana pool has increased by 100. Your stamina pool has increased by 317. Holy shit, 2 levels. I cheered as the pressure finally eased, allowing me to think clearly. I blinked, the excitement of my achievements momentarily forgotten as I took in my surroundings. I was lying on a pile of furs in the middle of a huge tent, and I wasn't alone. Lyra's head was resting on my right shoulder. Her red hair was draped over my chest, mingling with the pure white hair of the elven priestess resting on the opposite side. Both were still sleeping, as was Tumanako, curled up on the other side of Lyra with one arm draped over her. At first I was surprised to find her there, but it felt right. I could feel her contentment through our connection, with more of the same coming from both Revan and Lyra. The only one missing from our cuddle puddle was Dara, who was still wrapped up in her essence cocoon. Revan nuzzled into my shoulder and let out a contented sigh. With a smile, I raised my hand to stroke her head and froze. What the fuck? My skin was red, like red, and my nails were jet black. Not wanting to disturb the ladies, I slid my hand up to my head and confirmed what I suspected. I had horns. They were nowhere near as big as Dara's or even Malik's, but they were big enough to immediately mark me as non-human. A quick exploration of my smile with my tongue found my canines had elongated as well. I wondered what else had changed. My eyes went wide and I focused on my backside. Hugh, no tail. A gust of cool air entered the tent as High Keeper Orethma ducked into the tent. Seeing that I was awake, she smiled. About time. She looked at the three ladies and chuckled. They're still asleep, she asked, concerned in her voice. She rushed forward to rest her hand on Tumanako's brow. Several flashes of blue flitted across her eyes. I wasn't sure what she'd seen, but whatever it was must have confused her. I shook my head. Is she okay? What? The orc waved her hand, cutting me off. She examined Lyra and Revan as well before responding. Interesting. It is as if they are waiting for something. Where is your succubus? Still cooking, I said, earning a confused look from the orc. I clarified. She's still in the middle of her upgrades. I tapped my head. Looks like a cocoon made of essence inside my mindscape. She nodded and gestured to the others. They will probably sleep until she is done. She shook her head and whispered almost too softly for me to hear. You've bound them all together. She frowned and glared at me. If you harm Bykith's daughter, I will hunt you down. I slipped out from under the ladies, using me as a pillow, and held up my hands. I don't want to hurt anyone. What happened was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I didn't even know I could form whatever these Cambion bonds were. Plus, she accepted it. She narrowed her eyes and walked back towards the entrance. Don't leave this tent. What? Wait, where are we anyway? The last thing I remember, we were in the core room. She glanced back over her shoulder. We've made camp on the outskirts of Ashford. Once you're healed, we will leave this place. The demons, dead or driven off. The people have lost many, but much honor was gained. I thank you. We did this for Yuba. Not for you, she said with a sniff, and then stepped out of the tent, shutting the flap behind her. I slid out from under the blankets and realized for the first time that my armor was gone. Apparently, someone had stripped me when I was out cold and dressed me in the plain linen pajama-like clothes the Adventurers Guild stocked dungeons with, so people didn't have to make their corpse runs with their dangly bits flopping around. A quick shift of the bedding confirmed the ladies had received the same treatment. My earth-born sense of modesty brought a slight blush to my cheeks, but it passed quickly in the face of all the insanity I'd been through since my arrival in Lore. I didn't see our armor anywhere. In fact, the only thing other than the bed in the tent was my bag, which physically couldn't be taken from me. Even my guitar was missing. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Chapter 50. Introspection. I made it about 15 minutes before my anxiety about the entire situation had me peeking out of the tent flap to see if I could figure out what was going on. That one peek was all I needed to know that staying inside was going to be in my best interest. Mostly due to the twin pillars of solid orc muscle standing to either side of the door, and the glare they gave me when they saw me in the entryway. With no means of escape to the outside world, well, without making an enemy of an army that were supposed to be my allies, I decided to try some introspection. That is, I retreated into my mindscape to entertain myself. Dara was still baking in her essence oven, but at least I could entertain myself with a mental guitar. And come to think of it, I had a song I needed to translate for a certain elven priestess. The chaos of the storm had settled into background noise, leaving a wide-open plain with Dara at its center. From what I could sense, her upgrades were almost done, but I had no way of knowing just how much time she had left. With a wave of my hand, I transformed my surroundings and created a small sitting room with a window view of the cocooned succubus. Inside the room, I created a comfortable chair and a rack holding all the guitars I'd ever played. Next to the chair, I added a small table with the original music for Aelwithin's Delight and a tablature pad where I could transcribe it for the guitar. I glanced over at Dara and admired her through her crystalline cocoon. With our quest to cleanse the dungeon cores off to a good start, we should be. Wait a second. We'd cleared a corrupted core, but there'd been no quest update. With a thought, I brought up the quest information to figure out what was going on. Ongoing quest received. This is war. The minions of the Lords of Hell have pierced the veil and created several incursion points from which they are staging attacks, attacking anyone who comes near and harvesting their souls to widen the breach. You have been charged with assisting in the war effort to drive them back. Criteria: equals cleanse or destroy corrupted dungeons, equals cleanse or destroy corrupted towers, equals cleanse or destroy corrupted glades. Reward equals 10,000 essence and a class-appropriate spell or scroll for each, collected upon completion of the instance. Equals the world isn't plunged into the void and your soul doesn't become food for one of the Lords of Hell. Hadn't I cleansed the core? Thinking back on it, I guess I hadn't. I damaged whatever the cultists had done to it and destroyed the portal, but once the surge had started there wasn't a lot of clarity to my thoughts. The keeper said they dealt with it though, so at least someone had gotten the credit. Shaking my head, I turned my focus back to the task at hand, painstakingly transcribing the elven ballad originally written for a 12-course lute into something that would work on my 6-string guitar. With that monumental task ahead of me, missing out on the essence reward was quickly forgotten. Hours of painstaking translation later and it was done. Ironically, after getting 3/4 of the way through the song, I'd realized that I could have just used the original notes and adjusted my guitar a bit, putting a capo on the 2nd fret and tuning the 3rd string down a half step. Then again, I didn't have a capo, nor did I really want to have to retune my guitar for every song, so the work was worth something. It might not sound the same as Revan remembered, but it would be a wave of light slammed into me, completely eradicating the mental studio and leaving me standing alone on an empty plain once again. With a loud crack, Dara's cocoon shattered, sending out a second wave of light full of jagged shards of essence that thankfully dissolved before reaching me. When the light faded, I could see Dara floating several feet off the ground. Her wings and horns had grown yet again, as had her aura of power. She looked down at me with a brilliant smile, her purple eyes gazing right into my soul as the next wave of system information hit. Your pact bond with the succubus Dara has reached stage 8. New ability unlocked. Nexus transformation. Error ability already active. Replacement ability unlocked. Alter appearance epic. Cambion bonds detected. Dara has acknowledged your Cambion bonds. She floated down to me and caressed my face before kissing me deeply. Raw power flowed between us, strengthening our connection to each other before flowing onwards. Small surges of power flowed down the smaller connections linking us to Lyra, Revan, and Tumanako, carrying a request from the lovely succubus. Lyra Stone has fully accepted Dara's offer. Revendry's High Moon has accepted Dara's offer. Tumanako Tuawaru has partially accepted Dara's offer. Pact Bond network formed. My mindscape dissolved into mist as my awareness was carried out of my mind and into Lyra's. She sat meditating in a quiet forest glade, surrounded by wooden training dummies that looked like they'd seen more than their fair share of violence. Lyra looked up and smiled as Dara and I appeared in the clearing. "Took you long enough," she said, before racing to embrace us both, kissing me and then Dara with equal passion. So what is this Cambion bond and bond network all about? Dara giggled and took Lyra's hand in her own. Come and find out. Suddenly the clearing was gone. There was a brief sense of vertigo as all three of us were drawn through our shared connection into Revan's mind. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows of the small shrine, illuminating the kneeling form of the elven priestess. Before I could say anything, she rose to her feet and turned towards us. She looked nervous, but excited at the same time. I am glad you're safe, she said, walking over to me and caressing my cheek. I'm glad you are too. I wasn't really sure what I was doing out there, so Dara pressed her fingers to my lips to shut me up as she addressed Revan. Thank you, she said simply and rested a hand on the elf's shoulder. Lyra was looking around with a wide smile on her face. Nice place you've got here, she said with a wink. Pretty much what I expected, though. Very regal. Revan smiled in return. Let me guess. Yours is a tavern. Lyra's eyes went wide. No, but that's a great idea. Dara rolled her eyes and held out a hand. Revan took it and looked at us each in turn. I may not be as adventurous as you all when it comes to certain things, but I am willing to try. Lyra's grin transformed into something much more lecherous. She bit her lower lip. I am more than willing to help you out in any way that you need. As are we all, Dara said. We have one more stop. I nodded. This is going to be weird. Only if you make it weird, Dara said. Goblin Gal's been aching for a piece of Sebastian Brand's sausage since we first met her. What? I said, completely oblivious. Lyra and Revan shared knowing looks before Revan nodded. I've seen her eyeing you up when you weren't looking. The redhead nodded in agreement. Yeah, even in the dungeon. She looked down towards my crotch. Can't say I blame her. I closed my eyes and let out a long sigh. Fine, I get it. This is lore, not earth, and you're all somehow cool with sharing. Got it. I opened my eyes and looked them each in the eye. It helped that I could feel the love through our bonds and the complete lack of jealousy towards the others. It was wild. This is still going to take some getting used to and more points in hardiness. How the hell am I going to keep up? Lyra and Dara shared a glance and pressed themselves to my sides. Don't worry, love, Dara whispered. We can keep the fires burning if you need a breather once in a while. My pants got a little tighter as she drew her claws down my back, just as Lyra ran a hand up my thigh. The redhead turned to Revan, who had a hesitant but hungry look in her eyes. I shivered and reached out to pull Revan closer. Or I can tie you up and make you watch until you beg for a turn. She shivered under my touch and nodded emphatically. Dara sighed and pulled away. This'll be so much fun, she said. But first, we have one more stop to make. The shrine disappeared and was replaced with a dark cave. The floor was covered in fur rugs, and the walls were decorated with hundreds of trophies, ranging from pinned insects all the way up to dinosaur heads. Sitting on the furs in the center of the room, sharpening a knife of some sort, was Tumanako. She looked up as we appeared and brandished the knife until she realized it was us. Her mouth split into a wide smile and she bounced to her feet, revealing her naked body and all of its delicious curves. Damn, I said, completely wowed. You can say that again, Lyra said with a grin. I could sense a muted appreciation from Revan, but she didn't seem to be quite as into the female form as the other two. Dara's smile was one of pure lust as she watched Tumanako approach, her hips swaying. She whispered in my ear, "Dessert. Goblins are special, you'll see." I looked at her just as Tumanako reached us. She looked at all of us and I could feel her attraction through the bond. This will be a good family, she said, and then looked me over. Is it time to fuck now? Lyra burst out laughing. Well, she definitely knows what she wants. You can say that again, Revan agreed. Dara reached out and cupped the goblin's cheeks. Soon. She turned to me and raised an eyebrow. Right, I laughed. This was my life now. Yes, soon, I said. I wasn't sure whose smile was bigger, Dara's or Tumanako's. The cave dissolved into mist. Chapter 51, Awakenings. Our gasps filled the tent as we simultaneously rejoined the waking world. I sat up and looked around, happy to see everyone finally awake. Lyra took one look at her outfit and started cursing. What the actual fuck? Where's my armor? Tuminako snorted and picked at her own robes. Did we die? I shook my head. No. We survived, but I guess whoever found us in the core room and brought us here decided to make us more comfortable. Reven at me and gasped. Sebastian, what happened to you? Lyra rushed over and touched my horns. It was a strange, yet not unpleasant sensation. Are you still channeling that skill? What? I said, confused for a second. Oh, I'll handle this one, Dara said with a wicked gleam in her eye. Lyra jumped and her eyes unfocused for a second. Dara, she said in confusion. How can I hear? Oh, she paused for several seconds. A cambion, huh? Why didn't you look like this inside the dream? Reven unconsciously tugged at her loose-fitting robes. A good question, but I think we have bigger things to worry about. These bonds, she said and closed her eyes. A second later I heard her voice inside of my head. These bonds will take some time to adjust to. Her pensive expression turned into one of panic as she looked around the room. Where is my uncle? We don't have much time. I winced. In all the chaos, I hadn't even thought about Malin. I don't know. Maybe when the High Keeper gets back she can shed some light on the whole situation. Mother is here, Tuminako said, a smile replacing the concerned look on her face. Is that how we got out of the dungeon? She's the only person I've seen since waking up. Well, other than the walls of muscle outside of the tent. I don't know if she's the one who brought us here, but she was here when I woke up and told me that the demon spawn have been driven off. I gestured around the tent. Not sure what else is going on since I'm not allowed to leave the tent. As if mystically summoned by mention of her name, the tent flap was pulled to the side to reveal the High Keeper. You're not allowed to leave the tent looking like, she gestured towards me, that. Our talks with the Ashford Council are difficult enough without them losing their minds. Tuminako ran across the tent and wrapped the elderly orc in a tight hug as she stepped into the tent. Mother, is it true? We succeeded. The keeper put the goblin at arm's length and chuckled. Yes, daughter, the portal has been destroyed and the demons have been driven off, at least here. What happened to our gear? Lyra said, giving the orc a serious look. The keeper grunted. Being repaired. Exposure to that much raw dungeon essence did quite a number on your things. Reven stepped forward. Where's my uncle? The keeper's grin drooped into a frown. He's being tended to by our shamans and a Thurin shepherd sent from the city. I'll not lie to you. His odds of surviving this are low. Whatever the demon did to him, a tear made its way down Reven's pale cheek, but she maintained her composure. I see. She smoothed out her plain robes. May I see him? The keeper gave her a sympathetic look and nodded. Once we are done here, I will personally escort you. So we can leave then? I asked. The orc looked at me like I was an idiot. Once the sun sets, we can smuggle you out of camp before the pinkskins see your new look. All right. One sec then, I said and concentrated on the newest perk from my bond. I formed a mental picture of my old body and shifted. My skill started to tingle as the crimson color drained away, returning to its former coloration. My forehead itched like crazy as my nubby horns shrank down to nothing, and last but not least, my elongated canines shrank back to mortal size. Voila, I said. Disguise. The orc just sniffed and looked at me closely. Blue flashed across her eyes several times before she nodded. Good enough to fool me, should be good enough to fool them. Great, so. If that's all then, the High Keeper moved Tuminako to the side and walked up to me. Using the nub of her staff as a pointer, she poked me in the chest. You always in such a rush. Breathe, warlock, enjoy your victory here. There will be a feast tonight. I suggest you stay to enjoy it. Reven moved up beside me and rested a hand on my shoulder. Apologies, High Keeper, but I doubt our gods would want us to delay in our quest, even for a day. If this fight was any indication, the world faces a threat unlike any we've seen before. Tumanako nodded solemnly. They speak true, Mother. That demon, it was almost our end. Lyra shrugged. I'm always up for a good fight, but after all that, I could really use a breather. The High Keeper looked at the redhead and nodded. Plus, you have unfinished business. Your friend, Malik, he put something in your bag you should see. I think it will provide you with the information you are missing. Malik was here. I said, surprised. Is that how the core was cleansed? She nodded. Yes. The dungeon lord took care of the core while you were unconscious. Of course he was. That explains why we didn't get credit for completing the quest, Dira said with a frown. Damned essence thief. I couldn't help but laugh at that. Any more essence and I'm pretty sure that my brain would have exploded. He probably saved us from certain death. But did it have to be him? Vayles I could handle, but Malik, she sighed. The High Keeper gave me a wry grin and gestured to Revan. We can go to your uncle now if you wish. Please, the elf replied, another tear running down her cheek. I reached out and put my hand on her shoulder in consolation. Do you want me to come? She shook her head and gave me a small smile. No, it'll be better if I do this on my own. I'll be back later. I focused on her presence at the edge of my awareness and directed my thoughts towards her. If you need anything, just call. Her answering smile was enough for me to know that she'd heard me. Chapter 52, Just Desserts. Ira grabbed my hand and pulled me over to the piled furs. Come on, let's see what Malik left for you, she said with a gleam in her eyes. Knowing him, it's either something amazing or something hilarious, or both. Tumanako looked at her curiously. You've met this Malik? She asked in Thurin. Yeah. He's the dungeon lord of the dungeon up near Tully Falls. He's a bit of a stiff one, but he's very susceptible to flattery, Lyra replied. He's an overbearing asshole, Dara replied, and from the expressions on both Lyra and Tumanako's faces, they could hear her loud and clear. I can speak to all of our bonded, my love, she said to me privately, and they will all have access to many of the strengths from our bond as well. Like the charm resistance that Lyra had before, yes, without the necessary upkeep. Although we should definitely make sure to continue with those activities. Now, summon me so I can be there when you retrieve Malik's present. Okay, ladies, let's clear a little room so Dara can join us, I said, and pushed the piled furs to the side. I could probably use my summoning ability with them there. But I wasn't quite sure what it would do to the bedding, and I really didn't want to be stuck inside a tent that smelled like burning fur. With the ladies, it was a matter of seconds before a large enough area was cleared. Since we were potentially going to be leaving the tent soon, I summoned Dara in her mortal form. She was as dazzling as ever, but without the horns, wings, and tail that would give some poor Ashford soldier apoplexy. As soon as she solidified, Lyra stepped forward and greeted her with a deep kiss, leaving the succubus breathless. Welcome back, beautiful, Lyra said. For a change, it was Dara who was blushing while I laughed. Before she could recover, I took my turn, dipping her like we were in one of those old black and white romance flicks. When she came up for breath, I stepped away, admiring how the white linen clung in all the right places. I thought it was only fair that she have the same clothes the rest of us were stuck with. Tumanako's eyes were darting around the room, looking everywhere but at the rest of us. Through our connection, I could feel the conflicting desire and trepidation within her, so I did what I probably should have been doing since I came to this world. I let go of my earthly hang-ups and reached out to her, cupped her chin and turned her to face me. No need to be shy, I said and leaned in, watching her eyes as our lips got closer. I was surprised by the depth of the desire I saw there, and was suddenly worried that the intended icebreaker was going to turn into getting ravished by the curvaceous goblin girl. Her eyes closed as our lips met, and she melted against me. Her lips parted to my questing tongue, and we shared a moment of lingual dueling before I broke the kiss and pulled back. Her lips were much softer than I'd imagined, and I couldn't wait to feel them on other parts of my body. Dara cleared her throat and slipped her arms between us, eyes locked on the goblins. "It's my turn," she said, and took Tuminako in her arms, kissing her passionately while getting a good feel of the goblin's assets with her roving hands. Lyra slid under my arm and nipped me on the ear before whispering, "I think we have other things to attend to before we let Malik's presence upend our lives once again." Before I could answer, she stepped away just as Dara finished welcoming Tuminako to the fam. "My turn," Lyra said, and took Tuminako in her arms, kissing her just as passionately as Dara had. Yeah, she was right. Malik's thing could wait for a bit. I still owed Dara her dessert after all. As if sensing my thoughts, the succubus took my hand and pulled me towards the entwined ladies. I wasn't sure if I was imagining things or not, but it looked like there was some sort of conspiracy going on between Lyra and Dara. I could almost hear whispered communication passing between them, but when I tried to listen closer, Dara shot me a look and shook her head. Tuminako was virtually vibrating with pent-up desire as they slowly undressed her and laid her down on the piled furs. Lyra peeled off her shirt and lay next to the goblin, running a hand over her large breasts and down her stomach, inching lower and lower. Dara stepped between me and the view, her own shirt nowhere to be seen. She must have lost it while my attention was on other things. She leaned forward and kissed me briefly before pulling off my clothes. If what I'd already seen before me wasn't enough to bring me to full attention, the feel of her nipples brushing against my chest would have been more than enough to finish the job. I reached for her, pulling her into a hungry kiss. I could feel my own desire echoed through our connection, but it was mixed with something else. She pulled away and grinned at me. Now. "It's not my turn for that yet," she said, looking down at my cock. "There's someone else who's been waiting much longer." She moved aside to give me a good view of Tuminako and Lyra speaking softly with wicked smiles on their faces. Dara pressed against me and whispered in my ear, "I know there are no goblins on your world, so you wouldn't know about their specifics. There are some things you need to know." "What?" I said curiously. "What do you mean?" "Well, two things really," she replied with another grin. "Yuba's children aren't built the same as the other mortal races." I pulled back a little and looked at her with a quizzical expression. "What do you mean, like, different parts?" She giggled and looked over to where I could see Lyra and Tuminako shooting me hungry looks while plotting something. "Oh no. She's got all the right bits in all the right places, but certain goals require different approaches." "Huh." She kissed me gently and licked the tip of my nose playfully. "All of those wonderful things you do with your fingers and tongue, don't be disappointed when they don't get the same results." "I don't know about that. You felt what I can. Oh, you are quite good at it, but that's not how goblin biology works. I'm sure she would enjoy it much as she'll enjoy your caresses and kisses. But to achieve climax, goblins are all about, what was it your people call it? Oh yes, the deep dicking." "Ah," she leaned in and bit my ear hard and then whispered, "Kiss her. Finger her. Do whatever you want, but if you want to make her come, then you have to fuck her like you've never fucked before. And when you feel like you can't give her any more, you fill her with your seed and sit back and enjoy the fireworks." "Really? Ma'am, she won't be able to come until you do. It's science," Dara said with a shared hunger in her eyes as she looked over at the goblin. "So that's the first thing," I said slowly. "What's the other?" Dara looked at me with a gleam in her eye. "Oh. You have to catch her and prove you're strong enough to mate with first. It's the tradition of Yuba's people. She is the goddess of strength after all," she said as if it were nothing before whispering under her breath, "Good thing you upgraded your stats. You're going to need them." The succubus ran her soft fingertips down the length of my cock as she pulled away, leaving me shivering with pent-up desire, while Lyra leaned in and whispered one last thing in Tuminako's ear before curling up next to Dara near the piled bedding. I felt my connection to Revan fade slightly as a veil was placed between us. "No need to distract her," Dara said with a wink. Tuminako stood up and faced me, a look of intense desire and concentration in her eyes. I could tell she was just as aroused as I was by the gleam on her thighs, but from her readied stance, I knew she wasn't playing around either. I moved my feet into a martial arts stance I hadn't used in what seemed like forever and approached. Pretty certain I was supposed to make the first move. I dropped low and went for her legs, channeling some of my earthly jujitsu training to take her down. She jumped at the last second, somehow using me as a springboard to get behind me like a more advanced game of leapfrog. A solid kick in the ribs hit me a second later, earning a painful grunt. I spun around and caught her follow-up kick in the crook of my elbow and held on. While her balance was compromised, I tried to sweep her other leg, but just like with my opening attack, she was able to use her heightened mobility to get the better of me and counterattack. I barely avoided a heel to the jaw as she performed a spinning jump kick using my hold as a pivot point. She landed easily when I dropped her leg. "Are you even trying?" she said with a frown. I narrowed my eyes. If she wanted a brawl, I'd give her a brawl. I feigned another takedown but didn't fully commit, straightening up at the last minute just as she jumped to clear me. Instead of jumping over me, we collided, and I got my first introduction to the reproductive parts of a goblin as her legs wrapped around my head. A flashback to my youth filled my mind. Standing in front of a classic Street Fighter video game with my friends, watching Kami toss M. Bison across the screen by first wrapping his head in her thighs. "I'd be cool with a chick throwing me like that," my friend had said, and I'd fully agreed. Tumanako changed my mind in a second. Not even giving me a chance to enjoy my face full of goblin, she squeezed my head between her thighs and threw herself backwards, twisting my entire body and throwing me onto my ass. I hit the ground and rolled to my feet, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Enough was enough. She tried to tackle me and I went with it, using her momentum to my advantage. I rolled backwards and pulled her with me, putting her flat on her back, with me in full mount. She hit me once with a nasty right hook before I caught her wrist and pinned it to the floor. Her other arm followed shortly after. She was faster than me, but in terms of raw strength, I had the advantage. I sensed her growing excitement through the bond, but knew I hadn't quite proved my fitness yet. I looked right into her eyes and smiled, causing her to buck underneath me in an attempt to get free, but my training and increased stats allowed me to stay on top. Widening my grin, I raised both of her arms over her head. With a quick shift, I grabbed both of her wrists and held them down with one hand, freeing up the other. Slowly, I moved my right hand through her hair and to her throat, instinctively knowing what was expected of me. I placed my hand on her throat and squeezed just enough to show that I was in control, and that at that moment she was completely at my mercy. She tilted her head up and to the side, baring her throat in an almost animalistic gesture of submission, and stopped struggling. A wild surge of arousal coursed through our connection as I leaned in and bit her just hard enough to leave a mark just under her long, pointed ear. I let her hands free and she reached up, pushing me off her as she twisted around to get on her hands and knees before me. Her cheeks spread wide to reveal her engorged labia dripping with excitement, and I felt my own primal urges coming to the fore. With a low growl, I took hold of her hips and thrust my cock deep into her. She let out a savage growl and pressed backwards, pushing me even deeper. A moan of pleasure drew my attention to Dara and Lyra, who were enjoying the show. Each had their hand down the other's pants, and by the movement of the cloth I could tell they were definitely enjoying what they were seeing. I could feel their building pleasure through our bonds, but turned my focus back to the delicious goblin on her hands and knees before me. Focusing on her desires, I pulled back and then slammed myself back in. My instincts were to caress and explore her curves. She had an amazing set of breasts that were swinging in time with my thrusts, but I could tell that she was only interested in one thing at the moment. It was a strange experience. I'd never been with a woman who just wanted to fuck. Foreplay was usually a must, and I loved to comply, but not to Minako. She wanted it long, deep, raw, and hard. Twin moans of pleasure accompanied the explosions of energy that hit me from where Lyra and Dara were enjoying each other and almost tipped me over the edge. I managed to hold on, wanting to make sure that Minako's first ride on the Bastion train would be one for the history books. I looked over at the voyeur squad and Lyra mouthed, "Sorry, not sorry," before licking something slick off her fingers. Dara leaned over and whispered into the redhead's ear, earning an eager nod in return. Abandoning their place on the sidelines, they joined us on the floor, positioning themselves to either side of us while I did my best impression of an industrial-strength pile driver. I closed my eyes, trying not to be distracted as I focused on the feelings coming through the bond from Minako. I could feel how much she was enjoying my attentions, and I could sense a vast reservoir of sexual essence building up inside of her, and it was almost full. A soft moan escaped her throat, urging me on. She was very quiet compared to the rest of my partners, making every sound I was able to get out of her that much more precious. Her back was coated in sweat, giving her green skin a nice gleam in the light of the tent. I looked up and saw that Lyra and Dara had taken up position near Minako's head and were whispering into her ears. "MMMMFF, yes." The goblin groaned and I felt myself take one step closer to the edge. Minako reached out and grabbed hold of Dara and Lyra's hands, and I felt a surge of passion rush into me from 3 directions at once. I could feel Minako's desperation for release mixed with Dara's ever-present lust entwined with Lyra's afterglow and joy at seeing me in action. Their feelings mixed together into a potent cocktail that drove me to the precipice. I could feel it building as I thrust my cock, inch by inch, into her tight, wet pussy. Minako arched her back again and tightened around me, ready for everything I could give. My hips went into turbo mode as I gave into my pleasure, driving my cock as deep as I could go and filling her with my seed. Like throwing jet fuel on a fire, the essence in my seed ignited the built-up energy inside her like a bomb. A wave of pleasure more powerful than anything I'd ever experienced surged down our bond and into me, joining with my own to completely short-circuit my body. The wave flooded my body, and then moved through me into the bonds with Lyra and Dara. Luckily, Reven's bond was blocked off for the time being so she wouldn't be collapsing in orgasmic bliss in the middle of the hospital. Dara groaned as the pulse of energy started a chain reaction within her own body, plucking at those pleasure strings that Lyra had so nimbly fingered earlier. Lyra's gasps told me that she too was experiencing an encore. I would have laughed, but my body refused to cooperate as everything cycled back into me, letting me experience every bit of what they were feeling. I loved my life. With a shiver at the aftershocks the movement provoked, I slipped out of the goblin and collapsed onto the floor. Minako turned to face me, breathing hard. Her face was flushed and her eyes were twinkling. "You," she panted. "Fuck good," I laughed. "I do my best." Lyra curled up against my back while Dara completed the sandwich on the other side. Dara looked at me over the goblin's shoulders and winked. "Now we'll have to clean up this mess before it's time for the feast." "Huh?" I said, confusion evident on my face. "Don't worry, lover," Lyra whispered in my ear as she pulled on my shoulder, rolling me onto my back. "We'll get you nice and clean." Dara rolled Minako onto her back as well and moved down her body, licking her neck, nipple, and then the dimples on her hip. Lyra did the same to me, looking up into my eyes when she reached my cock, which was still dripping with the results of my fun with Minako. "So messy," Lyra said and licked along the underside. "But so tasty too." I shivered as my system-enhanced stamina made itself known. I looked over to see Dara's head nestled between Tumanako's thighs, doing her best to devour her. The goblin moaned as a shudder of pleasure passed through her body, matching my own. The succubus looked up at me and smiled as if reading my mind. "Once you light the fire, we can all add fuel to the flames," she said, and then dove back in. My own response was cut off as Lyra took my cock into her mouth, thoroughly distracting me. I turned my head to the side to see Tumanako gazing at me with half-lidded eyes. I leaned over and kissed her. I smiled as I had an idea. I shifted downwards, earning a curious look from Lyra until she saw where I was going. With a wink at the redhead, I leaned over and ran my tongue around Tumanako's nipple, sending another wave of pleasure coursing through our shared connection. Dara raised her head in surprise. Her lips and chin were soaked in fresh juices. With a smile, she licked them clean and returned to the source. I gasped as Lyra brought me back to full mast with her talented mouth. She looked over at Dara. "I made something for you," she said with a smile. The succubus looked up and grinned. "I'm still having my dessert. Best not let that go to waste, though." Lyra shrugged. "I guess not." She stood up and tossed her pants to the side, giving me a great view of her toned body. Starting at my thighs, she crawled up my body. She drew a line of kisses along my cock and continued her crawl, moving until my face was pressed between her soft breasts. With one leg to either side, she pushed herself down onto my cock. She was super tight, but her juices were more than enough lube to ease my entry. We let out a shared gasp as our experiences seemed to merge. I felt what she was feeling and knew that she felt what I was in an almost infinite loop. Tumanako's hand grasped my bicep and shook as Dara worked her magic. The shared sensation of her building towards another climax, plus Lyra driving herself onto me over and over again, were almost enough to push me over the edge again. I tamped down on that feeling, enjoying the building sensation of the fiery redhead grinding herself against me, too much to give in just yet. That resolve went right out the window as my connection to the goblin woman surged with another explosion of orgasmic energy. The rush was enough to start a brand new cycle of pleasure that left all four of us panting in a pile in the center of the tent. Nothing got clean. Chapter 53 Prezes. W.E. did straighten up the tent before Revan returned a few hours later. I was doing a damned fine job of procrastinating when it came to whatever Malik had left for me in my bag, but waiting for Revan was the most valid of my excuses. We were in this together, so if whatever he'd left was going to open the next chapter in whatever our budding little family was going to have to deal with, then she should really be there when we found out. The orcs had brought a table and chairs into the tent for a late lunch. Luckily for me, the food had been a gift from the people of Ashford, so I was able to fully partake without risking permanent loss of taste from an overabundance of spice. As I finished my last bite of tasty stew, I looked down at the flap of my bag and sighed. I'd put it off for long enough. It was time to pay the piper. Lyra walked around the table and kissed me on the top of my head. "It'll be fine, you'll see." "And if it's not," Dara added from her seat across the table, "then we'll adapt and overcome as we always have." Revan nodded. "The gods have set us on an important task, but one that we've so far been able to handle." A look of loss briefly passed over her features before she pushed it to the side. "Together we can prevail." Tumanako flashed me a wide grin. "We have your back." "Well, here goes nothing," I said and reached into the bag, mentally sorting through the bag's contents. Rations, rope, and a veritable pawn shop's worth of random gear, including my guitar, flicked past my awareness before I was able to locate Malik's gift. At first, I was a little confused. The gift was a small sphere made out of black stone. It was warm to the touch and felt familiar. "Huh, what's this?" "It feels," spell effect triggered. Arcane missive, a life-sized image of Malik appeared floating in front of me and raised a hand. Before you begin with your incessant prattle, let me inform you that this is a recording, so nothing that you say will make any difference." The image chuckled and dropped his hands. "Dick," Dara said with a scowl. Malik continued. "The object to which this message was tethered is a nascent core." Dara and Revan both gasped at that revelation. "I will leave it to your companions to explain fully what that means. For now, all I have time to tell you is that you have been entrusted with its keeping." I looked around the room, seeing Dara and Revan's eyes go even wider at that. The hologram looked down and let out a long sigh. "The world as everyone knows it is changing." He waved a hand from side to side. "Dungeons, towers. Those will be the most affected, but such is the price of security." "What does he mean?" Lyra asked, looking at me with a concerned look in her eyes. "How will it change?" "I have no idea." Have the demons. Malik bowed his head and then looked up, resolve hardening his phantom eyes. "Lord Dawala has a special task for you, Sebastian. Focus on the nascent core, accept your charge, and all will be made clear." The image faded, and whatever was keeping me from feeling the power of the core disappeared. "Lord Dawala has chosen to appoint you as the curator of this nascent seed. Will you accept this position?" I was surprised I was given a choice. My term of service to the dungeon god was far from over. "Dawala wants me to be a curator. What exactly does that mean?" Dara's eyes were dancing with joy. "It means that we get to create our own dungeon. I've been dreaming about that since I was born. Oh, please, my love, we have to do it." Lyra and Revan looked at me. "Does that mean we'd have to stay in the dungeon?" Lyra asked, a touch of anxiety leaking through her bond. Dara paused with a pensive expression. "For a little while," she said, and then wrapped her arms around Lyra and started wiggling from side to side. "Do you remember the beds from after you saved the Whispering Depths, like sleeping on clouds every night?" Tumanako chuckled. "There will be time for more fucking." I almost choked on my own spit. "What? Of course," I said, which seemed to appease the goblin. Dara folded Tumanako into her impromptu celebratory dance. "And you can test out the dungeon too." Revan looked at me and gave me a small, sad smile. "If this is what your god calls you to do, then I cannot ask you to decline." I looked deep into her eyes and saw tears starting to form, so I stepped close to her and wrapped her into a tight hug. "There's no need to be sad. This is definitely not the end of our story together." She looked up into my eyes and whispered, "You promise?" I answered with a kiss, letting my growing love for her flow freely through our connection. Before I knew what was happening, the rest of our little circle wrapped us in a group hug. "Okay, I'm going to accept, so stand back a bit just in case there are any fireworks." As soon as they were clear, I hit accept and braced myself as the system notification popped up. "You have accepted the position of Dungeon Curator. Quest received. Reap what you sow. Locate a suitable location and establish a new dungeon at that location. A feature has been added to your map to allow you to locate ley lines and high essence areas that would be suitable to promote natural dungeon growth. Criteria equals find a suitable location for a new dungeon, equals transform the nascent seed into a dungeon core. Reward equals 50,000 essence equals a favor from Dawala. Holy essence rewards Batman," I said, stunned by the amount offered for what I'd initially considered to be an easy task. "And a favor from the big guy. Nice." Dara beamed. "This is going to be so much fun," she squeaked, jumping in circles around the tent. Her gaze flicked between everyone in the tent as she continued to excitingly ramble. "Oh, we need to pick a theme and creatures and then write a background story and—" "Oh, this is going to be awesome." She looked at Tumanako. "I know your people don't like the bind stones, but it's pretty mandatory, so please don't be too mad." Her gaze flicked to Revan. "And you know so much about towers that I'm sure we can include some things similar to that." She looked at Lyra and took her hands, bouncing up and down. "And you can tell us all about what adventurers want and loot and everything." She paused for a second, breathing hard as her infectious enthusiasm spread through the bond network. "It will be amazing, I am sure," Revan said with a hint of anxiety in her voice. Dara immediately stopped bouncing and placed her hands on her shoulders. "It will be good for us all, you'll see." Lyra caught my eye and gestured towards Revan before taking Tumanako and Dara's hands. "Hey ladies, let's give these two some time to talk." Tumanako shrugged. "Okay." Dara started to respond but paused for a few seconds. "That is a great idea," she said and looked me in the eyes before heading to the tent flap. "We'll be back in a bit." Revan nodded distractedly, lost in thought. I reached out and rested my hand on her shoulder. "What's wrong?" I asked gently. "I know that this is big, but I suspect I am missing something important here." She shivered. "I have so many responsibilities, I don't know how I can balance them all." Priestess, princess, adventurer. She looked into my eyes, lover, and now this. "How can I help?" I asked, wiping away the tears that had started to flow down her pale cheeks. "You don't have to come to the dungeon if your responsibilities take you elsewhere," she blinked. "I know, but I don't want to be away from you." Love flowed from her through our bond, and I was not at all surprised to feel it echoed from my own heart. I took her by the hand and led her over to a small bench. "We'll figure everything out. It won't be easy, but it can't be harder than killing a demon knight and sealing a portal to the void, can it?" She snorted in laughter and replied, "You've never met my mother." Sensing some of the darkness fading from her thoughts, I grinned. "I almost forgot. I have something for you." She wiped the remaining tears from her cheeks with a silk handkerchief and raised an eyebrow. "You do?" With a smile, I reached into my bag and pulled out my guitar. "I believe I owe you a song." Her eyes went wide. "You remembered." With a nod, I brought the transcribed song into my mindscape and plucked out the opening notes of Aelwithin's Delight. The structure of the song wasn't what I was used to, but my guitar teacher had done a great job instilling the importance of sight reading. The first section was purely instrumental with an upbeat tempo and flowing melody that brought a smile to Revan's lips, even with the modifications I'd made to fit the instrument. The tension seemed to leave Revan's shoulders as she closed her eyes to listen, and I completed the opening. The rest of the song was just as lively, telling the tale of the elven composer's first meeting with his love at the midsummer's fair, and how a dare from his friends had ended up with him floating trapped in the village well, only to be rescued by the mayor's daughter. It was an unlikely match, as the hero of the song wasn't from a very successful family, but they persevered. The story had a lot in common with Romeo and Juliet, with a lot more magic and mayhem thrown in for good measure and a happy ending. No double murders in the elven version, those two got to live happily ever after. As the music came to a close, Revan let out a long sigh and leaned her head on my shoulder. "Thank you, Sebastian, thank you." I smiled and stroked her hair. "It's the least I can do. We'll get through this next bit, you'll see." Something tells me that everything will. With a silent clap of thunder, darkness reached up and swallowed me. Chapter 54 mandates. A deep voice answered from out of the darkness, and I almost peed a little. "Sebastian Crow, we need to talk." My eyes went wide as the world came back into focus, revealing a throne the size of a small building carved out of stone. The figure sitting on the throne was just as impressive. His features were similar to Malik, but way more badass. If all the 80s metal bands had got together to create the greatest album cover of all time, well, it still would have had nothing on this guy, who I could only assume was Dawala. I quickly bowed my head. Of course, a master," he waved a hand. "Save your reverence for another time. Bringing you here while not expressly forbidden is not looked kindly on by my peers, so I must make this quick." Nodding, I raised my eyes and replied, "Of course. What do you need me to do?" The god got a faraway look in his eyes and held up a hand. "One moment," he said. An instant later there was a flash of light, and a beautiful, pale-skinned woman appeared next to him. She was just as tall, but where he had the familiar bat-like wings shared by the dungeon-born. Her wings were those of an angel made of pristine white feathers that seemed to glow with their own internal light. Revan appeared at my side at the same time and immediately fell to her knees at the sight of her goddess. Avil motioned for her to stand and spoke. "Rise, chosen." As my counterpart was telling Sebastian, "Our time is limited, so listen closely, both of you." Dawala waved a hand and the nascent core appeared floating in front of us. "As Malik informed you, the world is about to change. The Lords of Hell discovered a means to exploit our creations to grant their children access to the mortal realms, and as such the Council has decreed that it must stop." Avil nodded. "Without the ability to manipulate the dimensional fabric of lore, we will no longer be able to offer instance training grounds. The tower itself will host the trials." "Or dungeon," Dawala added. "The guilds will need to adjust," Avil continued, "but that is neither here nor there." She looked at Dawala with a worried expression. "This incursion has gone past the point where we can rely upon our champions alone to solve it. The number of rifts is beyond that." Dawala nodded. "Our other agents in the material world will be taking a more active role in things. The mortal armies will be bolstered by our own to push back the void. Spread the word to those with whom you have contact," Avil said. "The dungeon and towerborn will soon emerge to join with the mortal forces in combating the void." Dawala frowned. "It will not be an easy adjustment, but it is a necessary one. Our clergy will handle things until you have completed your next task," Avil said and waved a hand towards the floating core. Light entered the stone, transforming it from solid black into something resembling a three-dimensional yin-yang. Quest update: Reap What You Sow, Part 1. Locate a suitable location and establish a new combined dungeon tower at that location. Criteria: equals find a suitable location for a new dungeon tower combination. Equals transform the nascent seed into a dungeon tower core. Reward: equals 50,000 essence equals a favor from Dawala and Avil. Revan's gasp and the surge of surprise through our bond made it clear that she had received the quest as well. Dawala smiled at our stunned expressions. "We have lost too many cores already to the Hellspawn. We will need them all in the days to come." He looked between Revan and me with a hard gaze. "This endeavor will be the first of its kind. Do not fail us." Avil looked down at me with a gentle smile. "Find a suitable place where this hybrid core will flourish," she said. "We will be in touch with further instructions." The image of the petrified tree rising out of the Dreadmarsh above Revan's hidey hole flashed before my eyes, and I swear the goddess winked at me before darkness swallowed me again. Epilogue's tone faded to darkness as the god of dungeons abandoned the illusion he'd created to ensure the continued sanity of the mortal guests. Almost instantly, the air was filled with small windows showing glimpses of the events unfolding across lore. Mortal armies fought against hordes of demons and demon spawn as they spilled out of the corrupted dungeons and towers, laying waste to the towns and cities that had been built to service them. In the wild, glades were corrupted and used to spit out twisted beasts to rove the countryside, destroying anything in their path to divert attention from where cultists continued their mission to open a way for their masters. Demons were driven back and portals closed, but the loss of life and souls was immense. Alliances were forged to combat a common foe, and numerous victories were achieved. Cores were shattered. Dungeons and towers that had been in existence for centuries were sacrificed to stem the tide, and still the void spawn came. They were endless, and while the heroes of lore were more than a match for the lesser demon spawn, they lacked the numbers to do more than stem the tide. With a growl of frustration, Dawala waved a hand through the air, shattering the viewing portals. They had waited long enough. It was time to do what needed to be done. "It may be annoying, but it is a necessity," Avil said, a slight twitching of her feathers the only sign of her own agitation. "I know," he said, "but that doesn't make it any easier." He waved a hand and dozens of smaller portals appeared in the air, each showing one of the many untainted dungeons spread throughout lore. "I lost too many of my people to this incursion, and I fear what I must do next will begin another crusade against my children." The goddess nodded. "I will do what I can to keep that from happening. If you were to change your methods, then maybe." "No," he replied. "True lessons must be taught through true adventure, not just simulations." "You almost sounded like Yuba for a second," Avel said with a smile. A bellowing laugh echoed out of the darkness as a massive, green-skinned woman appeared. "And there she is," Dawala said and turned to greet the goddess of strength. Yuba walked over to Avel and poked her in the chest. "Don't think I didn't see the vision you gave Dawala's whelp. You are both lucky that he's proven himself to the people, or your new experiment would be making a great meal for Kalak Visto Gath." Dawala huffed. "Your goblin seems to like him well enough," he said. "As does your daughter," Yuba replied with a tusky smile. Dawala chuckled at that. "A bit too much of her mother in that one," he said and looked over at Avel. "Are your wardens ready?" She nodded. "Yes, it is time." Malik stood facing the floating core deep beneath the greenstone hills. His eyes opened as he felt Dawala's divine presence in his mind. "Begin," the god said. The dungeon lord raised his hands and placed them on the core, tapping into the very fabric of the nexus as he started to chant. Essence poured through him and into the surrounding walls, melting the veil between the dungeon instance and the material plane. Reality bent under his will as the dungeon's subdimension melded with reality, burning thousands of essence to maintain both the stability of the dungeon layout and the natural cave systems and mines up above. With a minor tremor, the dungeon settled into its new existence as Malik let out a long sigh before beginning a new chant. All over the world this scene repeated as dungeon lords carried out their divine mandate. Tower Warden Hassel stood at the window of his inner sanctum, looking out over the city of Haven. The window had required quite a lot of essence to create, but soon it would no longer be necessary. The view would remain as depicted in the enchanted glass naturally, without the complex enchantments that allowed one to see through dimensions. Like the soft caress of a feather, the goddess' touch let him know that it was time to begin. The monarch's rise had been closed since dawn, much to the chagrin of the Adventurers' Guild, but the warden hated to think of what might have happened had mortals still been in the tower when the instances were collapsed. He let out a soft breath and rested his hands on the core, beginning the process that would first collapse all instances into one, and then dissolve the barrier between the tower and the material plane altogether. A smile crossed his face as he realized that maintaining a single tower was going to be like taking a vacation. After the full plan was enacted, of course. Thousands of human eyes turned to see the soft shimmer of magic cover the tower as the first tremors began. Dawala and Avel watched it all unfold from their places in the darkness. One by one, dungeons and towers abandoned their pocket dimensions and merged with the physical realm, changing the planet forever. "Do you think they will be enough?" Avel said, earning a cautious nod from Dawala. Yuba snorted. "We'll see." The floating view portals shifted to the surface, centering on the dungeon entrances. At first there was nothing to see, but then there was movement as the dungeon-born began to emerge. Deep in the greenstone hills, a kobold warrior armed with a spear and shield stepped out of the darkness into the evening air. A group of nearby adventurers stared at him with wide eyes and clenched their weapons tight, stunned that the monster normally confined to the dungeon had somehow made it to the surface. Seconds later, another kobold emerged, and another, until an entire phalanx of the spear-wielding dragonmen had gathered in the clearing near the dungeon. A small group of adventurers formed up and moved to face the gathered kobolds as the merchants and other civilians in the camps fled back towards the city. a burly dwarf shared a glance with his human companion. "We just ave to old fur a bit, Joshi. Don't you worry yourself about it." The human nodded and clutched his spear to his chest, trying to hide his trembling from his friends. I'm with you." The phalanx split in half, revealing a robed kobold with a short staff carved with glowing runes. The shaman walked towards the adventurers and stopped, tilting its head to the side as its snout formed into the kobold equivalent of a friendly smile. "Where demons?" the shaman hissed, causing more than one adventurer to gasp in shock. Joshi looked at his dwarven friend who hadn't moved a muscle and then gestured to the southwest with his spear. Heard there was a bunch west of Cape Aelin." The kobold nodded and barked out something in his native tongue. "Thanks, human. Tell Peepless, Clan Dar goes to war against the demon invaders." The adventurers looked dumbfounded as hundreds of kobolds poured out of the dungeon and marched away to the south. The dwarven adventurer looked up at Joshi with wide eyes. "Wah, the L is going on." Avil gestured to a second viewing portal which showed the closed gates of Monarch's Rise. A crowd of people in the uniform of the Adventurers Guild stood outside, frowning at the door as a second group of much more militarily equipped people grumbled in the background. With a loud thud, the gates opened outwards, revealing an open doorway leading into a massive stone room. Filling that room were row upon row of armored figures. Spearmen, swordsmen, and crossbowmen, as well as several cadres of more elite-looking troops. The guild functionary closest to the gate let out a scream that would make Jamie Lee Curtis jealous before passing out on the cold stone courtyard. The adventurers had their weapons ready in an instant, moving to form up around the open doorway. A single humanoid figure strode out of the tower, bearing a white flag. The simulacrum was equipped as a standard infantry footman and could probably have passed as a normal member of the Haven Guard except for the fact that its features were completely blank. No eyes, nose, or mouth, yet somehow it still spoke. A veil offers her aid in this time of need. The simulacrum looked down at the unconscious functionary. "New rules for the tower will be posted soon. Please inform all guild staff. Thank you." It looked back up at the gathered adventurers. "If you would be so kind as to direct us to the nearest point of demon incursion, we would be most appreciative." The adventurers exchanged looks and pointed west. "Thank you, and have a splendid day," the simulacrum replied before returning to the interior of the tower to spread the news. Armies of dungeon-born soldiers left their birthplaces behind to seek out and destroy the demon invaders, joined by the faceless soldiers spawned in Avil's towers. When allowed, they joined ranks with the mortal soldiers, bolstering their forces and helping to drive off the demon threat. In the wilds, beasts were birthed by the hundreds in Yuba's glades and set loose to hunt the demon spawn. Reinforced by the gods' creations, the mortal armies marched forth to purge the world of the servants of the kings of hell. In the northern Dreadmarsh, a petrified tree reached towards the heavens as its roots sank deep into the soil, framing a small lake of power where two ley lines met. The power stirred as the wind blew through the stone branches, waiting for the spark that would give birth to a new age. But that's a different story, the end of Book 3.